Hello CROSSFIRE Esports fans, this is the CFS HQ. I am here to introduce the point system that will be newly applied in 2024. We will dive deep into the detailed structure of this new system. The CFS 2024 point system. We are very pleased to introduce the new point system, which has been designed to invite competitive teams to the major CFS tournaments. Regions with professional leagues will decide the teams that will advance to the CFS Summer Championship and the Grand Finals based on the team points earned in each season. The points will be distributed differently according to the team's final standing of each season. In other words, teams will obtain their opportunities for the major CFS tournaments by summing up the points they earned in each season. We expect this structure to give more solid motivation to all the teams participating in the professional league. In addition, considering that each region has a different league structure, the point system will be suitably modified according to each regional league circumstances. Next, let's find out how the CFS 2024 point system is applied in each regional professional league. First, let's check the system for China. The 10 esports organizations affiliated with the CFPL will receive different points based on their regular league standings of the 2 seasons in 2024 and their final playoff standings. After the end of both seasons, we will calculate each organization's accumulated points to select the teams that advance to the major tournaments. Firstly, the teams ranked 1st to 3rd in the point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship 2024. After the Summer Championship ends, the teams will be divided into 2 groups based on their point standings for the CFS 2024 Regional Finals, China. The teams in the same group will compete each other to survive, or not to be eliminated. The teams will compete for the final seeds of the CFS 2024 Grand Finals through the Regional Finals playoffs. Next, let's check the system in EU MENA and Brazil. Both regions will have the same point system structure. The point distribution table based on the final league standings will be the same as that of other regions. However, it makes a clear distinction between the other regions by applying the same point system to the CFOL, the regional 2nd division league. Of course, the amount of points that can be earned in CFOL is insufficient compared to the 1st division league. It means the teams in the 2nd division league need to maintain a very good performance throughout the year to get a chance to advance to the CFS major tournaments. After the end of both seasons in 2024, the teams ranked from 1st to 4th in the accumulated point system will advance directly to the regional final. The teams ranked from 5th to 12th place will advance to the regional qualifiers, the sub-qualifiers of the regional finals. In addition, teams ranked 1st and 2nd in the CFS 2024 point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship. Finally, let's look at the system structure for Vietnam. Vietnam region's point system also has the same structure as the other regions. Teams will receive different points based on their final standings of the 2 seasons in 2024. However, the point system will not apply to the CSC, the 2nd division league in Vietnam. Same as the other regions, ranked 1st and 2nd teams in the CFS point system will be invited to the CFS Summer Championship. Teams ranked from 1st to 4th in the accumulated point system will directly advance to the CFS 2024 Regional Finals. And the teams ranked from 5th to 12th will begin their journey to the Grand Finals from the subordinate tournament, Regional Qualifiers. So far, we have briefly explained the CFS 2024 point system. Please keep an eye out for which teams from each region will make it to the CFS major tournament with the CFS 2024 point system.
投的这个长点很关键，正面横一个秒2个来，可以再定一个 ，KOI 也无力回天。大部队集合来到中路，念旧第一口，念旧啊，到手，闪身出来了以后4杀到手，微笑这个位置他必须要出来捡包的，单局5杀念旧。闪光，打一个，打3个。 两个人正好是贴墙的。有人动钳子，能拆得掉吗？嘉伟单局5杀。 单杀到手，正面自己弹上来，脚下球到了4个，又是一次5杀，个人能力的淋漓尽致的展现。对，
那大坑方向这边还有一个1-2，他们是深知这一点的，残血很多，再打一个，还有吗？
这边又是一个残血4杀。
Garante a vitória e EDM vai enfrentar a equipe da Imperial e vou te dizer, pra Ice foi tranquilo.
Animal finalize com isso, garante o ponto e a vitória, 2-0 na
da série para o time da Imperial, que está na grande final.
O bigode mais conhecido do CROSSFIRE garante o round. Seven garante a eliminação em EDM. A Imperial abre 2-0 na série. O mapa para a equipe do Vasco e EDM. Aqui nada está acabado. A equipe do Vasco garante, grita ali o Fefe e EDM. Alô, alô.
Summer 2024, the story begins. More than just a game, a celebration of surpassing limits. Who will become the next legend? In a place filled with passion and intensity, the story continues.
Lát là đi luôn. David đây tôi đã nói rồi, còn lát ở kia không ai chết cả. Không ai chết, còn đó là cái double kill dành cho David. Và Gucci bắn kẹp cùng với Tomo cả ba. Bên này Ice Q. Đẳng cấp hoàn toàn có thể quay xe về A được nha. Nhảy vào trong một điều kiện double kill cho Footboy và sẽ là cái triple kill, không đến cái Ice Q đang vẫn đang băng lay hoài. Ice Q bị phong cướp vào. Ice Q phải chết bằng triple kill cho Footboy. Em có biết hay không đây, mà có vẻ như là Hiếu Mèo anh ta nghe được một cái điều gì đó rồi. Sẽ là ra nhưng không biết vẫn double kill cho mày. Vì là bây giờ quay trở về khu vực bom CP từ A thì nó sẽ là hơi khó khăn khi nhảy lên của Uzi. Không có được mạng. Toàn bộ nhân sự cho kho bên của Islander đã bị quét sạch. Chỉ còn đúng một mình Mai thôi. Và Mai cũng không sành cỏ rồi. Chứ còn là IQ thì tôi không nghĩ là sẽ chiến thắng đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Valor Tàu. Một bạn cho IQ và cái double kill nó có hay không đây? Khi Mai đối đầu với cả một trong những đối thủ cũ và chạy rất dẻo đến từ IQ. Vị trí của Mai phải đi tìm, nhưng IQ anh ta có một cái tốc độ là 10 giây. Khi mấy không 9 8 7 6 5 4 không được rồi. Trời đất ơi, không kịp đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Valor. Bị mù rồi. Cover TCM anh ta bắn côn kìa. Trời ơi, người cover không sai. Thì là Đô La không, đó là Kim Boom với cái triple kill. Kim Boom không thì đối thêm đã về tới nơi rồi. Đến phía bên kia có vẻ như Small và cả vị trí ta không muốn quay xe và cái double kill. Hai người ở cửa B cần phải có đồ nhưng mà hết đồ mất rồi. Nào một bại Đô La đứng cương luôn cái double kill Đô La và Rambo bắt thêm được cái mạng của Trap nữa. Lát, TGM bắn hay quá, đúng chết được một người. Sẽ có sự cover lỗ, double kill cho TGM. Đoàn quân Crown chào Lát ra. Các thành viên của bên phía đội tuyển Lát Legend nó bị bóc tới hai người. Lucas có làm được cái mạng thứ ba, không được câu trả lời là có. Họ vẫn chưa muốn lên A, mình sẽ muốn được quất ở nhà. Small anh ta khá bất ngờ, Đô La đang ở đây và Chap làm cái gì đây? Bông kill bật lôi, chỉ đi không dám lao ra đấu. Bông kill mình phải máu lại chết với cái double kill cho bông kill. Đô La 1m4 trước có đỉnh, sau cũng có đỉnh, double kill cho Đô La. Và TGM thì ta vẫn đang quản cục pin này. Đô La muốn bắt TGM. Đô La anh ta cũng không thể thoát được TGM. Một pha kéo tâm là hay. Và Kim Boom người cuối cùng. Wow, cùng với Đô La tạo ra thế gọng kìm. Nhưng Small có một rút K98 ra. Và Đô La thì lại là một khẩu rival nên nhớ Small có tốc độ cực kỳ là nhanh nha. Và double kill cho Small. Chuẩn bị đánh thì TGM có cái double kill, chui từ dưới cổng rút ra cái triple kill, ultra kill và có quẩy để cho nó ấy và ấy dành cho TGM. Muốn đục lắm ấy nhưng mà không đục được. Bây giờ thì sợ lộ ra và chạy được thành công 14 giây, không kịp VA. Phải đặt ở trong khu vực OTB thì đối thủ không có được, đó là vị trí của Rambo làm hay. Xiên lên mà đúng vậy, nhỏ lại vào sớm thế nhưng Lucas bây giờ quay trở lại thì anh đã có cái miệng mạng ở cục mang tên TGM. Đạt chip, ui rồi ôi, đạt chip hơi non.
CFSA. Đây là một cơ hội dành cho đội tuyển Carao. Lên tiếng một bên tay KT15 là người cuối cùng. KT15 có thể hạ quả C4 này xuống. Để chiến thắng thì cần phải hỏi ý kiến của Carao. Dần dần tiếp cận vào rồi. KT15 hiện tại quá yếu và chiến thắng thuộc về Carao Esports. Họ sẽ là nhà vô địch.
Bringing out the second arm, able to find one on MKC. Beck goes down as well. And finally, there's a response, and it's a huge one. Unknights, thanks to HCZ, are right back in the fight here. 4 kills on the table, all headshots as well.
HCZ came around the corner, gets a freebie, he's completely blindsided
from it, but Snox just eats the flashes, has to back off the Creeds. He's gonna hold the line for all 3.
Caught by a flash though, he's gonna double back. Doesn't want to stick around too long, Min. Gonna find one, we're gonna make that 2 as well. Looks for a 3rd as well, and he'll find it. What a round coming out from Min.
Very low on HP, so Unknights, if they can play their cards right, there's a chance to win this back. In fact, he might have just found that opportunity, already finding himself 2 kills. You can see Snock wants to go for the trade. He's a little bit late, and he's not gonna be able to find anything. Beck able to get 3 kills, and Creed's and Austin, they know they've got to try and find something, but Beck able to find 4 before finally.
Alucard taking a hell of a lot of damage early. Swing on the corner, Dezane gonna get 2. Oh, made that 3. Brilliant from Dezane.
But Flex is already quick on their flank as well. They're gonna have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
25 seconds, not under a lot of pressure in terms of time just yet, but now that he's known, absolutely is. Missed shot. Pistol pulled out, Raffin will fall. 1v1, now it's doable, absolutely doable. Trying to find this last guy of spots, he's lost him though, and he finds him on the drive-by. Oh, Alucard. Sprays.
The 2024 Summer Championship, and it's of course myself, Laz, and I am joined here with a mystery man, someone that unfortunately got taken out a little bit by an ice cube here. So he's back in action. It's Neo.
I've returned. Just a day out after having a bad run-in with an ice cube, but we are back, ready for some CROSSFIRE action. I'm looking forward to it. I missed a couple of days, but thankfully was able to catch up on everything that has been happening, and I'm looking forward to, of course, seeing what we get in towards today's action. We've got, of course, 4 more best of 3s of action here to decide where things are going to be running, jumping back and forth between Group A and Group B. But we're going to start things over in Group A to kickstart us here.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a whirlwind, right? I mean, we're on day number 3 now. We've had a lot of high-packed action going on here for the last couple days, and it's still just going to be continuing on here, right? I mean, there's just so many things of action happening, and as you guys can see, there's lots of ways that you can watch this action. And I know for me, I kind of, I'm on the English side, so I like to watch a little bit of YouTube, and I like to flirt with the Facebook once in a while, but usually Twitch is the go-to.
Yeah, I gotta say, I don't know, maybe it's like for my generation or whatever, but we just don't use Facebook ever.
Yeah.
Right? It's not been a big thing for us, but I know it's massively popular in the CROSSFIRE region side of thing. YouTube and Twitch, of course, but there's plenty of others for all the other languages. This is, of course, the schedule. We are still in the group stages. We've got that for a few more days up until the 30th, which is, of course, when it all kicks off with the playoffs. Then we jump from best 3s into best of 5s for the playoffs. It gets very spicy then all the way leading up towards the 1st. And, of course, these are the teams here that are represented. We've got teams from all over the world. Of course, we sort of generally are known for the CROSSFIRE West League, which is where 3BL and LCK have come from. So it's good for us to check in with some of the other regions as well, especially over in China, which is known as one of the more dominant ones.
Yeah, no kidding at all. And I mean, it's going to be the same map pool, so yeah, nothing's going to obviously change at all. It's been the same, and that's not going to change at all for this tournament. But yeah, I mean, it's been good to see a lot of these different teams, because I think, for you and I, we get a lot of the CFWL stuff where, the 2 teams that you just mentioned, 3BL and LCK, they typically are the top dogs in the league, but now they're going to be playing some pretty high-class international competition. But like we said, it's a composition of 10 teams. It's BO3s across the board, and then when we get to that playoff stage, it does turn into those BO5s. And I mean, the one thing we didn't get to talk about is that that whopping prize pool. We got some dollars in there.
300K and split across basically all 10 positions, of course, but it scales massively. When you get towards those top spots, you're taking home some serious bread there. So, of course, there's a big push to make it into those playoffs and then try and go deep in playoffs as well. This is how Group A looks at the moment. Wolf Empire 2 for 2 for them with wins over Imperial yesterday and, of course, day 1 where they took down LCK, who find themselves currently, unfortunately, 0-2. They lost to not only Wolf Empire, but also Pacific Macta as well. So we're looking to see whether the likes of kind of BaiSha can prove their dominance, as we expect for them to be probably finishing above Wolf Empire towards the end, and maybe whether a team like Pacific Macta can potentially push for that second over at Group B. Similar stuff. CHENGDU All Gamers, no surprises seeing them at the top. 3BL, really good opening game from them as well. Looked very, very solid. So the hope is that for the West League, we get a side that make their way into those playoffs, because it's been a hot minute since we had that.
Yeah, it really has been a hot minute. And I mean, the one thing I might put you in a little bit of a spot here, because I am curious. I know you were not feeling too good, but I know you were able to catch some of the games. But out of the Group A and Group B, is there anything that was a big shocker for you so far that we were able to see?
I mean, there's a couple of things, right? I think, first of all, that map 1 of BaiSha Pacific Macta, that actually going towards the distance in any sort of fashion, never expected that. No disrespect to Pacific Macta,
no,
but I mean, for BaiSha, we all expect them. They are known as arguably the best team in the world. I mean, it's argument between them and CHENGDU All Gamers, or who's the best team in the world. And basically, we sort of expect, until they play each other, that nobody's really going to scratch the surface. Yeah. So I feel like, honestly, for Pacific Macta making, for a brief moment, a game out of that, felt like there was maybe something on the cards. And I've got to throw it the other way as well. I briefly mentioned it. 3BL 2-0ing Vasco was, I think, the biggest one for me. You could make arguments of winning. I didn't. I thought Vasco were going to win that. They've been great in the Brazilian league. They've dominated the last 3 seasons, winning all of them. They've looked great domestically. Internationally, they've looked way better than 3BL have. So for me, it felt like a kind of a no-brainer. But I've got to give a lot of credit. 3BL did some serious work. They looked great. All the game plans they brought were fantastic. So yeah, I was pleasantly surprised from that. Here's our matchups for today. Of course, we've got Imperial taking on BaiSha as our first, 3BL taking on Ranking Esports for our second, Wolf Empire versus Pacific Macta for the third, and Evolution Power versus CHENGDU All Gamers as our fourth game. So we got a lot of crossfire action for you.
We got tons, and this is going to be the first game, like you said. I mean, the one thing that is going to be interesting about this one is the fact of you're having arguably one of the best teams in Brazil, second best team, I guess you could say, taking on the #1 team in the world. So I don't know about you, but like for me, like I was able to watch a little bit of the game yesterday. That was a really intense game here for Imperial. I'm actually still shocked that they lost against Wolf Empire. I thought that for them, I kind of predicted a 3-map series, but I didn't think it'd be the way it went. And I mean, there is some stats about that where the first map was a bit of a blowout, and then the last 2 essentially went into OT with the golden round. So I mean, that was something I never would have put at all in my prediction.
Yeah, I mean, if we've been completely honest, we've got to look at this in the sense of, for Wolf Empire, if it wasn't for clutches, I don't even think they really have that much of a conversation. Of course, they're one of Brazil's hopefuls, that of Imperial, and a side who currently find themselves as the second best team coming out from Brazil, just behind that of Vasco, but looking to see if they can make it in towards the playoffs. A titan of an organization coming from the region, but didn't get off to the start they would want. We kind of briefly mentioned it. 2-1 loss against Wolf Empire last night was not the performance that they would have wanted. I think time and time again, they would look back at that and say 9 times out of 10 were winning that game, but just yesterday was not one of those. Losing in nearly every clutch situation that was possible. All the rounds that were remotely close, they somehow fumbled it, and I think even that going towards a third map never should have been the case. They should have taken that 2-0, and they'll look back at that and say, how did we let this slip away?
Yeah, and I think the one thing I really appreciated for Elfish Guy and Seeky Frog that they were really talking about yesterday, and I couldn't agree more, is the fact that I think Imperial, they were playing better. I think the tactics were better. I think the executions were better. But honestly, it just felt like, for Wolf Empire, like they just came in. I don't know what was going on in the stars or something in the tea leaves, but I mean, every single clutch situation, they just won it. Like any any moment that Imperial should have a round, it became just against them. But there also was those rounds where they just kind of bulldozed their way into a round and got it pretty convincingly. So it was just a weird day. Like, I just wasn't expecting to see the result we did for them. But I mean, look, a lot of these players are very scary to play against. I mean, they have been able to showcase that they are still performing well at LAN, but there's something was disconnected yesterday. And I think we're just going to have to see if they can brush off that loss yesterday. Because, I mean, I'm going to tell you, when I came outside to see them, they look real mad. Yeah, exactly that. And I think it is definitely a mental state thing for them that we're looking at, of whether they could kind of bounce back off the back of a tough loss and then arguably play one of, if not the best team in basically all of CrossFire. And of course, that is none other than BaiSha. At one point seen as the kings of CrossFire, but currently don't find themselves holding that title, but looking like they want to bring it back in towards this year. They find themselves as what we could probably call them the second best team in the world currently, just due to recent results out for them. But BaiSha are a dominant force in the CrossFire scene. They have time and time again proved themselves to be not only a region that just dominates the scene, but also just a team individually who have looked absolutely fantastic. And the expectation is that they should win basically every single game in their groups, and maybe most of the games in towards playoffs all the way to that finals. And we're looking, if expectations go to plan, it most likely looks like them versus CHENGDU all game. So we're wondering whether there's maybe going to be an upset along the way. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, it's, with a team like this, like you said, arguably the second best team in the world, it's like there is a target on their back, right? I mean, a lot of people are going to be looking at all their games. They're going to figure out the tendencies. They're going to try to anti-strat as much as possible. So that's where I'm going to be curious about for Imperial. Like, I mean, I know they probably did some preparation, of course, before they got here, but the way that it worked yesterday, it's kind of that disadvantage for them in some regard here because they played such a late game yesterday. Now they're going to be the opening game here today. So it makes me a little bit worried about how prepared they're going to be and how much they've been able to watch the previous game that we saw from BaiSha, the fact that it was a 2-0. And like you mentioned in the beginning, it was, an overtime game that I was really shocked. I know Sneaky Frog was, just fired up about it, but I never would have thought it would have been like that. But as soon as it went to Ankara, they got it done, and it was pretty much normal business. Exactly that. I mean, this is a side that bring so many different players, as they've actually statistically N9, not only the best player that we've seen so far, but is actually just the best player in Chinese CrossFire. There's no two ways about it. Best rifler has been incredible, and somebody they look towards a lot. Also bringing a lot in terms of the calling department too, which is pretty wild. Calling and putting up those sort of stats. Give him a lot of credit for that. And of course, Zhao the sniper is another person who, when he plays his game, is seriously talented as well. So Imperial, they've got a really tough job ahead of them trying to take down this side. I think BaiSha's form looked really good. I mean, even though that game went a little bit close against Pacific Macta, I think generally speaking, they're a side who, for us, we look at this and say, I don't know if you can make a strong argument that any team can take a map off them. Maybe Wolf Empire, the way they're playing, maybe. Yeah, maybe, just maybe. And I mean, that's the thing. Like, it's going to be about, can they have a flawless run? Are they going to get maps against them? I mean, it definitely looked like, these guys can bleed, right? I mean, it was a 13-9 win they got. That was against Pacific Macta. That was on Black Widow, but it was close, man. As soon as it got to OT, I don't know what happened for these guys, but they just flipped into another gear. The switch was activated, and they just played their normal game. But again, that's where we talk about these guys are one of the teams to beat. Like, this is the second best team in the world. So there's going to be a lot happening here. And as you can see, there is a little bit of history, but let's not forget, I mean, that was over 2 years ago where, even that was, a 3-2 that went in favor for BaiSha. But now, again, things have changed. Rosters have been adjusted. Even Fei was on this team before. He's out. He's with, Vasco. So this whole thing's wide open. Yeah, exactly that. We saw it briefly as well. We just touched on those maps for both of these sides. Best maps over towards BaiSha and Kara is their highest win rate, just shy of 79%. Then they've got Black Widow and Compound they can head to. The least play is Mexico. They don't play at all. Even though it's a map which Imperial like, I'm expecting it to get banned out here nice and early by BaiSha. So that does eliminate one map in which they really like. Over on the other side for Imperial, their best maps for them that they like to play is Port is one of their best, Ankara and Sub Base. So maybe expecting something like that. The least play map for them is Black Widow, so I'm expecting those to be the first two bans. But then we have a bit of an open field about where we want to head. Both of them like Sub Base. I wouldn't be too
surprised that Compound is a potential as well that might come through, and we may even throw in an Ankara as well, because we know both of these guys have played it quite a lot. Here are the key players coming in. No surprises at all to the N9 there as well. I mean, you can just see statistically how good of a player this guy is. I mean, GDSC, I mean, still very talented in himself, but nobody really can compare to 9.
No, not at all. Like, he really is the best player, right? I mean, when we talk about like ST players, he's that guy, right?
Yeah.
He is like number 1, number 2 in the world. Like, he is the guy to beat. Like, he is the player. So if you have him on your team, things are going to be looking pretty groovy. But I mean, we'll see. And I mean, now the question is going to be about this veto process, because like you said, I mean, when we talk about maps here for BaiSha, like, I would honestly say all the maps are good at, except obviously, of course, Mexico. They do not play it ever. And then, I mean, even for like Eagle Eye, they don't love playing that either. So those are kind of the two. But every other map, like, I don't know. I would never count them out. I always think they're always going to have a huge favoritism on this. But I mean, you can see the predictions. We all think that BaiSha has it, except of course, the Portuguese crowd.
I can sort of understand that.
I mean, I get it. There's some bias. Look, I did this yesterday. I think it was me and someone else for 3BL. Everybody else wrote them off, and I was like, nah, man, you gotta support your region.
Yeah, no, I can respect it. I can respect it. I think you'd probably, especially if you're the Portuguese language tree, which is going to be watched primarily by Brazilians, right? You know, you've got to support your people, or you're going to hold a little bit of flack. So I fully understand that coming in towards this one. But the rest of us going with BaiSha, and I think it makes, I mean, for us, a hell of a lot of sense, right? Because we're looking at this BaiSha side as being so damn dominant in towards this tournament. Their first game 2-0, very, very good from them. We're expecting them to come throughout this tournament and look really, really good all the way throughout. I mean, this is another game for them where I really just don't think BaiSha is going to be too worried coming in towards this. Imperial, unfortunately, haven't been internationally as dominant as they once were. And now, actually, Vasco's even claimed the crown domestically, too, in the Brazil League. So it maybe throws it in this sense where I don't think BaiSha are going to come in with all too many nerves. I just think they could probably play this in terms of just a kind of a fundamental game and just say, mechanically, we're actually just better.
Yeah, no, and it's no doubt at all. I mean, I think the biggest thing, and one of the factors I always like to talk about is the mental hurdle, right? Because I think for Imperial, this is a wash from yesterday. Now they have to reset that. They're like, okay, look, 0-0. I mean, we're playing the best team in the world. They gotta pull everything out here. All the stops have to come out now, because if they lose this is now going to make them that 0-2 team, and that's going to be kind of joining a bunch of other groups here. I mean, it's like the likes of LCK that are sitting at 0-2 right now. We're talking about, EP is sitting in at 0-2. So there's a lot of pressure here. Like, I mean, this is where the game was so close yesterday. It really was just down to a minimal detail. But for BaiSha, like, I feel like they're in a comfortable spot, because theoretically they should have this. But Imperial, maybe with this extra pressure, maybe just from what happened yesterday, maybe it's going to be like a Phoenix Rising here, and these guys are just going to be an extremely new monster.
Yeah, I feel like if you go 0-2 down, it's not impossible, but it's just highly, highly improbable that you make your way in towards the next stage. Of course, these are groups of 5, but only the top 2 make it out in towards playoffs. So it's super fine margins. I mean, if we're expecting BaiSha to win this, that puts them and Wolf Empire already 2-0. I mean, it's not a good spot to be in. Then we've got teams like Pacific Macta who are 1-1, who even have a win under their belt. It really does help. Let's take a look at the veto, though, to kickstart things here. Now, like we said for BaiSha, expectations of the ban are in Mexico to come through. On the other side for, well, Imperial, Black Widow. So that makes sense. So Imperial will be banning out Black Widow. They don't play it. They don't like it. That's fine. Mexico then gets banned out, coming through by BaiSha. Nice and simple. First pick to come through. We could go Paul. We could go Ankara here. We're actually going to go Eagle Eyes. This is a punish pick. This is them anti-stratting BaiSha. So BaiSha don't love this map. They still play it, but they don't love it, right? So this is definitely something where they're going to come in towards this and say, we're actually domestically pretty decent this map. Maybe not our best, but it's definitely one that we enjoy to some degree. They've played it 10 times domestically with a fairly decent win rate, all things considered. So that's a really good punish pick. On the other side, though, for BaiSha, a couple of different ways we go. We could go Ankara, we could go sub-base and map them with domestically, especially recently, they've looked pretty good on.
Oh, man, and yeah, it's not going to be the greatest, because, I mean, yeah, for Imperial, sub-base is not an overall bad rating for them, like 11-5, about a 68 win percent rate.
It's actually the highest played map domestically is too,
It is, yeah, and that's not a bad thing, but again, I mean, you have to think about internationally for BaiSha, like that, they are experienced on this. So that's where I'm going to be pretty nervous for them. So Compound is going to be banned. That meaning that's going to be from Imperial, which does make a lot of sense, because again, it's like a 14-6 record from, a team like BaiSha. That means Port will be joining in the ban as well. So now that's going to mean, oh dear, that's going to be Ankara as the final decider. So
Do you know what, though? I feel like on paper, there's actually a pretty even map if we do go to a third. Ankara currently, for BaiSha, 79% win rate. You look over towards the likes of Imperial, 75% win rate. So they're both very good on it. So I feel like that's a bit of a handshake at map number 3 there. But those opening 2, they're both sort of punish picks in a sense, where it's, you know, we know that that Eagle Eye is a very, very good map over towards the likes of the Brazilians. We know it's one in which they, at least domestically, have looked very good on. And I think they just realize that this is just a map. If there's any weakness in the pool here for BaiSha, which there really isn't a lot, this is the best opportunity that we've got. On the other side, we'll see whether BaiSha really even fall flat. Like I said, domestically, just such a talented side. But let's get this show on the road here. We are live, and already we can start for Imperial. 77, we'll find the opener.
Yeah, not a bad way at all. And I mean, this is what Imperial need. I mean, this is where we said for them, it's a map that they definitely have, you know, better statistics on. But I mean, again, that's only going to play one factor in a match like this. So for them to kind of just get that opening duel, taking down N9, that's a big one. Like, this is now, we talk about impact, that is it right there. They're going to be able to take down the heavy hitter, the knockout guy, and that's not a bad way to start out this opener. No,
not at all. You'll take that. Looking for a bit of a fight here to try and level the playing field. They might just get it. I speak too soon. Baby going to get caught. And already not a bad start for Imperial here. The opening couple, Sniper going to try and set up, but it's just not going to plan. Everyone falling one by one. Danimals will get caught, though, by Zhao. Can't completely count this side out at any point, but I say that, and bit by bit they fall. Zhao's all that's left. Good luck, my friend.
Yeah, I don't even know how we're in this kind of situation. I mean, now Zhao's the one player that has to come alive for the 1-on-4, and not meant to be. So Imperial, honestly, they pick up a pretty convincing round. They only lost the 1 casualty. They were able to get themselves with 4 alive. I mean, that's the way they needed to do this. They need to come down. They need to just kick this door. They need to be banging on it. They need to know that BaiSha, like, they got to be a little bit worried. But look, it's still early on. This is where, you know, BaiSha is playing on this GR side where their win rate is about 50%, but we're going to have to see if they can increase it. But good trades back and forth.
Yeah, we know that BaiSha like to play super, super aggressive. We know that Imperial and just generally the Brazilian sides like to play very, very slow. This is a clash of mindsets here, right? These are 2 polar opposite sides in terms of their speed of play. And it is going to be a real kind of fight for the tempo and the speed of this game. And we can see it right there from BaiSha. CZY flying out in towards the fight, wants to get in towards the action. Does get traded, but at least there's a little bit of information gained.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I mean, for Imperial now, just kind of like pumping the brakes a little bit. I don't mind this because they want to burn a little bit of utility here from the defensive side, so this makes a lot of sense. But Zhao not going to actually be able to spot this, so he's trying to creep around the smoke. But we saw yesterday there was, you know, some good action on this map, and I think it was Revenge. Man, it was just a playground for him. Like, he was just running around. It was fruitful picking for this guy.
Whenever a 9's alive, you sort of always feel like there's going to be a chance for BaiSha. Baby has spotted them crossing, so they should realize that Danimals is coming. Was trying to set up for a pop flash, but opts against it.
Yeah, and Baby, and he does have support too, right? I mean, Baby's close on by, and I think that was with, if I'm not mistaken, that was 577. So, well, what do they want to do now? You can already see one player's already pushed all the way down. This is not good.
Ephraim is in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble. He's spotted 2. Can't hit the shot. Looking to try and deliver, but he can't make it work. Baby gonna catch him. Oh, that's not bad. Zhao, pop flash of his own as well to try and bait in a fight. He's looking for that gap as they push in towards room in front of him, but I don't think they're going to be giving it. N9's got to stand tall on towards the site. This is tough. Looking for the first bit of damage. He'll get caught.
Yeah, he is. And now, okay, so the C4 is going to make its way, but, I mean, it's still costing life here. I mean, there's now down to the 2-on-3. The advantage here for BaiSha. But you still have the AK, you still have the M4, and there's 1 piece of utility remaining on this. But now you can see Imperial, they're trying to look for a bit of a fight. They want to bring back these numbers, equal. Oh, it's a full spray. That's not going to be too bad. So the sniper's going to be removed now. 577 trying to do everything here for the big flank. Just going around, ring around the rosy. Oh, dear goodness. But it is going to be BaiSha right back into this game.
Yeah, that's beautiful work from BaiSha. That's a really, really solid retake coming through. They play off each other well. The crossfire is super solid. And everything starts to lock itself into place. The angles which they pulled off on that retake make things look super easy. Imperial, they're caught in 2 minds, like a deer in the headlights. They don't really know where to look. And it ends up looking very, very simple in the end, even though it wasn't. It required a lot of meticulous things to go right at the same time for BaiSha, but they do. So a tied game here, 1-1, and Imperial, maybe a little bit of a shock to the system. You know, yes, you got that first round, but you can't give any sort of room to BaiSha because they will punish you.
Yeah, it's going to be about the the mental endurance on this too, right? I mean, I know it's still super early on in the game, but they got to make sure they just play very differently than they did yesterday. Make sure that frustration doesn't seep into this one. They know they're going to be playing some big dogs right now, so it's about how well they can handle this. But back to the tie game we go. Single OM right now for both these, or sorry, from the one side of the GR, but double OM here for Imperial. So this is interesting. A little bit of a mix-up now. And it does kind of anticipate here, maybe potentially a split on A, but actually, no. They're falling back on this. I think they realize that BaiSha has pushed down long B and have actually grabbed a lot of map control.
Yeah, C4 not committed at all. Barely even leaves spawn, right? So now they're trying to do something with the control they have. But like we said, Imperial, we know they play a super slow style of play. This is just part and parcel of the region, right? Brazilian CROSSFIRE in general is a lot slower in terms of the tempo. First minute or so is just kind of stress testing the map and seeing what you can find, and then we look towards things going in their favor. But bit of util early. I'm going to take some damage, and he just jump across. Good information gained, in all fairness. He should just stick around for the fight. He's yet to get on the board here. The second he does, obviously he does his best work, but he's going to get caught. Really nice hold there by E4S.
Yeah, it's good discipline. Just kind of posted up on this, still waiting, and knowing that BaiSha wants to kind of poke and prod a little bit on this, so I do like this. Now they're going to creep themselves into B. Time is ticking, though. It's 40 seconds remaining now. So you can see why. Going to get taken out. So now, baby, it needs to be an anchor, but man, that thing is just sunk into the deep ocean now. 2 players remaining. Imperial putting themselves in a great position to find themselves a secondary round. They're trying everything they can. Look at the 2 players just posted up on this. Xiao can't get it done. And the Colt will be able to solidify a second round. Yeah, good little information gain there as well. Doesn't need to fight, just staying alive and relaying that information over for others to fight for him. This is really good work. Honestly, Imperial looking pretty solid. They had a lot of mistakes made against that Wolf Empire game yesterday, and I think ones that would really just sort of wake them up and say, man, we can't let things like this happen consistently. So I think they've come in towards this game and they're plugging a lot of those gaps early. So really impressive stuff. It has to be said on the other side for BaiSha. Maybe not at 100% just yet. We know BaiSha are a side who are very meticulous in their playstyle, don't make too many mistakes, and so far we are seeing a couple creep through, a lot of untraded kills. Yeah, but it's kind of the thing about them compared to like someone like AG, right, where they do adapt themselves, and maybe not yet. Xiao trying his best, but now he's getting overwhelmed, a little bit of pressure, but he's been here before. He will be able to find this one engagement, but he's still alive, and there it is! He's able to find a secondary, make it a third, and he just locks it down with the arm.
Oh, Xiao, take a bow, Sunshine. That is beautiful. I thought for a moment, he misses the first 2 shots, and I was just thinking, oh no, this is just one of those. You miss a couple of shots, your mental checks out, and you're thinking, I'm just not going to hit anything here, I might just fall. Pulls out the Colt, gets his kill, lines up 2 more with a sniper. That is beautiful work from one of the best snipers in the game, period, and showing exactly why he holds the title like that. Beautiful stuff. 77's got aggro, and 9 doesn't get caught. He will second time I'm asking. My God, this is scrappy, super scrappy. Baby alongside N9, alongside CTY, all fall down. And 577 and Zhao left to once again try and bail them out, but it's not looking good here.
No, it definitely isn't. I'm kind of surprised here from BaiSha. Like, they were just trying to change the tempo a little bit. They wanted to get really aggressive. They wanted to just try to show some dominance, and it backfires. This doesn't actually work out at all for their favor. Now it's the 1-on-4, so this is not going to be a good situation. And I mean, honestly, for them, I'm pretty surprised, but I guess they're trying to flex a little bit. They're trying to see if they can, you know, get in their heads a bit more.
Well, this round, unfortunately, is a non-starter. Zhao might look for some stats at the tail end. I don't know who he's going to be giving them. I feel like a 1v4. I know he's a very talented guy. This one feels, unfortunately, off the cards.
I mean, this is the thing too, though, is Imperial were in like these kind of situations yesterday, and then it just fall apart. Like something would just collapse. Like, oh my God, like maybe like this. And no, they're giving him time. They're giving him a little bit of space, and okay, won't be able to find that secondary shot off, but these are the kind of things when you're Imperial fans, like you have to wonder, okay, look, like, are we going to adapt to what happened? And it looks like so far, so good.
Yes, exactly that. This is a good start coming through. Has to be said from Imperial. They're looking really solid in the early part of this game. Keeping the lead, making sure BaiSha feel uncomfortable, and not allowing BaiSha to play their usual aggro style. Speaking of, here it is. E4S feels the pressure immediately, and he backs away. Tail between his legs, he is out of there, and it might just work in their favor. Danimals catches a little bit of an overextension from CZY, and he falls untraded.
I can't believe they're still trying to aggress on this. They have some kind of read, or they thought they had some kind of read. Maybe like from the demo review and just watching a lot of their games, they thought they might have been able to get some of the timing off, but Imperial reacting so well to the counter aggression coming in right now from the GR side. Oh my god, E4S, you gotta hit these, but now he's gonna get a second chance on this. N9 now, one of the best riflers, gets taken out with a single pistol shot of the Colts, and now once again, we're talking about the man advantage. I feel like Imperial always seem to be in this.
Yeah, I feel like they're BaiSha overextend and they just don't backtrack quickly enough. Once they don't get that first fight, that overextension that continues, the more you push, the more costly it becomes towards you. And you can see it. And once again now, 577 and Zhao in a tough old spot. Paul's going to be called in. You know for a damn fact it's going to be by BaiSha because they know that it's a tough old spot. However, 2v3 is not exactly impossible. You know what Zhao can do? He already showed us a little bit earlier. 577 has a couple of tricks up his sleeve too. Do not count them out. E4S, Spotter getting in the window too. Making a little bit of a move. He's got 7-7 up close. You want to catch him and he might just, but he falls flat. 7-7 holding for exactly that. Gets his kill. And all down to one man. And unfortunately, this feels unlikely. 5-7-7 versus 7-7. I feel like it's the man with two numbers. He might just win out this fight. He's got the angle. He's got the position. And Imperial win out the round. Nice work. Paul's going to be called here. And no surprises, that is by BaiSha for them, right? They absolutely need a conversation. They're really feeling the pressure here.
Yeah, they really are. And I mean, the thing that's just so weird is, like, I'm not really sure what, you know, the call is right now. I mean, I'm not sure if N9's like, yeah, okay, you know what? Let's just pedal the metal. Let's get in their face. They do it once, it backfires. They're like, you know what? Do it again. Let's play the exact same track, and the exact same thing happened. But I'm not sure. Like, it seems like they did some kind of review. Like I said, I don't know if they're going to now switch things up. Maybe they're going to be a bit more conservative. But this also gives, you know, for Imperial to kind of just chat about anything they're noticing. I mean, they are in a really good position right now with this lead. And I mean, we have the bird's eye view, right? We can see that, you know, there's a lot of conversation happening. A lot of hands are moving, a lot of hand gestures. Yeah, so, all right.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of this is over towards BaiSha. We can see Baby was getting super proactive, right, in terms of, you can see him there, right, getting really, really active and relaying information. I was saying, like, fellas, we need to wake up. Like, this is not BaiSha, this is not us. But honestly, as well, on the same side, we saw this against Pacific Macta, right, because they started slow, ended slow. Still won out the map, but it was really hard fought, way harder fought than it probably should have been. And I think we really took a long time to get the BaiSha side active. And I think maybe this might be something that is just akin to them at the moment, right? Where they're taking a little bit of time to wake up and get in towards games. And sometimes you see it happen where Imperial, they start well, but then finish poorly, as we saw yesterday. And that was the issue. You know, they probably should have 2-0'd that series yesterday, ended up going to 3, never should have been there, but they ended up choking in those late stages. So I think you've kind of got two different sides in terms of how they start. One starts slow, one starts fast, but two different sides in terms of how they finish. So I think we'll really get kind of testament to that when we look towards the tail end of this map and see how it ends up finishing. But you know, we already touched on it. This is a map that is a punish pick towards BaiSha. Just the only weakness really in their pool, bar Mexico, which they don't play at all. So this feels like the one. Like, if you're ever going to get a map off them, this is the one.
This is definitely the one. Yeah.
Same goes for every team, right? Just pick Eagle Eye. It's the only one that you got a chance on.
It's the only one that you statistically are going to really have a better shot on. So, I mean, so far so good, right? We talked a lot about. I mean, this is the 2-round buffer right now for Imperial, but we'll see if they're going to be able to still just handle any sort of pressure differently from BaiSha. And even once again, look at this. We have 4 players committed here on the long A. They're going to do this again. They want to push this. They want to be able to find this duel. They are going to be able to engage in the opener, but now they got to fall back. This is where you just need to play the numbers, but they're still pressing forward. They're still looking to see what they can do. This is becoming a big problem. Imperial, this is just a gunfight through a smoke. This is mayhem.
This is BaiSha through and through, though. This is how they play CROSSFIRE. And it's working. Oh, hello, N9, baby. Take a statement in that fight and leaves Rizal and E4S with so much to do and so little to work with. That is a successful fight. That's what they've been trying to do for the last, like, 3 rounds, and it's not been working out. This time, it does. And that is BaiSha CROSSFIRE to a T.
It really is. I just can't believe they did it 3 times in a row. They used the timeout to say, clean it up. We're doing this again. I want it to be good.
Hey,
and
it's the old classic. We both come from Counter-Strike as well. As one of our main games that we commentate, and we all know the classic. Call a timeout, rush B. This is call a timeout, rush them. Coming out from BaiSha, and I like it. You know, they're not going to expect it a 3rd time in a row. Surely that's the mindset.
Yeah.
That's my average teammate mindset right there. They're not going to expect it again, but this time it works. It's actually a really good call coming through, and it's Baby who called it, and he closes it there in that round. But that sort of aggression, I think it's good as a pocket play. I don't think it's good as a consistent play. If it's consistent, Imperial will just wait and they'll hold guns up, right? And they'll just smoke you off and really try and buy a lot of time. But it's good to give you a bit of momentum, be like, okay, cool, right, we finally got something. Let's just try and see if we can work with this now.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, and the thing is, too, is, you know, in the fact of, you know, a team like AG, like I always kind of say, like they are that team that starts really, really slow. BaiSha, not usually, but okay, things are not really slow right now. But oh no, they're going to be able to hit these shots. Okay, 7-7's going to be able to find this. He's just going to crack every single head on the way. And now Imperial, a little bit of frustration, but now N9, he's coming from the back lines. He might be able to find this timing. Things are getting a little bit uncomfortable now. This isn't an easy site control.
Yeah, I think BaiSha just caught pants around their ankles there. They just didn't expect that pace. Imperial have completely caught them blindsided. And BaiSha left with so much to do and so little to work with. I don't know. I don't think... I just think that BaiSha were completely shell-shocked by the pace out from Imperial. They were taking fights before BaiSha were even really ready. You can see half of them had util out. So they really didn't expect that level of kind of aggression coming through. And credit to Imperial. That tempo change is good, but don't count on N9. If anybody was going to pull off a clutch, it will be this guy. Sadly, not to be in this case. That's a really good call, though, coming through, right? We just lost to a round where they've got super aggressive. Let's beat them at their own game.
Yeah.
And it worked well. And that immensely is going to hurt them a little bit, too.
It absolutely is. And I mean, I love that, you know, Danimal, he was the one that was kind of going right through mid right away. And he was like, look, I just got this for free. They're not playing aggressive right now. Go. We got to just send it. We just got to put, you know, the sneakers on, go for a big run. Yeah. And I couldn't agree with you more. It definitely was, you know, BaiSha just caught with their pants down. They're like, whoa, hang on, why are you here? Like, how did you get here? So, once again, we have the 3-2 split here from the GR side. They're going to have the 3 of the members going to re-aggress down along B this, but they're not going to commit to it. This time, they just kind of toy with it. Now they're going to leave CZY by himself and just kind of having N9 float a little bit. So now it's not a full aggression. This time, it's kind of just hovering a little bit.
Yeah, not many people as well can outcall N9, but that's a really nice one from Danimals. Not a bad game so far either. Not normally somebody you see consistently leading the charge in terms of the numbers department, but at the very least, we'll see.
Yeah, and I mean, we are in the 5-3 situation, so right now, Imperial, if they can find themselves in a situation where they're going to be able to bring things back into the lead, I mean, in the sense of getting that extra comfort, that's going to be really, really nice. So this is important because, I mean, I would argue, I might get criticized here, but I was going to say, I think this is more of a slight GR-sided map, I would say. I wouldn't say it's a heavy, but I mean, I do think on that defensive side, oh God, it can be good, but that's one way it can be good.
Nice work. 5-7-7. Just going to level the playing field. Ooh. Oh, hello. Quick shot, but doesn't quite connect. With information gathered nonetheless. And you can now see as Imperial starting to slowly creep their way forward. They're getting decent amount of map control here. It's forcing BaiSha to sort of shell up on the sites a bit because they tried getting aggressive and extending forward. They didn't really spot a lot, so they're just so worried about getting caught off guard, which has happened to them a couple times already. For now, though, just the pixel being used by Xiao. Doesn't want to overfight himself. Pop flash as well, trying to slow him down. And we'll do exactly that to 7-7, but this is a fight happening. I mean, 20 seconds. We ain't got a lot of time here.
Yeah, they got to go. I mean, this is the thing. You can't run the clock this slow. You have to worry about BaiSha. They're going to have problems arising. Yeah, look at this. That's the problem I was talking about. Now the M4s, they're making all the right connections. It's down to 10 seconds remaining, and the C4 is going to be down. So now 7-7 has to come up with a clutch, and it's not going to happen. So, I mean, I always criticize this. I don't know what it is with, you know, Brazilian teams. They love to just run the clock right down and then be like, we'll go now.
Yeah.
We'll just make it, we'll make it work somehow.
Yeah, no, it's true. It's very, very true. And I think they just do not give themselves enough time to execute on towards that site and really figure out where all the information's coming from. So, honestly, not a bad way for BaiSha to end it. But I still think 4 rounds is pretty weak by the way they would hope. I think they would have wanted to at least take even bare minimum of a lead, like a 5-4. But Imperial, I don't think they're playing too bad for the most part.
No.
However, I'm quite excited to see what BaiSha can bring on this attack inside, right? This is where generally BaiSha do a lot of their best work. Where Imperial really have to try and face the gauntlet. And look how quick BaiSha into the fight. E4S will get one. Ryuzhao will answer with one of his own. GDSC will also deliver. Hang on a moment. This is looking like a massacre in favor of Imperial. All down to one, and Zhao got so much to do and so little to work with.
And this is the same thing that we saw in the beginning of the first round, is where, you know, Imperial, they're able to put themselves on this 4-on-1, and they just come out with a bang. I mean, this is... I love that they've been able to potentially put themselves in this 2-0 now, finding the double opening rounds in each half. So, I mean, look, it's not over yet. Zhao's still alive. I mean, I'm going to say it like that. Right now, he's got some time. He's got a minute and 27. He can still kind of play the map. He can work things out. He doesn't have the C4. This is all about just finding the right moment of picks.
Oh, no.
This is what I mean. And this is now where problems are arising.
This is doable, dude. This is very doable. Animals and 7-7. They've both had decent moments. 7-7 in particular look very good throughout this map so far.
Oh, that bomb. Look at where that bomb location is. That sucks.
Goes on a good spot. He gets spotted. Zhao, how has he even stayed alive there? He knows where both are. That's the main thing. He's got to try and isolate these fights. It's not the easiest, but if anyone would do it, Zhao might be the man to make the difference. Time is now starting to tick. He now knows Daniel's there. He gets very close. The pop shot him over the box.
No.
The warband gets pretty close as well, then get caught by the flash. This is now something where there's a bit of potential here. He's blind and he will just dip away, but he's just now getting a little awkward. He gets caught. He wanted to go for that elevated angle up the ladder, which actually probably would have got that kill on towards the site. But actually a really good reactionary play there to go and catch him off guard and not allow him to set up for that. But not a bad effort. 1v4 turned 1v1.5. Not terrible.
Not terrible at all. And I mean, yeah, like you said, the 1.5 meaning that, yeah, he was able to make some good spam damage against Animal. So, but good read from him, right? I mean, he was able to readjust his position to making sure they get that opening round, because if he wouldn't have, I honestly feel like that could have completely gone here for BaiSha. But either way, I mean, now it's going to be the single arm right now, of course. No doubling up here for BaiSha, but it is going to be 7-7 and E4S that are going to be locked and loaded here with the big sniper. So, which makes a lot of sense, because on the GR side, you normally see a lot of teams really try to double up. I've even seen triple, so it's like, look, we'll have to see if that's going to pan out nicely for them, just considering that now, look at how fast BaiSha have been able to get this control into this long A. Now the nades are just raining.
Ooh.
But Ryu is going to be able to find the opener, and BaiSha now loading this kill feed just a bit more. It's a lot of back and forth, but now, again, favoriting on Imperial.
Yeah, and 9's low. I mean, he's so low, 26 points of HP. Good luck, man. I don't even know what you can do here. He has no idea what these last two guys are, and he's desperately looking for information, but they're just not giving it to him. Double 7 Danimals again in the 1v2. Alive last time, Danimals was the one who closed it, and he will close it once again, leading by example, the IGL. Brilliant work from him. Good calls, but also good play on an individual basis with the fragging department. Beautiful, beautiful work. Cannot complain, basically, at all.
No, not at all. Honestly, yeah, I'm actually. It's good to see someone like Danimal that's actually playing this well. Like, I mean, he's come out clutch twice, I would say. So it's good that he's still able to do that. I mean, there's no question about it. Maybe not this round, because he's just going to get caught here with the snipe. But I mean, he's done his job in the last two. So now it just means somebody from Imperial is really going to have to pick up the extra slack. GDS now looking to see if he can find himself maybe a bit of an aggression. He plays it patient, and look at that. He just tees it off. I don't know how we're here so early on with 2 minutes, but all of a sudden, we're down to a 2-on-4, and that advantage is still in favor for Imperial.
Yeah, BaiSha showing a lot of weaknesses right now, and this is a map that we already mentioned they're not a huge fan of, and it's really showing. Imperial's done a lot of work in terms of, I think, just generally what to expect out of BaiSha, a map which they don't play a lot, but at least there's still tape on them. Still a couple of demos you can look into, and so far, so good. And Imperial's starting to get loud. We're right above them here, and we can kind of hear and see how hyped they're getting. And too right. They're currently pretty much outplaying one of, if not the best team in the world currently. And I mean, they're looking like it's so easy while doing so. I mean, BaiSha really just do not seem to have an answer.
Yeah, they really don't. I mean, look, and a lot of people are probably thinking like, yeah, but they don't play the map. You guys have been saying that. And that's true, but it's still a good factor here, because then Imperial are going to be the first team that's going to be able to take a map away here from the second best team in the world. That's still a really good thing. That's a good way to get the dirt off the shoulder. You're going to feel really good about that. And they're doing it with stride. Like, they're doing it quite convincingly. I'm not thinking these are like labored rounds or anything that's too difficult. So it's a good thing. And now we're only 2 away for them to maybe close this thing out. But again, we know BaiSha, like they can definitely make the comeback.
Ooh.
That's definitely not gonna help here for Imperial fans, but it is back to an even of 4-4.
Smoking a flash dropped as well to give a little bit of space. Imperial do want to get aggressive here, though. 777 tempted with a little bit of push, and he enters as a support of Animals. They've been playing really well off each other, those two. Going to try and work for it once again. This time we've got to ask of a couple of newer players who haven't really been in these situations for the last few rounds. GDSC, Ryu's out. First pop shot, doesn't connect. Baby somehow is given the luxury of getting out there alive. Even though he was tagged, they don't commit to fighting him. If they would, they'd probably get the kill. Speaking of the kills, 777 gets one. Looks back as well, tries to get someone in a rotation, but he can't. Looking for that third kill, but it doesn't happen. Zhao finds one. He'll then be forced to try and trade it out as the sniper of 777 not looking bad. Missed shot in the second, but wow, Zhao gets caught. CZY left with it all to do in a 1v3, and this one's surely again not happening. He's a bit of time, sure, and the C4's collectible, but he has no information about where they are.
Yeah, this is difficult too because, again, he still has to go in a high position to get this plant down. So right now, you can see that he's putting a little bit more pressure on this. He wants to be able to find, ooh, cheeky. I was thinking he's up to something, but look at 7-7. He's just ready to go. He has the full read on this, and there we go. Map point on the docket here from Imperial. Now they're excited. We can hear them in the background, like you said. We're literally right above them. So these guys are very, very excited. And honestly, I don't blame them. They're just going tooth and nail right now. They are just taking them out. But I mean, the other thing I gotta say too is for 7-7, I mean, right now, look at what he's doing. He's 18-6, and he is essentially out-sniping other people. Maybe not this one. He's gonna get taken out, but I cursed it. Yeah, that is a gas curse.
Just as we were saying. Hey, we are actually seeing a little bit of a change-up come through. Double Snipers on the attacking side here by BaiSha. I mean, they've got nothing to lose, right? I mean, it's as simple as that. They've really struggled to get going throughout this game. They've just not looked good at all so far on Eagle Eye. And we know it's a map in which they don't like. Fair enough. Sub-base, the map coming up next, is the map they do like. But also, it's not exactly hated by Imperial either. So I don't think they're too upset to see that picked in. And the way they're playing right now, we really could be seeing an upset on the cards. And with Imperial taking a loss yesterday, they need a win against a big side like BaiSha. BaiSha are not expected to drop maps, never mind series, against anybody in this group. So if Imperial are able to upset them and do exactly that, it gives them actually a chance, maybe, at pushing it towards a spot in towards the playoffs.
Yeah, it's no question about that at all. I mean, I feel like this veto definitely, you know, I feel like BaiSha does have a really good arsenal, you know, in their pocket, but I think for the veto, like Imperial did, in my opinion, they did succeed on it pretty nicely, but it's going to be a nice way for them to see if they could cause an upset. If they were able to win this, like, let's say like 2-1 or whatever the case may be, how good is that going to feel from yesterday, the tragedy of what happened, come back on, you know, their second debut here, and they're going to be able to beat one of the best teams. But look, we can't get ahead of ourselves. I'm just saying the what-ifs, right? I'm trying to get the Brazil fans here a little bit excited as well.
How annoyed were they going to feel as well if it all comes down to just that lost third map against Wolf Empire as well? I mean, we all know that they did look like the better side in that game, and they'll be kicking them. They probably even felt like they were playing like the better side, but they just couldn't win out the clutches, and it's going to hurt. We know that BaiSha do usually play things quick. This is a rare slow run out from them, and it is actually causing a lot of issues towards Imperial because they're being isolated in terms of some of these fights. Speaking of, N9 will get one of his own, and often see him consistently use the sniper, but he's not making it look too bad, in all fairness. Let's get tagged down low. Himself and 577, both in a very vulnerable state, but it's only E4S left with it all to do. Colt isn't able to deliver a flawless round coming out from BaiSha, but a lot more work needed to be done to get back in towards this game, that's for sure.
Yeah, and honestly, that's the thing about Baby is just, you know, he's able to get himself in the right place at the right time and gets that double, and that's just what they need to do right now. We're at a 9-5. It's just going to be kill by kill and round by round here for BaiSha to push things into OT, but we'll have to see. This has been a very quiet game for CZY. I mean, he's unfortunately just not really been able to have a lot of the action. It seems like he's kind of the sacrifice pretty much every single time. But, I mean, despite that, I mean, this game still is relatively close. But now Imperial need to change the game plan just a little bit. We do see they're kind of going for the 2-1-2, leaning just a little bit for GDS, just kind of getting himself closer here, playing the rotate, which makes a lot of sense here with the rifle. Now he's going to recommit into this A, but it might be the wrong read, but that C4, it's still in the back of spawn. These guys have no decisions made yet.
No, not at all. They're looking to poke and prod early into all these rounds and see if they can find anything, and then off the back of that, they'll make decisions. But util, going to utilize to try and isolate a fight, but I think for now they're not really being given all too much. it still feels like a near impossible spot for Imperial to lose this. They've given themselves so many chances to close out this game. Pop flash can be thrown here by Danimals. Just waiting for the sound cue to then go for it. And as his teammate gets smoked off, that might force him into maybe a little bit of a fight. He's still holding and waiting. Doesn't want to peek around that corner just yet. Now, speaking of Zhao, he's probably use Zhao on that peek as well. But again, doesn't want to overextend. He can be caught off guard himself. Just get flashed. We'll dip away.
Okay, a minute remaining on this, and I mean, Danimal, I mean, he's been just kind of waiting. He's been playing the anti-flash, essentially just has the utility. Now he's going to reposition himself. Oh man, that's a good one. Who other than 7-7 now, only 1 kill away from dropping to 20 into this. Now time is dwindling. This is where BaiSha have to get moving. They realize that they got to figure something out here quickly, but Danimal, look at him, he's just able to eat them alive, playing his position perfectly, and this might just fall apart here. It's all down to one player, and he's able to find some multi-kills in the most chaotic way, but now he's only got 30 seconds to get that bomb.
Yeah, C4, it's based on the complete other side of the map. He's got to run. He hasn't got time to waste it. We've got to start to make a move. 1v2, 20 seconds, and time is ticking, my friend. You've got to get stepping. C4's dropped in a less than advantageous position. He really just doesn't have time to mess around here. Has to pick it up, has to get a plant out, and he actually does pick basically the perfect position for a safe plant, but he gets dropped regardless. Imperial will take map number 1, and they are getting hyped for it as well. We can hear them and see them down here below. They are loving life off the back of that, but that is a massive map to scalp away from BaiSha of all people.
Yeah, what a good way for them to start their second day into the tournament after, you know, from what happened yesterday. They're able to get a map, like you said, away from one of the best teams. And I mean, I know, look, like we know that they don't play this very often, but that's still just going to be the boost of confidence they need.
Yeah.
This is everything they needed just to feel a little bit better, get fully recharged. But now the job is not done. This is a team that has been able to push through a lot of adversity, and that's going to be the biggest question, if they're going to be able to bounce back.
Yeah, exactly. We have to look at this and ask a lot of questions, right? I mean, for BaiSha, they just never really felt like they got into that game. I think, unfortunately for them, they really struggled to get proactive. When they tried to get aggressive, they would overextend. When they slow things down, they get caught off guard. The trades and the spacing was a little lackluster. There's a lot of issues that kind of arose for them. And we always come back to the main caveat and saying it's a map in which they don't really enjoy playing. Domestically, they don't play a lot in terms of the Chinese league. And we look at this and we say, man, fair enough, right? It's not a map they play well, but they lost in a pretty bad fashion. It was relatively uncompetitive at all. Yes, the next map is decent for BaiSha, but it's also not bad for Imperial. So I feel like in terms of this veto, they've got a good spot that they're in right now.
Yeah, the veto's definitely worked out in the favor for Imperial, just for them to be able to play what they're comfortable with. And I mean, now they're able to get this map. So, I mean, if things do kind of turn into a bit of a blunder for, you know, Subbase, that's going to be next. I mean, they still have Ankara that they can work with. And I mean, let's not forget that was the map they played yesterday. They were able to have that win of a 10-6. So it was decent against a team like Wolf Empire. But look, you're playing a very different caliber of players and a very different world-class team than them. So that's also where BaiSha were able to probably watch and kind of evaluate they were doing as well. But look, I mean, I think this will be very, very interesting, because I think for Imperial, this is a map still that they are 11-5 on. It is probably one of their stronger maps. So, I mean, this is making me raise my eyebrow a little bit, man, because I'm not so convinced BaiSha have that easily, but look, I mean, this is any team to bounce back, it's them.
Yeah, I feel like BaiSha right now, it just feels like mentally they're not quite checked in towards this game right now. I think we just haven't seen them come alive as the way they did, you know, late in towards the map versus Pacific Macta, or even late in towards that series and towards map number 2. We just haven't seen that out from them. So definitely things have to change coming in towards map number 2. No two ways about it. Subbase is very good for them. Statistically, it's their best map. It's one they love playing, so they're more than happy to head there. But like we said, so are Imperial. So I think the worrying thing for us is that we look at this and say there's actually a real chance that Imperial maybe might even be able to 2-0 this, which is definitely something that we never had on the cards at all. Of course, here's highlights coming through from this game, and it was just from the get-go, it was pretty one-sided all the way through.
Yeah, and I mean, I think some of the players that, you know, I mean, we'll get those stats out after the highlights are here, but I mean, I think in the sense of Imperial, like, we saw Danimal, I mean, it's not like he was just getting, like, multi-kill after multi-kill, but he was picking up the important ones that he had to. And then you have 7-7, like, I'm pretty sure he was 19 or if not 20 kills. So, I mean, that's something that is a really good thing to take away, because he was able to, you know, put himself statistically in the best position against this team, and I didn't have that there. I thought it was maybe going to be like E4S that was going to have himself in a better position here. He is one of those guys that is the player to watch in my perspective on this team. So I think that 7-7 delivering like this in the expressed way, I like it.
Yeah, he looked really good all the way throughout. Very consistent. You know, he always seemed good for bare minimum one, if not a couple. And I think having a player like that who can step up in that sort of basis, really, really well done. I think the big thing for me is I now got to look at this and say for BaiSha, how are we going to get your stars online? N9 wasn't exactly flying in terms of the kills as he usually does. We didn't even see some of the bigger names really come to the table. I mean, you can even see, for example, right, CZY 2-11, right? So having an individual out 2-12 actually off the back of that highlight right there. So you do see where we're just not seeing that kind of firepower really come through for a side, and it's tough to see, right? You know, N9, they rely on him quite a lot, and he just never really got super active in a way. I mean, going negative by any means is never good for a player who is meant to be arguably one of, if not the best player in the world. But a ridiculous statistics that come through. 7-7 looked great all the way throughout. GDSE as well, a little bit of a sleeper. I didn't really see him get loads of kills, but he was doing his job, that's for damn sure. And then on the other side, you know, you've got 2 players who go positive, but it's barely. And, you know, Baby coming in towards this map, he was the bottom fragger in towards the first series, and generally is the lower end fragger. He's just a bit more of an experienced player. If he's going top, you've actually got a bit of an issue there.
Yeah, that is a really, really good point you bring up, right? Because, again, like when you have someone like Baby that is top fragging, you kind of go, clearly things are not really in the right motion. So it's one of those things where I feel like you could visually see as well for BaiSha that they just weren't comfortable on this map. Like their positioning was off. You know, they would get caught with nades out. Like they don't have that fluidity that they normally do on the other maps. But that's where we were just really, really hammering in, like, folks, this is, if there's a map to win here, it is this one. So now it's going to give a little bit of a stat pad here for Imperial, but now they have to see they have 2 chances to get this series done.
True.
And this is the thing, like, it looks like their confidence is definitely different than what it was yesterday. But we got to make sure they can keep that riding in the right way.
Yeah, exactly that. You know, they look good at the end of the map. We kind of saw them celebrating down there, and they look positive. And I think for Imperial, I think especially for Brazilian teams in general, they're very momentum-based. It's very much about, like, if we're feeling good, we play good. But, you know, we go into a bit of a rot, we struggle to get out of it. So I think the main thing for me in Imperial, especially the conversation they're going to have in sort of this 10, 15-minute break is, let's just keep this up. Let's keep this level at kind of the place that we're at, right? Let's just say, right, we're playing good, we're playing aggressive, and it's working. Let's not change anything. For BaiSha, it needs to be a complete overhaul. They need to head into a sub-base map number 2 and change the plan up massively, because so far things are not going to plan. And if they don't, losing to Imperial is going to really hurt. I mean, they're still probably in for a decent chance of qualifying, but with Wolf Empire looking pretty good, and they'll put Imperial and the Indonesian Pacific Macta, there we go. Oh my God, I was struggling for a second there. Pacific Macta, they're both 1-on-1. So then you, alongside BaiSha, we're talking about 3 teams being 1-on-1. It's that fight for second. It becomes really, really spicy.
Yeah, man, spicy is definitely the right word to use, because I think what we've been able to see from the first, couple days is the fact that I think a lot of the games were going the distance that I never would have thought that. Like, I was kind of looking at this like, I think this is going to be a 2-0, whatever, but I never would have thought that a lot of the games were going like the 3 mappers. We saw those teams, that were able to cause some upsets as well. Like, and I mean this with all respect, like even the basic one to say from our area is like 3BL 2-0ing a team like Vasco. Like I honestly had Vasco as a top 3 team in this tournament. Like I was thinking just from what I was able to see from them, how well they've been performing with Feifei being on that team, blah, blah, blah. They've been good. They were my team that was going to be able to push through, but that was an upset. So now we know the competition has just been spread wide open here, and a lot of these teams that are here for this tournament, they're here to play, and they have done a lot of homework.
Yeah, exactly that. That felt like it was counter-strategy from the get-go by the side of Imperial. And I think now the question is, would they expect the sub-base to be the pick? Because there's definitely a few maps in which BaiSha can pick into. We know they like Inkara, we know they like Compound. There's definitely a couple different ways they could go into. So what's the preparation like for Imperial coming in towards sub-base? And if they have prepped it, is it going to be good enough to take them down? I think the big thing that we really are just seeing right now is that the individuals aren't quite there for the likes of BaiSha. And I think that's the main thing for us. We're not talking about game plan. We're not talking about strategy. We're just talking about the raw mechanics. And right now, they're just losing a lot of Angels, right? 9 going negative. No one ever expected that. He dropped 1.75 last series. So we're looking at him going 0.91 in that and saying, this is, you know, your star man not stepping up to the plate, and nobody really stepping up to the plate. I mean, CZY, right, going 0.15. That, again, not a good spot to be in for a player who's normally pretty solid.
Yeah, and for, you know, for BaiSha, like, which everybody knows, like, a team with, like, so much history, so many different championships, you know, the list could go on forever. So I think, you know, like we said, that was very much an uncomfortable map. It wasn't the right fit for them, but now they're going to go into a map where they're very familiar with this, but we'll just have to see how well that, you know, composure can be remained here, because I think even for the GR side and the BL side, you know, for BaiSha, like, it's still relatively pretty close. Like, I think that they are more GR sided, but I mean, their blacklist is still pretty strong, and that's pretty much the same thing I would argue here in terms for Imperial, where it's like a 53-56. So you're kind of in the pretty equal footing, I would say.
Yeah, exactly that, exactly that. We are getting ready, heading towards map number 2 in just a moment. It's going to be sub-base coming up in a moment, and it looks like everybody's sort of getting ready now, sat down, in-ears going in. So it's all about now sort of focus in, the concentration. I mean, we already spoke about how momentum is such a big thing for Imperial, and it has just been a big facet for them in terms of where they found a lot of firepower, how they get super proactive. So I'm hoping they can bring a lot of that momentum in towards this map number 2. If they keep confidence, and, you know, we saw them when they got loud and when they were getting really, you know, hyped up, that's actually when they do their best work. I hope they can start like that. They started so well in towards Eagle Eye. They can start into a sub-base strong, get a couple rounds out the gates, they're immediately going to put BaiSha in towards the back foot, and BaiSha are going to start to think, oh no, like, is this going to happen again, right? Yeah. And this is the big thing. You've got to try and win the mental game as well as the physical one.
Yeah, and I mean, when we saw for BaiSha before, like when they played Pacific Macta, that was the first map where it really was a surprise. Like the rounds were just grueling. It was back and forth, and then Pacific Macta was able to get the lead, and then they kind of fumbled it to, you know, for BaiSha to make the comeback. But this is where we have to see, it's kind of two different ends here. Like for BaiSha, we have to see someone like CZY being able to step his game up.
True.
Also other players like N9, he obviously was a bit quieter than he normally is. But then on the same side for, you know, Imperial, I just kind of wonder, is 7-7 going to be able to activate the AWM as much as he did on Eagle Eye, or is he going to be a little bit differently? Who else is going to be able to kind of keep the action flowing here a little bit?
Yeah, and I even want to look to see if we can maybe see players like E4S get a little bit more active. He's normally somebody that, if I watch Imperial, he's probably one of the first names on the list for me of keep an eye on this guy. I mean, Danimals as a caller I think is really good, but not always statistically consistent. But E4S normally seems like a name for me who, at least I look into it and say, this is a guy who can really step up to the plate. Didn't have as many opportunities. However, I don't think he was needed, right? So maybe in this series there might be a chance where he is needed and get a little bit more active. So I'm interested to see whether we can see a little bit more out from him, and if we do get, you know, 7-7 out online, if we get Danimals playing in terms of especially the clutches, the impact kills as good as that, and then we see E4S come to the play, we're talking about 3 players who have this innate impact that can bring to a game, and that's where BaiSha potentially can struggle. So, you know, as you can sort of tell, we're painting a bit of a bleak picture here, because BaiSha just didn't look good at all, and we're hearing them get loud, get proud now down here. Everyone's in the server, they're starting to get themselves hyped up, and that is Imperial, that is BaiSha. Don't look too hyped. A couple more forlorn faces over there. But let's get things underway in towards sub-base. We're in map number 2, ladies and gents. And yeah, I don't know. We have a lot of questions. BaiSha just did not play anywhere near the level we'd expect out of them.
Yeah, definitely not at all. I mean, this is now where, like, I talked about, you know, the pants of Eagle Eye didn't really fit too good, but now they're going into the right fit potentially, right? From history, what they've been able to play at some of the best leagues and some of the best competition in the world. Now this is where they can kind of redeem themselves, maybe, but we'll have to see. And the thing about, you know, Imperial, you were really touching on it, that, you know, like 3 out of the 5 players, like I even also would kind of add in that I think every single player, you know, statistically is that scary. Like they all are very, very good. Where some teams, they kind of rely on that little bit of their star players, where that's going to be also a bit of a scary note here for BaiSha fans.
Oh, it's a good flash, but actually completely catches Ryuzao. But he's still going to somehow get away with the kill. The combination with 7-7 ends in a frag in their favor. E4S finds one of his own, and N9 going to be limited to just 1. So no matter a moment, it's a 4 versus 2, and this is not looking good at all for BaiSha in a tough spot, and it just gets worse. Zhao going to get caught, and CZY left with it all to do. 1v4, C4 gone down, and CZY cannot even get one. Imperial end map number 1 on a high note and start map number 2 on exactly the same footing.
Yeah, and look, like the other thing I got to bring up as well is, like, I talked about this on Eagle Eye, but the fact is I talk about opening rounds. This is now 3 times we've seen Imperial win those opening rounds. And for me, like, I mean, it's easy to make the bounce back, but again, I think it's still just kind of putting this pressure about like, hey, BaiSha, look, we're not scared who you are. We're ready to play. Like, we want to get this win. We should be 2-0. We want to come for blood now. So this is a really good statement that they're making so early on in the game.
Yeah, I think for Imperial as well, maybe in a weird but wonderful way, that loss against Wolf Empire might actually be a real kick up the arse and say,
it might have been.
We're meant to be one of the best teams in the world, and at one point we were seen as the best team in the world, and we've maybe lost that title for a bit, and maybe you know, China sort of dominated for a while now, but you know, we've got nothing to lose. Our back's up against the wall. If we lose to you, we're probably out of contention for playoffs and out of contention for the big bucks. So we have to beat the best, and you know, to be the best, that's the perfect way to go about it. So I think for Imperial, they've really found this 6th gear in this series, and so far looks so good. Now, these smokes that come down though by BaiSha are really going to slow them down. E4S for him is taking pop shots with the smoke, hoping somebody peers behind it, but I don't think he's going to be given that luxury. Nobody tends to fight.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because like for 577, he's the one player that's just going to anchor on A, so nobody close on buy. The only other player is, of course, who you see on the screen is N9, but he's already taken out, so this is a problem. Now they're going to be able to pounce on this. They're going to go for a little bit of a split potentially. Now they're going to try to overwhelm him, and they're going to be able to be successful. Imperial, they are just out for blood, like I said. The dagger goes deep here. They get themselves into this site. The bomb's not going to go down yet. They're trying to commit to it. Flash is just flying through the sky, but you have Xiao still alive. He's looking desperately for a kill. He's trying to bring balance back into this, and it's all down to him now for a 1-on-4. How many times have we been able to say it? But Imperial, they are shaking up the stadium right now.
Yeah, vamos. This is beautiful. Imperial playing some great CROSSFIRE at the moment. Honestly, looking like a super, super solid side. There's very few weaknesses, and BaiSha are showing a lot of inherent weaknesses. I mean, they are a side who are getting, you know, plucked apart, and this is not expected at all. BaiSha are meant to be a side who are so kind of seamless in their playstyle and flawless in terms of the execution. We're not seeing any of that right now. The pressure of the stage or something along the lines is becoming really costly. But Zhao at least will get an opener here. Having that luxury really might just help them out. That's the big thing they've been, you know, doing every single round. They lose the man advantage and they're just unable to claw it back. This time they've got it. Now it's about using it.
Yeah, and it looks like Imperial might, you know, just try to experiment here with lockers and the 2-and-2 split from them. But Xiao is ready to go. He's just posted up on this, smoke gonna block this off. And I mean, that update is really nice too with the name tags being removed. So, I mean, he's not gonna have that read knowing like they 100% cross. Like he's got an inkling, right? But it's not a guarantee. So you can see like they actually pull back on this. But look at the OMS, they're just making connections now. And BaiSha did switch things up, equipping the doubles, but it's working out nicely.
It's true. It was quiet though. Opening couple of kills are great, but Imperial, where do we want to go? Where are we trying to finish it? C4 is sort of in the direction of A, but it's not a committal play, and they've still got a bit of time to work with. I really don't know though. In 5v3, feels like they've got so little to work with. Zhao was holding a Pixel P. GDSC will get one, can't get a second. Zhao with the Colt will, I guess, clock him in that sense, and he's all down to 7-7. A lot to do, and so little to work with, and time already ticking. Unfortunately, I feel like this one's impossible. Yes, he's got the C4, but this one's never getting started.
Yeah, all it's going to take is just for 577 just to go for the quick little bit of a swing, just for the information. Unless these guys give up bodies. Oh my God, no. Not like this. Surely not. He's got the plant if he wants it. Like, he's going to be able to maybe even fake this if he wants. He's going to commit to it. So now BaiSha, they're going to play this retake setup. They're both going to be committed. Oh, it's a shot miss though. 7-7. Still got three bullets in the chamber, I should say. They're fully blind. But he has to expect both these players about to swing him. He has to realize they're this close. They have to realize they can make the shot, and N9 will save the day.
My God, 2 shots missed, but if they connect, they're probably talking about him maybe even pulling off a 1v4, which would have been absolutely bonkers.
That would have been mental.
Sadly, not to be in this case. One can only dream, but he makes a really good effort of it. Even getting that C4 down feels at one point like it was completely impossible, so not a bad run out from him there and then. We'll see BaiSha put a first round on the board for themselves, and better late than never. I think, you know, they lost out that first half, and then things went super bad in the second in map number 1. If they can take a lead heading into the second half, I think they maybe give themselves a chance. But, yeah, I mean, still, Imperial don't look really too phased. I might even hype them up a little bit. Maybe even making that somewhat possible. Maybe thinking, hey, we can still compete.
Yeah, and the one thing I wanted to ask Sneaky Frog a lot about this too, because it's, like when we were watching like EP and other, team for the China region, is that you could see the stress, you could see the frustration, you could see the coach essentially just losing his mind.
Yeah.
And these guys, they don't show a whole lot of emotion. Like they pretty much have that like blank face, so you don't know if like there's frustration, they're just whatever. I mean, it always kind of makes me wonder, but yeah, like a team like EP, it was really obvious that there was a lot of problems. They were calling timeouts when it was like 2-0 or maybe 2-1. So not the same case here for these guys, but I wonder if the stress is kind of, seeping in a little bit.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true. Going to be dropped there by Danimals, but no one behind it to be any sort of a problem. For now, though, not a huge amount on offer. It's all basically a little quiet. I say that, E4S. That is a quick swing and a great find. My God, that is so quick. And Xiao had absolutely no idea what just hit him, but it hit him like a freight train, I'll tell you that.
It happily did, and that's such an important kill to get, too. And he was the one that's been in the clutch a lot of times, too, right, for the previous map. Oh, my. Look at this, Imperial. 1-2, make it a 3. Yeah. Yes, indeed. This combination is just picture perfect right now. Back to 4 alive. Like, how many times have we seen these situations where Imperial just have 4 players alive and then BaiSha is just in clutches?
It's true. It's very, very true. CTY, he's got one, but he's just such an own quantity. It's full blind as well, so that'll chip away a little bit of the clock. He's not got a lot of time to work with, and they're in a perfect post plant. And the setup so easily. First contact was Ryuzao, and he makes it look easy. My, oh my. Beautiful work coming through from Imperial once again. And they claw back a 2-round lead with ease. And it makes us have a lot of question marks for BaiSha of not maybe kind of when, but if they're going to come online.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, this is the thing so far. I mean, the old saying, a god can bleed here, right? I mean, these guys are human. So, I mean, this is the thing. Like, if they find themselves in a loss, I mean, there's going to be so many different questions asked and a lot of different circumstances, but Imperial just can't get ahead of themselves yet. Still plenty more of action to come through, but it will be a question if they want to kind of maintain the same game plan or if they want to keep mixing things up. It kind of felt like on Eagle Eye they were kind of maintaining their same game plan. It wasn't really like they were reinventing all the time. I think there was that one round, and I think it was the second or third, where they just kind of rushed into the A site. But these guys are just playing kind of right back to what they were doing, right? A 2-1-2, just a player just kind of using the smoke to cross into lockers, making a guessing game.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, 1 minute 30. She'll come through and they'll pop in. Not seeing all too much so far. CZY does want to fight in around lockers. He might be given a chance in a moment. He'll drop a nade, but actually comes a few seconds too late. So I don't really do anything. It's all about, again, a slower tempo from Imperial. They're waiting for this push that feels at times quite inevitable from BaiSha, and there it is. Going one for one, that's actually not terrible.
Not terrible at all. That's, at least they can get the 1, but now at 9, very bad position. He's trying to get a little bit of spam damage, not going to happen, but at least Xiao's able to get some kind of a trade back. Still to the 3-3. Now Imperial is still with 46 seconds remaining. They can decide to commit to this or they can pull back. But look at 577. He's close here on the flank. He has to be able to find this. This is so important. He's playing this very disciplined. He doesn't want to even entertain the thought of him getting taken out this early because that would be a free sight. Now he's just going to pull back, ready to set up once again. This is some good discipline, but it's going to be a question. Can he be able to stop this?
Yeah, it's true. He's going to do a lot of work. Good for the first, good for the second, looking for a third as well. He might just get it, runs out of ammo. That'll cost him a Colt. We'll be able to trade, but this is still very difficult. E4S going to go for that C4 plant and may just give himself a chance here in the 1 versus 2. He eats a grenade, but he finds the first shot. E4S, he might know about the second as well, but a Colt 1 tap by Zhao will trade him out. So BaiSha will get a defuse and will get a second on the board, but my God, that was close.
Yeah, man, that is so close for comfort. But look, I gotta give some praise here for 577. Like he played like a total G. Like I mean, he was in the position you have to make that split decision. You're like, okay, look, am I going to commit to this plan where I already have pushed up, I have the flank, I can maybe get a double kill, or I get taken out. Instead, the guy just retreats, he resets up, he guarantees himself an anchoring, he buys a bit more time because he knew they were coming back. That is such a high IQ thing to do. So you got to give it to him. That was the MVP of that round, no doubt.
Yeah, for sure. Danimals. Lead your grenade early, but M9 is the first to fall, and Baby has been spotted as well. Nade comes over, trickles down, but won't do a huge chunk of damage. Even still, though, Imperial, not a bad way to start things off in towards this one. Giving themselves a bit of early control, numbers advantage, always going to help, and now don't need to do anything too audacious. They found the opening kills, so they know they've got plenty of time to work with. They're going to try and group up, and I like this, pushing towards A. They've had decent success down here, so I don't really blame them at all, but 577 is double earlier. Might just try and put a bit of fear into them. He fails the first time of asking, and now he's in a bit of trouble, actually. Nade comes around the corner, flashbang as well, and he actually just gets completely caught on the drive-by. That is great work. Ryu's out. Danimals, great little combination play there, and now in a 5 versus 2, surely impossible. It looks like BaiSha want to call for a pause.
Yeah, they realize this is starting to slip away a little bit. I mean, now this is, putting the brink of a 4-2 score line in favor for Imperial. You have 5 players alive to retake into this. Look at the choke point that they have to go through. This is not good. 3 players ready to go. The flash is going to be thrown. CZY does get through. Hang on. I mean, there's some multi-kills coming in, but E4S will put the Colt to action. Okay, and now a little bit of a moment here for the coach here on BaiSha to have some very, very deep chats with these guys because, look, it's there's some good plays happening, but there's definitely some disconnects. And, yeah, look at Baby. I don't know, man. Like I said, I don't know if he's stressed or if he's just like, whatever.
Yeah, I know. It's tough to tell, but you can definitely see that things are not going well in the game itself. It's very clear to say that this is a BaiSha side who are not playing the way that they should be playing, and Imperial, on the other side, are playing fantastic, right? There's very few errors that are creeping in. The individuals are starting to step up in a really big way, and BaiSha just don't really look all that with it, right? They look kind of mentally a little bit checked out. They don't look like a side who feel that comfortable right now, and it is becoming quite problematic.
Yeah.
Vocal here as well, the coach, understandably so. I mean, BaiSha, they need to find a way back into this. They can't allow for another half to go in favor of Imperial. I think that's already going to put them in a bad spot.
It is. I mean, that's, for anybody that missed on Eagle Eye, I mean, it still was a 5-4 that was in favor for Imperial, but at least they get themselves that lead into it. And
yeah,
I mean, right now, I mean, when we're talking, for BaiSha, I mean, this is one of their stronger sides. Like when they play, I wonder if it's really just stressing them out a little bit because, like, normally they're a pretty strong defensive team as well. So it seems interesting that whatever they're trying is just not working. I mean, and then what we saw before in Eagle Eye is that they just kind of changed things up and they started getting aggressive. So do we maybe see that now? Like, do we maybe see the call being like, look, let's get in their face. We got to do something different. We got to be the element of surprise.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. We have to try and switch it up. I mean, there's no two ways about it. This is a BaiSha side who actually, for me, are really running out of opportunities. I think if they don't get proactive sooner rather than later, I think they're going to run out of opportunities. So, I don't know, man. Things are going to really change for this side sooner. I mean, basically, I think they've probably... If they don't win out the half, I think I'm really worried. And they've got to go flawless for the rest of the rounds.
Yep.
I don't know, man. I'm not feeling good about this. I think BaiSha just generally don't look like themselves right now. And this is not the spot that you want to be in. Here's the main point that we're putting out here. Imperial look great. They're playing fantastic Crossfire. And I just think the issues that are arising for BaiSha are sort of starting to amplify moment after moment.
Yeah, and that's some really good review. I mean, I do agree with you is the fact of, BaiSha really don't look like themselves because I was thinking Eagle Eye, I was like, yeah, okay, look, they're going to let that one wash away.
Yeah.
Who cares? But the fact that we're in this kind of position, they're not really bouncing back like what they did, previously on, the other day when they played Pacific Macta. They're still in the deficit. They're not really winning these rounds that easily. It's starting to beg a lot of questions here, and I mean, even it seems like these firefights, they're not as easily, obtained for them. It feels like it's very challenging for them to win something. Whereas Imperial, I don't know. I mean, Ryu's out, like, even right now, he's sitting in a 7-4, in conjunction with E4S. These guys are pushing double digits pretty quickly.
Decent damage there done by Baby, though, to give credit to him. He's actually, GDSC's barely alive, and Danimals is about half. So You know, not a bad spot, but he still can't even get a kill, though. And this is the awkward thing. Now Baby falls, doesn't actually get a kill. Yes, he does damage, and he does a hell of a lot of it, but it's still not enough as a kill. And even leaving a player like GDSC or Danimals alive in any sort of fashion is pretty difficult.
And look at how much Imperial, like, just utilizing that opening duel, and then they just kind of post up. They don't, you know, over-aggress on this. They just kind of wait things out. Now BaiSha are in a tough spot because they're on the rotates, and now, okay, that's a good way to bring it back. So Zhao's going to be able to find that Alm connection. For Yuzhao, though, a little bit of Mission Impossible here. Some Tom Cruise moves because he's going to try to jump out of this, and oh my god, he's almost able to win that duel, too. But now they got to get moving. Time is ticking here, Neo. The bomb's not even made its commitment yet, and they only have 15 seconds.
And they were looking tempted, like they want to rotate back over towards B. They don't have time to rotate back over to B. We have to make a move. Danimal's going to get one. Looking for a second, but the bomb gets dropped as well. 5 seconds.
6 seconds.
Fellas, we just don't have enough time. And they're also running out of players as well. The Cult will get a kill. It won't make a difference, and that is the round. Yeah, that's the only issue that we actually had in towards map number 1, and we have it again here, which is just Imperial just leave things a little bit too late. And that one, they're the worst kind of rounds to lose because they're just tilting and thinking if we had just done that, but maybe 20 seconds earlier, we actually might have been able to get on towards the side. But we left it super late, and we gained nothing off the back of leaving it late.
Yeah, it's got to be my biggest pet peeve with any team that does this, but they just wait for that, you know, limited amount of time, and like you still have to count all those variables of like, one player can just get one kill that's going to stop everything. Yeah. So it just seems a bit silly, but I liked what they were doing, that they didn't just press forward as soon as they took down Baby, but it kind of felt like they were stuck in the mud. They're like, oh, I don't know what to do now. Like, we're just going to sit here, and then they realize, oh, crap, we still have to go. Like, we have to go to a site. So, look, it's some of that maybe, I don't want to say inexperience, but just a bit of a flawed, you know, perspective on that previous round. But look, we'll see if it's going to bounce back for them. They're still in the lead by 1.
Exactly. So, M9. Sitting up close behind this smoke. Waiting. I don't think he's going to be given all too much, though. Doesn't look like they want to go in his direction. This is feeling like a B finish. At least that's where the pack is moving.
Yeah, the pack is kind of making its, you know, direction towards lockers, but, you know, the C4 is still on the outskirts of A, so it is kind of like, it feels a bit defaulty in the sense of, okay, we're going to smoke things off. Zhao might be close here where we see CZY. Like, we just got to make sure. But actually, they're not even going to throw the smoke. I think they might even just try to... I was thinking maybe they're going to try to just do a little bit of a sneaky jump. But no, actually some good damage against GDSZ. But it's already been taking a brunt of damage through the spam of the box.
Yeah, they spotted him just as he was trying to crab walk underneath. And, and they just spam him down to half. It's actually not the worst thing in the world for GDSZ. But... he might even be used as a bit of a human flashbang, you know, going for that first fight and then sort of trade him out. Pop Flash going to come around. 577 is going to be caught by this a little bit. He sort of has recovered, but not well enough. As that first fight was super awkward. Down he goes, and also down goes his teammate of N9. I mean, these are 2 big hitters dropped in early fashion. Zhao also falls as well with the Orm. Not a good spot that you want to be in. CZY and Baby left with it all to both find themselves 3 and 7. It's not exactly flourishing in terms of the fragging department either. CZY. Baby spray for the first. Baby will fall on the other side as well. And then last man, they know where he is. 1v5. This one ain't happening. Just get the C4 down. Yeah. Or just get the kills.
Yeah, or that. I mean, I like that they, like, look, they have the site control. I didn't mind that they were kind of waiting. But again, when you're running the clock that low, like even the player that was holding onto the C4, he was about to rush up the stairs and someone's like, no, 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 you have the bomb. You need to go back. And he's like, oh yeah, my bad. But I mean, look, a really good recovery for them despite that previous round that they lost. So now they put themselves in the lead guaranteed. It's just a question if it's a 6-3 or maybe that 5-4. But man, the fact that counter flash from 577 didn't land, it only landed on one player.
True.
That was just detrimental. That just really cost the round, I think, for BaiSha.
Yeah, very, very true indeed. Has to be said, where we're currently at, BaiSha in a troublesome spot. They've already going to guarantee that they're not going to be taking a lead in towards the second half, but now there's a point in which heading into this final round, we could really be talking about Imperial 6-3. I mean, that alone would be pretty damning in itself. 9. Still struggling to get this guy on the board, right? I mean, he's really just not looked as good as he's meant to be, surely. I thought for a second Danimal's going to be walking away with a double. That would have been absolutely ridiculous. Thankfully, Bit of a combination play, and a trade will come through. I mean, even still, though, for Danimals, I like the aggression, gains a kill, and walks over a bit of information. Not a bad little play off there.
Yeah.
And damage as well, to be fair, on towards 577.
It is good damage, yeah. And if Danimals would have been able to find that, that would have been just
Probably the round.
Yeah, it could have been the round, honestly. I mean, it's just getting away with murder in that kind of a sense. So, look, he did some good work. I mean, he was able to find that 1.5, but we'll have to see Imperial down. Just over a minute remaining on this. And for them, they're going to go up mid. They're just going to try to swarm onto this. They're trying to see if they're going to be able to catch, I think that's Baby, if I'm not mistaken. They're going to try to find this engagement. But Baby, he's just singing a nice lullaby for these guys. And look at him. He just finds a triple and just takes out everybody. He's had enough. He's done with it. And now E4S with 40 seconds on a 1-on-4. This ain't looking good, but it's still a possibility.
Yeah, experience paying off and dividends there for Baby. Steps up in a big way. And now looking to try and close it with a 4K to his name. And he might just be able to do so as well. C4 down. Baby trying to be a bit of a nuisance. Pop shot. Eagles exactly might.
He's getting
fade
flanked.
out the fight. Yeah, I mean, he's under a lot of pressure and he will fall. So the same way we saw in towards map number 1, they take that final round for the likes of BaiSha, but I still don't think they're happy with that half. I mean, they're going into the second half at a loss, and I still think they're not playing the way that they should be playing. So yes, Baby steps up and they require a bit of heroics, but I think Imperial still feeling pretty confident. I still think they're doing pretty well. I mean, one of the easiest jobs in the server, it feels right now, is to be the coach, Felipe, over towards Imperial. Doesn't really have to say all too much, to be perfectly honest.
He's like, yeah, you know what, guys? We did the exact same thing we did on Eagle Eye. We got a 5-4. Not bad. Now we're going to go on the GR side, where we're going to feel a lot better for this. And
yeah,
it is statistically a little bit worse than the Blacklist side, but at the same time, it's a difference of like 56% on Blacklist, 53 here on the defense. So it's really minimal. But I think the way we saw them even play earlier on, like their defense was looking really, really good. They put up a pretty good wall of defense. So, but now it is difficult. I don't think it's an easy map to have the defense on, in my opinion, but we'll see what they can do. And BaiSha, they got a lot of work cut out for them.
Yeah. Defense on this map is always pretty awkward. You basically have to shell up on the sites and hope that you can just overcome your Angels. BaiSha are normally like play nice and quick and pretty aggressive. You can see they're quite tentative. They may be expecting Imperial to change up the pace a little bit, but nothing really coming to the table just yet. Pretty slow. Nothing really making too much of a difference. GDSC actually left alone down here. This is a really big call. Eagles will find the first, which is pretty big. Maybe decent timing as well on that nade, and it will do a good chunk of damage. Now he spots and pop flash that comes down. Should be good to bait in a fight. Also has the Orm at range, but he misses a shot. Second time of asking, he won't though. And this is where he does his best work. Eagles like his engagements. The third one does not connect, however, but there's still a bit of presence to work with. 4v3, numbers favorable over towards Imperial, and also a lot of damage done towards BaiSha too to make matters even worse.
Oh, look at what they're going to do. They're actually just going to put a couple of the players here to go for the big flank onto stairs. So they're going to do a 1-3 split on this. They're going to try to see if they can use the numbers to their advantage for this retake. I don't mind this. There is a flash that's available here for E4S. He's going to have to use this perfectly. He's got that one PC utility that has to funnel out something right now. And one player ready, 577, he's blind. He's fully blind, and he has to only get one. That might be just enough here. But look at that, Imperial! A blink of an eye. They find multi-kills to get themselves right back into another opening round. These guys are 4-0 right now in terms of the opening rounds.
Yeah, this is ridiculous stuff. Another great round coming through from Imperial. But that retake is near perfect. Everything that goes to plan, right? And goes perfectly in the way that they would expect. The only little caveat you can say is jumping out there off the stairs, you know, just looks the wrong way. It's a small thing, but they have the numbers anyway, so they're absolutely fine. Going aggro, start things off. Ryu's out. Not a bad way to start things. He gets his kill and he gets out alive. That's all you can ask of him.
I love that.
Oh man, BaiSha, they are starting to dwindle here. And you can just see how, again, in terms of the mental and kind of the expression on their faces, they're not looking happy. When the other side, Imperial, like we've mentioned before, they're right below us. They're pretty loud. They're getting, you know, super fired up. And when this side gets fired up, they're hard to play against.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. Like, I don't even care if BaiSha, like, you know, the most experienced team with, like, many championships. Whenever you hear a team that's getting really loud and really excited, as a competitor, that is the most frustrating thing because you know things are not going your way and things are slipping out of your control. So you can be the best experienced team in the world, but I mean, this is something they have to realize that they still have a lot of work cut out for them. Imperial are riding on a ton of momentum into this game, and they have made some really big improvements from yesterday. Like, this is zero question.
It's true. For now, though, all goes momentarily a little quiet. They've at least leveled it in terms of a 4-all, but he's out holding that swing out. He's sort of holding both spots, but really is committing to this left-hand side, which could work against him. It works for him. Gets the first, traded out. A little awkward. Danimals and GDSZ both tagged low, so, I mean, they're super vulnerable in this spot, and Nye might be able to be the one to make the difference. He's going to hold for their push out. He struggled to get active here. Does Danimals clear him is the big question. Bit of util that comes through. Nade and a flash going to come behind it as well. Two players get caught by that flashbang. Danimals doesn't. He wants to try and take a fight and actually makes it work. How have they got away with 2 kills simultaneously there? And they've thrust Zhao into a 1v3, which does feel maybe possible. Now he's got a kill, especially.
Oh,
but they're just going to stick it. Oh, this is ballsy. They bomb, they jump off it. They've got time for the defuse. And my, oh my, how have Imperial made another clutch work? Oh my god, BaiSha can't buy a round right now.
No, especially when things were looking good, everything was in their path. It looked like, okay, look, the site is clear. You should be able to get things done. Just lock it down. You can even see a little bit of disbelief, I think, in his face. I mean, that is amazing retake work from Imperial. I just cannot believe that they were able to find that. I was thinking those 2 players in the low HP like that, there was no shot they had it. But they make it work. GDSZ, he's able to get, you know, a good connection when needed. So now we're at a 7-4 scoreline. And this could be, you know, again, if this is a win, this is the first 2-0 of the day. This is probably the upset of the whole day, I would think, if this is going to be in the deck of cards.
I mean, this is no offense to Imperial. It's just because of how good BaiSha have been. You could say this is one of the upsets of the tournaments in the sense that BaiSha aren't expected to pick, you know, drop maps, never mind series in the groups, right? Most people expect them to go flawless throughout this group. However, a bit of a fight being happening here as we've been talking, and it is going back and forth, and it's not going in favor of BaiSha. Surely not! Ryuzao, hello! What are we seeing? What are we witnessing? Zhao left in a 1 versus 3 once again. Last time he got 1 and then immediately got decimated. And this time they haven't even got the bomb plant as a timer above his head. Oh man, another round which has fallen out of the grasp of BaiSha, and they are left pondering, how have we lost this?
Oh my goodness. They are screaming, folks. Like you can see it on the screen.
I don't know if you can hear it through our mics, but they are loud down here.
Yeah.
And too right, these guys are playing great CROSSFIRE, and man, like, they are so fired up.
Yeah, they are dialed in, man. They're cooking something up really good right now. And it just seems like whatever they're doing, it's working now. I mean, this was the opposite of yesterday. It felt like they were doing a lot of things tactically that were, you know, the best idea, but they just couldn't, you know, get everything done. They just needed one more step, and that was it. And then it would just be clutch after clutch that went against them. But things have really turned around on this table. But even BaiSha, like, now you're down by 4 to bring it to a tie game. They don't really have anything to work with. Nobody's really fragging on this team either. Like, the highest amount is 9 in comparison to for Imperial, where you're sitting at like 14 for 2 different players. And Ryuzao, honestly, like, he has just been running around gunning and blazing. He's being the entry he needs.
Hot flash. Oh, hello. GDSZ. Oh, he nearly gets away with 2, but 7-7 will bail him out of that situation. Danimals in towards the back lines as well as Ryuzao steps up. Zhao will get one of his own, so maybe a bit of a fight here. Baby gets caught crossing, but he doesn't fall. 2 versus 3. Might be a bit of a world to work with here, but numbers once again favor Imperial, and they're not exactly rushing on the retake. C4's not down, so they're under no time pressure just yet.
Yeah, they're going to do this situation again, that they're all 3 of them are just going to commit to the stairway. They might actually have Ryuzao. He might just throw that utility. Yeah, it looks like he's going to go back into radio. He wants to throw things through. This makes a lot of sense, though. If he does, okay, never mind. He's making me eat my own words. He's He sees the smokes there, so he realizes, you know what, I'm just going to commit with you guys. I'm going to throw the utility needed. Baby is blind. He has nothing in his sights, but he is able to find this double, and now BaiSha may be able to pull something out of the hat right now. Ryuzao is able to find that Colt, takes down the head of one, leaving it down to the 1v1 situation. Time is dwindling. This might not be enough, and this might just be
no
Ryuzao. I don't think he's going to have enough time.
I don't think he's got it.
No, it's definitely not.
The one mistake that Imperial made there is when they pop flash out on stairs, they don't go on the pop flash. They wait half a second, and that actually allows Baby to kind of recoup himself a little bit and tuck his head. So if they had got him while he was still recovering from the blind, I think they've got a chance. But unfortunately, they just don't actually play together. They flash out and then they go in one by one. So that's the first time we've actually seen Imperial make any sort of a mistake like that. It's something that they haven't really had all the way throughout this game. So yeah, not bad for BaiSha, but you can see, you know, kind of mentally for them, it feels like it hasn't really made too much of a difference. They're still pretty checked out. Eagles, what have you got for us, mate? You've got to hit one of these. He actually pulls off the angle, so he will just allow them to cross. But it might actually work against them. We know BaiSha like a quick round, but it's not working well. GDSC going to get a double to start things, and maybe there might be a world in which things can work for them. CZY is also super low. This C4 can go down momentarily, but it's a 5-on-3.
Yeah, the plant going to come through, so now with Imperial with the number advantage, they got a lot of options here. So they can either come through the side hall or they can try to recommit onto the stairs. I mean, they've been doing the stairs over and over again. It looks like they actually might try to play a different bit of a track right now, a different tune potentially. But that timer is ticking. It's already halfway through, so now they have to get going. These flashes are landing. These guys are blind. They don't see nothing. All they see is white. And now it's 5-7-7 in a clutch scenario. No dice. It's Snake Eyes and Imperial put themselves on map at series point.
Ridiculous, ridiculous work that we're seeing here. And Imperial just cannot seem to lose right now. Everything going their way, and that's another great round. Starts so well, and BaiSha try and change up the tempo. They try and go a little bit quicker and say, right, let's get up in their face. Let's try and make them feel a bit of that pressure, and it does not work out. Beautiful, beautiful stuff from Imperial once again. And speaking of aggression, BaiSha try it this time too. Feels like mentally they might be a little bit checked out, and this is going to play right into the cards of Imperial. They say, all right, you want to go quick? We'll meet you.
Okay. The moment of truth now. Let's see Imperial. They do have that 4-round buffer that they can work with here. But I mean, just the way they've been playing, it just feels like it's been flawless, to be honest. Like there's not been many mistakes. I think you and I only found maybe one thing mechanically. Now Danimal's getting a little bit overwhelmed with numbers. His teammates getting ready for the utility. Flash is just blinding them. Danimals! He's only able to get this one though. Is it going to be enough?
Oh, hello. Zhao gonna get one of his own. May just be a little bit of legs left in this game. Oh, GDSC. Don't often see him on the Orm, but not a bad shot coming out from him. It has to be said. And he's still posted up in a nice position. That smoke's still pluming. He still wants to fight, but he can't see them through it. A pop shot on timing doesn't quite connect. 7-7 gonna connect though. Oh, hang on a moment. May just be on for something. GDSC, he's tagged down low, but he's happy to play from Sniper's Nest and hope to catch somebody. Jumping up on towards the missiles itself. They need to get the C4 down. Time not exactly ticking, but they want to put the pressure on towards Imperial, who once again have a numbers retake in their favor.
Down to the last 3. Again, utility available here for 2 of the players. Zhao's very low. CZY, he's had a really rough series. He's 4-14 now. Maybe a moment for him to be able to find the multi-kills to assist. But now they're just going to barrel out. No. They're all going to go together in the same position. Oh no, it looks like it might have fallen apart, but now the moment of truth. The defuse has to come through. Time is ticking, but Imperial will be able to have the upset of the day. They're going to get a 2-0 and take down the behemoth of BaiSha Gaming.
Oh, and you can see what it means to them. They are loud, they are proud. That is a monstrous upset coming through from these guys. Ridiculous work, and my God, what a series out from Imperial. Nobody expects them to be able to take down BaiSha, a titan of CROSSFIRE internationally. And Imperial, a side who once held that crown, but for a while haven't had it. And my God, they have just pulled off something miraculous. I think even they feel the disbelief behind it. But BaiSha, full on faces, and I don't think they even realize what just happened. They don't know how they've just lost that.
I still can't even believe it as well. I mean, this is, you know, again, I say this is an upset because I just didn't know how well we were going to see Imperial bounce back from something like that yesterday, but what a way to do it. That is like the fairy tale way to do it. Like you lose something so close, and the frustration, the madness, the tears, the blood, the sweat, everything, and then you come back and get vengeance against one of the best teams, and you say, you know what? I'm going to take that anger and I'm going to take you out, number 1, number 2 team in the world.
Yeah, I mean, there's two arguments here, right? We're talking about Imperial. If Imperial play that way throughout the rest of the games, they actually could be a bit of a sleeper team to come through towards this tournament and looking deep, right? They're able to use that as a catalyst to qualify in towards the next stages. Who knows, right? On the flip side, though, we have to look at it and say, was that just a bad day out from BaiSha? Because it did look like a bad day out from them. They weren't playing the way they usually do. They weren't as concise in terms of their play style. They weren't as cohesive in terms of playing together. Synergy was all over the place. The individuals weren't aligned. 9 didn't look, you know, fantastic as he usually is. I mean, we really struggled. I mean, CZY, I think, got 6 kills across the series, right? So, as a whole, we have to look at it in 2 different mindsets to say, yes, it was really good from Imperial, and credit to them. They look absolutely great, but I don't think BaiSha really ever checked in towards that game, not mentally at the very least.
No, and it's such a good point you bring up, Neo, because I do agree. Like, I think BaiSha, they were shadowing themselves here today. You could tell, like I said, I was kind of washing off Eagle Eye. I was like, yeah, okay, you can tell they don't like it. You can tell they're uncomfortable. You know that they weren't really having the right positions, the right timings. Sub-base, I was like, look, this is a map that they played a million different times. Everybody knows it. I was thinking, okay, this is the bounce back for them, but no, not at all. And I mean, the thing is like, it wasn't even like a grind of a game. It was Imperial that just took it with full dominance.
Yeah, and I'm just looking through some of the games now as well for Imperial. They got LCK up next. No offense to LCK, but super winnable for Imperial. Yeah. And then they got Pacific Macta to follow that one up as well. And Pacific Macta also feels pretty winnable. If you've been able to 2-0 BaiSha and BaiSha 2-0 them, you got to look at it and say there's actually a really decent world in which this Imperial side can actually push towards playoffs. And now becomes a big question mark. It's to fight for second place at the moment. Wolf Empire, if they pick up a loss, they'll also join that sort of fray, right? They've got Pacific Macta up next. You know, at times can be a pretty tough game. If they pick up a loss anywhere, we're talking about the world in which Wolf Empire could also enter that fray where it's all these sides all on one loss and fighting for the wins for the end. And it could even come down to round difference maybe in some cases to see who makes it through. So Group A is pretty spicy is what we're trying to say here. But for Imperial, that's a massive, massive series to be taken. They've beaten one of the best teams in the world, one of the most fearsome teams, one of the highest seeded teams coming in towards this tournament, and actually made it look easy.
They really did make it look easy too. Like I was thinking if this was going to be a series, it was going to be close. I thought this was going to be a brawl. I thought this was going to be a lot of close rounds, but I think Imperial it was so swift. Like it just felt like it was just a whole different team that it was from yesterday to today, and that's something you gotta love to see. And Brazil is going to be really much in a lot of celebration here, but this has been the thing with like all the group stage and the format of the tournament is the fact that it does go a long time, and this does now kind of create more of like the narrative that everybody is going to be able to take out anybody, and obviously today was a little bit of a highlight of that.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of, we've got some highlights as well to bring you off the back of that final map, which again felt pretty one-sided, more or less all the way through. And a similar finish in terms of a 5-4 in favor of Imperial. BaiSha get the final round of that second half to make it a 5-4 and save face a little bit, and then they start slowly again in towards the second. And this is the thing, started slowly into every single half, and we're just never able to play catch-up properly. It's always hard to fight from a deficit and to play catch-up because you have to do it flawlessly, and they just couldn't. Right? So many times they tried desperately or tried to make it as close as they could, but that gap just kept building and building.
It really did, and I mean, I know I've brought it up a few times, but I mean, there was a point where like it's the opening rounds are going in their favor. When they get that opening round, I mean, there was one point where it was like a 2-0, 3-0, then maybe BaiSha will get that one round to get rid of the goose egg. So that what for me is such a difference, because you've already put yourself in a quarter of the first half where you're already in a strong position, because it could backfire where maybe you lose like a 3-6, but it never was the case. Like both games, it was a 5-4 that they were able to transition into their defense. So that was something I never would have expected, but man, oh man, I'm more than impressed with Imperial, the way they played here today, and they outclassed BaiSha by everything. Fragging, strats, positioning, you name it.
And I do have to say as well, I think especially when Imperial got the first couple of rounds off the back end towards that second half, I really just felt like BaiSha checked out. I just thought I think they internally, it looked like they stopped calming first of all. They just stopped talking and they just said, hey, this is it. And I think as well on the other side when we know kind of the massive amount of crowds in here on today, for example, they would have been able to hear those Imperial chants, right? They would have been able to know that there's they're getting loud, and you can see again. I mean, look at that scoreboard coming through. Ryuza, what a map out from him. 3 KD he walked away with. Eagles 2, 1.5, 1.38, 1.25. I mean, everybody had their moment over towards Imperial, where nobody had their moment over towards BaiSha. I mean, that might be one of the lowest ratings I've seen from 9 in a while. And 0.5 out from him is pretty bad.
That is more than pretty bad. Like that, that shouldn't be a thing at all. And I mean, that's the thing is like even for someone like Ryu, like he was sitting on the previous map, like he was at a 0.82, and that was Eagle Eye. And like, let's not forget that was also a 10-5 victory. But look at what he did. Look what he was able to get, a 3.0. I think it was yesterday that we were talking about. I think it was like 2.78 or something was one of the highest I think we saw. Now we're talking about over 3 or at 3 now. And that is, he played his role picture perfect. He was running in, he was getting entries, he would get a kill, fall back. He was just an absolute animal. And a 10-5 for both maps. I'm in disbelief, dude.
Yeah, I'm baffled by it. Honestly, really good work from Imperial. They've shocked a lot of people here, and BaiSha, most importantly, more than anybody. I don't think BaiSha would have come in towards that game and expected to lose in any sort of fashion, and that might have been their downfall in a way, right? Imperial are the side who picked up a bad loss against Wolf Empire, and I think BaiSha, who picked up a pretty solid win, right, against Pacific Macta, they probably came in towards this and thinking, we're the better side, we should win this, it shouldn't be too much of an issue, and maybe overconfidence or too much comfortability. I think it cost them because they really did not play the way that they should have been playing, and absolute credit has to be given towards Imperial. Pulled no punches, showed no respect, and came in towards this map believing they were the better side and played like the better side, and that's the way you've got to do it. 100% from the get-go, started every half perfectly, and they beat BaiSha at their own game, right? They beat BaiSha in terms of the aggression. Beautiful work. MVP off the back of that series, 7-7, right? 1.98 KD is pretty nuts and very close to a 1 kills per round as well. So really solid work coming out from this guy. He just always had so much impact.
He really did. And I mean, that's the thing where we talk about being in the sniper role. You are in that high impact role where you do need to make the plays. You have to be able to find the connections. And he did. He was able to do it countless times. And Eagle Eye was just, it was an easy one for him. We'll probably get these highlights to show you a little bit here too. But I still feel like I was worried about could he be able to transfer this into a map like Subbase, and he did. Like he was still playing the exact same way, so there was no question. It was kind of like a one and done. He was firing in all cylinders that he needed to, and that's I think that was the linchpin here. That was for BaiSha.
Yeah, he looked great all the way throughout, right? And I think just the issue is when you have a player who's on this sort of red hot form and also this sort of consistent, it's so difficult to play against. And I think BaiSha was just never able to find sort of a way to counter him. And especially considering on the other side that Zhao, as he had his moments, but he wasn't consistent. That's where a player like 7-7 can really become super, super active and actually a real sort of difference maker in this series. So a really, really good game that was put up on the board here. It looks like they are setting up for an interview as well in just a second, which is pretty sick. But as you can tell, it's a pretty sick stage back here behind us out here in Hanoi, Vietnam. It's nice and warm here. I think we are getting this interview just about ready. I'm not too sure who's going to be joining them, but of course you guys can find out in just a second. We're looking forward to it, of course. Imperial off the back of a really, really good victory. Now absolutely thrust themselves in towards that conversation of playoffs. They beat the best, arguably the best team in this group, so we'll have to see whether they can continue that in the rest of Group A. We're going to throw it over towards this interview. I'm sure you want to hear from them, so let's go and check this one out. We'll see you soon.
Đến với cả màn phỏng vấn của MVP man ở trong kèo đấu giữa bên phía của Imperial với cả BaiSha Gaming mang tên là 77. Xin chào bạn và rất là vui khi mà lần đầu tiên được phỏng vấn bạn ở đây. Không biết là bây giờ là cảm xúc của bạn như thế nào, và đầu tiên là tôi muốn hỏi một câu hỏi rất là vui để cho khán giả Việt Nam có thể biết được là hiện nay là bạn đã bao nhiêu tuổi?
Quantos anos tem?
21.
21 anh ạ.
21 tuổi là một cái độ tuổi đang cực kỳ là xanh với cả cái thời điểm mà bắt đầu với cả bên phía của giải đấu Esports. Và cảm xúc của bạn thế nào khi mà đối diện với cả giải đấu lớn như là Summer Championship 2024 lần này?
Como se sente pela primeira vez participar da competição muito grande assim?
Me sinto muito feliz porque ano passado eu estava como reserva aqui pela Imperial e hoje sendo titular é muito gratificante.
Tôi rất là hạnh phúc. Đến năm nay tôi mới có cơ hội được chính thức tham gia. Không còn gì tuyệt vời hơn.
Và một câu hỏi nữa với một câu hỏi trực tiếp ở đây đó là khi mà đánh bại được BaiSha Gaming và mặc dù đã để lỡ bước trước bên phía của World Empire thì bạn có thấy cái cảm xúc nó đã được thay đổi nhiều hơn không?
Depois de vencer BaiSha, o CASA, o seu sentimento tem uma mudança muito grande.
Claro, tem uma mudança muito grande porque eles são dos melhores times que está tendo no campeonato, além da G, Vasco, diversos times. E ganhar ele sobe muito nossa moral para que a gente possa conseguir ganhar esse campeonato.
Rất là tuyệt vời. Không có gì để mà diễn tả được cái cảm xúc của tôi lúc này. Như vậy là chúng tôi đã làm một cái việc có thể nói mà không ai nghĩ là có thể xảy ra và nó đã xảy ra.
Chính xác, bởi vì là rõ ràng là chúng ta cũng đã có thể thấy được là bên phía của World Empire hoặc là bất kỳ một đội tuyển nào khác cũng đã phải cảm thấy ngộp thở với cả bên phía của BaiSha Gaming, nhưng mà IMPERIAL ngày hôm nay nói không, họ đã cực kỳ là xuất sắc rồi. Và một câu hỏi cuối cùng trước khi kết thúc với cả màn interview thì là để xem là bên phía của 77 và IMPERIAL sẽ có những cái dự định gì tiếp theo ở trong những trận đấu sắp tới và liệu rằng là bên phía của IMPERIAL họ có muốn đến với cả trận đấu chung kết tổng hay không?
Qual é o último objetivo do IMPERIAL?
Ser campeão, com certeza.
Tất nhiên là chức vô địch rồi. Còn câu trả lời nào nữa anh?
Vâng, và rất là cảm ơn 77 và hy vọng là sẽ được nhìn thấy 77 sẽ được góp mặt ở trong những trận đấu tiếp theo và ở trong cái vòng sâu cuối cùng của giải đấu Summer Championship 2024.
Muito obrigado. Boa sorte.
Vamos. Rồi, và sẽ đến với cả phần nghỉ ngơi trước khi đến với cả trận đấu tiếp theo.
So favourable, didn't actually spot anything out, nor did Snare. This is going to allow Unknowns to push their way forward. Snake might as well clean it up himself. He gets all three, and that is that 3BL.
On LCK right now. They're going to be stuck in what seems like a sandwich, you'd think. It's absolutely going to work out that way. Slayer finds his top one.
It's going to take a real mental battle actually to come back into it now. I'm not necessarily suggesting we're at that point yet for L, but it might actually continue to go by the wayside, right? This could be very quickly 3-0. It is going to be very quickly 3. Quickly into B. Flex is there ready and waiting for them. Snare will get the trade. Now here comes the swing from the rest of the LCK members, but 3BL are too sharp today.
Stuck with Spoxy, Snake has found Flex, and this round has turned on its head pretty quickly. Nine, Claw and Raffin are going to start. They're going to try and launch their way through, and Raffin gets 2 from that. C4 is down in the midst of all of this, and to be fair to Snake, he's got a very favourable angle. He hits one more bullet, but this one could still go against him. It's a tough one to face.
So all's well that ends well for 3BL as they get their way onto the site. Snake wants to go forward and take some further fights. Doesn't know Raffin's close. He gets that information, but it's a little bit too little too late. Still, Slayer in there for the double. Now looking for the clutch, and he'll get it. Time being a factor, LCK are aware he's rotated through the lockers, or they thought they were, maybe. Zane was kind of looking. Still, Snake gets a good shot, and it's on to Spoxy. He needs to save the day. Time's definitely still there for Snake to dance around, and he catches him out as well, a 3v1.
Unreal. Flex under pressure. There are 3 players they're about to spot though, and it's an absolute wipeout. LCK open to get the kill, and in the end he gets double peaked. Flex will take the frag. Snare, nice shot. 2 versus 2, has to try and catch them on the cross, and he's doing exactly that, and you'd want for the job. For this sort of situation, it would be him. Ladder he has to worry about though. Oh, he only hits a tag. Very close eye on by Flex. Snare will hop up. Great reaction as soon as he goes up, and Zane is flanking. There's Lion Claw as well.
Really anything to get too excited about, so they're going to go back to basics and try to play aggressively. It will not work. Zane lines up 3.
What?
They didn't even make it to the grand final. Now they get their chance against 3BL. That is looking very good indeed. Finally, it's locked in, and it's LCK that will take out the CFWL 2024 Season 2.
as well. So here's where it starts to feel possible. All gamers, you just can't let this happen. 3-on-1 for Shell, and he makes it look easy. Every way, shape and form. That was the worst 3-on-1 I've seen from them in this event. 3 1v1s for a team that we said had the best team playing. 换点吗？正面剩的时间不长。
是那个马尼拉 CFS 邀请赛嘛，这个是大概是在2016年吧。然后那时候我还是在上小学，我也是刚接触 CF， 也是从来没有想过能跟这么顶尖的选手做队友吧。在巧合的情况下，我在打百分的时候被推荐到了 AG 试训嘛，然后后来通过了试训，来到了线下，成为了一名 AG 的青训选手。后来也是经过自己的不断努力，终于也是成为了一名首发的队员。最困难的时候是去年发挥不好的时候吧，那时候微博也不敢看，然后直播也不敢开，然后那时候也是一直被骂吧，然后我也比较在乎外界的舆论，然后后来也是通过自己慢慢的走了出来，通过大哥们的不断帮助、不断鼓励，让我从这个困难中走了出来。
DO 的加入，作为一个新人，我觉得也是特别优秀的吧。但是裸装的比赛，我们还需要更多的磨合。如果我们磨合的够好的话，我们很有机会冲击冠军。
我说你不是你什么老犯错了？
哎，还行是吧？啊？
别想了。我对我的枪法和反应是不会质疑的，即使放在 CFS 世界舞台上，我对我的枪法和反应也是非常自信的。我的人生目标是成为世界顶尖选手，我不是下一个70，也不是下一个绿豆，我是唯一的 DO。
刚开始打比赛的时候，自己是个枪手嘛，然后因为自己是个新人，眼里只有准心，就是啥也不用想，只需要杀人就可以了。
Barbecue there, Snox has been called out. They're going to be pinched from outside, taken very low, and it's in alive. That's a problem, don't you?
然后现在呢，就负责东西比较多，是自己是个副指挥，在指挥没有思路的时候，我需要去给他们提供思路。然后干这工作呢，其实平时也会增加很大的一个工作量，因为平时需要多看录像，多看对手录像，也需要多看自己录像。这样的话，其实对我自己也是个提升嘛，因为多看录像对自己是有好处的嘛。这个玩意儿其实跟我杀不杀人没有什么关系，多看录像呢也是对自己的进步。其实，在比赛中也更有利于自己发挥，让自己变得更加稳定。参加这么多届 CFS 比赛，让我印象最深刻的就是去年 CFS 总决赛吧，因为我们被很多人不看好，很多人都觉得我们不能赢，但是我们最后拿下了冠军。我的目标其实也挺简单的，就是在自己能打的时候尽量多拿点成绩，在不能打的时候呢，也为电竞付出一些自己能做的事情。
Hello, I am Aris Alde. I am an ex-professional CF player, and now I am a streamer. And this is my brother.
Hello and welcome back. I'm joined by a new but familiar face alongside me for this one. We're looking forward to it. We've just seen a pretty big upset, I think it's more than safe to say. Definitely one that none of us were expecting. We all predicted BaiSha, and the only people who predicted Imperial was the Portuguese stream, which kind of makes a little bit of sense for them. We were calling them biased, but little did we know they were correct. A massive upset there, both back-to-back 10-5s. Definitely was on the docket for us. Now we've got another bit of a banger. I'm hoping for a bit of 3BL excellency once again, but they're taking on Ranking. How are you feeling for this one?
I would say Ranking has got to be one of the most impressive teams that have shown out in Group B. I think the expectations for them were at an all-time low because their run in CFEL, despite getting second place, wasn't too impressive.
Sure.
But all of a sudden, Ductuan turned into like a prime, like 70 kg, or like he just turned into something else, a prime god rifler going into their series. So he's done it already in two series. I'm not sure if he can do it in 3 series, but we might to say, man, maybe he could just be carrying Ranking back into a second place here in Group B.
Yeah, exactly. And of course, for 3BL, this is their second game in towards Group B. They won their first, and again, maybe arguing an upset as well for them to win their first. That game over Vasco, I mean, I even came in towards it, even being from the West League, and kind of coming in saying I predicted Vasco to hit that one. And you know, fair play. I was it was a win-win for me. Either I predict Vasco and they win, and I get a prediction point right, or 3BL upset and then I win anyway because I come from the West League. So I guess for me it was a win-win situation regardless. But I was really impressed by 3BL. They looked very solid in that series. You could definitely tell. I mean, we kind of had a brief conversation with them, and they were talking about how they've done a lot of counter-stratting, a lot of anteing for a lot of the teams here. They've done so much prep. They've got a coach, an analyst. They sit down with the team quite a lot. They've done so much work coming in towards this, and you can tell it paid off in that game. So I'm hoping against Ranking, they've got a few tricks up their sleeve.
Yeah, for sure. I think the biggest thing, just like how I said earlier, that 3BL is going to have a problem with is going to be how are they going to deal with Ductuan.
Yeah.
And, PM has been on and off for the past few times here, especially with the sniper. You have to have someone to go up against one of these snipers for the side of 3BL.
Sure.
And, yeah, I mean, Ranking Esports, at this point, man, like all the analysis that I assumed that I did before the group stage didn't happen is just out of the window because of this first series. So 3BL has also been pretty impressive so far, in all honesty. I mean, they beat the team that is the first seed from the consensus for the longest time, the second best region outside of China, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, 3BL, if they can keep the momentum going, then maybe they can sit by on the second seed and history might be made because, just like how you said earlier, before the broadcast started, this could be one of the first time in a long time for a CFWL team to make it to a playoffs.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute, dude. So, I mean, 3BL, they look like our best kind of at least the best team that we've seen in a while that maybe might be able to kind of join up and look towards like the depths of a playoff, maybe like Flipside did back in the day, right? It's been a long time since we've seen, aside from the West League, even be able to make pushes in towards playoffs, even be in contention. So for 3BL, get a win here over Ranking, and you really put yourself in a pretty solid spot. Even if the rest of your games go wrong, there's a world in which a round difference and the rest, you can make things work out for you. And Ranking does feel like a team that potentially could be, in their minds, they could see that as winnable. Not to disrespect them, Ranking are a very solid seed, a very solid team who did actually really well in terms of their previous game, obviously against EP, right? But I look at this now and say for 3BL, if the counter-stratting worked against Vasco of all teams, who #1 team in Brazil currently, have won the last 3 of the Brazilian leagues, I don't know, man. Against Ranking, it feels like on paper they've got a good shot.
I think we overstated the downfall of Ranking, in all honesty, that we all thought that they were just going to be last place in this group. And fortunately for them, they got the second win going into this tournament.
True.
So now the problem is for the side of Ranking is if they can keep it consistent in this stage, especially in 3BL. I think 3BL noticed that, Ranking is actually stronger than usual this time in this tournament. So now I think 3BL has gotten, or at least paid more attention to this Ranking Esports squad, because when it comes to fighting for second place, especially in Group B, it's currently a battle royale. I mean, Vasco is kind of out of it, but we're not so sure just yet. Maybe they can pull something off against AG, but yeah, I mean, in terms of chances, man, I mean, I'm gonna be the mean guy on the broadcast. I think EP is just cooked.
I think you're right, dude. They're 0-2 already. I feel like they're really running out of chances. I think if Vasco, maybe even all ranking, if either of them pick up a loss, it puts them already in a really tough spot. Like we said, it's 5 teams in this group, only the top 2 make it out. So you do really run out of chances. The second you pick up 1 loss, you're already in trouble. You pick up 2, and it does start to feel like you might be already kind of on the chopping block at that point. So, yeah, it's definitely not an easy spot to be in at all. But I guess for 3BL, they're still yet to play EP. We need to see what they look like against Evolution Power. Granted, with EP looking really rough at the moment, that feels pretty winnable for them. And then they've got the big boys of AG as their final game. However, they could already guarantee the spot in towards the playoffs before they have to play them. So that might even end up working out in their favor. I think we're all in the sense of saying that the CHENGDU All-Stars should make it out of this group top seed. I don't think they're going to have too much issues with that. They looked really good in their opening game. I think I expect them to look really good all the way throughout. I've got to say, though, a lot of credit towards ranking. You know, for them after losing Ice Cube, I sort of thought they'd be in a lot of trouble, right? Where, you know, it's a guy who's so damn good, right? I mean, we saw how great he's looked so far for Wolf Empire. I mean, they're a side who so far top of Group A, right? So we're really, really impressive. Ice Cube's looked great all the way throughout. I thought they would be in a lot of trouble, and somehow, some way, ranking have kept that consistency and kept that fire inside of them.
Yeah, I was actually surprised because ranking did make a bit of a swap because they did gain PM and also LDX from last year's roster in the Wolf Empire, or formerly Kyra House squad, and I really thought that LDX would just make the team just all right, you know, it's not that strong compared, because his showing in towards the Wolf Empire team was really too impressive in last year's tournament. So I was actually surprised that he was performing really well. I think it is his more natural role going into ranking esports as the IGL and as the as somewhat of like the second rifler for the squad. But I think from time to time he also takes the reins of the entry here, and if LDX can show something impressive and use some brains, then we're going to have a hell of a series here against 3BL. But 3BL, man, they're not to be underestimated, of course. It's been such a great tournament here for Tot, especially. Tot has been so impressive as the attacker on the side of 3BL.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is as well, you know, when I look towards covering the last 2 seasons of the West League, he's not normally the name we look towards in that team. We're normally looking at the likes of Snake or Slayer, in particular Slayer. He's really, really talented. This is a guy for me who, I think even when the numbers don't really justify it, his impact is incredible. And I think throughout the West League, he was always a name that a lot of people were scared of. When we got to speak to him in interviews and stuff, they always just talked about how for Slayer was this sort of player that they really didn't like playing against. Snare as well at his moments. Everybody had their moments over towards 3BL. But I'm really impressed with Tot, you know, pretty young guy, you know, not got a huge amount of experience, you know, especially being young, right? So I think he's doing really, really well at the spot that he's currently in, and I'm hoping that we get to see a lot of these guys, you know, really step up on an international stage. Like we said, this is the best team we've got in the West. We weren't too sure if it was going to be one of those situations where it was the best team in the West, but then just do nothing internationally. Thankfully, at least off the back of their opening game, it looks like it's not going to be the case.
That is true. I'm not going to lie. I think I've been pretty impressed with 3BL, considering the experience that they do have as a team, right? They have not been together for the longest time. Horus has been the longest standing member here for 3 years, but I mean, compared to every other team here in the tournament, some of them have already played this game for about 7, or at least professionally for 7 or 10 years even. If we're talking N9, I think that's around 12. But yeah, I mean, you have Snare, Snake, and Slayer, who it is their first year of competing for this team, and already it's pretty impressive from them. So I feel like we've only seen the floor of 3BL, and the ceiling has not been realized yet for the squad.
Yeah. It does actually give you a lot of hope as well, right? Because if this is your first time as this team actually together on an international land, proving what you can do, if you're able to take down a couple of these heavy hitters, you could actually start to enter that conversation of being one of the better teams internationally, right? So this starts to become quite a cool spot that they sort of put themselves in. But like we said, we've got to be talking about them. 3BL ranking is going to be our next game up on the docket, and we're going to be kickstarting things over with 3BL. We're impressed with what we saw in towards their opening game, and I'm hoping we get to see a little bit more out from them. So let's check out the little intro we've got with 3BL. The boys, 3BL, and just as we had that intro playing, they were actually doing their little team huddle below us, getting loud. This is actually one of the things that I'm really excited to see from these guys. They're all throughout the West League, they played on LAN together, on boot camp. Every single game they played, they were always together as a team, so a lot of their team talks and stuff we got to see beforehand as they got things started. So I'm actually really interested to see what they're like coming into a LAN environment, because I don't think this is going to be too different, right? A lot of teams throughout the regular season play from home, as you would expect. These are one of the only teams that play consistently on boot camp together in the same room. So then them now here together on stage, it's not actually too different, but I guess the scale of the environment.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, there isn't a crowd yet because it is only the group stage, so I don't think the pressure is that big compared to what playoffs could look like. But 3BL, just like how you mentioned, I mean, being in a boot camp, you're already kind of used to, you know, being with your teammates in the same environment, and if anyone messes up, you know, you can instantly fix it with the coach. And some of the other teams, they still have to go on Discord and, like, you know, screen share. It doesn't feel like you're there, but when you're in a boot camp, it seems like you can fix everything. You know, the arguments could be easily taken. No one can press the red button and leave the call even if they're mad. So I kind of like what I'm seeing from the side of 3BL if they have this structure coming in from the CFWL side.
Yeah, and I think you can definitely tell, not only in terms of like the organization, but also just the players. It's a real investment of not only kind of money in the sense of the bootcamp, but time, right? You know, this is dedication for them, where they're saying we're playing on LAN and we're playing together all throughout the regular season because we want to get ready for an international stage. We want to be ready when it matters most on these sort of environments. We're going to check out their opponents' ranking on the other side. Seems like T1 didn't get the memo about the dye blonde hair, but the rest of the team have come with some luscious locks here for the LAN stage. They've come dripped out. I'm hoping that now it can relay in terms of the performances. They've already played 2 games so far. Started off with the worst possible team you can face in this group with the CHENGDU All Gamers, but then got a very decent win. A 3-mapper, but a win all the same over Evolution Power, and hoping to get their second here over 3BL, but tough team to play against.
Yeah, and that last series, they kind of just scraped by against Imperial, not gonna lie. I don't want to downplay the victory of Ranking Esports here, but I would say luck was kind of the factor in that last series, considering that both of the last rounds from the last 2 maps actually ended up on a 1v1, and it just so happens that Wolf Empire ranking actually came out on top. And yeah, I mean, Ranking Esports, one of the biggest surprises in this tournament, and one of the biggest surprises as well that Humane was actually not fully carrying the team most of the time. So it's actually been the Ductuan show for the side of Ranking Esports, and Ductuan, who was once the 6th man of the team, actually is now kind of carrying the brunt of the frags for the squad. So it's been a pretty impressive run for him so far, especially considering he's not really new to the team, but you know, he was just waiting on the sidelines, waiting for his opportunity to you know, represent the team. Yeah,
and I think he's done a really, really good job. And the question is now about consistency out from him. Can we see them bring this into wars? What is a tough team to take down of 3BL? Can he start to showcase what he's got in the locker against a side who maybe have a little bit more to offer, I think, at the moment than Evolution Power, right? I think that's the big thing for me. I think for 3BL, they'll have these kind of strats in their pocket. They have these ways in which they can counter them. We move on to the conversation about maps. There's a couple of different ways it can go. For ranking, they've got a few in their pocket which they really like. Subbase is a good win rate for them. Black Widow and Mexico, right, are maps that they play. We know that Eagle Eye is not all that popular for 3BL. It's actually one of the only maps that they just didn't really ever want to play at all. There's a couple that they did play a lot. Port and Compound, Ankara, just absolute West League classics. Always played every series and always played by 3BL. For them in particular, Compound really great. 93.3% win rate is pretty substantial. And of course, behind that being Black Widow and Subbase on 83 and 81% respectively.
And you do have the key players, of course, Slayer and Ductuan. Ductuan, I mean, having himself a bit of a miracle run in this tournament. this guy's insane, man. I mean, despite the .85,
so similar.
Yeah, .85 KR that we saw from him yesterday, there was multiple rounds that he was just getting double kills again and again and again, and it just made it really difficult for the side of Imperial to just finish things off in the series. But Slayer has been pretty impressive in the tournament as well, and he's been leading the charge for the squad.
Yeah, this is the thing. All throughout the West League, Slayer was so damn talented. So if we get to see him bring that into this game, it's actually going to be a really cool head-to-head. I'm interested to see how that one ends up playing out. But this should be a very, very interesting series when we get into it in terms of where this one is going to head in terms of the maps. A couple of the maps that they do enjoy. Black Widow is one that potentially could be brought to the table. It's played a lot by ranking. I think Ankara, sort of this middle-of-the-ground map, might be floated to a third map as sort of a handshake. They both like it, but they both don't need to pick into it immediately. So that might be maybe where they want to lead into. I can expect probably the bang for ranking to be Eagle Eye. They played it twice. They won both of them, which is great, but they don't play it a lot. It's their least played map. So I just think probably that's where they're going to lean. On the other side, over towards 3BL, the very easy one for them is also Eagle Eye as well, which they don't play. So it's a question of who bans it and when is it banned. You're the only one who's gone for the ranking pick here.
Sorry, fellas.
For the English cost, but actually, you're with the pack. The majority of people have gone ranking here.
Yeah, I in my opinion, I think ranking is still probably the favorite after what happened for the past few days in this tournament. And I think I've been more impressed with what they've shown compared to 3BL. But 3BL, you know, they could easily prove me wrong, and I want them to prove me wrong because I want this tournament to be a lot more spicier. So our days here in Hanoi gets, you know, maybe a little bit more exciting.
Yeah, look at Nam Long as well, the only one on the Vietnamese stream who's gone for the 3BL pick.
He's the hipster of the group.
He's gone against his people.
And yeah, I would say when we go into the veto, of course, I think it's going to be very interesting. I think 3BL is obviously going to target that Eagle Eye.
Yeah.
I think ranking, if they do want to open things up a bit safely, they might want to go back to their comfort. Maybe they do want to go Black Widow, but I wouldn't be too surprised if ranking esports they do decide to pick this Ankara, because the amount of times that they play Ankara, especially in Vietnam, I kind of consider it like kind of the national map of this country. The amount of times that they play it is actually insane. It's kind of very similar to Black Widow back in the Philippines, where that is where all the FFAs are at. That's where all the DMs are at. That's the map to play back at my home. But this is kind of like their Black Widow. So Ankara is not going to be a surprising thing if it does show at the first round of the veto. So I'm actually curious what the map pick is going to look like for this side of 3BL. I'm thinking if you want to beat ranking, I'm trying to think here.
I probably think Compound. I feel like that's probably...
you go sub-base map too.
So the things are sub-base to them. I like them on it, but they've definitely had their weaknesses in the past on it. The only thing I think they might lean into is what have we actually been best on? And in the West League Compound, they've just been dominant, and they might just think this is a confidence play for them. I think they've probably actually got to ban out Eagle Eye, because I think if they don't, if you really want to be spicy, ranking could pick into it. They don't play it a lot, but the 2 times they have played it, they won. They could really spice it up and pick into it. I think if you're 3BL, I think you've actually got you've got to ban it out, and it will be banned out instantly. I'm going to assume that's by it doesn't matter who it's by, in all fairness, but Mexico then gets banned out as the second. This is a map which isn't played very much at all in the West. I'm not 100% sure about how much it's played in Vietnam. Black Widow then will get picked in as our map number 2, a map in which 3BL don't mind playing either.
Yeah, I feel like that's most likely a 3BL pick. That usually don't open. Oh, never mind. All right. That's a 3BL pick.
That's a 3BL pick.
That's the 3BL pick. Compound for map number 2. This is already shaping up really well for 3BL because they played a lot of Black Widow, just like you said. They played a lot of Compound. Port is going to be gone, of course. You don't want PM going to be heating up on towards the top side of A. Next one is Ankara.
Ooh,
this is a really good veto for 3BL.
Hey, this is really good.
I mean, I know I predicted ranking, but if I can switch after the veto, now I kind of want to side with 3BL at this point.
Yeah, this really changes things up. Black Widow, you're picking in against 3BL. 3BL for them, they've got an 83.3% win rate on this map, so they're more than happy to play this. They probably saw this and were thinking, thank you very much. Then we go towards Compound. They've played Compound 15 times so far in 2024 in the CrossFIRE West League, and for them, you know, they've won, like, I think it's like 14 of the 15. It's ridiculous. So that they are a near unstoppable side on it. So it's a big call, dude. I think, you know, going in towards this, we'll see how things play out, but Black Widow feels like quite a ballsy pick.
Oh, there we go.
Is it a crash? Is that something else?
Thank you for the pause,
we'll have to figure it out in just a second. But a little fake start before we get things underway.
I think I need to pause as well. I have to fix my my seat. Damn, guys are so tall.
Yeah.
There we go.
You can pull it down, I think, here. There you go.
So
there we go.
All right, so we're going to start things off here.
There's like a tech issue with Snare, I think. Judging by it, I can see the admins are around him. Maybe a crash or something of the sort. But luckily it was, you know, before anything actually happened in the round. I guess that's the main thing.
Yeah.
But they've got a...
Where's Kevin?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7? No, 6 people. 6 people to fix this issue. He's getting all the technical help.
Yeah, that's what Elfish said yesterday. They were like, we assume that there's one guy for every specific tech issue. So there's like one for audio, one for mouse, one for keyboard, one for monitor, one for a power supply, maybe, I don't know, one for each part of the PC. So I think it is just going to be fixed really quickly considering the amount of manpower they have.
Yeah, it's true. We're looking at them now. It seems like they're doing something. His headphones are off though, so we'll hopefully get back underway in a moment. Of course, for those just joining us, we're out here in Hanoi, Vietnam. And lovely country.
Lovely country.
Yeah, it's been pretty cool so far. We haven't had really too much time exploring wise, but the stadium, as you can see here, is pretty sick. Yeah, I don't guess anything's as cool as this. I like the whole thing that they've had where it's like the user screen on the floor, and then I've seen that the AR that's sort of been augmented reality and stuff that's been used around it with the maps and stuff. That's really cool. Very sick. Don't get that in a lot of other games, so I can really appreciate stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, I think next year and this year is probably going to be the year that CFS is going to go all in on the esports side of things, and I'm very excited for the plans that they do have going into this one. So yeah, I mean, it's pretty exciting. I don't mind flying out in Vietnam.
How long is the flight for you?
It's just 2 hours. I feel bad for you guys. I feel bad for you guys because some of you guys had to go for like a 17-hour flight or a 20-hour flight.
I think mine might have been the longest. I feel like mine might have been the longest. It was like 7 hours from London to Dubai, and then a 3-hour layover, and then 7 hours again. And I think I had to leave like, obviously you get to the airport 2 hours before. It takes me like an hour and a half to get to the airport, whatever. So it ends up being like a near 24-hour day at that point. So yeah, it's I think I probably had the longest travel day of probably anybody at this event. Maybe actually no, Egypt would have been fine. It's a couple hours to Dubai and then a few hours onwards. So I think probably the longest. Maybe some of the LCK members, they might have similar travel days to me.
Yeah, but Turkey is pretty far out there. In Asia, so it's gonna take them a while to get here. So yeah, I feel like we are gonna start. The screen in the middle has turned green. There we go. We've been informed there's gonna be 2 more minutes.
Yeah.
So yeah, so far Vietnam been pretty enjoyable. Circle K, if you guys are hearing me, please come to the Philippines because we need that type of convenience store. That one that is right next to the hotel.
Oh, is that what it's called?
Yeah, I've been trying out the microwave food.
Oh yeah.
So
good.
the curry was alright.
Nice.
But the biggest surprise in that convenience store when I tried the spaghetti bolognese.
Really?
I was like, wow, this is too good. This is insane.
I've been loving these things. They're what are they? Just like energy drinks? No, not energy drinks. Sorry, like kind of like sort of like Gatorades, Powerade, that kind of thing. Like sports drinks, you call them.
Yeah, electrolytes.
Yeah, pretty good, honestly. Pretty good. I feel like it's quite hot here as well, especially compared to England. I mean, in England we never get heat like we have here in Vietnam. So especially humidity too. So
I had a joke as well that if I start sweating, that means you guys are gonna start. You guys are like straight up dying at this point. Because if it's hot for me, then it's on fire for you guys.
Yeah, especially me and Laz. Laz from Canada, you know, I think relatively so. I think he actually gets way colder temperatures than probably what I do in winter. I think his must we get down to like maybe like minus 5 being like the lowest it will go, or that I remember. I'm sure he gets much lower than that.
Yeah, and the lowest temp that we go at and in Manila is I think 25 Celsius, and that's hot for you guys.
Yeah, that's like a nice day out. So
nice
either way, we are live here. This time, hopefully, properly live. And it seems like we are opening double going to come through for 3BL, and they made that look easy. A nice fight out towards long, and I just think maybe to a moment, you know, Ranking try and sort of beat them with their own game, and they get completely caught off guard. And we mentioned about what Doktuan's going to bring towards the table here, and he gets clipped immediately.
Yeah, and to be fair, I can't really blame Ranking to go for that exact push because as soon as you get long or long hut, I think you guys call it long hop. We call it terrace in Manila.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
Really, I like how the different calls for different regions.
Yeah, I had to adjust.
Yeah.
In sub-base especially because we call what is that? A connector catwalk A.
Oh, okay, sure.
It's not at all a catwalk.
I know in America they call it different stuff as well. They all have these slightly different, even though it's like technically still the West, it's still a different call out as well.
That's true. But all right, there you go, Nevis with a bit of shots. This is what I like about ranking esports is that every single player can actually snipe on their side.
Yeah.
So everyone's still a threat, even though PM is gonna die. And it's still a thing that you have to worry about. Humeo, though, gonna go down to Snare. All right, this is a good start by the side of 3BL. I mean, they deny long control from the side of Ranking. Ranking didn't react fast enough. They couldn't adjust towards the short side because when you do take long as BL, you can kind of stand between the pillars in towards short. So Snake is going to be the first one down, but I don't think it's much trouble for the side 3BL. Yeah, it was more of a ruse anyway. They were trying to bait attention over towards B. It feels missed shot. That's not what he wants. PM's on in a little bit of trouble. And Slayer going to try and put the pressure on. Horus will put the pressure on and will drop him 6 feet under and leaves it all down to Nevis. He has got his kill, sure, but I don't think it's going to make a grand difference here. Already being tapped away and a good start for 3BL. Exactly what they wanted coming in towards this one. Start well, aggressive, strong, and really kind of lay down the gauntlet too. Yeah, that's true. I mean, getting long control so early with Ranking's attempt of getting that long control. Just like how I said it, if you get long, that means 3BL has only 3 choices in the map. You can only go short, you can only go mid, and you can only go B. So Ranking is actually going to try it again in towards the long side, 3 nades. And they're just going to give them a bit of a gift of 3 HEs in towards the long side, but they're just going to give 3BL long control once again. Yeah, it doesn't actually do insane amount of damage as well. Like, Slayer won't be too upset with that. Neither for Snare. So yeah, they give up that long control, and then now it's about where do we want to go for 3BL. C4's not committed by any means. Still just dancing around mid, especially as that smoke's up too. A bit more of a shelled up play here by Ranking. You know, it's a similar thing as we saw towards that previous round where they'd much rather, I mean, last round they tried to fight out towards long, didn't work out. This time they're just going to sit back on the sides, but it is a real battle of mindsets. You want to get super aggressive in the early round and then potentially overextend. We saw that happen a lot towards BaiSha against Imperial in that map number 1. Or do you want to play it like this, where you kind of shell up on the sides and hope you can just sort of overwhelm them a little bit? That is true. 3BL, I like that they played a very fast-paced push at the start of the game, and they immediately slow it down. So Ranking Esports is already having to worry about what pace is 3BL going to play at this game, or at this round specifically. But Ductuan in a really good position. I like that they actually placed him on the underside of spawn because he can move in between the sides very quickly, and considering the firepower that he has, he's going to be a big help just in case that 3BL gets into the site. But look at the spread by 3BL at the moment. Just one person in B, one person on A. So many options to take here for them. Yeah, top. Just jumping across, but not committing to the fight there. We're under a minute now, so we got to start making a move. Any time now would be great, fellas. We've got a lot of it left. 45 seconds on the clock. Flash will come over. There's actually a little bit more blind over towards the guys throwing the flash, but it doesn't make a difference. Snare, Slayer, Tot, all combining in quick tandem, and PM once again stuck in a rock and a hard place, and he can't do anything from that spot. Snake barrels in towards his position, finds that kill, and leaves it all down to one man, Nevis. And as he falls, Humeo's got so much to do, so little to work with. Does get given a bit of an opportunity, but 20 seconds, still got time to get this C4 down. There's a guy right behind him too. Yeah. So I think Slayer's just going to shoot him in the back of the head. And 3BL with a 2-0 start here in Black Widow. I mean, the boys are already hyped for their side. Ranking Esports have yet to find one. And this is actually a worrying trend for the side of Ranking Esports. If Humeo, he did start off one of the maps for the side of Ranking 0 and 7. Yes. And if he does that again, then it's up against 3BL, more of a team who likes the more strategic way of things. And RKE might be in a bit of trouble here, but maybe a bit too soon to speak upon that. But Ranking Esports, they cannot just get long control at all here. They're just going to go for it. I like this by 3BL. Why not go for the rush and towards the long side? LDX is going to get the first shot. Mistake is going to get one in return. But Ductuan and Humeo from the distance too with the AK-47s. And Humeo is going to get one more, so maybe his downfall must be overstated by me. And Snare is going to get 2 accessory kills, but it is still a win for the side of Ranking. Good response, but it was a good game plan by the side of 3BL. They just couldn't hit the shots. Yeah, I like the tempo change. I mean, one thing they could have done a little bit different there, Snake, when he jumps up for that first kill, he leaves him exposed to the trade. I think if he'd found a bit of a better way to fight it, maybe play on the site itself and look from above, he probably had a bit of a better angle to fight there rather than being exposed to that jail spawn. But
Either way, once again, we're going a little bit quicker out in towards long. And this time it's not a committal play as it wasn't towards that last round. They're just going to leave one player out there lurking. In that Slayer. Just going to leave him in that position. If anybody overextends, i.e. if PM wants to start to make a move, and he feels like he's slightly tempted to, essentially he might get caught off guard. He doesn't need to peek it, Slayer. He can just stay alive. That's all he really has to do.
Yeah, this is a way to counter Long Hut, actually. Just sit in the ramp side, wait for a head to pop out from that position in towards slope. But I don't think that Slayer is going to overextend, considering he does have the AK-47. So he doesn't have the best distance, but Snare does have the best distance with that sniper. PM is already out of the picture, and it could be a good start for the side of 3BL. Humeo wanting to have a joust in the House B side, but flashes are going to go through in towards B. They kind of know exactly where everyone is. Nev is running away as fully flashed. He's going to have to duck down to avoid a headshot. And both of them are going to be playing under window, and Humeo playing that metal box instead. But 3BL, Forge is already in, but someone is dancing through the window. Nevis trying to see if he can gain some damage in, but 3BL doing a great job. The war of attrition is being won by them slowly. So, I mean, 3BL, they're taking it slow, but I mean, Ranking Esports, they're going to respond, but 3BL, they could just move out of it, honestly.
I feel like 3BL actually showed them a little bit too much respect there, especially when he's in main right here. They could have punished him so easily. He was blind and damaged already. They knew that. And even if they just two of them push in, they probably just go 1 for 1, which keeps the numbers advantage in their favor and gives them room to work with. But they actually maybe give him a little bit too much respect. And in that sense, it does now make this a little bit weird. You've got 3 players now towards B. 2 double stacked over towards metal box. I mean, Humeo are going to slightly move out, and maybe with how quiet it's gone, they maybe were expecting some sort of a rotate back over towards A. It's not to be the case, though. In they come, barreling through. Nevis is barely alive, but somehow he is. Same can't be said over his teammates. Tuan looks for a double. He's still alive somehow, but it all feels like it's falling apart, and somehow, some way, 3BL have let that round slip. That's a massive one to take for ranking, but again, 3BL, I think they've shown them way too much respect there. Those 2 fights that were taken towards main, I mean, even Nevis falling out of main when he gets tagged again, they could have punished him and could have killed him easily, but they just don't.
Yeah, that is true. But I think 3BL was trying to play the long game there. They were just trying to see if they can get out of House B, deny information from the side of Ranking Esports, and they want them to assume that they've already rotated back into A side, but with LDX kind of going through short, they already realized early that it's not going to be an A take. So PM is already out of the picture once again. PM is not having a good time at the start of this game, and he is the man that we were pointing at, the sniper that could go up against Snare, but Snare, he's live and alive, and he has 6 kills already in this game.
Yeah, super difficult player to play against Snare, especially when he's on his form. My God, just makes life look so comfortable in the server. LDX is a little looking towards mid. I like this. Starting to move around. He could catch Snake completely off guard here. He might do that towards Horus, in fact, but that also might cost him his life. He somehow gets away with a double. Hello. LDX, what is that? How has he got away with a double? How is he still alive? He's looking for a third. He might just be given that opportunity. Slayer can't punish. Thankfully, Tot does.
3v3. Bit of damage in towards Slayer. LDX causing a bit of chaos in towards the mid side, but that is just classic LDX. He was playing exactly like this yesterday when they had the Black Widow up against the EP squad. So he's just looking to see if he can cause some chaos and try and see if anyone can slip by, especially when you have Humeo on your team. I mean, every time that you have to look forward, you're going to have to look behind as well. That's why Slayer is so far back from his team, because he's trying to see if Humeo is getting a bit cheeky here.
Yeah, very true. Very true indeed. Starting to make a little bit of a move here. Humeo, he turns around, and that actually might cost him a little bit of space. Tuan going to get caught as well. Slayer, quick shot. Oh, hello. Also, Top will add to the tally. Slayer gets that plant. Nevis, Bjorn will get one of his own. Puts into a 1 versus 2. Not impossible here.
Yeah, it is not impossible, especially with the M4. Better wall bang damage, but both players on the side of 3BL is not playing any wall bangable spots at the moment. Nevis having to check the underside of Spawn. Snare is going to get a leg, and he's already barely breathing 21 HP. Slayer is going to catch him before he falls back in towards slope. And 3BL with a very, very nice round. And I like that they're trying to catch some tendencies from the side of Ranking Esports, but Humeo was just sitting in towards Spawn the entire time, but he just got shot in the head. 3BL are playing at an insane pace right now.
They are. They're playing really, really well. I think for 3BL, like we said, right, they're just not they're not upset at all with this map, right? It gets picked in against them. And, you know, credit to Ranking. They're picking what they feel comfortable on, but you also are picking on a map in which 3BL have loved domestically. In the Wesley, they have looked so damn good on this. So there's a big risk in itself. Speaking of risks, Umio, you might actually get a bit of information here. Tot might be in a little bit of trouble. Needs to be careful. Umio also not deciding to overextend. Nevis will, and he'll get his kill, and he goes untraded. Tot might also be in a bit of trouble too.
Really good push by Nevis, fully knowing that Jimeo is already on that catwalk position. That means Tot cannot go for the trade, at least safely. So it is going to result in a 4v5, and this is what Ranking wants. They want to play that slow game. They want to force the slow game against 3BL, because once the game goes slow, that's where Ranking actually benefits the most. That is the pace that they're kind of used to seeing in CFBL. But 3BL, fully knowing that they're capable of pulling out some miracles here in the 4v5, especially with how Tot and Slayer has been hitting some nice shots. So Ranking Esports are not out of the, they're not out of the troubled waters just yet here. But a bit of a crossfire in towards the B side. Let's see what they can do in bridge. Tot checking the corner, but he's going to get shot in the head by Nevis. And Umeo in towards the bottom side. Umeo trying to see if he can gain more damage, and Nevis is going to get all the kills with the help of his friend. And there we go. Great teamwork from the side of Ranking Esports. They were just holding B the entire time, and sometimes you have to hold it aggressively.
Yeah, and both of these sides getting super vocal, which is really cool. There's a real world in which they'll be able to hear each other, which is pretty sick. They're both getting loud, both getting proud, and it is making this quite a spicy affair to kickstart this map number 1. 3-all, where we find ourselves right now. And while 3BL, they've had their moments of success, they're also feeling a bit of that pressure. Decent nades come around. Slayer. I mean, that first contact out, it looks like they always send this guy in first because he's so mechanically crisp. But look at the numbers here for 3BL. They want to fight, and it's one which might work in their favor. It's actually working against them. They get caught off guard. Ranking just shell up on towards the site, and it's actually sort of worked.
Yeah, and this is good for the side of Ranking. This is how they want to play the game. They are quick with their reactions, quick with the rotations, but can they get the finish? Horus does not get the spray at the end of the day. And Vietnam is on the board.
Yeah, now in the lead as well, which is pretty massive for them. I even view a chance to be able to guarantee a lead heading in towards that second half, which would be huge. If they're able to do so, it really does shake things up a little bit. We definitely have the question marks about Black Widow as a pick just because 3BL like it. If they lose it, we know Compound's on the map that Ranking hate by any means either. Gives them a chance. Feels like as well, we're kind of how ranked these sides are currently. This might be that perfect series which has sort of 3 maps written all over it.
Yeah, I can already feel the 3 maps in this one. It's probably going to be a back and forth. To be fair, it does feel like that because this is kind of like the qualifier for second place.
Yeah.
But I'm not counting out the other teams just yet. In the end, though, very nice opening kill. And they already got Horus down, but it is only Horus, so there is still 4 people inside of the B site. But look at how quick Ranking actually reacted to this push. Everyone is on the side ready and willing to fight. Snake trying to bait out the metal box player, but Nevis is right under the window. But a very nice shot from Tot with the Colt of all things. And they still want to go for this. Snare trying to bait out Humeo. He really wants Humeo to shoot just so he can know that he is occupying that metal box, but Ductuan with a very nice crossfire, so I think Ductuan's going to respond first. Never mind, Humeo going to get the first headshot. Ductuan with an amazing response there. He's getting absolutely sprayed inside of House B, and he's just going to get chased down most likely. He was already on low HP, and there we go. A streak from the side of Ranking Esports, and that's going to cause a timeout from the side of 3BL.
Yeah, and no surprises. They need it. They really need to have a conversation here. Kevin's got to get on the mic and start to try and rally the troops a bit because things are not looking good at the moment. Whereas Ranking on the other side, it may have taken them a little bit of time to get in towards this game and to maybe feel comfortable in terms of the tempo shifts that 3BL are bringing, but it goes without saying that right now things are looking very good towards Ranking. They should be able to take a lead heading in towards the second half. They look like the slightly better side on this map as well, and I think if things don't change sooner rather than later, we could be talking about them having real trouble here in towards Black Widow, because it looks like the gimmicks that they had and the ideas that they had to try and take down Ranking, they've sort of been figured out quite quickly.
Yeah, looking back at the form that Ranking had when they were going up against AG, actually, it wasn't too bad of an attempt from the side of Ranking. They went 10-7, so they were, kind of exchanging rounds from both sides of the map. So I feel like they kind of gained some confidence from that prior AG game, being that close, despite being a 2-0. So I think 3BL, now they're going to try and see if they can figure it out through this time out. But still, Ranking is a pretty hard cookie to crack when they do have the momentum on their side, especially when Humeo is now starting to heat up. PM's hitting his shots So 3BL, they need to figure out another way to see if they can gain more rounds in this game, because it is the last round of the half, in my, if I'm not mistaken. So,
yeah,
you know, getting this last one would be nice, so they can finally start to shift focus on towards that GR side, which I think 3BL would have a better chance on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think if we're being completely honest, if we look at this now and we say, if 3BL goes 6-3 down at the half, I mean, that's already a very worrying spot that they kind of put themselves in. And then we have to look at it on the other side and say, you know, they don't get a strong start towards the second half. At that point, they might already be on the back foot. We're talking about map number 2 already. So they don't give themselves a lot of time sort of left to get in towards this game. But timeout concluded. I'm about to get things back in the way. Final round.
Kind of the beauty of MR9, right? I mean,
yeah.
You either get 5-4, that feels not too bad, and then you get 6-3, then you're somewhat tilted. But, yeah, not much aggression from the side of ranking this time, so they kind of expect that 3BL was going to go for a fast-paced push on one side of the map. That's why they occupied 2 players in towards short. But no, 3BL, they're going to slow it down for now.
Yeah, and this time they leave Snare out towards long, and you know, rather than Slayer, I guess maybe because they want to try and catch off PM. They've done it quite successfully quite a few times. And I feel like, you know, for him, he also likes to use the Orm, they're trying to catch him at his own game. That to be the case, though.
Yeah.
Smoke going to come out. Still in towards mid they play. Tuan might want to get a little bit proactive. Oh, it might be Humio in all fairness. What a swing, what a find. Looks for a double. Isn't given that luxury. Horus will bite him back with it. Nevis gets caught on the spray as well, but then Top caught on the flank. Hello, Lux. LDX, I mean, I say he'll get 2, and at least Slayer in a 1 versus 2, which feels not impossible, but it feels really difficult. He doesn't know where the second player is. He knows where 1 is.
And he doesn't get LDX. There we go. 3 rounds in a row from the side of ranking Esports. And this is just classic ranking, in all honesty, especially when they are in very tight positions, or not really tight positions, when they use their tight spacing as a team. And you already know that Vietnam, they kind of love to do, you know, the 5-man plays, especially the pure teamwork that they got from their side and how good they are at trading. So them being in such a tight position and they realize that no one is going to push that long side, they just went for that mid control. So very nice play from the side of ranking, but 3BL, they get that long control this time, so now they can kind of file back in towards short and try and see if they can defend it from there.
Has to be said, that crunch right at the end there by ranking as a team, if they can bring that a little bit in towards this second half, they're really going to make 3BL feel quite uncomfortable. But like you said, not having long control here early is actually quite a big difference maker. It puts you into, I mean, it isolates you. You've already got 2 more different lanes to fight in for, so if you can make it a little bit harder.
Yeah, especially look at the angles that 3BL is actually holding at the moment. 1 person in spawn can actually pelt some bullets in towards the foot of whoever is crossing this short side. But ranking Esports, yeah, they're going to take it slow. They're just going to go for a full execute here, but Dot is going to do so much damage with this M4.
Yeah, that spam's going to be pretty solid. I wonder if they even clear him. It looks like the Orm's going to be going out first, so I feel like they won't even clear him, I feel. Slayer will get the first. Looking for a second. Hello, he will get it. Oh, it's a complete shutdown. That is a near perfect hold.
Yeah, and that's kind of one way to try and counter that under spawn position. I mean, ranking Esports are trying to see if they can distract the guy underside by going in towards that mid doors. But a really fast response from the side of 3BL popped out of that B doors. And I think that's just really good communication from the side of 3BL that they reacted that quick.
Yeah, really, really well done. Looks like just instinctive shot early in towards long box, but doesn't catch PM, so they are actually this time given control. Last time we saw 3BL take it, and that actually was the formulation of their setup in that play. This time, they don't get it. They have to give it up, so they have to sort of change up the way in which they want to set up their CT.
Yeah, I think they're going to just trade map control. LDX going to be the first one down, but it's a really nice response from the side of ranking, and this is why they play passive at the start of the round. They kind of expect 3BL to do something, but Slayer, what a headshot here on Nevis. A 3v3 at the start of the game could be a bit worse for the side of 3BL, considering the defense could be a bit spread, but considering the position that Tot is holding at the moment, I think they're pretty much safe. But Ductuan, does he check the corner? Look at Tot, he's in a prime position. Are they going to tech him? That's 1, but Humeo going to hesitate a bit to try and get this trade going. Tot is not going to get the trade, but he does get the dink at the same time. Snare going to get the kill with the Colt all the way, and 3BL, I mean, they're kind of telling ranking Esports here, yeah, you guys trade good, but we can trade good as well. PM, the only one left alive. Snare with the sniper. Snipey v Snipey, and it seems like Snare is going to win that time, so it's a good response from 3BL, so I might be right about that comment before the half started. 3BL could be more comfortable on this GR side.
I have to say as well, that kill from Slayer completely flips the kind of the script, right? If he doesn't get that kill to level it out and bring it back to a 3-on-3, I feel like Ranking just take that in terms of a pure numbers basis. It's a really difficult shot at range, a really nice headshot, and I think off the back of it, then that's where it spurs on the fights coming through, and it's really good teamwork again from 3BL. We mentioned that previous round where it worked really well for them in their setup, and that time, that mid-round kind of proactivity that comes through puts a lot of pressure. So Ranking call for attack pause here, and you can understand why, right? This is a timeout. They need to have a conversation because I think they really understand that 3BL are playing very well, and if they can't find a way to break down this defense, they're going to really struggle here.
Yeah, it's good that the coach kind of realized early that 3BL kind of has control of this half, so he's going to stop it very early with this timeout. But the problem is their only timeout that they're going to have in this entire game, so this is their only opportunity to talk to the coach and try and figure out what is going to go on in the second half.
Yeah.
So, yeah, going to be interesting to see what Ranking Esports is going to try to put out here on this BL side. And I was actually particularly excited, even though I predicted Ranking, I do want to see both teams kind of play well because both teams play that teamwork, play that trade-heavy game, play that macro-heavy game really, really well. So it's kind of like an exchange, despite being so far from each other. You know, they kind of play kind of similar at the same time.
Exactly, especially compared when you look at teams like, for example, like even our previous years, BaiSha versus IMPERIAL. They're actually sides who play completely different styles of Crossfire. You know, IMPERIal like to play things a little bit slower. They like to try and take a lot of control and use that to their advantage. BaiSha, we know they're inherently super aggressive, like to fight early. So, you know, we always have these clash of the mindsets. This is the opposite, where it's actually clash of the similar mindsets, and it's who can actually do it just a little bit better.
That's true.
So, yeah, no, it's really interesting. Excited to see how things continue.
Yeah, IMPERIAL, the retake gods.
Yeah. Well, hello, look at this. They're going so aggro, and it might just work out for them. It doesn't. Works against the Snake will trade, and Slayer will add to it as well. That is a big, big one to find. Nevis with that C4 on his back, he is low. And he's had to really run out of there.
Yeah, I kind of like that. That's off of the timeout as well. So I think Ranking Esports was kind of expecting more of a slow type of defense from the side of 3BL, but 3BL just said, yeah, we're just going to press the gas and try and see if we can get some bridge control, and that they did. They only had to trade Horus, but Horus, I think he's pretty much satisfied with how the round turned out. So,
shoulder shot.
Yeah, Ranking Esports are going to have to reconvene here on the B side, but Slayer in a really good position. He can just re-smoke this, delay as much as possible.
They put the sniper on towards Nevis because he was low. And now PM and Doktor trying to make a little bit of a move as well. PM, nice shot from him. Snake still sitting up close. Oh, hello. Might actually be something on here because Nevis going to find a pretty important one. He again gets tagged, but he somehow gets another kill. He's barely alive, 1 foot in the grave. But it might still be okay. Snake just playing up behind this smoke. Pretty aggro here, but maybe not the worst way in the world to try and claw back a bit of control. They've got to get active, right? Because they're at a numbers disadvantage.
Yeah, and I think Ranking Esports is actually trying to look to punish that active player because there's still a minute on the clock and it only takes 4 seconds to plant. So they're going to take their sweet time to try and see if they can drag out any of the players here. And a bit of a fake on the A side. Nevis is low anyway, so if he dies, it doesn't really matter. He does spot Snare, and he even gets the kill. But Snake, is he going to start to move? Oh, he's heard that jump 100%, but I think it was all a bait. The C4 is in B sight, and Nevis getting a 4K in that round despite being on 1 HP, and he kind of saved Ranking's round there.
Yeah, he was basically tagged from the absolute get-go and walks away with 4 kills. Credit to Nevis. From the get-go, he looked like he was basically just a walking grave, but he somehow walks away with 4 kills and stays alive. Ridiculous work from him. And he joins the likes of LDX and Humio on 12 kills. All for Ranking, who have been great. Oh, but Doktuan, he was the big name in the previous couple of series, but this time he's not really playing as well as he did, and he gets caught once again early.
Yeah. And that's what I was talking about at the start of the broadcast, right? It's a matter of consistency here for Doktuan. Yeah, you've had 2 really good series so far, but when you're up against 3BL, it's pretty hard to go up against this particular team. But because I feel like there's a target on his back, and 3BL is going to try to see if they can freeze him early here.
And it feels like they're doing a good job of it, but the only thing is they've got to find other ways to shut down players, especially like Humio and LDX, who up until kind of the last few rounds were the main talking points. Obviously, Nevis had that 4K, but without that 4K, it's not really as much in that conversation. And LDX and Humio have been the main points of firepower.
Yeah, kind of similar to what happened to Wolf Empire yesterday. Like, in my opinion, I think Imperial is still the better team.
Agreed.
In that series, but it seems like the side of Wolf Empire was just a bit more clutch in that day. So let's see if it can result in the exact same thing. Ranking Esports kind of freezing the time as of now, just making sure that they're going to run it down. So I think they're just trying to see if they can play it a bit in the minds of 3BL here. They don't want 3BL to be expecting any fast-paced pushes anytime soon, so they're just going to be waiting around. And sometimes when you're waiting a bit too long, you know, sometimes you fall asleep at the angle. So they're kind of hoping for that.
Horus, I think, just spotted one. Just taking a couple of pop shots, just for hope to maybe catch somebody by accident in a sense, but also get a bit of fortune. Hot flash. Let's slow them down a little bit. Doesn't really affect Snake all too much. Horus, first contact for him, doesn't go well. Humio gets his. The trade isn't exactly there from Snake either. They need to try and trade him. They need to see him off. If they do, they get the sight. And he takes a bit of damage as well. He's getting nervy to fight as well, and he will fall. Tot trying to support as best he can, but this C4 is going to go down. And he's just a little bit too slow in the rotation. Slayer isn't, though, and he'll get his. Can catch Humio. Definitely can catch him. Humio and Nevers are both in really awkward spots, but they somehow walk away with kills apiece. And leaves it all down to Snare in 1 versus 2. He gets the pistol out. The Colt finds it. Orm now posted. Wants this fight. Spots him jumping across. He might just stick it. Nerves of steel maybe. Pros don't fake, they say, but he doesn't stick it. Just goes for a tap, and now he's being toyed with by Nevers. Gets a little bit more damage. Snare can't find the kill. And I think this round is done here off the back of timing alone. Snare knows he hasn't really got a chance in this one. Time ticking, too far gone. Not hitting the shot. And it will be Nevers winning out. Another round won off the back of purely Nevers. And brilliant from him. That is a monstrous clutch from Nevers. Time played to perfection.
Yeah, and that's so disappointing from the side of 3BL, because I think I feel like Snake has really done a great job of just delaying at the right time. That was the reason why Slayer could enter in towards B house, because you know there was so much delay, and Ranking was still kind of setting up on the B side, so he kind of gotten a bit of a flank going. But Humeo did a really nice job of just holding house B and doors at the same time. And Ranking Esports, they get their 8th in the game. Slayer trying to see if he can aggress in towards the short side, but look at where LDX is. He's just standing in mid doors.
Yeah, he wants this fight. He'll gladly accept it. Slayer, he'll jump back. He doesn't want to stick around, and probably rightfully so. Drop a smoke as well. LDX, I don't really feel like at the moment he'll get caught off guard. It's just so audacious of an angle. They're just not going to expect it. Oh, it's actually not a bad 1-for-1 trade by PM. Dr. Wan going to come alive as well. That's not bad either.
Oh, what happened?
Oh no, LDX, he looked up around everywhere, but nowhere on the player. How has that round fallen apart for Ranking? 3BL have been gifted one.
The LDX misclick.
Yeah.
Pulled out the knife at the wrong time, and I think he already heard the player running in towards that catwalk side, but then a bit of a mechanical mistake from the side of Ranking Esports resulted in a round for the side of 3BL. I mean, that was already a good entry in towards the A side, but Ranking Esports were already in really good positions to try and see if they can delay as much as possible. But Snare going to try to see if he can pick off Ductuan at the start of the round, but it seems like no one's the answer. I mean, Ductuan, despite being 6-10, he's hit some really nice shots in that last round. So, I mean, 3BL is not out of the water just yet.
Yeah, nice little double from him in the previous. 3BL, they have been given a lifeline with that one. If they can make it another in a row, then we can start having a conversation about them and potentially even being able to compete for Black Widow. I feel like, though, the second it hits 9, especially if it's 9-6, I just feel like there's so many chances for Ranking to see it off that they're not going to feel that much pressure. They're not going to get uncomfortable.
Yeah, I really like this from the side of 3BL. I mean, if you get bridge control, that means you do get to help your short player kind of fight this mid side, and especially with the amount of players still in towards the spawn side of Ranking Esports, they're really trying to see if they can draw out some of these players, try and see if they can force a peek from the side of 3BL, and then they're going to start to move once the first pick comes around. But it seems like 3BL, they're just gonna allow it. They're just gonna play the better sides of the map. But Slayer and Horus really trying his best to play disciplined here, but I can feel like he really wants to beat this corner.
Slayer with Horus waiting. Our time starts to tick as well. We've got a minute left to work with, which is plenty of time, but don't want to leave things too late. It looks like we want to head up towards long, though. Smoke going to come through. Snare just going to dip a little bit further back. Doesn't want to overextend, which is fair enough. First shot, great. Looks for a second as well. Flash going to come over. I think he bounced off the box wrong, so in a bit of trouble. Does get a leg as well to come through on towards Nevis, and he has to support a Slayer in towards short boxes. On bridge, they can start to make a little bit of a move as well. Snare, quick shot, and more start to come through. Snare's having a field day in this round. He looks great, and he might even be able to get one more just to close it. Last man spotted. LDX, nice shot. And a 1v2 is not impossible, but once again, time is ticking. 20 seconds left for him to work with, but he doesn't have control of the C4.
Oh, it's just going to be a two-man peek, I think, from the side of BBL. Horus back to 1 HP. Look at the HP bar from the side of 3BL. They kind of line up, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. And a really well-defended site and really good support. I was actually worried a bit for Snare there because once you go into that 3-box position on site, I mean, if you have an M4 on the other side, you can just wallbang it and try and see if you can get the kill, but he got the train so quickly, and there was also the support from the short player. There was a bit of a two-man game ongoing on towards the site, and that just made it really difficult for ranking, but Snare wanting to play the ego game, and in the face of Ductuan, and man, they're really doing such a great job of just shutting him down. Ductuan, who was so stellar the past few days, but now he's nowhere to be found in this game.
Yeah, that is a beautiful way to start things off. Slayer going to get caught early, though, as well. So, also somebody pretty big over towards 3BL falling. Still 4 versus 4. Humio spams as he crosses. Not going to find anything with it, of course, but still not an impossible spot at all that ranking are in. Same for 3BL either, but a bit more damage being dealt over towards Snare. Finds himself about half HP.
Yeah, if I was Snake here, as soon as I see anyone or at least a semblance of a B-side take, I'm just going to get out as fast as possible. I'd rather just pay the retake here.
I'm with you. Because the numbers game is actually something that's been working really well for 3BL. This sort of pack mentality. Yeah, he did spot one. He did, you know, trade a bit of spam, obviously no real damage. He might want to take this fight. Does. Oh, he deals damage, but he loses life.
Yeah, good pre-fire from Himeo. Through that second window, PM is going to spot someone trying to see if he can gain some control from the spawn side. It is only going to be Snare once again. Really good start for him, but can he get the finish? Nevis spotted. Round is just in time to dodge that shot from the AWM, and a really good recovery from the side of ranking. And that is what I was saying, man. I think I'd rather have a retake in that B side, fully knowing that he is on his own. Yeah, you've already thrown the flash for that delay.
Yeah.
Trying to get Humeo, but it's already, how to say this, the 2-window side. Usually when you take that B window, or at least you try to take B house, you start pre-firing the windows if you already see one person. But Snare with a good opening. Slayer surviving that onslaught of a spray. And it's a 1-for-1 once again.
Yeah. A lot of damage dealt towards Slayer and towards Snare. Ranking find themselves just one round away now, though. Taking their map pick, moving on towards Compound with a lot of confidence, and 3BL being on that back foot. And 3BL haven't looked as dominant as they did against Vasco, right? They haven't looked as kind of clean cut as they did. And he's showing. A couple of errors are creeping in here towards Black Widow, and it is starting to show.
That is true. But they're doing so many things well. I feel like ranking esports, they're just hitting the nicer shots.
Yeah. I feel like they're winning the Angels, right?
Yeah, that's true.
This feels like a good opportunity there for at least 3BL to make this a one-round game. They've got the man advantage in a decent spot, and ranking with only 4, trying to find a gap in this armor for 3BL, which so far they haven't really been able to come up with. Going to drop in towards mid, maybe. Top going to try and catch them on the cross. Just jiggling out, not committing to the fight, but the first one against LDX is great. Looks for a second, so Ductuan will also fall as well. Tot delivering. Can we make that 3? Of course we can. Tot, 3K to his name. Orb left with all to do, and a big round to be taken. Tot, that is a massive step up from the youngster, and 3BL needed a hero there.
Yeah, they definitely did. I mean, denying 3 players from that mid side, and it was actually a kind of a 1-3 situation going on with one player entering the B house and the rest of the squad entering from that mid side to try and crunch whoever is in that B site, but it didn't work out in their favor. Tot with an absolute individual performance in that spawn side, and now they're going to try and see if they can go more aggressive this time. But no, it's what they expect though. Oh, Slayer, get out, my friend. You've already done your job. Ductuan getting absolutely bullied in this game. And, I mean, to be fair, I think Himeo's got this mojo back, and Ductuan doesn't really have to do too much in this map, but still kind of expect him to do something in this one.
Yeah, he's got such bad luck on his side right now. Everything that kind of could go wrong is going wrong, unfortunately for him. Pop it. Seconds come round as well. Oh, Snake wants to stick up for the fight, and he will do it until he falls. And then Horus will also get caught as well. Pop shot by PM. Just get pretty close. Seconds out of asking again. He's just pixels away. Snare dipping and diving in between that window spot. Tot gets caught on the cross, but he doesn't fall. He just gets spotted. Is Snare going to be expected? Did they know he's actually got out? He could have denied that C4 going down. He'll also fall, but it's bought them maybe a little bit more time, but time's not really of the essence. 1 minute 20, still plenty of time for ranking to work with.
Look at the timing on Slayer, though. I mean, PM has already gotten off that back position. He's going to switch to the AK-47. So it's all rifles in this 2v2. 1 minute and 10 on the clock. Plenty of time to go for this, but Slayer needs to pick up the pace because Todd cannot deny the plant here. It's a bit of a dangerous angle, but he's trying to gain some attention in towards his side. And are they going to go back into B side? Really good patience here from Slayer. So LDX is going to try to check the behind just in case anyone from BBL is actually here. And that's a good clear by LDX. He does go down to 1 HP. Todd with an M4. But what is he going to go? He's going to go in the A side. He's going to try to go for the hard read. But Ranking Esports are kind of still afraid in this situation.
Sort of a double bluff, isn't it, by Ranking. C4 going to come down and a really difficult retake to come through top. He's got to pull off some heroics here. It's not going to be easy. It's more than safe to say. LDX actually wants to get a little proactive. He might even just catch him on the cross. He will. Really, really good close by Ranking at the end there. Massive map for them to be taken. A map in which, of course, we know that 3BL like a lot, but great work coming through from Ranking. Really, really solid showing from them, and we know how much that means. Taking a map like that to kickstart things is a beautiful way to open up this series. The 3BL, yeah, man, they had their moments, but I think they just lacked a few, you know, they weren't really that big in terms of the clutches, a few moments that went against them, and it ended up being costly.
Yeah, I mean, Jimeo being alive once again in this game is such a huge factor because Ductuan, he's not the Superman that we saw from the first 2 days in this first map of Black Widow, but then Jimeo stepping up to the plate, him being going back to normal, him being the main carry of the team in terms of the frag department, and there's also Nevis kind of stepping up to the plate. I mean, there's nothing I could say that 3BL did wrong in this game, just like how I said it. I feel like Ranking Esports just got the better of them when it comes to those aim duels. So I don't know, man. I don't know what 3BL could have done to try and see if they can adjust in this map, but they've done such a great job of just denying each other in terms of starting their plays. I think what happened here in the first map is both of them are just kind of countering each other. Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like really, when you look into it for me, it does feel like Ranking was just mechanically just a little bit on top. There was a couple of moments when Tot had his moment with the 3K, which is really good. We know Slayer had his moments as well. And, you know, all across the board, we had these different individuals that stepped up for 3BL. But I think as a whole, there was a couple more moments where for Ranking, they just showed that mechanically, maybe a little bit crisper on the server, and I think that really ended up bailing them out. It felt in terms of, at least tactically, they were super even in that sense. It was just a lot of rounds just got won off the back of what was actually just the raw fundamentals, and sometimes that's just, you know, it doesn't matter how much prep you've done if you're 3BL, that's something you can't account for, right? You know, maybe it didn't seem as much the previous day, but if Humio comes alive like that, I mean, what are you going to do to shut him down? And, you know, if you put all your prep maybe into countering Ductuan, you do a really good job of it. Yeah. But if the other two step up and start to really find their forms, I mean, LDX look great as well, right? How do we then try and stop those guys? And I feel like they just didn't have contingencies for plan B and plan C. That's true. I think, at the end of the day, they just didn't hit their shots. I think Ranking were just better in terms of the aim here. Yeah. Macro on both sides were immaculate, in all honesty. Both of them were playing like a mini chess match here in Black Widow. And it seems like Checkmate was on the side of Ranking Esports for now. But it's going to be interesting to see what is actually going to happen in Compound, because you can get a bit of a preview of what the macro is like for both sides. It's a bit more aggressive for the side of 3BL, but Ranking Esports are kind of expecting it at this point. And now they're starting to get the handle of things in these maps, and it's a very close affair despite what the score suggests. Yeah, exactly that. I mean, this is a series which feels like it has 3 maps written all over it, generally speaking, because of how even they have been. In Ranking, they've started this series off well. They've taken their map pick of Black Widow to really kickstart things, and now we have to look at maybe whether 3BL can sort of use this 10-15 minute break and be able to sort of say, right, how are we mentally going to check back into this game? How are we going to find ourselves this form once again? Because it felt like they lost a little bit of it. I feel like maybe whether it was trust in the system or the individuals weren't alive, it felt like they did check out a little bit. We saw it happen to BaiSha in the previous series. They mentally completely checked out against Imperial, but it felt like it took a lot to get 3BL back into a competitive spot. And I think the second ranking hit 9, we always know it. But when you hit 9, you got that pressure above you.
you maybe get a little giddy, and we saw, where in this last, the last round as well, that came through where, Slayer went a little bit early for me in that push. If he had maybe found that kill, or even if he played a lot more passive and caught LDX off guard, that maybe he might have been able to find something. When he falls here, I feel like that is the one that really cost him. If he had just maybe in a slightly different position, or gone a little bit earlier in towards main, unexpected, or played way further back and caught him off guard, we're talking about how 3BL could have won that round, taking it towards OT. But yeah, not to be. A couple of great players who stepped up there, right? Snare, Slayer, two of the main men over in the CrossFire West League, who basically set up every single game, in all fairness. Had a great map here. On the other side, LDX, Nevis, Humio, all finishing positive. Ductwan had a really rough one, in all fairness, but
yeah, he was getting bullied, man. He was getting absolutely bullied. And every single time they were just trying to hunt for him because he really doesn't. They really don't want the man to heat up. But at the same time, when you start focusing on Ductwan, you're gonna allow Humeo some space to kind of heat up in this one, and especially with the stats that we see on the screen, 1 kill per round guaranteed. Here for Humeo. That's just how much of a beast he is when he is on a good day. But problem is for the side of 3BL there. I think the decider of that map was that 1 kill in towards that bridge side. If Slayer could have gotten that kill, just like I said it, if he did go into that B house a lot earlier, I think he could have actually gotten the round. It could have been overtime, actually. But I think he was actually waiting for the C4 to be planted, and then he's going to move into the B side. But Ranking Esports are just like, all right, we want the 2v1, not the 2v2. They're just like, all right, let's just wait, just in case anything reacts from the side of Ranking. So yeah, going to be interesting to see if 3BL can do the exact same thing, because Ranking also has their fair share of games on Compound. So we could see something different from the side of Ranking Esports. It could be more of a fast-paced game, especially Ranking Esports. I really love taking long control in this map, and the concept that people have to wrap around, especially to the new players here in CROSSFIRE. And if you want to learn some macro in Compound, you really want to get mid control. You really want to get that container in mid under your way if you're on that BL side, and you don't really have to take it straight on. You don't have to run through mid, get into container mid, and eat 3 HE nades before you can get some control, because that's actually going to be an equal exchange for both sides. I think you just kind of get some long control, maybe get some B control, kind of reconvene in the middle, and when that happens, you kind of split the map in half, actually. So that makes it a lot easier for the side of BL to just kind of move around, try and see if they can fake it.
Yeah, I'm actually really interested to see how this plays out, because in the CrossFire West League, 3BL are basically the only side who actually ever take container control. We maybe see LCK do it a little bit as well, but most teams actually just completely give it up, no matter if they're on BL or GR side, right? So I think for me, I'm actually really interested to see how they now compare when they come against an international side who are very, very good, and also will more than happily fight them for mid control. The big thing that we see for 3BL is that whenever they play Compound, hence why they've got such a good win rate on it, is because nobody fights them for mid. They're completely given that control all the time, and they actually just get given so much luxury in terms of map control generally. No matter where they want to go, they're always feeling absolutely fine. So the big issue that I'm going to look at for me is for 3BL, they're so used to just getting this control as a standard and not even having to fight for it or even get spammed with HGs. More often than not, they throw one smoke and they should given it. It's super weird. No one really fights them for it. That's not going to be the case here. Ranking are going to press you no matter what side they're on. So I think I'm interested to see how 3BL react to that when they're maybe not used to as much aggression for it.
That is true. That is never the case in Asia too. I feel like that's kind of one of the main differences of Compound back in Asia and in CFBL and CFWL. I think CFBL and in the Asian players, they kind of play similarly, where they really want to get that mid control. They're really trying to fight for it, because getting that tower position, getting container mid, you deny so much space from the side of the BL. And yeah, I mean, I feel like on the more Asian side of things, they really love to take map control more aggressively in towards Compound, especially when it comes to that lower B side. So yeah, if 3BL can, I don't know, maybe apply the exact same thing, maybe try to deny that exact things that Ranking wants, then might see something interesting here.
Yeah, in the West League, it's all about B pillars, we call them. Yeah, that's the control that everybody fights for. Super aggro as well.
Call it LB.
LB, yeah. That's what everybody fights for over in the West League. That's the big one. Mid control is normally kind of similar to what this round is here, where it's normally just smoked off and no one really even decides to really fight for it. And then pretty standard stuff of where they'll smoke out over towards A main, and then they can use that to sort of make the decision of where they want to go. So far, though,
I think Ranking Esports is kind of using this first round as like a litmus test. They're like, all right, let's not take mid. All right, let's see what they do in this situation if they take mid control. But it's already a really nice position from the side of Ranking. I mean, you can get out of entrance, Nevis. I mean, with one flash, you can swing all the way in towards that right side. And we can see Bit of nade spam in towards the mid side. Snare is going to get that tower's control. BBL is going to start to move slowly here. Very similar to Vasco actually the other day. And let's see. Todd, is he going to get the spray? Horus, it's just an absolute exchange in towards this mid side. And now it is a 2v2 situation. Look at Humeo. He's already activated. He already pushed all the way along. C-Snare, instant headshot. And Horus, the last one left alive for the squad. Usually the man that dies first is now having to cluster around for 3BL to try and save it. PM just jumping in towards servers and trying to see if he can gain that kill, gain that information. What a shot from Horus. Usually you don't hit that too much, but he does hit it. So Humeo and Horus, the best rifler on ranking. Versus the man, the myth legend himself. Turns a corner, but Humeo, you already know that it is going to be a headshot.
Oh, and he does a lot of damage as well there, Horus, but it's just not enough to get that kill. Really nice work in that 1 versus 1. I mean, even getting the shot in towards servers there by Horus is pretty damn spectacular, but not enough to make the difference, and it will be that opener for ranking. Not a bad way to start things out for them. The question now, of course, is can they continue this? Deep nade's going to come through.
Oh, and I like this from the side of 3BL. They're actually just going to get that LB control back in underway. And they don't really have to push the aggression just yet in towards storage B. So they can actually file on back in towards Catwalk or Connector, as you guys call it, Mac and CFWL, and take that mid control, just like how I said it. You split the map in half here in Compound, and it kind of becomes a lot more confusing for the GR side. But no, they're just going to go straight into storage instead. LDX going to try to do some damage, but it's not going to happen. 3BL on a 3v3 and outside of the window. Really nice shots on the Colt. And this is going to be a very difficult retake from the side of ranking. And granted, Horus did hit a very nice shot on towards servers earlier, but you don't hit that shot all the time, but catches someone trying to go through the smoke. And what a fast-paced round from the side of 3BL.
Yeah, change up in tempo, and it works really, really well for them. In the end there, they just barrel in towards B and get super proactive, and it worked really, really well. No complaints at all. And now we have to look on the other side of maybe can we see 3BL pick up a little bit of consistency when they're the ones setting the tempo and setting the tone here. Ranking maybe caught just a little bit off guard by the speed and weren't expecting exactly that. Once again in towards LB, looking to fight early. Tot for one. Horus coming through for a little bit of his own. That is beautiful work.
That's more like it. I mean, we didn't see this much action from Horus in that last game, but a triple kill in towards LB. That's going to make you happy. 10 times out of 10, Slayer a bit hurt in towards this long side. Is he going to check it? It seems like they are going to get PM. LDX going to get checked, but look at the situation for him, man. They know exactly where he is. They're going to run straight into that B site, get into servers, and get that C4 down. So it's going to be a very difficult retake for LDX, as he does get the second, but if you're going to ask me if this is winnable, I would say no.
Yeah, I'm with you. 1v5 turn 1v3. LDX has moments, in all fairness. He was pretty good in towards map number 1, but this feels a little bit too outlandish. C4 already 1/3 ticked. He can come down as well. Smoke as well. He wants to try and isolate some fight, but it really hasn't got all too much to work with. And he might just be saving the stats, which I can sort of respect, in all fairness. And it will be 3BL taking a lead. Another quick round. They can, again, just catch them completely off guard.
Yeah, I think LDX is just going to provide a bit more time to talk to his team. Maybe it's like a mini timeout.
Yeah.
It's kind of like our version of a save.
Yes, yeah.
So they're just going to be like, all right, guys, we kind of messed up in that last round. Let's see. We can use the rest of the bomb timer to try and fix whatever happened in that last round. So a very nice start from the side of 3BL. I like the pacing here. I was expecting more of a passive way of things here in the 3BL side, but no, they're playing very, very aggressive for that map control.
Smoke gonna come down in towards mid once again. In towards pillars. I mean, it looks like they're actually not going to fight too aggressively for it here, 3BL. Just going to sort of give it up, play it at range. Leave Tot here. Catch anybody off guard, but for the most part, aggression going to be focused on mid control for 3BL. Ranking.
Yeah, I think they're going to slowly start to spread out here just to try and check lower B and long A here. Oh, Snare? No way you're peeking this, man.
This is pretty bold from Snare, has to be said. He is really getting proactive, and he actually gets a lot of information. No one towards mid. Nobody's spotted early. I mean, he could even wrap in the backlines here. He could catch Nevis off guard. Ductuan, I don't know if he'll expect this aggression either. He won't.
Wow.
He gets caught. That is so bold from Snare, and it worked so well. The flash comes down, which tries to catch Yumio off guard. And it won't exactly work out, but honestly, his job individually is done. Now it's on the riflers to get active, and they do. Boris pulls out the pistols. He wants to try and fight. He's trying to shoot off the back of the Tracers, and it works. How have 3BL got away with that?
How have got... Yeah, that's the exact same question that I want to ask as well. How have they gotten away with it? That is not a natural play for a sniper to go in just like that, going into the spawn room and actually flanking. I mean, despite Snare dying, I think that's pretty much a fine scenario for the side of 3BL. It was a bit of a rough fight in the side, trying to clear out the second floor. I think it's a nice reaction from the side of Ranking to keep exit control, but, you know, one cold shot to the head. Later, they got exit as well, so it's only PM left alive, and yeah, this is not looking winnable. Look at the positions that 3BL is holding, and I think PM recognizes it, so it's another mini timeout for them.
Yeah, good round, though, from 3BL. Really, really nice one. It has to be said, and they look pretty happy there as well. You can sort of understand. These are some good rounds where the last two were super quick and they were up in their face, and then this one, they slow things down. They try and use a bit of mid-control, and this one man's antics gets so much information, so much control, and I just think Ranking are completely caught off guard by what is such an outlandish play in the end. So they're going to call for a timeout, and you know, again, understandably so why they've called for this. This is the sort of moment where you really do need a conversation. These last three have been very good rounds with 3BL.
Yeah, I can see Horus smirking from here. He knows that he got away with murder in that last round, or in the round prior, actually, when he got that triple kill in towards that lower B side. But man, that is just mind-blowing to me. That doesn't happen in Asia, that's for sure. This Snare just straight up goes mid. Because usually you have a guy, usually you have a guy on B entrance.
Yeah.
And usually you have a guy on Z, but I think Ductuan, he was surprised that they already entered, or he's already entered into Z with a sniper in his hand, just gets the quick scope going, and just like how I said it, even if he dies in that situation, pressure was already made on the A side. Players are scrambling to see if they can rotate back into it, but it was already a little bit too late from the side of Ranking. 3BL were in already really good positions once they entered that A.
Yeah, it's definitely not a common play, right? And I think sometimes having those who look at the tricks up your sleeve are super important to give you some early control, and I think that's a really good way to go about it. So yeah, a bit of a moment to have a conversation, and you can see them getting pretty vocal over towards Ranking, and again, understandably so. For them, they've, you know, these last few rounds have been a bit of a struggle. They've not exactly looked too comfortable. They definitely need to try and find a way back into this. So, off the back of this pause, how things change. Of course, we saw, you know, primarily LDX was getting pretty vocal, trying to, you know, bail them out of these situations. But I think for 3BL, nothing really needs to change for them. They just say, right, just keep changing up like you're doing right now. They can't seem to find a way to shut you down. And yeah, so far, I really don't think there's too many complaints.
Yeah, just gotta mix up the Rubik's Cube and have our Ranking Esports solve it once again. And look at this, no mid-control this time for the side of 3BL, but I think they know at this point that Ranking Esports, they're not actually willing to go for that con mid-control. But man, I'm surprised. I mean, Ranking usually goes very aggressive for that mid side, but this time I think something that 3BL did kind of scared them back onto the sites.
Slayer isolates it. He's just having a little look around. He might be tempted to try and fight out here, but the only issue is Nevis and Humio are there to meet him, and PM's not exactly too far behind. Feels like a near impossible crossfire to try and overcome. They want to fight for this, though. Humio, most likely going to be first contact. Got Snare on the side. Fight doesn't actually go in his favor. Nevis nearly gets caught trying to backtrack here. He sticks around and for way too long. And downhill fall. A's looking a little vulnerable now. It's all left down to one man to try and shut it down. And, you know, PM's got a lot of work to do.
Yep, and PM having to guard two angles at the same time on his own. So this is a prime target for the side of 3BL to try and go for an A take. So instead, I think PM is just going to reconvene with his teammates to try and reinforce mid. And I think they're going to assume that 3BL is going to file on back towards that mid side, and PM is going to try to see if he can spot any players crossing back. But look at where 3BL is. They're just staying in towards Store A, or Storage A rather. And yeah, they're just waiting for the inevitable. They're kind of pulling the same thing that Ranking was pulling in that last game, where they just wait for a bit and kind of play with the pace of the game, and Ranking kind of scrambling, try and see if they can spread the defense as far as possible, but that could be bad news. PM missing the first shot, and that's not good news whatsoever. Oh my god, 2 instant kills on the site? How does that work? I mean, PM, you missed twice from the second floor, and you gotta hit your shots at that point. Ductuan, the last one left alive. PM, what is happening to this man?
Yeah, a couple of really bad shots missed there, and I think ended up being super costly. If he hits both of those, it really does shut down that push, but he misses both. He gets caught by Slayer as well. Really nice shot and reaction from Slayer, and I think in doing so, that's put them in a good spot. I think the big error for me with Nevis just going back into a fight there. I think once he sort of loses his teammate and loses a bit of control, I think you've just got to call it and say, right, I've lost this. I'm going to play with PM on towards the A site itself rather than trying to desperately fight out towards A long, but it doesn't end up working out here. It's time they're going to leave Slayer once again. Sort of this poke and prod, and they're going to go for a similar setup. This time it's PM going to play out with Humio, but I don't know if it's going to make too much of a difference. It doesn't look like they're wanting to fight too much that control over the left-hand side.
I think this is kind of like Ranking Esports' response of just giving this mid side. They just want to double up into towards long, and if you give it a certain timing, then Humeo is going to start to file on in, but I think Slayer spots him, so Slayer going to spot Humeo, but Humeo wins the fight anyways, and he is going to back off all the way, so I think Slayer sees it, or sees Humeo back off before his screen does go blue. So they do have that slight bit of information, so Horus is going to try to get some control. PM, I don't think he spotted Horus here. If Horus can gain a bit of surprise, but that nade is going to spot Horus. Counting his lucky stars at that shot did not hit for PM so far. 0-4 in this game. And they're going to file on back mid. And look at the position. Ranking Esports, they're so out of place for this push.
Yeah, they're not ready for this. However, LDX on the site is. He wants to fight and hang on. It might actually work against them.
They can circle back A.
Yeah, it's true. They don't have to commit to this. Numbers don't favor them. They want to barrel into towards the fight. Nevis up close. He gets both. Oh, Nevis. What a shutdown. Individual brilliance from him.
Yeah.
Locks down that A site and makes sure there is no chance at a push on towards A. Beautiful. They needed that. They really needed that. If he falls, they probably get the site, a C4 plant, maybe even the round.
Yeah, that's kind of the constant storyline. Every time that we have a Vietnamese team on the screen, like, yeah, the other team is playing slightly better in terms of the macro. They're getting more map control, but then, you know, they're just infinitely more clutch.
Yeah. Very true. Only nades come over towards container. Don't really do all that much. Nevis is holding. Just going to very quickly dip away. Doesn't want to stick around for that fight, understandably so. So they're going to give up all of this sort of lower B control and say, right, 3BL, that's yours. But the big thing is trying to stop them barreling out of the door there.
Yeah, I wonder what Nevis ate for breakfast, man, because this guy is having a hell of a game. Hell of a series, honestly.
Yeah.
He wasn't like this yesterday, but I feel like maybe he has a mission to do in this one. To be fair, just like how we said it earlier, this could be the decider whether or not who is going to end up in that second seed, or at least a guaranteed second seed.
Yeah, it is true. This is a really important game. I guess more so for ranking, for keeping afloat in a sense, right? But for 3BL on the other side, you win this and you get so close to saying you're confirmed in towards the playoffs.
That's true, especially it's a 2-0
yeah.
against Vasco, and ranking, it was a 3-game affair against Evolution Power yesterday.
That's true. Very true. Bit of mid control once again. Snare holding that pixel off the door in towards B. It looks like that's where they want to finish it. They're going to start barreling in, or maybe they could be tempted for that rotate over. Nevis, though, another big kill from this guy. Finds a really important moment. LDX and Ducktime going to try and combine kills of their own, and it's scrappy, but it's working. Nevis comes alive again with one more to his name, and it leaves it all down to Snare. Finds one, but in a 1 versus 5. Now down to 4. No chance.
Yeah, that's my favorite thing when it comes to like a 1v5. One person's going to be assigned to be the human UAV. There's like, all right, I'm just going to have my knife out. If I get shot, we know exactly where he is. Look at where LDX is, and of course the sniper is not going to work that close, at least if you don't scope fast enough and don't react fast enough at ranking, though. I like what ranking is doing, especially on the B site. They don't take that storage control, or at least they take storage control at the start of the round. But if they realize that 3BL is starting to move up a bit in this B site, they just go into the they just go into servers, and they're just gonna let the angles pay for themselves.
Exactly, and there's such tough angles. I mean, we saw earlier when Horus made that 1v2 or 1v1, but then ended up losing. We were kind of even giving testament, right, because of how good that shot was from him. Because it's not the most common thing someone to be able to
hit it.
Yeah, exactly. So they're really good angles to play from, and you can understand why you want to sort of shell up on site here on towards B, and it's maybe A and mid where you get a little bit more proactive.
There we go, PM. Bit of a passive position. I think Snare spotted him, so I think PM is going to have to gain another position here. PM needs to do anything, to do something, man. Being 0-5 on the sniper, especially on compound, you can't have Snare outplay you for 2 games in a row. PM, you need to step up to the plate. It can't just be Nevis. Especially Nevis has been picking up the sniper as well, and he's hitting better shots than PM so far.
Yeah, it's true. He has looked a little bit more comfortable with it, has to be said.
Good nade.
Actually should do a good chunk. It does. Catches 2 pretty healthily. I mean, Snake and Slayer definitely going to feel that one.
Oh.
Pop in, though. They might want to wrap in through. Dr1 needs to hit the shot. If he loses it, he could be in a bit of trouble. He's now danced between 2 in and around those vents. Dr1, he's actually going to fall. Not the way he wanted to go, but PM making the Colt look all right. Humio also gets caught, and now it's a 3 versus 2. Make that 1. LDX left all alone.
Oh, timing. But unfortunately, doesn't hit the spray. Bit of a wall bang here with the M4 in towards C2. And there we go, back in the picture. 3BL, they kind of lost grip a bit in the game, but now they're back into it. I really think that Ranking Esports could have easily won that round if Duct1 hit that initial shot on the player peeking from spawn and just backed off in towards the A side. But unfortunately, it's a make or miss game.
Very true. 2 nades thrown out in towards mid, and 3BL not pushing at all. They know it's a standard thing from Ranking. They drop those double HEs and kind of try and chip away some damage over towards container, so they just don't even bother to fight them for it. I think it's probably the right way to go about it.
Kind of slows them down a bit. Kind of makes 3BL a bit paranoid because I think 3BL is also thinking, are they just conditioning us? Is this going to be eventually a mid-push one of these rounds? So they're just playing it careful, and you can't really blame 3BL for that. I mean, every single round in this half is super important, especially we're at the tail end of the half. So they kind of expected something crazy maybe from the side of Ranking, but Ranking is just playing standard once again.
Very true. Slayer waiting in towards mid, but not a huge amount on offer here. Dr1 playing up close and PM at range. It's not a bad little sort of 2-man position there. And of course, you've got a player out towards A-Long who's starting to make a bit of a move himself, so it's not the worst spot that you've got to put yourselves in. Pop shots. Not doing all too much, though. This is a very slow round out from 3BL, so we spoke about conditioning. The only issue of going slow is that Humio's getting a lot of info, and info could also lead to kills. Oh, no, he fluffs his lines, though. He really fluffs that one up. Oh, man, he gives away. That should have been a freebie. He was back turn.
I'm surprised he kept going. I think after that first shot, I would have just ran as fast as possible back into the A site. But here comes LDX. LDX waiting for a footstep, waiting for 3BL to be setting up. I mean, if you have the nade out, you can't really respond to what LDX is doing. But this is a really nice cover from Todd. He's expecting that someone from Ranking Esports is going to re-aggress, considering it's a 4v5. But look at 3BL. Good response from them. However, OPM peeking out at the wrong place at the wrong time, but they're going to have to go through this very tight spot in the long side. And Nevis, what happened, man? You had the... That's the position to actually prevent the entire team to get into the site, but he didn't really peek at all. He was just retreating while crouching. But someone was already on the box. You can see Nevis is trying to crawl away, but he couldn't get away.
Yeah, right now Ranking looked like a bit of a shadow of their former selves. Not exactly a good half out from them by any means. They just didn't look comfortable, didn't look clean in terms of the crossfire they were playing, and I think definitely leave us with a couple of question marks. But I mean, ultimately a 6-3 half. 3BL are more than happy. Only 4 rounds away now.
Oh yeah, they're gonna step on the gas. Never mind. I really wanted to see if 3BL was gonna go for that joust in mid, because you know, Ranking Esports are gonna take long first, and then they're gonna take container. This is what I was talking about, splitting the map in half, but slowly. But 3BL has the opportunity to kind of move up in towards LB, and can actually maybe get a player really deep into enemy lines here.
Yeah, a bit of a common play that we see a lot in towards the West League with you know, teams like 3BL is they push in towards LB and actually wrap all the way through spawn. And sitting around and wait for rotations to come there in their favor. It's more of an information gathering strategy more than kind of looking for kills in itself. So far, ranking, once again, pretty slow from them. Not a huge amount on offer. Like you said, now, container control taken. Bit of a move in towards mid. Slowly move their way forward. Snare, nice shot. Oh, and Snare, nice second as well. Decent response coming out from PM, but Snare is going absolutely humongous. What a round out from this guy. And he might look to close it as well. LDX, all that's left. Nade will come through. That might just do the job. And it's going to be a beautiful round out from Snare, single-handedly shutting it down as 3BL get closer and closer to a third map.
And usually we call that position coffin, but that man was putting 4 players in the coffin with that AWM. Absolutely impressive stuff from the side of 3BL and Ranking Esports. They did all that setup just to die to that one sniper on the A side. And man, I feel like 3BL has the handle of this map in all honesty. And just like how you said it, it could be a 3-map affair, and it is looking likely.
7-3, 4 rounds ahead, 3 rounds away from taking this map and pushing us towards sub-base, our decider. Jimio trying to make a little bit of a move, but Ranking have looked completely checked out in this map, that's for sure. They've just not exactly looked all too comfortable of a side. I think definitely we have to look at towards how well 3BL are playing and how kind of... Oh, hang on, Horus is really in the back lines. That is a big push. He gets away with one, and he doesn't overextend. He dips away. Maybe I'll speak too soon, though. Looks like he might want some seconds here. I don't love this play. If he just fallen away completely, I'm fine with it. He might actually be get another, but he should have fallen away a long time ago. Gets his kill, gets out of there, and regroups. He sticks around too long.
Yeah, I think Horus is trying to get his best Humeo impression there in towards that catwalk A side, but didn't work out in their favor. But still, that could have easily been the round.
Yeah.
For his side, Snare. Oh, fortunately for LDX, he did have that M4, but Snake with an instant response. It's a bit of a spread out defense from the side of 3BL, but it is definitely winnable from what I've seen for the past 3 rounds. Individuals stepping up to the plate, but Nevis finding that spawn room control, but Snake in a perfect position to try and punish this, but he's already passed by. A singular footstep from both of these teams could result in something bad, but Snake, I don't think he saw Nevis, so I think he spotted him at the last second, but they're going to have to be careful. Someone's around the corner. PM with the sniper. Doesn't hit it once again, but he hits the cold shot this time, so less confidence on that sniper, more on that pistol, and Snake is going to try to clear him from the backside, but look at the reaggress from PM. I mean, even if PM dies here, it's going to be fine because he's delayed so much. Bomb is already on half.
Nevis, duck to one. Trying to hold things down in a 2 versus 2 now to 2 versus 1. Tot spam down, he falls, and a really, really good little post plant there out from Ranking. They needed somebody to step up, or just the team to find the momentum. And I think, once again, the big misplay from me in towards that round is Horus gets his kill, which is great, and overextends. He sticks around for more, and that cost him. If he just falls away and falls back over towards A, they probably just win that round off like a numbers alone.
Yeah, I mean, I think getting a first pick is already huge at the start of the round with the amount of time that they have, and especially with how long Ranking Esports takes to actually just set up going into the site. I think that would have been the play to go for. But Horus is going to stick around in towards the storage A. So that's just going to be a whole another round of a waiting game for Ranking to show their heads in and around the corner. But 3BL still with a 3-point lead in this game. So they have more leeway to mess up in this game before Ranking does catch up.
True. Only issue, I guess, is you just don't want to give Ranking any sort of look in terms of momentum, or don't give them any sort of chance. Only bit of fight coming through. Looks like potentially it might be the first time Ranking takes some LB control, and it looks like they will. Until some lower B here in Pillars, they will start to move their way forward a little bit. There is Tot here to meet them. Tot hasn't been given too many opportunities in the second half. He's been a little quiet because they haven't been going towards B. So now we're really going to have to be tested here. We'll have to support a Slayer as well. Not a bad person to go for. Horus gets the first, which is great. This time he really kind of can't overextend because he's already holding a pretty aggro angle.
He learned his lesson
after
that last time, but it's already a really good position to actually hold, but I think you just back off all the way from long here and just defend side at this point. Snare, how have you found that?
All right, this changes things. 5v3. Round is absolutely on here. Horus does get flashed, so we'll allow them a little bit of control towards mid, but Horus re-aggressing. Going to find one. Quick trade going to come through. And a shutdown coming forward from 3BL. That's a really nice way to find it. Really nice way to find it. And they're getting ever closer now to this third map.
3BL inches away from sub-base. And that makes sub-base actually infinitely more interesting because I wouldn't say it's a pretty similar pace that you play at in that map. It's actually pretty small, hallways are tight, and with the way that 3BL plays their GR side, I think this could be a fair chance for them to take map 3. It would be good for the rest of the group if this goes to map 3, actually.
It's true.
Horus. Oh my, he peeks before the flash pops. This guy's a mad lad.
I love it. It works. He's going to trade it, but he's done his job in that sense. Oh my god, Snare. Oh, he's going to get 2 as well.
How is he there?
The Colt, the Orm, the Wombo combo. Snare has no regard for his safety, and he makes it work. And this time, he will actually get out of there. Completely gets in the back lines, and somehow they have absolutely not read into that. We know that 3B have a couple of tricks up their sleeve. We know this is a really good map for them, and they are showing exactly why.
I was so distracted.
Oh no
my god,
way.
He gets another one. How is this? What is happening? I was just confused that Snare was... I think I was so laser focused on Horus.
Even he's laughing at it.
And Snare is just in the back line with a sniper. 3BL.
Yeah.
throwing the book at ranking esports at the moment. Oh,
Yeah.
They're making RKE sweat, man.
Even Snare's laughing at it. He's thinking, like, how have I just got away with 3
That should
there?
have not worked. That's for sure. I think that's his mind. That's his mind.
Maybe one, the first, and then the second he should get traded immediately. So, funny round for sure, but a 9-4 3BL making light work at a compound here. We know it's a really good map for them. Oh, what a shot coming through by Snap. Oh, hello, though. There might be a little bit more behind this. Slayer going to get caught at the very least, and it does change things up a little bit. With Nevis, obviously, he fell in that early fight. Back into a 4 versus 4. Ranking just going to group up and try and see if they can isolate fights.
And I think they're starting to expect Horus. The aggression from that long side could be coming anytime soon. So they're going to try to punish him before an A-take does go. Now they're going to start to throw some nades actually in mid. They're really trying to see if they can drag Horus out of this position. But he actually spots Humeo instead. Yep, he's going to have a bit of a tap-off between them two. But he already has information. He doesn't really have to overextend. 2 snipers, though, on the side of ranking. This is interesting.
Oh, what a reaction from Snake. He was holding basically 3 different angles. He's going to get away with 2. How did he get away with 2? Looking in towards mid, looking into close right box, looking up towards window. 3 different angles he's holding, and he manages to get 2 kills and stay alive for that brief moment. And he still is alive. Duck1 and Humeo left with a lot to do. Both tagged pretty low as well.
I like what TBL is doing. Usually teams, like when you do get into this type of situation, they back off immediately. But I like that 3BL. They're playing with a bit of greed. They're looking for more because they know they still have like a 5-point lead here. So even if they make a mistake in that last round, they can just readjust going into the next. And this is not playing in the cards of ranking esports whatsoever. And look at where Snake is standing. Right under the noses of ranking esports. 3BL, that's going to be 1. And it could be done for Humeo. C4 is in the middle of nowhere. Flashes are going to go through. Accessory nades. Oh, but he does hit a shot. That's pretty much fine. He knows exactly where Snake is, but someone's already watching it cross. Snare is not going to miss. Yep, he's not going to miss that one. Not at all. And a better showing from the side of 3BL going into map number 2. I mean, Black Widow was a close affair, but this wasn't at all.
Yeah, absolutely. They're just below us, and they were getting pretty hyped about that. They're glad to see that now there's something to kind of work with off the back of this series, pushing it towards the 3rd. And it's a map as well in which they don't mind by any means, but neither do rankings. This 3rd map becomes very, very interesting indeed. But yeah, definitely a couple of question marks. Ranking just looked like a completely different side, and not in a good way.
Yeah. It seems like they need to get more reps in on compound, man, because I feel like they were just lost in the sauce the entire time. I mean, Horus in the back line, Snare in the back line, 3BL just out macroing them the entire time. And despite 3BL not really going for that connector mid control, or not connector mid, container mid control rather, they were still doing some damage in and around the map. And man, that was an absolute show from the side of 3BL. They showed us how to play compound, and that is exactly how you do it.
Yeah, I'm actually really impressed. You know, we got to see really where we got the best out of 3BL. The individual showed up. We really had these kind of super cool kind of highlight moments. But also on the other side with ranking, you know, they were pretty good for the most part, pretty consistently good all the way across in map number 1. But yeah, map number 2, combat that they really did struggle, and I think it's definitely left a couple of question marks for us now heading in towards this third map. We look at Subbase and we have the two different arguments. Both of these sides like it, but how much of this is going to come off the back of momentum and also sort of the mental state? For ranking, you know, we kind of saw them on the cams there at the end. They looked pretty, you know, dejected. They didn't look great. So, you know, are they going to be able to kind of mentally recover off the back of this? You know, they've got sort of 10 minutes or so in between these maps. Are they going to be able to come in towards map number 3 and sort of forget about it? I don't know.
I don't know. PM needs to like meditate or something, because I feel like he's going to be such an important piece, especially when it comes to Subbase, right? The thing is that I complimented Evolution Power when they were still back in CFBL, why they had one of the best sub-bases in group stage in CFBL is because of first, and that's the sniper. The sniper has to be online, and if he's not online, that second mid is going to be attacked again and again and again, and once 3BL recognize that weakness, A side is going to be in danger, B side is going to be under danger of a split as well from 3 sides, and yeah, I mean, if I really feel like 3BL can pull this off. I know I predicted ranking, but I have more faith in 3BL at the moment with the way that some of the other ranking players are playing, and especially the ones who are not playing too stellar here, they're the ones who are going to be super important pieces going into Subbase.
Yeah, and I think the big thing for me is that we really just didn't see anybody notably run away with things over towards ranking. And also on the side of 3BL, the same way, but in a good way. I think everybody had their moments for them over and towards that map, right? We saw every individual have at least some sort of a highlight or some sort of an impact round, where for ranking, it was really a lackluster showing. So yeah, definitely, you know, pretty concerning for us. This is a map in which, you know, in terms of statistically, it's a very good one over towards 3BL. It's their third best map in the pool that they've got with an 81.8% win rate, which is very, very good. On the other side, you look at the likes of ranking, it's their third or second most played map that they've got, 14 times played, 71% win rate. So it is their best map technically speaking, but win rate wise a little bit different, you know, in that sense. So it's definitely a strong map both ways. We feel like it's a bit of a handshake between these two. They both love it, they both like it, but like I said, that's why for me, because both of them are very strong in it, they both have a lot of comfort, I look at this and I'd probably say it's not down to percentages or recent performances or anything of the sort. It's down to the here and now, it's down to the mental state, and the mental state doesn't seem very good over towards ranking. We saw them at the end there, they just didn't look that happy.
Yeah, and it's been a while as well since Ranking Esports actually played Compound here. I think the last time that they played was, in the Season 2 of CFBL when they were up against Chicken Spicy, and that was a while back. That's during the season, actually the first round of their playoffs, and that was already like a month ago or so. So I think they're kind of cold in this map. I don't think they expected this particular map to actually pop out in the veto. But 3BL, man, I mean, they can smell weakness very, very far. They're going to try and see if they can maximize the advantage here, and that they did exactly.
Yeah, no, exactly that. Of course, you can see across the scoreboard here, very, very good showing. Snare, 2.71 for him, looked great all the way throughout. And unfortunately, over towards ranking, nobody even went positive, right? I mean, that is telling a real big story. But a lot of different players had their moments over towards 3BL, is like we said. But there was, you know, the thing is that everybody had their moments, which is the great thing. If they can bring that level in towards Sub-Zero, who knows what is going to happen. But even, you know, their worst player, that a Snake, still getting a 1KD. He's not exactly too upset about that by any means. Everybody looked great, and this is now a pretty interesting spot that we put ourselves in. 10-4 though is a super one-sided map compared to 10-8 of map number 1, right? It's a different sort of storyline that we now bring in towards map number 3. I mean, 3BL, we saw them afterwards celebrating down here below us. We saw them on the cameras looking really happy. Horus is laughing, everybody's kind of joking, and you could just see how easy that felt for them, and that might really help heading in towards Subbase. I think for me, Subbase always feels like a map which is all about that confidence. We saw what happened with Imperial, and I think it might be the same.
Yep, and I think we're just going to take a very short 5-minute break, actually. And yeah, we might see you guys in just a bit. See you in a bit.
lovely arena in Hanoi, Vietnam. We're really looking forward to this map number 3. Of course, Subbase is where we are heading, map in which both of these sides really do enjoy. So it does throw a couple of question marks into the air. We're really unsure about whether Ranking can mentally check back into this game because they looked completely checked out in towards that previous map on Compound. And yeah, I mean, 3BL looks super hyped, loud, they're confident. If they can bring that into a Subbase, they can really take a lot of control early.
Yeah, for sure. And I think Subbase, especially for the side of 3BL, it kind of plays into their hands with the amount of games that they also played in the CFWL. Just like on the stats, they were 9-2, and they beat the best of the best on that map. And especially there is some specific teams in CFWL, if you can kind of help you on this, who kind of specialize on that Subbase map, so they can kind of learn from those teams in that league. And yeah, I would say 3BL is looking really good going into this Game 3, especially considering how dominant the Compound game was for them. Yeah,
there is a couple of them in particular over towards the CFWL that most people kind of, at least are sort of cautious of. Obviously, LCK being the other one here. Then Unnights are obviously always pretty solid. They made a really good run in Season 2, look good. And then Encore, which maybe some of the people who are a little bit more veterans, other than back in the day as GV. A lot of those guys have been around for a long, long time. So those are normally some of the scarier teams, and then it does start to dip off a little bit. You've got teams like TBI and Anubis, also from the same region as 3BL, but not as competitive. Swamp Gaming, who are this season from North America, they've got massive ping because we're playing in kind of Western servers. It's pretty rough for them. I mean, credit to them even getting in towards the CFWL through the open stage, but they're always on like 100+ ping, so it's pretty awkward.
They qualified on 100 ping.
Yeah.
That is bad.
Actually, pretty insane. They're actually not bad. You can tell their strats are good, but they're just unfortunately like when you're on like 100+ ping, what can you actually do? But this is the thing, right? I think for 3BL domestically, when we look towards the West League, this is a map which they actually always looked very, very good on against some of the better teams. The ones you kind of mentioning when we talk about teams like Encore, teams like LCK, for example. And the fact that they're able to kind of be able to overcome these sort of steps might give them a chance here against Ranking. On the other side, though, Ranking like this map a lot. So we have to look in towards that as well. Looks like we are live, though. Let's get this show on the road. Map number 3 here to the side. Can 3BL go 2-0? Well, Ranking, for them, this is a necessity to stay alive, to be in contention for playoffs. Lose this, and they might actually lose that chance.
Jesus, Snare. You know, he's just not normal, that's for sure. Like, who peaks like that in towards mid? I think he knows that PM is, like, tilted out of his mind. So I think he's peaking like that.
Yeah.
So he's trying to punish him early. So if he can tilt him early, that means second mid control is... The only problem for second mid control here is just going to be Duct 1.
Yeah, there's a real actually argument to be made now for Ranking, especially if it starts the same way where PM has been, you know, in this rough bit of form, where they actually say, Nevis, I think you should primary Orm here, and actually PM goes back onto a rifle. It might be tilting in the short term, especially over towards PM, because you might feel quite demoralizing and thinking, I'm not doing my job properly, but it's for the betterment of the team. Nevis actually looked really clean when he's had the sniper in play, so it's a sort of a thing which you need to kind of be with fine margins. I mean, a lot of it's got to come down to the coach, I think, more than anything, but yeah, if PM continues to struggle, especially with how well we've seen Snare on the other side play, I mean, some of the highlight reels this guy's been having, they cannot allow him to be in complete control. Snare, does he clear this close left? I think he might have been spotted. Yeah, Top, Snake, both going to fall. Snare with his orb, going to get one, but it falls apart in a matter of moments, and Slayer's left all alone.
Yeah, and a really good... really good teamwork from the side of Ranking Esports. I mean, Ductuan, he did get that double kill, but as soon as they crossed in towards that second mid, all the players from A side went immediately to try and help Control Room. And Slayer, the only one left alive. I mean, why not have a go at it?
It's a big ask, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe, you know, 2 headshots.
Oh, there's one. Got there in the end. Does take a little bit of damage, but it's not the worst thing in the world.
Yeah, 1 for each shoulder, but I think he's going to be fine for now. But LDX in jail at the moment. So Slayer is just going to go for the plant. I mean, for a 1v3 being inside of the site, if you can kind of isolate the players here, could be winnable. But I don't think Ranking wants to risk that play. Ranking is, I just realized Ranking is a very risk-averse team.
Yes. Honestly, I feel like they've actually played that super well. Some people might see this as like overly protective and passive in that situation, but I love it in a sense. There's no point taking risks there sort of at all. I'm a big fan. LDX, you know, we know he's got a level head. We've kind of seen it all throughout this series as well. He's actually one of the more vocal players on this team. He does a lot in terms of the leadership roles as well, and I think obviously played to perfection there too. So nice work coming through.
Yeah, and I think that really matches the way that sub-base plays out.
Yeah.
You can play really, really slow in this map. You can just play some defaults. Oh, this is my favorite peak on the A side. Oh, but unfortunately, he doesn't take it. But if it's anyone else, man, I mean, I think Snare has the best spawn considering the order of the players. If you guys don't know in the chat, the spawns are really dependent on the order of the players. So, for example, Snare is the second one, so that means he's going to spawn on the very left side. So that means he does get priority if ever they do want to go on the A side. But if you hit a really nice shot on A and you can just back up all the way, that's a 4v4. That means it's a 2-2 between the sites, and the numbers do not lie.
Nevis dealt a decent amount of damage. Needs one of these to connect. He actually deals damage and gets away. And PM going to find an important one. Horror's going to get caught. So Nevis sort of bailed out a little bit there. Looked like he had a bit of trouble. And actually now we're starting to make something of this. PM, we've called upon him a couple of times. He's in a pretty slow series so far. This might be his moment to really step up and seal the deal. Colt going to be pulled out to try and drop Slayer. He's still staying alive somehow. Snake, good timing on his peek in towards jail. Gets one. Looking for more as well. PM spotted. Can't quite get the kill. Thankfully, Snake can. 2v1 now on LDX. We've highlighted this guy as being calm under pressure. Now, what is it like in a clutch situation?
See what the IGL can do. Sometimes the IGL has to step up. Slayer checking the locker room side. Not going to notice. A bit too far of a flick. And 3BL. I can't believe that worked.
It's a big round.
PM, man. I mean, he finally started to hit shots, and then he turned to the Colt, and now the Colt started missing.
Exactly.
That's depressing.
Betrayed by his pistol. You hate to see it. BBL will tie this one up. We know this is a map. We've already, kind of beaten this story to death of saying that it is a map that both of these sides like. So we're expecting this one to have a bit of distance behind it. They're going to have these ideas of how to break each other down. We know that both of these sides have done a lot of prep coming in towards the tournament as well. So I'm excited to see what we get coming through in terms of how they're going to counter each other, how they're going to try and find these gaps to work with. We already saw in that previous round, for example, where Snare got super active early. He jumped down in towards A. I mean, it obviously didn't work out, but it's the ideas like that we like. Deep they're going to come around this corner. Horror's going to come by the flash. It's a nice shot by Humio, and he looks for more as well. Might just get it, he will. LDX will help him out. He's actually sticking up strong here. Brilliant work. Slayer gets one of his own. Snare left in a tough spot of 1v4 to 1v3, but surely this one's not on the cards.
Surely not. If it does happen, it would be nice, but there it is. Snare.
I got a palm.
As much as we do love to compliment Vietnam and their clutchness, maybe Snare could have his own show as well. 2v1 situation, trying to isolate the fights. PM in towards tight stairs. Switches to the M4. I like it. Respecting Snare. Down to 1 HP, but he does have the AWM, and of course it only takes a tap and a gust of wind to take him down. And ranking Esports with a good reply in this round. To be fair, I think if you can't clear missile fast enough, then Humeo is just going to have a field day, man. Look at the angles that you can get from this position. And a 4K on site. Not really much you can do if you're 3BL there. I mean, if you guys cannot get instant A control and you don't shoot the guy in the head, whoever's in control room, then that is just trouble in A site.
Yeah, really great sort of isolation of fights there by Humio, but he's also sort of gifted them. Like you said, they don't clear missiles quick enough. It's got to be a real focal point when you go out on towards that A site, and if you don't, you're in a lot of trouble. So
I don't like that they put PM here, though.
Yeah. With the sniper, is the only sniper as well. So, let's see. They're going to test it once again. It looks like they attempted to. They're grouping up for an A-pop here. PM could be in a lot of trouble. Did a couple of moments where he struggled, especially under pressure like this. This won't be easy.
Yeah, and it's a one and done on the sniper. If you miss, they're just going to run straight at you. If control room gets smoked immediately, the flashes could disturb the side. Here comes a flash. And Snare, that is the response that I want to see from the sniper. Once again, outplaying PM here, and Nevis going to try to see if he can file back onto the side. 3BL trying to run as fast as possible in the other direction. Duaktuan does get two, but Snake and Snare with a good response, and it is just a dogfight on the A site. Humeo, the only one left alive, but if it's anyone to do it, it's him. Headshot, and a double kill for Humeo. How have they saved that round? 3BL should have won that.
Yeah, that's massive. That is a huge one. Humeo steps up, and just cold as ever. So easy for him. Brilliant work. But you spot on 3BL absolutely should be walking away with that round. And they're going to be kicking themselves that they didn't. That is a bad one to lose. A real bad one to lose.
Yeah, especially you already got the player on missile.
Yeah.
That's like one part of the story already done. You already got control of the site. You should have just ran in, got the plant, maybe try and see if you can spread out as much as possible, maybe play around blue stairs here, but that's tragic for the side of 3BL, but they're going to have to recollect themselves here.
Yeah, that's tough. That's really tough, that's for sure. You can see now 3BL going to slow things down quite massively, hoping that maybe a bit of an overextension comes through from ranking, but doesn't seem to be the case. Yeah, pretty quiet here. Might just be a chance on this corner. Shot, though, from Snip. Not going to stick around for seconds. We'll hope that his rifles can do the bulk of the heavy lifting. But they're peppered with a bit of util as well to force them further back.
Yeah, and it kind of shows the bias of this map. Honestly, it is very somewhat GR-sided. But bit of aggression here from Nevis, and the M4 is perfect for that type of situation, especially the wooden door.
Yeah.
Wall bang galore with that damage, and look at the HP bars on the side of 3BL. 3 of them are low.
This is tough. Nevis, swing. Actually snared to find that first, though.
Snare's just bullying PM.
Yeah, PM gets caught once again. Look how much damage has been dealt. Snare, Snake, and Tot all super vulnerable. The only issue is there's no HE left to work with for ranking, so they can't beat them with that. It's got to be just the raw tags themselves, but they got the rifles left to work with, so it'll be doable. Been shot by Nevis. He's generally looked like the better man when it's come towards the sniper, but not to be the case here. Hor's going to get caught by that flash, but it's a massacre over towards A. Really nice execute that time, and this is where Humio, he's pulled off a couple of nice moments. This one's got no legs behind it. That's a big round. It's flawless too.
Yeah, I mean, 2 A hits in a row. PM getting punished in the beginning, and a very nice take on towards the side. You do have a point that they kind of ran out of HE, so they couldn't really finish off the rest of the low players on towards the side of 3BL.
Yeah, they have just one. They probably get 3 kills with it because they pepper in the right spot.
And so it was all up to the shots, and Nevis missed the important one.
Yeah, actually pretty uncharacteristic for Nevis too, right? Because when we've seen him on the sniper, granted, it's not been as kind of consistent maybe as PM, but he's actually looked really good on it. So maybe it's just been a little minute since he's had it. Oh, that's a lovely shot. Dr. Man gets caught on the cross. Quick shot there by Snare.
Yeah, just a bit of a exchange of strokes here in towards the second mid side. And 3BL has been doing a really nice job of just absolutely milking the utility here from the side of ranking. And look at the utility. Look at the utility already. There's only 1 HE on the side of ranking now, as they were trying to get some damage in for the 3BL players who were trying to enter Woodside. But Ductuan already out of the picture, but you kind of expected at this point. He's a bit more aggressive today, but it didn't really result in anything.
For now, super slow from 3BL. Just information gathering more than anything. Top plays a lot of those anchor positions. He's normally kind of holding rotations. It's also one of those things, it can be a bit of an information gather for ranking too. If they do catch Top, expectations are that that's not where the rest of the team are. He does a lot of lurking for 3BL. Oh, he gets tagged. He's lucky, so lucky to stay alive there. Same cannot be said for LDX. He's going to get caught early. That is not the way he wants to fall. Nevis can't really get the trade that he wants. At least PM will get one of his own. Looking for more as well, but Nevis going to come through and make something of it. 2 versus 2. Slayer's low, but so is Nevis. PM also tagged as well. Only healthy player is that a Snake.
They go into the A site, I think. I mean, Nevis is already barely breathing. 1 HP. Health bar is next to 0, but the headshot, he was just tapping away with the M4, and that is going to take down Slayer. Snake is the only one left alive, but if he can take down PM, if PM misses a shot, this could be bad news. But yeah, I like this in ranking. They're just going to stick together this time. I think they'd rather just retake as 2.
Yeah, retaking is much better than the other alternative of getting isolated. C4 going to go down.
Oh, he gets into passage.
Oh, he's got a strong angle now. He really does. Snake does need to peek, and he really can't afford to peek. 13 points of HP. He really does not want to take an Angel straight up here. This is a really good position for him. And he knows he's planted it open, but at the same time, ranking should expect maybe some sort of gimmick like this. He's gone for that specific open plant.
Yeah,
Might be a world.
Can pop out on any side.
Yeah, the tap. I want to fight here. He's been held for as well. Doesn't fall for the bait, but PM going to hit the shot. And that is going to be the round taken for ranking. Big one for them to take. And now a 2-round lead too.
Yeah, and that's what I was talking about then, risk-averse team.
Yeah.
I mean, PM is like, I've been missing with the sniper, man. Let me get the M4 instead so I can finally finish this guy off. And there we go. Ranking Esports in control of the game. But there's so many rounds that you could say 3BL could have easily won, but they just messed up one thing. So, I mean, 4-2 is not too bad of a score, especially considering we are in sub-base. So, there's still plenty of things that 3BL is doing right in this situation. It's just that they couldn't get it done. It's always that Vietnamese clutch factor that we have to think about.
Ooh, Nevis does get spotted, but doesn't get tagged. Leg was showing, but doesn't make a difference. Yeah, this is now where Ranking, we're worried about them a little bit coming in towards this map of whether they'd be able to sort of come alive in the way that they did map number 1, for example, but really struggled through on map number 2. And thankfully, it doesn't seem to have had any sort of lingering effects off the back of a really, unfortunately, quite poor compound.
Yeah. But this is the opportunity for Ranking to kind of gain a bit of momentum, man. You have the better side of sub-base at the moment. PM, did you not notice that Snare's already jumped up in towards Locker? And look at the amount of players in 3BL is already on site. They noticed the player on towards Raptors. And it becomes a 2v4. PM, his Colt is hitting, but can he find Snake in time? Snake with his own Colt this time. Gets it with the sniper headshot. Snake trying to dance around the metal pole, but he has the M4. It's not going to work. And Ranking Esports, it almost fell apart, but fortunately for them, sub-base has played it out by itself.
Yeah, exactly. Really, really well done. PM, when he gets caught there, I got a little bit worried as well. It looked like he might have actually kind of fluffed his lines a bit. Thankfully, he catches one. He gets caught on a bit of clipping or something, but he sort of stops mid-air, basically, and allows PM to line up that shot, and it works. We'll see a timeout get called here, and I don't think it's too much of a surprise. I'm assuming it's by 3BL. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It's the confirmation. 3BL called for this timeout, and not an easy spot that we're in, right? We've got to look towards sort of some of the leadership factors in this team and some of the more experienced players in this team, because it's a really young team, generally speaking, right? So we've got to look to them to try and find ways back into this. Horus, one of the older members of the side, got to try and help them out. Kevin, of course, the coach too, to try and find some sort of form. But yeah, right now they're in definitely a tough spot.
Yeah, Snake obviously being one of the more veteran players on the squad. I mean, it's his first year on the squad, so still be plenty of time to try and see if he can manage his team, try and steer them in the right direction. But you know, there's still the second half of sub-base that you have to think about. And with the way that 3BL played their defense and compound, I think they could kind of convert that in sub-base as well. So, I mean, 2 rounds is already a good start by them. But I think getting 3, 4 would be, you know, wishful thinking. But 3 would be already really good for them, in all honesty. And if they can start things off really well in that second half, then yeah, they can gain control back in the game.
Yeah, and if we're being completely honest, if they can get 4, that would actually be amazing for them. They probably look at that and say that's a really good half out of us, especially because of how kind of tough things have looked. So, I mean, ultimately, that's the big thing for them. I guess that's the ultimate goal, is getting up towards 4, and then off the back of it, maybe, you know, using that to start well into that second half and find a bit of form. But we'll see. For now, though, I think for 3BL, they're definitely on the back foot a little bit. Ranking do look like the slightly more competitive side at the moment. Yeah, pretty vocal, 3BL are getting down there. As I'm ready to get going, though, in a moment. Ranking, I don't think they need to have too much of a conversation. Nothing's really going too wrong for them.
Yeah, not much you have to change about the defense in sub-base. I think, in all honesty, I think 3BL is trying to look for the opening pick because, yeah, this is a GR-sided map on a 5v5, but when it turns into a 4v5 and both of the defenses are split, then the story changes.
Yeah.
But, oh, bit of an aggressive hold here for the side of LDX, and Humeo is here as well. And time again, actually, Snare has gotten the pick off on the player on that metal box, so they're going to have to be careful.
Does take a preemptive shot there, but nobody was posted at that moment. Very passive. The core of this team, and they're just sending kind of 2 different guys just going for a little bit of a look in. Horus, having a look himself, but the C4 doesn't want to overcommit. Mainly, Snare looking in the direction of any kind of push fire lockers, and they were sending that sniper. They just sort of try and find any sort of opening picks, but unfortunately, there really isn't a lot on offer. Ranking are super happy just to sit back, and that, you know, that's sort of the way you can play this. You can just soak up a lot of this pressure.
Oh, but I mean, you hit this shot. This is the easiest shot, PM.
Yeah.
If you don't hit this at this point, you might be in trouble. But putting him in this position, main sniper doesn't usually play this one. Oh, Slayer baited him out! Oh my god!
That is so good.
He looked like Neymar for a second there. Crossing the ankles of the sniper in vents. That usually doesn't happen. Duck2On trying to get the trade, a bit desperate for it. And how has 3BL done this? Humeo and LDX on the A side, and I think they're just going to target B because they finally realize that it is clear thanks to Snare pushing in towards locker room, and Ranking Esports are going to have to retake with only 2 players left alive. How has that happened?
Yeah, that's so smart from Horus. Just completely baits him into a fight that PM did not want to take, and he goes from bad to worse. Slayer, one more to his name. Nice, simple, and LDX will get caught as well. Beautiful round of Crossfire there from 3BL. Everything that could go right does go right, and it's flawless to make it even better. That's a tilter towards Ranking.
Yeah.
Every single one of them lost a fight that they probably shouldn't have even been taking ultimately, but shouldn't have lost on the other side too. So that's one of those ones that can really have a bit of a knock-on effect. And like we said, there's the 3 rounds that we said sort of a bare minimum, a floor for 3BL to get in towards this first half. They get 4. I don't think they're really too upset about this first half.
Yeah, I would say I like the chances of 3BL. If they do get 4, I mean, more leeway to mess up in that second half, but they still have the more advantageous side. I'm still in disbelief that vent play actually worked. Actually, Emzin was trying to go for that yesterday, and it didn't work out in this favor, but I think 3BL might have watched some VODs here from EP, and they're like, hey, I should do that. And it somehow worked here for Slayer. I mean, PM was not really looking too good. He was looking a bit thin in this series, so I think 3BL is taking full advantage of any angle that he can hold, and getting vents is so huge for the BL side, because once you're just, even if you just don't take A side and you're just stuck there, you hear so much of the rotations from both sides of the map, and you can just kind of direct your team from there.
It's true. Well, a little bit quieter in this one. As we just passed the 1 minute 30 mark, Top can make a little move in towards Vent. It's obviously worked quite well for them last time. PM sort of learned his lesson and thinks, I'm not going to stick up here. I'm not going to stick around. I don't think it's worth the fight. But look in. Now they're going to start to creep their way forward. Doctor needs to be a little careful here. He potentially could be caught off guard. Tots, first fight for him, doesn't go well. Horus, Slayer combining well, but LDX going to add to his already pretty impressive series. Snare somehow gets out of it. I don't know how. And Snake has got some space towards Missile now. That C4 might be able to go down in just a moment. 3 versus 3. Not exactly an easy spot to work with. PM.
Snake needs to put that down.
Yeah. Big thing is they just got to put that time pressure above Ranking, and well, they will now, right? So now it's like Ranking on the retake, and they don't exactly have a lot of util for this.
Oh, good 2-man play from Snake and Horus here, and towards wide stairs. LDX, the only one left alive, but he's just going to get double peek most likely. But LDX, opportunity for a double spray. And here we go, 3BL. It's the 5-4 scoreline that we were looking for their side, and now they're going to be in their comfort zone for the second half. Ranking Esports in trouble in this game.
Has to be said as well, that's a perfect tack timeout as well, right? They take a pause and they say, we need a conversation. We're 5-2 down, and they get the next 2 rounds off the back of it. That's a perfect pause coming through. And for Ranking, that's completely changed the narrative of this third map, completely changed how it feels like it's playing out now. So definitely a lot of pressure. It feels like more pressure on towards Ranking. They're definitely in a tough old predicament. That's for damn sure. 3BL, if they can get this first round in towards the second half, oh my, Ranking are going to feel so bad with how things are going at the moment. They're going to feel like they're losing control.
Yeah. Oh, but LDX already out of the vent side. Ducktron's going to get the first kill, but no one is actually in control room there. They're going to be looking for the players on side. Great angle here from Snake, but he's only going to get one. Ducktron trying to defend, but Slayer getting the kill anyway, so it's a 3v2. Nevis is going to put the C4 down immediately, top with the trade. 1-for-1 so far. Himeo, a bit lucky that nade bounced off of Missile back in towards the sky, but he has to be careful. You don't want to get shot in the head here, Himeo. You are the anchor. And Nevis is on the other side. Todd spotting him on the side as well, just trying to get some preemptive taps, but he's also looking for Nevis at the same time, but Nevis is just going to tap him out. And a really good response from the side of Ranking, a 2-man vent play. Yeah. And I think 3BL assumed that they were not going to go for that at all, so they're just like, all right, let's just give vent and try and see if you can just bolster the sites itself.
Yeah, it's a big round. It doesn't really, it's got quite a quick tempo behind it too. So for 3BL, I think they just caught a little bit off guard. Speaking of tempo, look at this from 3BL. This is so aggro. Big flash going to come through. Snare full blind.
Hold on A.
Yeah, this is bold. Hubert's already out towards sight, and Snare going to get caught there. They just do not expect this level of pace. But then the C4 gets dropped. Slayer, Snake combining. Oh my god, this is somehow working in their favor. Snake is going huge here. There might even be more behind it. I speak too soon. What is happening in this round? It's a 2 versus 2. Tot should have one for free here. LDX is going to be a dead man walking, and he is, thankfully. C4's still down as well, but now we're into a 1 versus 1. But Humeo is barely alive too. So what is the play here? I don't even think Tot even realizes what's going on.
Yeah, and I think his teammates are probably communicated to them that the C4 is in towards that wood side. And there we go, Humeo getting taken down, finished off. He was already on low HP anyways, but how has that worked for the side of 3BL? I think usually Humeo doesn't carry the C4 for his squad, so I think they recognize that Humeo is probably the madman running in towards that A site. They just closed off woods. They got the C4 down. So much stuff was happening in mid, despite LDX getting a drop down on that vent side. Really good decision-making here from Todd, even spotting the guy in second mid. And what a round from 3BL. That's a good recovery after that last one.
Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. My God, it was chaotic to say the least, but in the end, 3BL making a 1-round game once again. And they also are going to continue to go super aggro towards wooden doors here, right? They want to take these fights. I don't really blame them for it. It worked last round, so why not? Have a little look in towards vents. Obviously, it's something that ranking has liked. So they will be posted up. For now, it doesn't look like he's going to be tested in it. On the other side, someone who might be tested is Horus. He's already tagged down to half.
Yeah, Horus taking advantage of those smoke changes, man. You can't see the name in the smoke anymore, so he's just standing right in front of it. It's kind of the thing that I noticed that most of the teams are doing now.
I think it's a really good change. You know, beforehand it was a little bit cheesy that you could just kind of spam through smokes off name tags. I think now that you can't, it really is actually...
Mexico is actually playable now.
Yeah, exactly.
After yesterday's games, I mean, even the BL can do some damage. So
true.
I kind of like the change. It's gonna change the meta a bit, but PM, okay, hitting the nice shot here on Horus. But look at ranking, man. They're still gonna take it slow. They don't know that A is actually clear.
Snake wants to get a little proactive. Oh, he does spot PM. He didn't really damage though, but he spots him out. They're trying to reclaim some control in here via mid. But I mean, even still, you should look careful. A, once again, just being completely left open by 3BL. It looks like they just want to be more akin to playing retakes there, but the C4's also not committed either.
Trying to do the Imperial method.
Yeah. I don't hate them for it. Imperial made it look good, so...
Yeah, they beat the best team in the world.
Yeah.
I still don't know how that happened, man. I was screaming back in the break room. But they're going to go on the A side. But, yeah, I mean, retake does still look really good. But problem is, since ranking still has 5 players, there's one player that's going to be separated from the group. Here comes Snare. Trying to hit the shot. Does not allow Jatuan to cross into the side. So C4 is now confirmed. Humeo just trying to hide. Snake is going to get another one. And all of a sudden, the retake strategy is to their advantage. Even if the C4 is down, look at the positioning from the side of 3BL. They're already knocking at the door of A site.
Yeah, it's true. LDX playing anti-flash. Well, PM takes first contact. And speaking of, they do have a couple to work with. And they come, though. Let's be about it. The flash comes over. Humeo will get caught by it. Now, gonna
he got spotted
find some form back in, but Tot and Snare combining. Nice work and a nice retake coming through. The Imperial method of banking on yourself in the retakes also seems to work for 3BL. They're going to tie this game up.
Yeah, I think they were watching that basket and they're like, hold up. That might be genius. I mean, A is super retakeable, especially it only requires like 2 flashes. The initial flash that you throw from control room just to get down the stairs, and another flash from the tight stairs actually to blind whoever is playing on the site. And that actually only required 1 flash. You may have got caught so early in missile. Usually that's the position that you anchor off of, and that is going to cause a timeout for Ranking Esports. And I think Nevis, looking back at his coach, he's like, we might be in danger here.
Yeah, I think understandably so. They're definitely in a troublesome spot, that's for sure. Seems like potentially maybe this tactical timeout might turn technical in just a moment. But yeah, I mean, definitely where we're at the moment, a lot of pressure that I think Ranking kind of find themselves under right now. They definitely have to change things sooner rather than later. If they don't, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. And where for 3BL, nothing really has to change. The game plan that they're playing, which is kind of early second mid control to try and fight out, and they want to get super proactive there. And then the other side as well, sort of completely give up A control and play retake there. It's working. Nothing's going wrong. So I really don't hate them for it. So yeah, all in all, not a bad spot that we kind of put ourselves in right now. Does look like this might turn technical though in just a moment.
Yeah, Snare's headset might have exploded after that last round.
The admin might need to change the card he's holding. The other one's there on the table, but at least, you know, there's still a bit of time for the coaches. I'm trying to see, it's like
I like that they
25 seconds left.
I like that they switched marshals because probably the other marshal is so tired of just holding the card.
Yeah.
It's like you have to do this for a minute 30. I swear.
For now, though, it is 15 seconds left of this timeout. I mean, 3BL really, even when we were looking down from here, we weren't having too much of a conversation. Not exactly anything probably too important because they know things are just going really well for them, right? And I just think, I think where they're at the moment, nothing actually really has to change. They're playing kind of great crossfire, very few mistakes being made in these last couple of rounds, and the sort of idea that they're bringing to the table is actually really, really good.
Yep.
Pause concluded. Doesn't look like it's continuing in a technical nature, at least from what I can see.
Yeah,
so
I think they probably fixed it. You know what I like about
that's quick.
You know what I like about 3BL? They've really gotten friendly with their translator.
Oh, that's
I mean,
sick.
translator / marshal, the girl in the back.
Yeah.
So I think a bit more power of friendship here on the side of 3BL.
I like it. Oh, no, there you go. We got on to technical pause.
There we go.
But yeah, for now, I think just a brief issue over towards 3BL. It seemed like saw a couple of headphones being taken off and whatnot. But ultimately, still a good spot. Now that 3BL are in, of course, this game being tied up may not sound like a lot, but it's just because this is super GR-sided. It's a map in which obviously just has a lot of tendencies when you're playing that defense because you can actually just play the sites. Right? You don't actually need to be too proactive. When you are proactive, there's a lot of positives that can come through from that as well. So I think, you know, even getting a 5-4 out from that first half, we even said that in itself felt like a real win. And then now being in the spot that they're in where, you know, game's tied up, they're starting to find that consistency, the form, and they're starting to kind of snowball in quite a positive way. I do feel like there is a world in which Ranking are feeling a lot of pressure, but both technical and tactical pauses are concluded. We get back underway. Early nade being thrown there towards wood doors, and you can see now where Ranking are sort of getting a little nervy, right? They know that 3BL want to fight them, and fight them they do. Oh my god, that worked so well. It works so well indeed. Humio left all alone in a matter of moments in a 1v4. I'm sure he's shell-shocked how all his teammates have fallen already.
Yeah, but that's looking a bit desperate from the side of Ranking Esports.
Reckon a bit of panic or something?
Yeah, I think. Hey, here's the thing, right? With sub-base, you never want to go through Passage as a 5-man because there could be a man standing in rafters and he's just sitting on top and just waiting for you guys to go into the site, and it's really hard to flick up.
Yeah, that's one of two things for me, right? That is either, like you said, a panic, and I think that's probably absolutely the right idea. Or the other thing is they've gone in that tactical pause and said, right, maybe we haven't done a super quick round. Let's just try and catch them off guard. They're iced out. Technical pause that followed it. You know, it's been like 2 minutes or so. Maybe they might just be slightly off their game. But either way, regardless of whether it's a panic or whether it's a dictated play off the back of the pause, both don't work. And that's both of them, regardless of which situation, it makes it even worse now. It's sort of like it's a catalyst to a worse situation that they're in. I think Ranking sort of in terms of the mental state, probably not in a good spot right now.
Yeah, that's true. And just like I was headed, you don't want to go through Passage as like a 5-man. You want to go for a B split. Oh my god, Horus is getting so confident with the AK. He's going to get punished in return though, but it is a 3v4. But knowing 3BL, they're going to find a way to somehow win this round. Snake in the site, fully blinded. PM trying to peek around the corner. And PM has finally listened to us, man. He has the AK in his hands. He's no longer risking it on the sniper. Ductuan getting absolutely pelted. But Snake gets the kill anyways. And LDX, he's going to try to look for a Slayer here. He somehow slipped by in the right behind enemy lines. And I think they're going to keep it a close affair as LDX is just going to swing through. 7-7. I mean, we've been complimenting 3BL for the past few rounds because of this comeback. But Ranking Esports, you can't count them out just yet. The Vietnamese clutch gene is never to be doubted.
Yeah, that's a big round. That's a really, really needed round coming through from Ranking. I think if they lose that one, they're probably completely checked out at that point. But you can see LDX really trying to fire them up and say, right, that's it. This is the round we needed. Look at the aggression, though. Humio is barely alive, but he somehow got down towards A, and Snake's just going to chase him. I love it. A cat and mouse there, but it's Snake and mouse. And I mean, even adding more to the tally to make it even better. Humio and Nevis, the two big hitters, caught early.
Well, I did say the names are no longer seen in the smoke, but the muzzle fire is seen in the smoke. So that is what Macta told me, that they're kind of focusing on trying to see if they can kind of pre-aim through the smoke with those muzzle fires, kind of firing off and try and see if you can gain some damage. But it's only been snared down so far. But there is still 4 players left alive, and especially in some base, I mean, if you have a numbers disadvantage on BL, you're going to need to get a little creative here.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, Snake's pretty low, right? He's on 16 points of HP, so he's not healthy. Horus isn't exactly healthy himself, about half HP, so definitely not out of the realms of possibility for ranking here. But yeah, like you said, they've actually really got to try and figure something out here. They've got to try and find a gap, and it doesn't really seem like there is one, if I'm being completely honest. It's a really nice little hold. They're playing kind of the sort of, not a pack mentality, but a buddy system, right? Two together, and they're playing for trades. It's a really smart way to go about it. Doesn't like they want to hit towards B. So we're looking primarily at Tot and Slayer, both of the players who aren't tagged, in all fairness. And Tot, he loves the clutch.
Yeah, and they have control of Woods now, and they can go through second mid, going into the A side, but no, they're going to stick together. And ranking Esports, I really hate this tendency that players still have, that they're going to look for the opponents and then take so long to plant, because that just gives more time for 3BL to kind of recoup their positions here.
It's a nice rotate. They've got great timing to work with. Plenty of time to get in towards this site. And a bit of Yuto as well. Also, in hands. Couple of flashes, which can still give them a bit of a chance in this retake itself. Time's starting to tick now. First fight can be taken by Slayer. Not getting the damage he wants. He might get it in the second time of asking. Doesn't actually go that well. Down go a couple. 3BL answer back. He's now Snake all alone in a 1 versus 2, and he is low, and he will fall. Ranking, that is a massive, massive post plant from them. It looked like they were down and out for the count, and a huge sigh of relief coming through from LDX as well. He knows how important taking that round was.
Yeah, really good hold here from PM. Might have realized that the rifle has been working more for him more than anything, but LDX with a good hold here on Dark Room. And 8-7, ranking Esports come alive in this game. And PM is going to go back on that sniper. He's gained a bit of confidence because of those rifles, so now he's going to try and see if he can hit some.
Would be hilarious if it just comes back to bite him straight away, just as he's done really good work.
Happened to Ice Cube yesterday.
Yeah, it's very true. It's very true. 4 PM. Just a couple of pop shots, nothing too audacious. More about sort of map control. And actually for 3BL, a slight adjustment here, right? You know, they've been so aggressive over towards wood doors. It's the first time they haven't actually taken any control there. They're just going to give it up and say over towards, you know, ranking. It's all yours, basically.
Once again, another Vents hold for the side of 3BL. But I don't really like that Snare's holding it, though. I think you really want to put Snare somewhere else. This is such a passive position that you have to hold. PM seeing a foot. But he's only going to see that immediate smoke on the side of 3BL. And I like that they're throwing these smokes kind of late. So that's going to give a bit of time pressure on the side of ranking. Try and make a decision happen. And there's zero information that they can go off of.
Very true. Yeah. Spot Slayer, just briefly. Not quick enough to hit the shot, but decent information gained at the very least. That it's an angle being held for. Maybe one in which they can work up to try and fight behind. And as they kind of group together, there's a lot of that's where they want to head, over towards B. Had success in the previous round, so I don't really blame them in wanting to try and test it once again. Nice flash over. We'll catch Snare and Snake and at least keep them off guard. And LDX really trying to sell a bit of a ruse here in towards second mid. He's still keeping that attention drawn, and same for Ductuan as well. He's trying to draw out fights, and it is actually sort of working. LDX got to get caught. Slayer, may I say, and Snare come alive with a killer piece. They're going to find one more as well. Looks for a third behind it, and he might just be given that opportunity as PM nearly gets caught. Humio, PM got it all to do. A 2 versus 3, but you can't completely count them out just because of that last round.
Just play retake at this point. That's the only choice that 3BL does have. They do have control of jail already. So ranking Esports, they have no choice, but they have to play the site itself. Slayer catching them both off guard. I think they were trying to re-clear jail there so they can gain a bit more space, but they get punished in the process. Slayer a bit quick on the footsteps here on the backside, going into 2F immediately. Impressive stuff from the side of 3BL, and they could have the handle of things if they can get this next round, because we are on 8-8.
This is big. This is big. This is a map. You know, a series that we always felt like it had some legs behind it, but a map as well, in which is more of the same. Really brilliant stuff that we've been kind of put ourselves into. And what a series we've been gifted here. Map 1 was pretty close, map 2 wasn't. This fight, it's pretty decent. Slayer walks away with a few kills to his name, but LDX not going to give up just yet.
Oh, but Snare has the handle of things. LDX, they already know where he is. Match point for 3BL, inches away from history in CFWL. A bigger chance to get into playoffs. And the only thing in their way at this point is evolution power.
Yeah. Again, feels like a winnable series, doesn't it, for them? My God, 3BL are doing something quite magical. We said both of these sides like this map, and 3BL are showcasing really what they've got in the locker. They've looked great, playing great as well. And time is running out. However, overtime is still definitely on the cards. Can't completely count out ranking just yet, but pressure on their shoulders. How does, experience of a player like LDX also being pretty good in terms of the fragging department too? How can he now try and lead this side to some success here? They are going to slow things down. They don't want to be overly aggressive. They don't want to overfight here. I don't hate that.
Yeah. Also for ranking, man, hasn't been too impressive of a game, just like I said. We're kind of like beating a dead horse that PM is not having a good one, but Nevis, not the same game as last time. Now 6-12 in this game. Ductuan, not impressive numbers compared to last time. LDX trying to keep it together for his squad. And it all goes down to this. The last 1 minute and 25 seconds in regulation. Ranking Esports, they're just snooping around here and towards the wood side. Horus not going aggressive this time. I like this. They're kind of playing into the minds of Ranking Esports, and Ranking is going to shoot that. This A side's clear. They're going to spot Horus, but the flash is going to go through a flash. Ooh. Just going to be a blind. Good delay here from Horus, and the boys come back in time. But Ductuan, he's going to try to clear out control room here. Snake looking up and down, left and right. LDX is going to enter. Snake is going to get LDX. Horus only going to get some damage in. And hold up, it is a 2v5. Tato with a headshot. Hold up, it's still winnable. C-player.
Hang on a moment. Look how quick he's going. Jumia's got nades in hand. He might get caught. He might get caught. He doesn't. And we're going towards overtime. Oh, there was a couple of moments there where it felt like there was a chance, but they let it slip again. So now heading towards overtime. That's a huge sigh of relief for ranking.
Yeah, they buy themselves a bit of time here on sub base. And 3BL, what they could have actually closed out that round. I think if Snake could have actually held the control room there, but to be fair, you have to worry about vents, you have to worry about mid. Ductuan with a good opening. So let's see, 3BL, Ranking Esports, 4 points on each side is what is required. So 3BL is going to have their first joust here on the BL side this time. Ranking going to be playing defense.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a moment as well since we've seen it flip over like this. So 3BL, is there anything they've learned about ranking in terms of how can they make this work for them? I mean, it's such a close game. What you'd want between these two sides who are actually vying, of course, for that spot in towards the next round. 3BL won their first game. This being their second, ranking going 1-for-1 so far. You want to try and see if you can book that spot in. For 3BL, it will be a massive thing. We don't see teams that often from the West League get the chance to move in towards playoffs, get the chance to kind of see yourself as one of the best teams in the world. Currently where we're at, it's a pretty interesting spot, but obviously for ranking, currently 1-1. Granted, understandably,
yeah.
CHENGDU All Gamers, no one's really going to be able to take them down in this group. I very much doubt anybody, maybe even we'll get a map off them.
I think the best chance for anyone to beat them was day one.
Yeah,
and,
I think so.
After that one, I think ZY is going to lock in.
Mm-hmm.
That guy is unstoppable on the AK, fully knowing what he's capable of.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what Vasco can do up against them. I think they play some pretty decent crossfire, but yeah, I don't know if anybody's going to be able to compete with them. Not until the playoffs at the very least, but we need to see. For ranking, if they want a chance of being in the playoffs, they've got to win this series, and then probably the rest of them as well. Even picking up 2 losses can put you in a tough spot. Tot going to get caught by the spam. It's a double opener to come through, but then we're going to level things up here as it goes 3-on-3. Ductuan catches the sniper off guard, and he's going to make more. Ductuan tries to go huge. Shumio trying to clear things out. It's left all down to Slayer on a 1 versus 2, and this feels now impossible, but he has crossed, and he has also got the C4. And he might want to get proactive here. This actually might work out for him. He might catch a little bit of a gap here. Doesn't spot anybody left. Will he spot him in the right? He does. Big round for ranking. They start off OT well.
Yeah, great start on the overtime, but it's almost a opportunity there for Horus. They could have got something going, but I think Snare got a bit too excited and was in the middle of the open there in jail. And as soon as Yumeo turned the corner, there's already too many targets to hit. And AP3BL getting a bit too excited here on their BL side. You might have gotten yourselves some time here in sub-base, but still overtime could go either way. I mean, regulation doesn't matter at this point. Whoever just plays better in these next 4 rounds could decide who is going to go through.
Very true. Very, very true. Once again, tentative start in this round as we creep inside of the 2-minute mark. See, there's a couple of names who have been found in their form on both sides. Slayer, Snare in particular, over towards 3BL. The other side, it's primarily been Duck1, but Memphis has had a quieter game by his standards. He had a pretty decent map, number 1. He was really kind of a highlight player for us, but unfortunately, he's tapered off a bit. But PM's also kind of stepped up a little bit towards the tail end of regulation and towards OT as well.
It's going to be one of the key members here, especially when it comes to this GR side. And I like that they adjusted. He wasn't hitting that much shots when he was in jail, so they're just going to put him somewhere else entirely. So we'd rather just put him in dark room, trying to get the angle here in lockers. But 3BL, they're still investigating Woods, see if there's any opportunity to kind of slip by the defensive ranking. But look at the spacing from ranking, man. I mean, even if they go A site and 3BL doesn't have control of second mid, they can just run through in towards control room and try and see if they can pelt them down before they can cross on site.
This is an A finish. First point of contact going to be Humio. He really doesn't have to go huge, but they're just bringing all the players over. This is a really decent little setup. Humio will get caught by the flash a little bit. Will be able to find the kills. Horus gets the first. That's not bad in the trade. Horus makes it 2. Hang on a moment. Okay. Tot going to add to it as well. Now we're starting to cook a little bit. Nevis will answer back. We called upon him, and he finds his moment now in this post plant. We need to see if he can be able to find some form. PM goes early, and it somehow still works, but he can't make it a double. Leaves it all down to Nevis. A slow game from him. Has to go huge. And he's already tagged down low. 35 points of HP in a 1 versus 2. It's not a dream scenario to be in. And Tot nor Snare need to even give him a peek in this situation. All they need to do is tuck their head. He has to go through a smoke. And going through it himself will cost him his life. Brilliant from 3BL. The roar comes out as they realize they tie it up in a really, really good situation.
And this is going to be really nice, especially in the context of overtime. Both 10 and 10. At most, ranking is hoping for an 11 here because they still have the more advantageous side. But if 3BL can get 11 here in this next round and they go into the GR side, then they have themselves the biggest chance that they have to go through with this series. Ranking, though, still not out of the picture just yet. Anything can happen in overtime. Slayer has been stellar this entire game. 20 frags already for the man, and he's been opening things up. Horus has come alive as well in this game.
Very true. Very, very true. It's taken him a while, but Horus, he started to get really proactive, really confident, and when he gets confident, he's very difficult to stop.
Yeah, to be fair, he's like the press W guy for the squad.
Yeah, he is,
He's going to die a lot, but if he gets opportunities like that, man, I mean, why not?
It's true. It's like LDX is tempted to have a little peek here. Wondering whether maybe Humio tries
to bait it.
Yeah, I wonder whether kind of Humio tries to flash him in, maybe. We'll see. Duck1, same for him. They want to try and bait in this fight. The question is, does Snare even clear here? Is he going to preemptively fire the boxes? Oh, he looks. He doesn't. I don't think he clears LDX close. If LDX peeks right then, he gets a kill for free.
Oh,
and he actually...
it was all a bait.
Yeah, the timing gets caught badly there. Snake at range. Really nice work from him. And there's an opener, a big opener to be taken as well. And this might even just draw the C4 over towards A again.
Oh, and they know that it is a 2-2 split between the two squads. So any side that they pick, honestly, they could get to take. But the problem is, look at the rotation from the side of ranking. They're reacting ever so quickly. But look at who is in vents. Slayer can make or break this round, and they're going to have to get into the side. Horus is going to be the first one down. Snake with a very, very quick trade. Yumeo trying to be the man that will save this round. Even the Vents player is down. And Snare going to try to salvage this round. Nevis in the corner. PM still up top. 21, but he needs to go for 23. Snare happy to back off. He does have his hands on the C4. They're just going to stick together, and he's actually going to wrap all the way around in the B side. Being on 100 HP has gotten yourself better chances. PM does catch him out, and there we go, 11-10. Confidence restored for the side of ranking, but still, 3BL is going to get the GR side this time, and they have gotten a lot done in that one.
It's true. It's very true. Going 2 for 1 is sort of expected, right? That's sort of a, at least bare minimum on that GR side. So we need to see whether 3BL can do more of the same. If not even go a little bit better, go 3-0 rather than 2-1. This is a game which, like we said, just feels like has a lot of life still left in it. These two sides feel, for the most part, pretty inseparable. Down to a third map, in towards overtime. Might even have that golden round required to. Just doesn't seem to be too much of a gap between them. Advantage in the court of ranking, but now going on towards the harder side, it's which way they go. He can wrap in behind them, so it's a pretty strong angle for him to hold. Or he can just join the rest of the pack in the fight. Bit of a move, though. Starting to group up towards A. First contact Horus, and he's the only one here in it as well, so you do need to be a little bit careful. It looks like they might drag a rotation over, and in they come. Hot Flash going to come over. Horus for him. Not sticking around too much to fight. I speak too soon. Horus will get the first. Looks for a second. We jump around that corner. We'll get traded out. At the very least, a response back. Snake is going to try and double it down, and he can't. Does spam, but it's not good enough. It's still a 2 versus 2. Both sides got a sniper in play as well. C4 does go down. Nades do decent chunks of damage on towards PM. This is tough.
Yep. Oh, they're going to double up into control real fast. It's going to go. Kimeo fully blinded, but this is the perfect position to defend from in towards Missile. He's just trying to see if he can gain some heads on that AK-47. PM not getting the shots, but can snare hit it both on 1 HP.
Oh.
But Kimeo, the man to miss the carry for the side of Ranking Esports, has done it again. And match point for the side of Ranking. All the doubts dashed just like that.
Oh, they get bailed out there by the Starman. I mean, what a time for him to step up. Really, really nice work. My, oh my. 12-10. Match point, like you mentioned, in favor of Ranking. Snake going to get the opener to kickstart things. As PM gets caught. We always just look towards Kimeo. If this guy can get a couple of kills, makes every single round a possibility. Pressure on 3BL. They're now playing for a golden round as well. Not a spot that they want to be in at all.
Yeah, but Snake in a very nice position just to deny some Woods control. Taking out PM is already a good first step for them. But Nevis gonna pick up the sniper this time. He's hit his fair share of shots, but earlier he didn't really hit too much. There we go. Hits the important one.
Yeah, Snake wasn't too happy about that. You can see in terms of his player cam, he was pretty annoyed that he gets caught there. And now we're once again into a level playing field, 4 versus 4. Something might just be on here. Starts to make a little bit of a move. Smoke going to come down over towards doors. That'll stop that wrap coming through, at least for now. But the C4's not really committed by any means. They've got plenty of time to work with. Again, a bit of util being used to try and bait out at least some fights or maybe some information out from 3BL. They're so cautious over towards wood doors because that's where a lot of this kind of favors come through for 3BL. A lot of control for them has been prioritized in that position. But once again, we're hitting A. It's worked for these last couple of rounds. Why not now? Horus gets one full blind on the spam. Gets a second behind it as well. Horus might have just stepped up at the perfect amp moment to keep this side in play. Can he get another? He might just be given a chance. Runs out of ammo. Cold pulled out, and he gets one more. Horus has kept them afloat. What a round from Horus. They needed a hero, and my God, does he step up.
Yeah, another one of those, and 3BL is back in the picture. And we are going to go into the golden round very, very soon. Ranking Esports inches away from it, and 3BL is making it very difficult for them just to close out this game. I mean, if it's any time to do it, might as well be now. Snake, once again, trying to get some woods control, but this has worked time and time again. But look at PM. He's not going to risk the sniper anymore. He's just going to go for the M4 instead.
Snake, Horus, playing up together. PM behind it as well. Doesn't want to overextend just yet. This game on tenterhooks here. Smoke down again over towards doors, just to continue to slow this tempo. Bit of a grinding halt. Bit of early damage dealt towards Horus, but nothing too damning. And he looks like he wants to play out in the open as well. It worked for him a little bit earlier. Why not now? Played this exact position here a little bit earlier. So I don't really blame him, just kind of sticking around. Now, especially now that he knows his sort of name tag can't be seen, he can sort of utilize these smokes as a sort of best friend. Hide in plain sight.
All about that time. Horus in a nice position, and he can hide in the corner. I think they're going to assume that he might be playing really deep in A side, but look at how close 3BL is to Ranking Esports, and I think Ranking Esports is really trying to punish this, but all these smokes is just running down the time for RKE, so they're going to have to make a decision whether or not they're going to enter woods or not.
There's 3 players here to meet them as well, right? Horus not the only one. He's got support. Slayer's more than happy to fight himself. This is going to be a bloodbath. The question is in favor of who? How to come in. First fight is great. Slayer gets one. Horus is going to come alive. Oh, that is huge. That is massive from 3BL. That is a massacre in towards wood doors, and they shut them down. We are far from over here, ladies and gents. We need just one more round.
Yeah, and we are going to go into the final round. Whoever wins this is going to win the entire series. And how fitting, man. This has got to be one of the best stories so far in this entire group stage. Snake is going to get the first one. Duck One's already gone. But it is a trade for trade and Wood so far. So it's a 3v3. Actually, a 3v2. No way, 3BL, have you done it?
Surely not. Snare, top, Slayer. Slayer's 26 kills. Snare 24. These guys have been stepping up. Tot is the anchor. He's the lurker. We don't expect him to get too many frags. But in a clutch situation, he can step up as well.
Oh my god, Tot is right behind enemy lines.
He loves the lurk, man. And he loves it.
If he catches Chimeo.
Chimeo won't expect this. Not on this sort of timer. There's no way. That's a C4. Oh, that could be the round. That could be the game. PM left with all to do. He's had a slow series, a slow map, and he now thrust into a 1 versus 3. Yes, the first, but he's still going to recover that C4. 1 minute 35 to try and find it as well. Pressure is on for a guy who unfortunately has had a couple of lackluster moments so far in this series. And in the golden round as well, 3BL are just inches away from being 2-0 in Group B and potentially getting ever closer to booking their spots in towards the playoffs. And aside from the West League, it has to be said, nobody really would have definitely expected that. PM trying to make a move. Top. In up close, and you can see now Slayer's trying to move in around, trying to see if he can find some information. Top, going to be some contact in just a second. If he loses this fight, it does open it back up because Slayer's pretty low. PM, does he clear it? Tags him. Looking for that second guy. He's expecting it to be a crossfire, but he can't find out where that second player is. And he still doesn't pick up the C4. Now Slayer rotates over. I think he just spotted him. Spam is good, but it's better for 3BL. And look what it means to them. They stand up. They stare across the stage and say, we are here to play. And that is a massive victory for 3BL. I cannot believe they've somehow made that work. And that is now a team going 2-0 from the CrossFire West League. We might just be back.
Yeah, potential history for the side of CFWL, you guys. Not gonna lie, CFWL has kind of been scraping the bottom of the barrel for the past few international events, but this could be something different this time with 3BL. Oh my word, they have done it. They beat the home team.
Yeah.
And this could be the opportunity for them to get into the playoffs. They only have to go through EP.
Yeah.
I mean, they could have maybe like a close-up air with AG even, and even then, second place could just be theirs, man. What a storyline from the boys from Egypt.
Yeah, that is absolutely massive. 3BL, what a series coming out from them. All the way down to the third map, to an OT, to a golden round, to decide who is going to take it. But it's 3BL against all the odds, find themselves top of Group B currently, 2-0, yet to play the CHENGDU War Games, right? So we still have to keep an eye out for that. And I think that's going to be a really good litmus test as well, right? Because, you know, if we see them as maybe at least top 2 sides, you know, these arguments for number 1 or 2, depending on who you are. But if you see them as one of the best teams here, one of the highest seeded teams here, right? That would be a really good test to see how they can do off in the playoffs. But my God, I mean, that is one of the better teams in Group B, taken down ranking. I mean, a lot of people kind of saw them as being the second place team. So the fact that they've taken them down now, I mean, that really does spice things up quite a lot. On home turf, taking on the home team, 3BL, they're not probably seen too highly here for the local crowd, but yeah, we're loving that. What a series.
Yeah, what a freaking series, man. It went back and forth all the way into overtime, 12-12. Yeah. You couldn't write it any better, honestly. Man, now I'm a fan, but honestly, I'm glad that I'm wrong with my predictions because this just makes Group B a whole lot more interesting. Ranking taken down, and now they have 2 losses in the group stage, and that means I wouldn't say they're out of contention just yet, but just like how I said it, if 3BL gets this win against a very weakened EP, then that is them in the playoffs, man. And a top 4 position for a team from CFWL. I mean, that's going to make anyone happy. I really love underdog stories, man, and this is one of them.
I mean, even if we're looking at on kind of just like the bare minimum thing, rather than just sort of how happy they would feel and how much it would help them, this is a super new team in itself, right? They only came together very recently, and the fact they've already reached this stage is pretty sick. But even in small things, so just locking yourself in towards that top 4, you guarantee bare minimum of $20,000, which is absolutely massive. You get towards third, that's $50,000. Second, 70. First, $150,000. $110,000. So it shows you how much it scales massively, and it shows you as well, I mean, if this is what they're like in their first LAN as a team together, as all 5 together, how's things going to look when it gets towards the grand finals? We have a little bit more time to prep, a little bit more time to play as well. So for 3BL, if they can book in this playoff spot, I think there's a lot to like and a lot to look forward for them. They play really good team CROSSFIRE. You can see the synergy between the other side is really, really strong. The counter-stratting, the anti-stratting is really good. There's just a lot to like.
Man, what a story. I mean, just like I said, the prizes, that's going to translate to a whole lot of dongs, man.
Yeah.
Even up to $1 billion at this point. But man, let's take a look at the highlights, of course, and there's plenty of highlights in this game as we do go down to the wire. And PM, man, as much as he started hitting shots at the start of the game, it's like he kind of tapered off going in towards the second half and also overtime. I mean, he kind of listened to us because the sniper started not hitting and he went back to the rifle and it kind of worked in their favor. And then he went back to the sniper and just like how he called it, he kind of missed the mark. It's very similar to what happened to Ice Cube yesterday on Port. Despite them getting the win, he couldn't really be that effective on that sniper. So 3BL, man, very impressive. They just shut down the important players on the side of ranking, and it's insane. It's insane to see.
And the unfortunate thing as well, I think, you know, what we saw in towards maps 1 and 2 was when the sniper wasn't working out for PM, at least Neves could pick it up and make it work. The unfortunate thing is Neves had such a slow game. He really never got going. So then they didn't even have that kind of fail-safe, that insurance policy of where they're like, okay, maybe we can drop it in towards Neves and he picks it up and PM swaps it out. So that was the really unfortunate thing. They didn't have that backup plan because Neves, unfortunately, just never got going all the way throughout this game. But you can see the highlights back and forth and just how back and forth this game was in terms of momentum. Every single time it felt like there was an advantage over towards one team, it was clawed back, and it was a catch-up game on both sides. Neither side took really any sort of long-term control. And one of the biggest leads we saw was a ranking going 6-4 up because they won the first round of the half, and then it immediately got flipped on its head.
I think one of the things as well that kind of led 3BL to this point is the late-game heroics from Horus, man. Oh, man. How has he done this time and time again? And he's mixing up the pace on the A side. Sometimes he pushes out woods, sometimes he just stays on the outside fighting face-to-face against the enemy, and it's straight up impressive. Might not translate into set summary, but still, he's such an important piece to this win. But Snare and Slayer, man, these two players, especially Slayer, God, man, the stats are mind-boggling from these two top fraggers. But even Snake as well, he's been doing such a great job. Todd has been very clutch.
Slayer, I mean, throughout the CROSSFIRE West League, most MVPs are any player in that league, and deservedly so, right? And you can see what he can bring to the table here. Snare was electric. Snake at his moments. I mean, for Tot, right, he doesn't even get the biggest amount of numbers, but he plays all the hardest positions. Anchoring, lurking, rotating, I mean, retaking. He plays all the top spots. He does it so damn well. And on the other side, unfortunately, you know, Duck Tuan did really well. Humio had so many massive rounds, and then it tailed off super, super quickly. So, I mean, so much credit has to be given over towards, I mean, everybody over towards 3BL, who all had their moments. Ranking, unfortunately for them, they had their moments as well, but it just wasn't enough when it mattered most. And this is how the series ended. We had a super close map number 1, 10-8 on Black Widow. Then a super one-sided 10-5 over on Compound. And then as close as it gets, down to the golden round here on Subbase. It's 3BL who take the series 2-1 and now go 2-0 in Group B. And they currently, until we find out, of course, how all gamers do, find themselves top of that group and the only side with 2 wins.
They should actually take a screenshot of the Liquipedia page. It's not often that you see a CFWL team on top of a Chinese team in the group stage. Of course, we're going to have our MVP, and it is going to be Snare, the absolute demon, destroyed PM. He really just set him in mental jail in this game, and he just diffed him so hard.
Yeah, I mean, such a good sniper. I mean, walking over 1.16 kills per round is pretty nuts stats for a sniper. He just is so confident, and this is a player who, throughout the CROSSFIRE West League, it was such a joy to watch. You can tell he's one of those players that when he gets confident, he's very difficult to shut down. He's very hard to kind of try and demotivate as well. He really does back himself so much. So, I mean, a player that we really did love watching all the way throughout not only the West League, but also throughout this series as well. And we can take a look at some of the highlights from this guy too. He was just nothing short of spectacular, and unfortunately ranking could not find a way to shut him down. Like we said, there was 2 different times, there are 2 different players playing on the sniper to try and slow him down, and neither of them could do it. Neither Neves, neither PM could be able to slow this guy down because he was just such a force of nature. Having a player like that on your side must be such a relief if you're anyone on toward 3BL thinking, my God, thank God we have somebody of his sort of caliber. So man, what a series, what a game. That, for me, feels like one of the best series we've had all tournaments so far. It was absolutely brilliant. We had all the highlights, all the highs, all the lows, the back and forth. I think we have an interview as well ready to get going in just a second, so we're going to go throw it on down to the stage. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you in a little bit.
Đã đến với tiết mục phỏng vấn sau trận đấu và đứng cạnh với tôi đây thì đang là Snare, MVP của các thành viên bên phía 3BL trong trận đấu vừa rồi. Và lời đầu tiên tôi muốn nói là xin chúc mừng bạn cũng như là đội tuyển đã có được một cái chiến thắng phải nói là cực kỳ nghẹt thở.
So first of all, congratulations on your team's victory. That's so impressive.
Thank you.
Xin cảm ơn ạ.
Và câu hỏi đầu tiên thì tôi muốn hỏi là cảm nghĩ của bạn như thế nào khi mà các bạn có thể comeback được ở trong một cái trận đấu và đặc biệt là ở map tiêu thứ 3 khi mà các bạn phải cứu đến tận 3 cái map point.
Alright, so what do you think about our match when in the map 3 you guys really impressive in playing?
We were playing very passive. Yeah, we are just playing our play style and we hope for the best.
Thì chúng mình chỉ chơi thôi và chúng mình mong cố gắng là sẽ giành chiến thắng, và đó là tất cả những gì mà chúng mình đã suy nghĩ và mong muốn.
Vâng, và câu hỏi thứ hai của tôi thì sẽ là hiện tại ở trong khuôn khổ bảng B thì đội tuyển của bạn đang là đội tuyển có được 2 chiến thắng. Vậy thì bạn đánh giá như thế nào về cái bảng đấu này cũng như là cơ hội đi tiếp của 3BL sẽ là ra sao?
So right now in Group B, so your team 3BL is the team that gained 2 victories. So what do you think about your team's opportunities?
In the other group?
Yes.
Yeah, I think all the teams in this tournament is very good, but the other group I think the teams will qualify will be BaiSha and maybe IMPERIAL or Wolf.
Thì chúng mình nghĩ rằng chúng mình đã chơi rất là tốt so với những đội khác, và chúng mình mong muốn rằng trong vòng tiếp theo playoff thì chúng mình có thể đối đầu với BaiSha.
Và như vậy thì với cái chia sẻ đó thì có phải BaiSha là đội tuyển bạn nghĩ mạnh nhất thời điểm bây giờ không?
So according to what you say, are you like saying that BaiSha is the strongest one in tournament right now?
I think the Chinese teams most of the time, all the times are the best. So yeah, BaiSha and DG is the strongest teams.
Theo như mình nghĩ thì đối với những đội tuyển Trung Quốc thì đều là những đội tuyển rất là mạnh, và đối với mình thì đội tuyển AG và đội tuyển BaiSha là những đội tuyển rất là mạnh.
Vậy thì không biết là câu hỏi cuối cùng là bạn có đôi lời nào muốn nhắn nhủ gì không?
So do you have anything to say? Like
yeah, I wanna just thank our coaches and the management, Stray and Kevin, for their hard work, and Mr. Billy from 3BL organization, and Penguin, our whatever.
Okay, đó là những lời mà bạn Snare muốn gửi tới đất nước của mình. Ai Cập.
Rất là cảm ơn những chia sẻ thật lòng tới từ vị trí của Snare. Và thời điểm bây giờ thì chúng ta cũng đã kết thúc trận thi đấu thứ 2 trong ngày hôm nay, đối đầu giữa bên phía của Ranking Esports cùng với là 3BL. Quý vị các bạn cũng đừng quên rằng thời điểm bây giờ thì chúng ta vẫn còn 2 cặp trận đấu nữa, và cặp trận đấu tiếp theo thì sẽ là một đối đầu giữa một đại diện Việt Nam, đó là Group Empire, và đối thủ của họ sẽ là Pacific Macta. Và đừng rời mắt khỏi màn hình quá lâu, chúng tôi sẽ quay trở lại khi trận đấu đó có tín hiệu được bắt đầu.
Summer 2024, the story begins. More than just a game, a celebration of surpassing limits. Who will become the next legend? In a place filled with passion and intensity, the story continues.
đây, tôi đã nói rồi, có lẽ ở kia không ai chết cả. Không ai chết, còn đó là cái double kill rồi cho David. Và Gucci bắn kẹp cùng với con Tomai K3. Bên phía bên này IceQ hoàn toàn có thể quay xe về A được nha. Nhảy vào trong một điều kiện double kill cho Footboy và sẽ là cái triple kill. Không đến cái IceQ, anh ta vẫn đang cố gắng loay hoay. IceQ bị phong cướp bảo IceQ phải chết bằng triple kill cho Footboy. Em có biết hay không đây, và có vẻ như là Hiếu Mèo anh ta nghe được một cái điều gì đó rồi. Sẽ là ra nhưng không biết vẫn double kill cho mày. Vì là bây giờ quay trở về khu vực bom CP từ A thì nó sẽ là hơi khó khăn khi nhảy lên từ Uzi. Không có được mạng. Toàn bộ nhân sự trong kho B của Islander đã bị quét sạch. Chỉ còn đúng một mình Mai thôi. Và Mai cũng không sạch cỏ rồi. Chứ còn là IQ thì tôi không nghĩ là sẽ thắng đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Valor Tàu. Một bạn cho IQ và cái double kill nó có hay không đây? Khi Mai đối đầu với cả một trong những đối thủ cũng và chạy rất dẻo đến từ IQ. Vị trí của Mai phải đi tìm, nhưng IQ anh ta có một cái tốc độ là 10 giây. Khi mấy công 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4 không được rồi. Trời đất ơi, không kịp đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Valor. Bù rồi, cover DCM anh ta bắn côn kìa, trời ơi, người cover không sai. Thì là đồ đà không, đó là Kim Boom với cái triple kill. Kim Boom không thì đối thêm đã về tới nơi rồi. Đến phía bên kia có vẻ như Small và cả vị trí ta không muốn quay xe và cái double kill. Hai người cờ B cần phải có đồ nhưng mà hết đồ mất rồi. Nào một bại đô la đứng cương luôn cái double kill đô la và Rambo bắt thêm được cái mạng của Trap nữa. Lát TGM bắn hay quá, đúng chết được một người. Sẽ có sự cover lỗ double kill cho TGM. Đoàn quân Crown chạm Lát ra. Các thành viên của bên phía đội tuyển Lát Legend nó bị bóc tới hai người. Lucas có làm được cái mạng thứ ba, cũng được câu trả lời là có. Họ vẫn chưa muốn lên A vì sẽ muốn được quất ở nhà. Small anh ta khá bất ngờ, đô la đang ở đây và Chap làm cái gì đây? Bông kill bật lôi, chỉ định không dám lao ra đấu. Bông kill mình phải máu lại chết với cái double kill cho bông kill. Đô la 1m4 trước có đỉnh, sau cũng có đỉnh, double kill cho đô la. Và TGM thì ta vẫn đang quản cục pin này. Đô la muốn bắt TGM. Đô la anh ta cũng không thể thoát được TGM. Một pha kéo tâm là hay. Và Kim Boom người cuối cùng. Wow, cùng với đô la tạo ra thế gọng kìm. Nhưng Small có một Small rút K98 ra. Và đô la thì lại là một khẩu rival nên nhớ Small có tốc độ cực kỳ là nhanh nha. Và double kill cho Small. Chuẩn bị đánh thì TGM có cái double kill, chui từ dưới công rút ra cái triple kill, ultra kill và có quẩy để cho nó ấy và ấy dành cho TGM. Muốn đục lắm ấy nhưng mà không đục được. Bây giờ thì sợ lộ ra và chạy được thành công 14 giây, không kịp VA. Phải đặt ở trong khu vực OTB thì đối thủ không có được, đó là vị trí của Rambo làm hay. Xiên lên mà đúng vậy, nhỏ lại vào sớm thế nhưng Lucas bây giờ quay trở lại thì anh đã có cái miếng mạng ở cục mang tên TGM. Đạt chip, ui rồi ôi, đạt chip hơi non.
Trường biên đầu tiên bắn côn hay đến từ anh trưởng. Đấy đi còn 2 viên côn thôi. 2 mét mà. Đây là một cơ hội dành cho đội Carao. Lên tiếng một bên tay KT15 là người cuối cùng. KT15 có thể hạ quả sân này xuống. Để chiến thắng thì cần phải hỏi ý kiến của Carao. Dần dần tiếp cận vào rồi. KT15 hiện tại quá yếu và chiến thắng thuộc về Carao Esports. Họ sẽ là nhà vô địch.
Bringing out the second arm, able to find one on MKZ. Beck goes down as well. And finally, there's a response, and it's a huge one. Unknights, thanks to HCZ, are right back in the fight here. 4 kills on the table, all headshots as well.
HCZ came around the corner, gets a freebie, he's completely blindsided
from it, but Stocks just eats the flashes, has to back off the Creeds. He's gonna hold the line for all 3.
Caught by a flash though, he's gonna double back. Doesn't want to stick around too long, Min. Gonna find one, we're gonna make that 2 as well. Looks for a 3rd as well, and he'll find it. What a round coming out from Min.
Very low on HP, so Unknights, if they can play their cards right, there's a chance to win this back. In fact, he might have just found that opportunity, already finding himself 2 kills. You can see Snock wants to go for the trade. He's a little bit late, and he's not gonna be able to find anything. Beck able to get 3 kills, and Creeds and Austin, they know they've got to try and find something, but Beck able to find 4 before finally.
Alucard taking a hell of a lot of damage early. Swing on the corner, Dezane gonna get 2. Oh, made that 3. Brilliant from Dezane.
But Flex is already quick on their flank as well. They're gonna have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
25 seconds, not under a lot of pressure in terms of time just yet, but now that he's known, absolutely is. Missed shot. Pistol pulled out, Raffin will fall. 1v1, now it's doable. Absolutely doable. Trying to find this last guy at Spox. He's lost him though, and he finds him on the drive-by. Oh, Alucard. Spray is good, a hell of a lot of damage. Spoxy, Raffin, and Lionclaw all taking significant damage here. HZ for 1. Spray on the corner, gonna find both. Oh no, it's crumbling. LCK, let that one fall apart.
Disrupting on that position, but Pietro, he's trying to get some work done himself here from the back of the A window. Put that pressure on them. HCZ able to sneak in and find one. MKZ finds another. Confident Snare. They're still hanging on to this one. 2 kills going the way of Snare. Alucard would be good for a first here. Gets all 4 kills. Insanity.
Close. Gonna get tested here off the back of the information. MKZ for 2. HGZ for 2 as well. Oh, what a way to close it.
Fully swinging into this as well. He's going to find himself a 2nd kill. Pietro spotted as well. This flash is going to be huge for their chance to break through. Pietro able to find Snare. Horace and the 1v2. Good for the first, good for the second. Horace, what a retake. Knights have clearly done their homework here. They know exactly what they want to do on the approach. BBL, they're just kind of left. Try and pick up the pieces and find a way to just frag out. Bomb is going to be dropped here. Slayer on that wrap, though, is huge because Snare is left alone, flashed out of position, looking for a potential clutch here. He gets the spray down. Horse and Snake is going to be massive. Snake able to find 2, but through the wall, MKZ takes down Totson and Horus. Making a 3rd kill. What is that 3rd shot? And now it's just Snare, but the wallbang of the M4 proving to be so massive in this round. But MKZ, it's not over just yet. The 1v1 situation. Can he take it all the way to the finish line? No, he can't. Starts to come through from Snake. Totson able to find 1 as well. Snare, he's not going to be able to hold on to it. Totson, though, still able to find that impact from the bridge position. Gets a 2nd kill onto HCZ. MKZ and Beck are also very, very low. Horus has to be able to respond here from the GR spawn. He's been spotted out. Here comes the double swing. Totson, he needs the ace in order to close this one out. He spots MKZ on the shoulder. Be good for a 3rd in this round. Can he do any more? The time is already ticking away from him. They know exactly where he is, but he catches Alucard as well. Surely not the ace. The one-on-one opportunity to win it all for Totson. Beck just definitely going to dance this one around and try and run down the clock. But the maxed out Thompson! You've got to be kidding! Ace clutch for the win here. Gets it done for 3BL.
His way forward, try and open the door up and find that space for HCZ, and he's done just that and then some. Double kill.
Seven has got some utility to try and work with here. He's going to try to hop his way in. It's a lovely shot on HCZ. It's now down to Alucard. You'd always want to rely on him in a clutch. There are 3 players in this position. That's going to get the plot down in the meantime, but they should just be able to swarm. Creeds finds his kill, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough until Awesome steps up.
Knights stand up to the pressure. Well, it's going to be a big fight in mid. There's 4 3BL members here, and that might actually work out for Untitled. That's a lot of players to kill.
Tot is in position, listening for everything, sees that his teammate has already delivered, and then he chooses to pounce. And perfect timing! Goodness gracious. Alucard's still playing with these angles. Beck gets his one, but unfortunately it's only one now. Alucard, so he's very stuck. One, cold up for the second. And there's an opportunity. He's just wasting the clock. He's tagged down slow, even lower. And Alucard takes it. So maybe they've got the bit between their teeth, as you can see here with some of these entries and the way they're playing. Look at Beck. He's on the high ground. He has no idea he's on the high ground. Sayers going to try and take an advanced angle. Snake does trade it at least. 2 versus 2. Headshot angle being taken up by Kiko. It's a good reaction.
They've played a push out the warehouse. Unlights have 3 to defend. Initially, that's not a bad setup. Numbers still favourable for 3BL, and the trades are as well for the moment until Kiko strikes. He's got a double and a triple onto Snake. Unlights are not going down without a fight. Kiko gets 4. His timing not so favourable. He didn't actually spot anything out, nor did Snare. This is going to allow Unlights to push their way forward. Snake might as well clean it up himself. He gets all 3, and that is that 3BL.
On LCK right now. They're going to be stuck in what seems like a sandwich, you'd think. It's absolutely going to work out that way. Slayer finds his top one.
It's going to take a real mental battle actually to come back into it now. I'm not necessarily suggesting we're at that point yet for BL, but it might actually continue to go by the wayside, right? This could be very quickly 3-0. It is going to be very quickly 3. Quickly into B. Flex is there ready and waiting for them. Snare will get the trade. Now here comes the swing from the rest of the LCK members, but 3BL are too sharp today.
You start with Spoxy. Snake has found Flex, and this round has turned on its head pretty quickly. 9 Claw and Raffin and start. They're going to try and launch their way through, and Raffin gets 2 from that. C4 is down in the midst of all of this, and to be fair to Snake, he's got a very favourable angle. He hits one more bullet, but this one could still go against him. It's a tough one to face.
So all's well that ends well for 3BL as they get their way onto the site. Snake wants to go forward and take some further fights. He doesn't know Raffin's close. He gets that information, but it's a little bit too little too late. Still, Slayer in there for the double. Now looking for the clutch, and he'll get it. Time being a factor, LCK are aware he's rotated through the lockers, or they thought they were, maybe. The same was kind of looking. Still, Snake gets a good shot, and it's on to Spoxy. He needs to save the day. Time's definitely still there for Snake to dance around, and he catches him out as well. A 3v1.
Unreal. Flex under pressure. There are 3 players they're about to spot though, and it's an absolute wipeout. LCK open to get the kill.
Rightio then, welcome back on into the CFS Summer Championship 2024. Chump, I think I said in there. There are a couple of chumps going on right now,
yes,
you know, and it's not the ones that we're associated with, because we're not chumps.
No.
The West League are on top, as
right.
is expected, of course.
Absolutely.
Maybe not expected, but hey, pretty good stuff from 3BL in that last matchup. That was fun, wasn't it?
It was a really good match, yeah. Honestly, what a bar burner. What a way to get, 3BL on the top of the group, which, I mean, there was a lot of doubters. But you know what? They came out on top, and even some of the celebration was pretty much madness as well.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, look, that actually puts, at the moment, 3BL at the top of Group B. There is some caveats there that we are yet to see all gamers play their second game, and they'll be playing later on today, and presumably they should get themselves the win and perhaps overtake 3BL. But either way, 3BL in a very, very solid position right now with that 2-0. But we have to turn our attention towards Group A once again, and we'll start to home back in on yet another Vietnamese team. Yesterday was a lot of success for the Vietnamese region. We saw both Wolf Empire and Ranking Esports getting themselves some pretty important wins yesterday evening, but so far it hasn't started well for the Vietnamese region here on day 3, and with that loss to 3BL, Ranking in a bit of trouble in their group. Wolf Empire now going up against Pacific Macta. They are in a bit of a better position. They've got that 2-0 in their group so far. In fact, they're actually sitting at the top of the leaderboard for Group A, but that could change up here if Pacific Macta are able to get the dub.
Yeah, no doubt. And I mean, this is the thing too, is like for a team like, for Wolf Empire, is the fact of, they're in the top of the group, and right now they pretty much upset Imperial, and then Imperial comes in today, they make an upset, taking down BaiSha, which is like, this whole thing has just been a whirlwind. Like, it's just been so unpredictable. It's hard to know what's been going on, but yeah, it's been the exciting thing. This is, the exciting part about a group stage is that anything can happen, and I feel like the competition is just getting better and better and better. And that gap, I think you and I were kind of talking about this in the green room, it really is kind of getting really minimal now. It's not like what it used to be.
Yeah, I'm kind of getting that vibe, right? Previously, in previous years, obviously I've been covering CrossFire for quite a while now. I've really felt like there has been a massive divide between the Chinese region and then everybody else, basically. There was a period, of course, where Brazil was up there and were able to sort of eclipse China, but, not for a very, very long period.
Yeah.
So, in general, I've had this level of reverence for the Chinese teams, and then below that, it's been Brazil, and then below that, it's maybe been Vietnam, and then below that, it's maybe been the West. And there's just been this, like, very standard kind of hierarchy when it came to these international events for CrossFire. But actually, I'm starting to question some of that. I've got some preconceptions that I don't think are necessarily being reinforced here at the 2024 Summer Championship. So my preconception, if we're going to talk about this upcoming matchup, would be that Wolf Empire should beat Pacific Macta, and they should do it reasonably comfortably, actually. But with the way the results have been going at this event so far, I'm pretty sure I've got maybe like 2 predictions right.
Yeah.
Right? We're like deep into day 3. I'm pretty sure I've only got 2 predictions right. So
yeah,
I've got no hope at this point in time. So
yeah, and honestly, the thing for Pacific Macta as well is, like, I mean, they're kind of sitting at that 1-1, and they weren't able to get a win against, like, for BaiSha, but they were able to get that first opening map where they were able to push to an OT situation, and then we kind of saw that Chinese team just kind of, accelerating back into their regular form to get the W. But it is going to be pretty interesting. But we are just going to show that little bit of an intro here for Wolf Empire. Of course, that is the team on the top of the group, and rightfully so. They've been able to dominate quite a few different people in the group, but let's check it out.
yeah, pretty good night last night for Wolf Empire, though they kind of had to hit their 6th gear to actually get the dub yesterday over Imperial. It was golden point on Mexico, golden point on Port. They were able to clutch it out, and that is something that I've really appreciated, at least about the Vietnamese teams, and it's been a storyline that I've been kind of trying to build over the last sort of 12, 18 months. If we were to go back to the Summer Championship from last year, they're a very clutch region, right? The individuals are able to do a lot of work. Dola yesterday, I thought, was the key in a lot of cases, in a lot of impactful rounds, in getting things over the line against Imperial. And I actually kind of thought that was going to transition into today as well for Ranking, for example, in that golden point. I thought they were going to win that map. Obviously, they had 3 chances at it, but well done by 3BL. A lot of tenacity for them to get that one over the line. But yeah, certainly for Wolf Empire, they've been really clutch, and so that's something that's been working out quite nicely for them. Statistically, yeah, Dollar at the bottom of the scoreboard there for the team, but sometimes the numbers lie, or it's not necessarily a lie, but it's not painting the full picture. And again, you have to think about the impact of these kills, the impact of these rounds. And I thought, yeah, yesterday he did a lot of work in that respect. Obviously, Ice Cube up towards the top end of things is what you want to be seeing. He is a star player. He's been brought into this team to win. Yeah. And so far, they have been doing that. But another test today here against Pacific Macta, and see how this one goes. I think Wolf Empire, for me, have looked a little better than Pacific Macta in this event so far.
Yeah. I think that's no question, right? You got to think about all the teams that they've been able to play as well. So
Yeah, I mean, look, obviously BaiSha in their game did have a little bit of trouble against Pacific Macta, but now it's time for Pacific Macta to have a crack at Wolf Empire.
Okay, well, a little bit of a quick overview of Pacific Macta, but again, like, you know, what we were going back into this is like, this is the team with the 1-1. Really the only team they've been able to beat so far in their group is LCK, and I mean, look, it puts a dagger in my heart because they are that one of the CFWL teams, but you know, I think, you know, for LCK, they are kind of the underdog, I would say, in the group, just because it was a new roster. There wasn't really too much expectation for them. So I feel like for a historical team like Pacific Macta, it was kind of expected for them to take them out, in my opinion, especially with just the individuals like you were talking about in this kind of region where they really are just stars in their own way. And it's about maybe just finding that teamwork a little bit as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like the Pacific Macta, you look at ZYK, Revenge, and Aldrin, and these guys have been around since the inception, really, of CrossFIRE Esports. They've been to countless grand finals. They've been to countless invitationals, summer championships, what have you. For whatever reason, it just seems like no one in the Philippines region can actually eclipse these guys. They do get tested sometimes domestically, but no one's actually able to knock them down a peg. Now, speaking of players, who do we look at on this roster and say, well, you need to perform today? I think Revenge in particular is going to be a focal point for this matchup, right? Especially when we've got such a high-powered star player sniper on the other side of the field in Ice Cube, who, look, debatably at the moment is maybe looking like the best sniper at the event, the way things are going. Revenge is going to have a big role to play here for Pacific Macta. He's going to have to try and match that, go toe-to-toe, and hopefully he can kind of wind the clock back and show us some of his peak form as well, because if you go back in the history of CrossFIRE, Revenge was always a very, very threatening, very, very flashy, exciting sniper, and hopefully he can bring that to the table today against Ice Cube, and we get this really fun matchup between the two.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for a team like this, like they ride a lot on the momentum. I think they do need someone like Revenge to, you know, kind of get, you know, the acceleration on there with the sniper, and that really does kind of pivot them to do quite well. I mean, we saw that earlier on in their other games where even against, you know, BaiSha, where they were able to get a lot of opening engagements, they were getting the opening rounds, then they started, you know, kind of getting that, you know, fire really ignited. So I think for them, I agree with you. I think Revenge is a really key component, but also at the same time, I think the obvious thing is Aldrin. Like, the guy has been putting up multi-kills. He's been able to save them in some pretty crux situations. So, to be honest, these are the two guys I would look out for. But I think Revenge just kind of has this, like, aura around him where he really does bring, like, the vibe to the team, you know, as the young kids say. And, you know, it's just they got to make sure they're riding on a high.
Yeah, indeed. But tough game, obviously, against a team like Wolf Empire, who have been on a bit of a hot streak at the event so far. We'll take a look at the map comparison here, and expecting the map pools to kind of line up for these two teams. They feel stylistically quite similar. Black Widow definitely in the mix for both of those rosters. Compound, of course, Ankara. You know, these are the kind of maps that I'm expecting both teams to kind of enjoy playing and lean towards in this matchup. Have to wait and see what the veto process is going to actually end us up on, but yeah, for me, I would be expecting at least two of those three, and see how we end up at the end of the veto, and whether or not we get a bit of a curveball, you know, maybe an Eagle Eye somehow slips through. It would be a bit of a surprise. Historically speaking, these teams do tend to match up against each other quite a lot. Obviously, being in the APAC region, they have the opportunity to play against one another a little bit more than maybe, you know, like the Brazil versus China matchup, or the West League teams against the Chinese teams, for example, something like that. So a lot of history between these two teams. Wolf Empire, or going back into their history maybe as Kara House in some cases in the match history that we've got here. You know, they have a bit of an advantage over Pacific Macta, and I think that's fair. I mean, I think you can kind of go through the history of CrossFIRE and you can see the rise of the Vietnamese region in time with maybe the dip that we've seen from the Philippines region, just in terms of results. So that is something, I guess, that, you know, sort of goes hand in hand. And looking at the individuals on the roster for Wolf Empire as well, I think there's just a little bit more individual talent at this point in time. on the Wolf Empire roster. I think there's a peak that they can hit that's going to be higher than Pacific Macta. But if you're talking about tenure, if you're talking about longevity, well, it's actually kind of hard to beat Pacific Macta globally. Like, if we're talking about best teams in terms of who has been here since day dot, actually, I think Pacific Macta might be the team. And that's including the Chinese rosters, that's including, you know, your GVs or your Encores or whatever, these kinds of European teams. Pacific Macta seems to have this sticking power that nobody else really does. So credit to them for that, but they have definitely been eclipsed in more recent times, and I think that is something that we're going to get to see today from Wolf Empire.
Yeah, and I think for a team like Wolf Empire too is the fact about that they've been able to, you know, 3-0 teams like ranking before, you know, in their leagues. They've been able to have some pretty amazing impact with the addition of Ice Cube. And I mean, even in day one, when he was able to show his, you know, a little bit of a debut for him being on this team, like, it was just such a stellar performance from him, and it's been pretty much MVPs for him across, and he's been doing quite well for himself with them sitting at that 2-0. And, you know, again, like, you were the one that got to be the front seat. You got the bird's eye view of what was going on, and the fact that they were able to 2-1 Imperial, I think, I won't take this out of your words, but I think I kind of took away that there was a lot of clutches that they were kind of showcasing. They were doing the individual plays where that really was the saving grace, whereas I really do think Imperial were outclassing them in a lot of different ways. It just felt like the players were red hot, and they were definitely cooking. But
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty much, you take the words right out of my mouth. It's something that I've been quite vocal about over recent months with regard to the Vietnamese rosters, is that I don't necessarily like the style that they play as much. Like, I think that in that particular matchup, Imperial was playing better Crossfire. They were playing more intelligent Crossfire. Their setups were a lot better. But at the end of the day, the firepower always seems to be the big strength for Vietnamese rosters. And in particular, this Wolf Empire team, which has been put together as, you know, kind of the creme de la creme, the best of the best, if you will, of the Vietnamese region. It is a super team. It's a team that's built to win and designed to do that, and kind of bring some glory for Wolf Empire and for the Vietnamese region. So that is definitely them playing to their strengths, if you know what I mean, right? You're a very talented roster, so you kind of want to be leaning on that. But I do sort of want to see a little bit more depth from them. I want to see some, you know, some better spacing, some better trading, stuff like that, and maybe not necessarily relying on the clutch factor quite so much, because that, in the end, again, that clutch factor was enough to get over the line against Imperial. And in my opinion, Imperial's a bit of a stronger team than Pacific Macta, so I would look at this and say, okay, I would think that Pacific Macta should struggle in this game against Wolf Empire. But when things aren't going right for these Vietnamese rosters, and when they are not hitting their shots, that's when things kind of start to fall apart a little bit. And maybe that's where the door opens up here for Pacific Macta. So we'll wait and see.
Yeah, and I mean, I think for Wolf Empire, like, we had the predictions on the screen a little bit earlier, and I went with Pacific Macta. Like, I was kind of going the underdog story in this, because I'm still waiting to see them kind of bring up their game a little bit more, that extra percent, that extra 10, 20%. Whereas I think Wolf Empire, you said this very well, I think that they are a super team. They are a team that there still is, I think, some gaps in their teamwork, but I think they are showing that they can be scary, and I'm going to be curious about their performance today. And if yesterday was, I don't want to call it a fluke, but I'm going to say, like, I really wasn't expecting that Imperial upset. I really, really wasn't, because we saw even today, like, Imperial, they looked like a totally different team, and that's the thing. It was just outclassing a team like BaiSha that's been around forever.
I mean, if you want to touch on that matchup, I think Imperial really let themselves down, honestly, in a lot of cases, right? They probably should have closed that out 2-0.
Yeah, they should have.
They came back today, and they did show us what they're made of, so that's good to see. But we'll get into the picks and bans here.
Yeah, this makes sense. I mean, the ban of the Eagle Eye, that would be a Wolf Empire ban, so that makes a lot of sense, right? And then Mexico, of course, yeah, no doubt at all. But Ankara to be the first, that's a little interesting, only because when you talk about, you know, the records, like, it is a very strong win rate here for Wolf Empire, but also it can be for Pacific Macta, but it's very different. Like, it's a 4-1 record for Pacific Macta in comparison to a 16-1.
Yeah, I mean, but when we look at Ankara and we look at the players on the roster of Wolf Empire, your first port of call is always going to be Ice Cube. This is his map. It was his map when he was playing on ranking last year as well. He seems to just, for some reason, never have a bad game. Even like his quote-unquote bad game, like yesterday, I would say he had a pretty average Ankara as far as his performances on that map are concerned, but he still dropped something like 15, somewhere between 15 and 20 kills, you know, in a 10-6 loss.
Yeah.
Like, he was having a pretty good game, actually, even though that would be maybe by his standards pretty average. But we're definitely looking for him to, you know, drop something like 20 plus on this map, especially if it's going to be a win. So playing to your strengths again, I like that as a choice from Wolf Empire. Black Widow also sort of playing into their hands. Again, I'm highlighting Ice Cube quite a lot, but there's a reason for that. I value him as a contributor for this team, and I think he does a lot of work. So 2 maps that can really be dictated by that sniping prowess is, I think, a positive sign in terms of this map pool today for Wolf Empire. We go into Port as well, and again, like, that's another map where really the snipers are going to be key. So I would, again, reiterate that, in my opinion, this is going to be a fairly important matchup between Revenge and by Ice Cube. And we'll see how that starts playing out momentarily as we are getting ready for the game. I know Wolf Empire are looking pretty ready to go on this side of the stage. But a little bit more happening over on the Pacific Macta side of things. So maybe a couple of things that need to be sorted out at the moment.
Well, let me ask you this, because I mean, we have Ankara is going to be the first opening map, right? I mean, like we said, this is Wolf Empire going for the pick. But I want to know your thoughts about the pick of Black Widow. I mean, this was from Pacific Macta. Now, I'm wondering, do you think that's because they were able to push an overtime game earlier on in this tournament against BaiSha, or do we think it's just because of maybe their history on it?
Yeah, look, I mean, there's a little bit of that involved, definitely, that they had a good game against BaiSha. It's going to be a confidence builder, but again, historically speaking, Black Widow has always been a go-to for this Pacific Macta roster. So, bit of column A, bit of column B. It's not a super surprising pick. I think when we're actually looking at this veto, both teams would have really come in with the expectation that these were the maps that we were going to go to. Ankara is definitely the go-to for Wolf Empire. Black Widow very much the go-to for Pacific Macta, so no surprises in either case.
No, not yeah. Okay, well that's good to know, because I think the Ankara pick made the most sense for me. Like, I was like these guys are 16-1. I mean, when you talk about historical record, that obviously is one big thing. It's kind of a staple, right? It makes you go like their GR side is really effective, their blacklist side is really good, and I mean, we're gonna have to see, because they are going to be on the defensive side here, and we're ready to go underway. So this is the 3rd series of the day, in case people are a little unaware, but ready to go into it. Hot damn.
Pacific Macta to start things off on the BL side, and a very hefty setup outside of B. Yeah, Ice Cube ready and waiting, so been highlighting him a lot in the pre-match, and let's see if he's going to be able to stand tall to a bit of a test coming through here. There's the first shot, and it's a sharp one. Good stuff. Great start for Ice Cube.
Yeah, this is a change-up too. Like, instead of just kind of aggressing still, they actually will use the number advantage of getting that, you know, opening duel. They're going to fall back. They're going to reset on their composition. This is good. I love this. This is very well disciplined on the defensive side. This is what you should be doing, because when you kind of keep aggressing and kind of contesting, I feel like it's such a risk that's not really worth the reward, in my opinion.
No, I agree with you, for sure. And I see it a lot. Players that will get the 5v4 lead, and then for whatever reason, they want to re-peak again and try to improve upon that. And you know, that works sometimes, but if we're playing the percentages, you have to be happy with the 1 kill that you've gotten, and you usually do convert sort of 70-80% of those rounds. So I think better to just play it slow from that position, and that's what Wolf Empire have elected to do here, and they've now found a pick over on the A side of the map as well. So it's gone from bad to worse for Pacific Macta, and now they're kind of out of options. Still got a little bit of time, but 3v5, it's never going to be easy. Ice Cube's going to have another crack here, and remember what I was saying about Ice Cube, you know, you expect him to hit 20-plus frags in a map. Ooh. Could have been on for 2 in the very first round, but actually does get taken down by MVA, and that may give Pacific Macta an inroad back into the B site. What's happened here? Wolf Empire, it's gotten a little bit awry, but Dola is there to ensure that we'll be locked it down. He cleans up 3. Look, it could have been cleaner from Wolf Empire, but at the end of the day, a really, really solid round.
Yeah, and I mean, you said this in the beginning of the pre-show too, right? Like, on the desk, we're mentioning that, you know, someone like Dola was influential yesterday, but, you know, not maybe on paper with the stats was really showing it, but was able to find these, you know, kills when they needed to, and that was it right there. I mean, that was a triple kill for him. He made it look pretty swift, pretty easy, so that's a great way for Wolf Empire to just kind of get themselves, again, this boost that they need, and once again, I mean, I think for Dola to be able to find that, it was surprising for Ice Cube losing that second duel. I really wasn't expecting that. I thought he had a pretty good angle, but man, that swing that happened was just, it was just crazy.
Yeah, I agree. Similar setup from Wolf Empire, a little bit of a change up on the B side of things, but still trying to hold the doors. We've got Dollar watching mid, 2 players over toward A, so 2-on-2 split. It's fairly standard stuff out from Wolf Empire so far, and honestly, kind of the same from Pacific Macta. Revenge over toward A, we saw that last round. He didn't have any success, was picked off by Rambo. Interesting here from Shady that he's going to allow them out the doors and just play ducks behind the box. If he gets cleared, this could be problematic. So far, so good. It's really a case of timing as to when Shady wants to make something happen. And he could really do some real work here.
He really could. Their backs are turned to him, too. I mean, this is where Dola should be able to swing on this, too, but he's going to have a couple other players. Oh, the trigger discipline. This is so good. Oh, that's just beautiful. Waits on the timing, pounces when he needs to, and look at how fast they're able to find these 3 kills. That couldn't have gone any better.
Yeah, you can really see how that angle is designed to work. We'll talk about that in a second, though, because there is still a round yet to be played out. Revenge will try to clutch it, but there's no chance there at all. 2-0 for Wolf Empire, and yeah, great little angle, right? You can see how it's designed like he's essentially looking directly at the box so that the gun barrel is not poking around the corner. He's got a little sort of sliver of information on his right side peripheral vision where players are going to cross that angle. They're not going to see him in their peripheral. And once you allow that player to cross, that's when you can turn and show your face. And perfectly timed, perfectly positioned, cheeky one. Won't get away with that again. You know, that'll be an angle that will now be cleared out for the rest of the map for Pacific Macta. But if you can get away with it once and get a round out of it, then fantastic. And it's a stellar start so far from Wolf Empire. Both of these rounds have been super one-sided.
Okay, so Aldrin throwing a little bit of utility here. So this is just going to block off onto the connector. And now this is where Dola, once again, he's going to get overwhelmed. And Revenge finally getting himself a little bit of something here. That's going to be the first one. But Ice Cube right back at it, putting the arm into connection now. Pacific Macta still kind of hesitating on this and waiting for Revenge just to kind of be able to find himself these multi-kills. And now we're starting to see Pacific Macta maybe kind of getting a big bite on this one, leaving it just down to Rambo. So the first time we've seen this in the clutch situation for Wolf Empire, and maybe even around for Pacific Macta.
Yeah, a bit of a change of pace, catching Wolf Empire off guard, but Rambo maybe able to have a crack here onto ZYK. It's potential for a favorable duel. He gets the info early and indeed does win it. Aldrin is going to chance the plant. That'll work out okay. Covered off by Revenge, who is in the tower. Flash around the corner. Not a big problem here for Rambo. He's waiting to see if there's going to be a peek from anybody that he can try to exploit. Smoke blooming, but Revenge looking over the top of it. All good. This could still be workable for Rambo, but he doesn't land his shot onto Revenge. And a couple of claps in there from Sneaky Frog. You can see in the background of the cameras there, supporting the Pacific Macta players.
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate for that smoke, too, because he had the right idea. He was trying to block off the doorway, but instead it goes a bit too shallow, and Revenge already had the high ground, so that's, again, a really powerful position to be in, especially with the Alm. So if he would have been able to throw that maybe a little bit closer to him, that might have been able to block something off for him, but thankfully for Pacific Macta fans, they're going to be a little ecstatic now. They're on the board and only down by 1, but now they're going to switch things up again here. I mean, this is where we saw before. They went for a bit of a 3-2 split on B. This time, a little bit more attention towards this A main. Still having the lurk of Aldrin in mid. And even ZYK, like, he's playing a very passive setup and just kind of waiting for that long B door, just in case Wolf Empire were looking to get a little antsy and a little aggressive. No connect for the nade, but now this is, again, one of these rounds. It comes right back down to just waiting things out, a little bit of a feeler. Somebody's expecting some kind of aggression.
Well, Wolf Empire could be the kind of team to throw a little bit of something in here and there, a bit spicy, but if it was going to happen, you'd probably want it to be Ice Cube pushing out on the B side of the map. Instead, going to rotate a little off A. Rambo's going to get some early info, and the flash is going to go over the top here, but the bust from Pacific Macta isn't going to be timed well enough to avoid having extra players on that A site of Wolf Empire. Rotations now come through. This is a little slow from Pacific Macta, if anything.
Yeah, now they're fully blind, so now they're going to be able to split into the site. This is not good. Dola's in the worst position in the world, but I don't even know how he's able to find this one. But NBA now just cleaning things up, and everything just down to Ice Cube here for the clutch situation. He's going to be able to pick up the M4, and he is done. He gets a full face of lead, and right back into it we go. A tie game.
It's a very good response from Pacific Macta. They're not letting Wolf Empire run away with things early on in this matchup, even though it looked like that might be the case initially. Great flash coverage on that A take. Bit of a headache for Wolf Empire now. It was looking pretty easy in those first couple of rounds, but swung back now for sure. So they're going to try and change something up. This looks like it almost wants to be a bit more of an aggressive push. Shady's definitely having a look. And he spotted out MVA. No swing from Justin. Had it been, might have been a dead Shady.
Yeah, I don't mind this though. I like that Wolf Empire now. They're not over-aggressing too much. They are just kind of like being a little bit cheeky on it. And the fact they're able to do some decent damage against MVA is not bad. I mean, it does cost him, you know, down to 63 as well. So, but it's still getting a little bit of info, and now making Pacific Macta a little bit more on their toes about what decision they want to go for on this. But they're really just going to double nade hotel entrance, expecting somebody to be there close, holding the tight angle. Not going to be the case, though. And the defensive setup of Wolf Empire back to the 2-1-2. And Pacific Macta, look at them. They are still not really making a decision. They are really just kind of, again, trying to explore their options, and nothing yet.
Extra player rotated over to the B side here for Wolf Empire, so they are putting a lot of faith in Rambo and his ability to hold A solo. Or if not hold, there's no chance you hold solo, but, you know, at least get your money's worth. Go 1 for 1, survive, or go 2 for 1. Has received a bit of assistance from Lucas coming across now. And
oh, a flash. Oh, that's great. That's so good utility usage right now from Pacific Macta. Look at Lucas has to fall back on this too. It's the right call.
Fast flank. Fast flank. I think that's why Lucas falls off. He wants to allow them to start pushing their way up on site and just open the door up for Shady, who gets in behind in the vent. He continues to push. Again, maybe a little bit over-eager to capitalize on that position. He got the one, could have slowed it down, played the 4-on-3, but instead, now it falls onto the shoulders of Lucas, and the plan's gone down on the floor, but there's just no winning from that position as Justin. Clean retake from Wolf Empire this time around. It's actually started to look a little threatening, that A-take from Pacific Macta, but that puts a bit of a spanner in the works.
Man, so collected right now, too, for the retake. That was a really nice move they used. Like even that smoke on defense, just kind of creeping on the right-hand side of it. Both of them playing that buddy.
Afford them some time to play. Nice little pixel gap here for Shady. Pretty is what he's really looking for out of that. It'll set Ice Cube up for success in the sniper's nest. He's going to have to keep his head ducked down now as Pacific Macta do start to take some space. Instead, he'll decide to try and take the fight, and that is Ice Cube at his best. 2 clean and easy kills.
Man, this is the thing I love about this team, though. Like, when we were talking about this on the desk, we were saying, like, look, Wolf Empire really are that super team, the Vietnam team, the Vietnamese team, that they really are. I mean, adding the addition of Ice Cube has just proven to just really bump them up a lot. He is such a playmaker, putting himself at a 7-3. I said this before, but he's a guy that's been able to find himself some MVP statuses so far. And it's not surprising. We saw him before on being able to be stellar, still doing that here for this group. But the fact he's in a sniper position like that and just tucks away, getting a double kill, he's just playing his role so perfectly right now.
I mean, it's looking pretty clean from Wolf Empire, honestly. Yeah, you dropped a couple of rounds, but 4-2 lead. They're progressing through the map pretty nicely so far. Doesn't feel like anyone's had to go completely nuclear, and I say that looking at the scoreline there for Ice Cube, 7-3. You know, like, I don't understand how he always does it on this map, right? Like, And it's not even as if this has been like a crazy 7-3 start for him. It's not been super flashy. It's kind of just like he just gets himself in the right place at the right time and he hits his shot.
Yeah, he's really just playing his role. Like, it's just kind of like classic, right? When you have that sniper that doesn't have to get like the flashiest kills, it's just kind of finding this 1 or 2 maybe, just rotating around as much as possible. That's what you need, especially on the GR side. Just being an unpredictable nuisance against the Blacklist team. And I think Pacific Macta, they realize this is obviously going to be a problem. But now the execute's coming in, and the flashes are being thrown, and Wolf Empire, they're the ones that are kind of putting a little bit of a wall, but that wall looks like it does have some cracks through it. Down to the 3-3. 50 seconds remaining with the C4 dropped, and now Ultron tries to go for a swing at it, and man, his head gets cracked.
It's really well done from Dola. Leaves Revenge in the 1-on-3. Tough ask for him. Gonna try and creep his way up the stairs. Might get a freebie here, but it is being watched off by Ice Cube. And yeah, you got to give some credit to Dola there. Once he gets behind the unbreakable box in the corner, that's just such a difficult position to dig out for the BL side. It's a really important spot on the map and on that site. So the fact that he gets one and then tucks himself in that corner kind of prevents them from pushing forward, scaling onto the site. And even though they got the opening couple of kills, they were really able to take the space, and that allows the rotate to come through for Wolf Empire. So very, very clean hold from Dola. He's 8-3. Ice Cube's 8-3. Can't really ask for much more. Pacific Macta are starting to flounder a little bit on this map now that they're down 5-2, and Ice Cube is feeling antsy. He wants to push his way forward. Get one more. Pistols out in hand. He's got a couple. Always able to double down. He's always good for 2. Dola, though, getting called back by his teammates. He wanted to get aggressive and take the fight, and that might have thrown away their player lead. So glad to see Wolf Empire taking a little bit of a back step now that they've got that 4-on-3.
Yeah, and I mean, it's funny because we're just talking about, Ice Cube's just, he was sitting at, 7-3 at one point. Nothing flashy, nothing crazy, and then he does that. He's like, yeah, okay, hang on. I'm going to do it. I'm going to try something. I want to make a play, and he does. And like you said, doubling down nicely. It's been ice cold from him. And it's just, I think this mixture is important here for Wolf Empire now, because with this lead, it just makes things a bit more problems arising for Pacific Macta. That C4 is going to make its way towards this B site. But again, there's 2 players here. Shady and Dola still holding it down. Dola is able to find something, but now he has to retreat on this.
What?
How does he get away with it? He's blind, he's running away, and he still finds himself a double kill, leaving it onto Revenge now in a clutch.
I'm pretty sure they know roughly where Revenge is as well. I think Rambo heard him on the rotate past the mid-connector, so that information was given over to Dola. He played safe from the sniper tower, and now they'll be able to link back up to play the 2-on-1 Revenge. Another attempt at a clutch. This one definitely more doable than the last. Low HP on Dola. C4 will be collected. And now Wolf Empire have actually split their forces. Could go wrong if Dola drops here and allows that rotation in. Oh dear, here we go. Damage though from Rambo. Just in time, gets that flank across and will save the day for Wolf Empire. We are going to get the timeout now through as well from Pacific Macta. And I got to say, I think that's cap. Why are you calling the timeout with 1 round left to go in the first half? I'm not sure, but hopefully they can at least make use of this next round and salvage something. I think they should have called this one a round earlier, if they were going to call it at all, or save it for the second half.
Yeah, it's a little bit surprising they're doing this now. Like, I don't really understand the benefit of it. It just, I don't really think they're playing the way they should be. I mean, this doesn't really feel like they're feeling as fluid as normally. But again, I'm not going to take that away here for Wolf Empire, because the biggest thing that I was giving a lot of criticism for was I wanted to see a more tight ship on this. I wanted to see, this to be a bit more smooth sailing than what it was, because it felt really bumpy against a team like Imperial, where they were just barely breathing out of the water. Where right now, I mean, they're swimming and it's easy. Like, it isn't white caps or anything like that.
See, the thing is, I've been here before, I've seen Pacific Macta before, and I really consider them to be a very, very streaky team, a very upset team, if that makes sense. I don't personally have the feeling that Pacific Macta can deliver greatness on a stage like this on a consistent basis, and they were good, don't get me wrong, they were good against BaiSha. But that's not really going to be enough, right? You can have one good game against BaiSha. Yeah, you can play well against LCK as well. But I can't remember the last time that I've seen Pacific Macta consistently look like a threat to make it out of groups.
Yeah.
And so I always go, well, they've had their good game. They've had their 1 or 2 good games. Now we're going to get to see the unfortunately poor side of Pacific Macta that sometimes crops up as well. And I think that is coming to the fore again today. Again, Wolf Empire is a great team as well. There's no doubt about that. But Pacific Macta, I just never really feel like they're a super, super threatening outfit on these international stages anymore. Gone are the days of Pacific Macta being a top 3 team in the world, for example. So I'd love to see them change that narrative, but that's the way I see it. That's the way it has felt to me for a little while. And look, I know that they can put together good performances, but they seem like few and far between.
Yeah, no doubt. Rambo, actually a bit of an interesting spot. Doesn't work out at all. Finally, the most convincing execute we've seen into one of the sites now. So they are going to be able to obtain the site control, but it's a matter of how long. A good nade lands on Dodola, so he's going to lose half his HP now. Good smoke to block things off on defense now. The utility still available right now for Wolf Empire. Waiting things out. The plant is going to be commenced, but Ice Cube does go for a swing here with the AK. Pacific Macta will use that timeout, and it pans out not too bad.
You can see that was like evidently a really legit set strat from Pacific Macta. That's something that they've gone and said, all right, well, let's pull out whatever this A-take is called.
Yeah.
This A-take in particular. And it works. It's your sort of your trump card on that blacklist side, but only 1 round, right? They only get 1 round on the blacklist side after that, and so it's like, well, you get your value out of it. You do get your round, but you know, maybe you could have built some momentum if you would have pulled that an extra round earlier and played 1 more round after that. But by the by, 6-3. I think Wolf Empire can still be pretty happy with that as far as a first half scoreline is concerned on Ankara. It is a little bit more of a 50-50 map. So can get it done on both sides, and they'll be feeling pretty good now moving on to blacklist.
Yeah, both Ice Cube and Dola putting the double digits now. 11 and 5 for Ice Cube, and then 10 and 5 for Dola. But a lot, you know, I think riding here for Pacific Macta. You know, they got the last round, like you said, but if they can be able to find this one as the first opener to the second half, that might not be a bad way for them to maybe seem like there was some kind of a benefit out of that timeout. I'm trying to look for, I'm grasping on straws here for why they called it so late, but not a fan personally, but maybe they're cooking up something, I don't know. But, you know, I think you brought up a really good point about Pacific Macta that, you know, it's been a long time since we've seen them in, you know, top 3. And, I mean, the last time they even had, like, the taste of gold was back in the Global Invitational in 2018. So, like, it has been a long time. I mean, domestically, yes, they are on the top of the league with different rosters, but that's different. That's not the same thing.
It's not globally. Yeah, I mean, this Pacific Macta organization and largely the core of this team was a real threat internationally for a while. But that seems to have sort of slipped away from them in the more modern era of CROSSFIRE. Aldrin, that's very nice, but does get shut down before the Rampage can really pop off. And now Ice Cube going to be an ever-present threat in the GR spawn. He'll be shut down by Revenge. Still, rotation in onto that A-bomb site coming through thick and fast from Wolf Empire. Justin's been spotted out. He's isolating the duels nicely. And he's done a great job to actually get the better of Rambo there. It's a round for Pacific Macta. They're not done just yet. But yeah, I mean, highlighting how things have gone for Pacific Macta. As you say, domestically, they're always good for it. But Summer Champs last year, 7th, 8th. Grand Finals last year, 5th, 8th. Summer Champs 2022, 5th, 6th. Didn't manage to make it to the 2022 Grand Finals, and you have to go all the way back to 2017 in the Grand Finals is where they really had their sort of last, like, really solid sort of international performance in a big event like that. Where they took 3rd, but the Invitational this year, 5th.
Yeah.
Even 5th in the APAC series, so that's a pretty worrying position.
Not the greatest, and it doesn't really bode well, I feel like, right? So, you know, that's why I wasn't really putting them as like a team that I thought was going to make it out of the groups. I'm sorry, Sneaky Frog, but I know you'll flame me later for that, but you know, but in all seriousness, because you kind of look at some of these teams that have made it to this, you know, for the Summer Championship and how they got here and everything. Like I actually would have been more curious if the matchup could have been lined up where Pacific Macta maybe even played a team like LCK, right? I mean, where LCK, like I said a bit earlier, where they won their league, their domestic league, but they are a new team with the roster they have, so they do need to get that international experience. They do need to get kind of the reps and everything like that for the building blocks to go nice. But you know, against a historical team like this, that could have been a cool challenge. But a very slow and steady round, Mr. Elfish Guy, and
yeah,
this is
slow and steady name of the game sometimes when it comes to CROSSFIRE. I mean, you got 2.5 minutes to work with, which is quite a lot of time. But Pacific Macta looking a little better on this GR side. Maybe there's another twist and turn on this map that we haven't anticipated. It's been looking quite dominant for Wolf Empire up to the half change, but maybe 3 indeed will be enough for Pacific Macta as they are just rampaging through this round. Wolf Empire don't look like they're going to get even close to winning a 7th just yet.
Yeah, I mean, even despite them giving up the site, I mean, they did that on purpose, and now it means it's a 1-on-5, and Dola has to be able to find these multi-kills. Not looking at so far, but it's only going to be the 2, so a nice retake from Pacific Macta. They're going to get the defuse done. We have a 1-round differential now, but now the pause is going to be called, which is going to come through from Wolf Empire. Does make a lot of sense here, because again, like, this Blacklist side has really shown nothing at all. It's been abysmal. There's nothing. It's just, there's no flame. I couldn't even say there was.
Yeah, good time for attack timeout. It's not too early that it's just completely thrown out the window, you know, that there's no sort of necessary need for it. It's not too late that it doesn't feel like it's come in a position where you're really going to be able to make much of a difference. So, important conversation happening here for Wolf Empire. But what I will say about this team is that they are a team that plays well under pressure. We saw that last night.
Oh my, did we ever.
So I'm not necessarily super concerned about the situation they find themselves in. But Pacific Macta are making them work for it. I'll give him that.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like Pacific Macta, you know, some of the time they do like to, they play a lot better on this defensive side, and it feels like maybe that's where they feel a little bit more that they can get some plays and kind of get, you know, some rounds built up, but we'll have to see if that's going to be the case. I haven't really been thrilled from what the tactics have shown us here from Wolf Empire yet. And I mean, this is always kind of the other debate too, is that we're in the group stage. There's plenty of matches to come through on this part, but how much do you release in the strat book? How much do you really want to show when you think you could be a top contender that can get to the playoffs, right? I mean, I know that might be a little bit different for both these teams, but I feel like a team like Wolf Empire, I would maybe think they're trying to preserve some strats.
Maybe. It's a tough one to call because for Wolf Empire, it's honestly, I would consider a pretty big win to even make it to playoffs. So I don't know that, you know, are you even necessarily saying, yeah, we're going to make playoffs, so we've got to hold strats for playoffs, for example, when, like, let's be real, Vietnamese teams don't often make it to playoffs. So I think you've got to be leaving nothing on the table here, and that seems to be the case for Pacific Macta on the GR side. That's a pretty well-informed push from ZYK as he's able to catch Rambo off. And all of a sudden, Wolf Empire are starting to look quite susceptible here, even though they were looking really dominant in the first half.
Yeah, it kind of seems like they're shaking in the boots a little bit right now since they've kind of been switched over here for the Blacklist side. They're playing very passive. They're not really making, you know, quick decisions on anything. They're not really fighting for map control. It's actually been Pacific Macta that have been active. They've been moving around. They've been trying to find something, and they're doing a good job of it. Like, even the fact of ZYK just pushing down like that, taking down Rambo, and he's looking like he might even go for a little bit more. Won't be able to win that engagement, so we'll get equalized. But now for Wolf Empire, we're in a position here with still 1 minute and 15 remaining. But they got to start making choices now. Like, even look at what they're doing now. They're back into the outskirts of mid. They have nothing to work with. Like, the only player is Dola that's kind of pushed up on the mid connector, and he's just kind of holding. It's not like he has really much.
Yeah, it's not the end of the world. What you can always do on this map is just default back to an A hit, right? Like, you're always going to get some value out of smacking a bunch of smokes or flashes over the top of A and just trying to bust your way in. It's definitely still a viable strategy, but no entry. They have managed to take some pretty good space, but MVA is uncontested by that flashbang. It ends up being a 2 for 2, which Wolf Empire will be reasonably happy with, but getting this bomb plant down will be a little difficult. They need to get that smoke across first, recollect the C4. Now things are looking a little bit better. And they can start to work their way in for a 2-on-2. Revenge! Missed shot. Chance gone begging.
Oh, man, and that swing from Aldrin just so unnecessary. It's such a, again, trying to be a playmaker, trying to be that individual. That's what we've been really talking about, and there it is right there, right? Like, it's just, why not wait for your teammate to go for the swing? Play the 2-and-2 system. So now it's just making this even harder for Revenge. I mean, yes, we know he can be really good with the arm, but, like, look, he's about to get backstabbed right now. Lucas is going to have the better position, and there we go. Like, I mean, just... It's such a critical, you know, late round call that was done here from Pacific Macta that cost them the round.
Yeah, I mean, the theory behind it for Aldrin is obviously when he's hearing that bomb plant go down, he's like, okay, I can isolate the 1v1 fight on the site, and it's a bit of an unorthodox play, so you're kind of gambling on maybe catching someone off, you know, finding a timing, what have you. I agree, it's not the percentage play at all. There is some validity in it, but... in a close matchup like this, maybe you go for the percentage play, try and play out the 2-on-2. But either way, we're into round number 13 here, and Wolf Empire have maintained that lead for the moment. And they're taking a lot of map control. Pacific Macta here is fantastic to see. Revenge getting set up. You honestly don't even really need MVA here anymore. Once the sniper's getting set up on a line like that one, he can actually rotate off at some point.
This is really, really good work from the defensive side. This is something I always like to see, is these kind of little pockets of aggression like this. And for them to have this much control, like, look at how far back. It's like a caterpillar right now here for Wolf Empire. They're just kind of waiting things out. Now they either have to refight for that long A control, A main, or now they have to kind of change up their position. I think MVA being in this spot, I do agree with you. I don't love this because, I mean, him and Justin do have technically a little bit of a trade scenario here, but if he gets picked apart, this is going to be a big, big nuisance. And for Wolf Empire, now they're going to use this to go underpass. They're going to try to see if they're going to be able to find something against, you know, Aldrin. He's just on the other side of this. He's been a bit quiet. I mean, he's 7-9. He really isn't putting up the biggest numbers.
He did have one good round where he hit... 2 nice headshots.
True. Yeah, true.
And that would go down a bit of a treat in a round like this one. There'll be some util tossed on the A side of the map there from Rambo to try and maybe keep the rotations honest, but I'm not sure that's fooling anybody at this point in time. And Aldrin, unfortunately, is going to go down straight away, which will really open up the B site. Rambo in for a timing. If he's not checked by MVA, which he was not, he gets a free kill here every day of the week, and that is very bad news indeed for Pacific Macta. Rambo looking for more. Won't get it. It'll be shut down by Revenge, but the damage is done, and Wolf Empire going to find their 8th. Pacific Macta just letting that round slip by the wayside, and off the back of the TAC timeout, Wolf Empire have re-accelerated. They've reminded us once again how they were looking in that first half, and Pacific Macta, their success of a few rounds in a row feels like a long time ago now.
This game really feels, you know, a very different pace than what I feel like we've seen through a lot of the group stage games, is that this is very tactical. It's really, really slow in the sense of just like the smallest amount of engagements. I don't feel like we've had this kind of a game like that. Like, I definitely thought that Wolf Empire might have been a little bit more in the face. I thought they might have been just kind of trying to showcase who they are. You know, like, we are the super team, like, look out for us. There's a lot of respect that's in this game. So far, I should say. That could change.
But enough fight being shown by Pacific Macta to make you think that Black Widow could be a close one. They did play well on that map up against BaiSha. Were able to beat LCK on it. Oh no, never mind. LCK, that was the third map in the pool. My mistake. But it was 2-0 for Pacific Macta. They were happy to play it though. CYK's gone down though, and this might be the beginning of the end for Pacific Macta. You can just sense a bit of a shift in the momentum of this game. Kind of feels like Wolf Empire are sprinting towards the finish line rather than jogging at the moment.
Yeah, the temperature's definitely getting a little bit hotter now. I think they're realizing that they got this little bit of a lead. They're trying to use this now. They're winning an opening fight like this. But again, like not making a decision to get this hotel execution. They're actually going to pull back. They're going to re-grab the C4. And this might even just be right back to the A exec. I mean, this seems to be the thing they want to do. The bread and butter, right? Like this is the comfort that they want. But Justin is onto Vent right now, holding a tight angle. He is by himself. If he goes down, like if he decides to fight this, it's a wide open site. And then we're talking about a retake scenario. So right now, this is a good call for him. He's going to pull back. He's going to buy a little bit of time. He isn't called for a rotate yet. But he has to be able to find something. He needs to burn as much time as possible.
Justin, big job to do right here. And gets the info, but no frag. At least he's alive. This is where Wolf Empire need to clear that box out. That's the important position that I talked about. And the fact he's dropped the player coming in from GR spawn as well. This round is over. There's no other ways about it. A 5-on-2 retake on A through a smoke. I just cannot see a world where that happens. Pacific Macta have capitulated. It's going to be the 9th on the board for Wolf Empire.
Wow. Man, Dola. Dola's having a game. Like we said, look, guy is statistically not always on the top, but I mean he wanted to change that here now. Like
impact frags.
Yeah, it is all about impact frags. Like if I'm not mistaken, I think he's near 20. Yeah, okay, 17 and 8. Yeah. So, but he has been putting up multi-kills.
Yep. But what do you look again at that scoreboard and say, Ice Cube 15 and 7, you know, another really stable performance on Ankar. It's definitely not his best that we've ever seen. You know, we've seen him above 20, but 15 and 7 is bloody good. CYK hasn't quite spotted Lucas out there, but Lucas similarly also not having that info, and so he'll give up his life, and there might still be at least another chapter in this one for Pacific Macta if they can convert this 4-on-5 lead. Again, 70-80% of the time you want to be turning that 4-on-5 into a round win. I mean, look, ideally you'd do it 100% of the time, but we know things go awry. That's a bit of a mishap from Wolf Empire. I think you just throw this round in the bin. Let's just get it over and done with, restart. That's a bit of a weird one.
Yeah, that's really careless. I mean, now that's even the C4 carrier too. So, like, again, just giving Pacific Macta tons of information. But
I'm not sure why ZYK is playing so aggressive here, though. Like, he's in front of that smoke, but every opportunity he just gives up his life like that. There's no one that can trade for it. It'll be C4 control again for Wolf Empire and an inroad back into this round, which was looking pretty doomed. So I'm not hugely impressed by that position from ZYK, even though he did really well at the start of this round.
Yeah, maybe back to that, you know, original thought we had about, I got to make a play. I got to do something big here. Let me just do this. But just under a minute remaining now. C4 is going to get picked up, like you said. And what are they going to go for? It is a little bit more of a passive setup here from the defensive side in this B site. Okay, Revenge gets some timing right, gets the right turn. So that's a good engagement. But now you still have Dola and Ice Cube. These are the two guys putting up big numbers. Justin now removes one of those guys, and now it's just Dola. My God, he's able to get another crisp shot.
Is he on for another big clutch here? We saw some huge clutches from Dola yesterday against Imperial. He's got the plant down, looking to isolate some aim duels. Tough ask, though, that he's stuck behind the boxes on the site now. There's just really not a lot of wiggle room. He's hitting heads. It's just a little bit too much there, though. That's you know, you can forgive him for it, but I think if he wanted to win that one, he probably had to play a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, absolutely.
Try to find a 1v1, turn it into a 2v1 a little bit sooner. As that encroachment comes in from the 3 remaining GR players, he just doesn't have the wiggle room to bounce back and forth around the boxes and eventually gets collapsed upon and traded. So Decent round out from Pacific Macta in the end, but a couple of little moments where it's like, ooh.
Yeah.
I'm a bit scared that they might throw this one away. Three more required.
I think there was some good shots made from them too, though, right? Like the two players that were kind of near the GR spawn, like they were just kind of, again, just kind of biting him on that, like just putting his attention there where the one player could go underpass and go for a bit of a flank. So it was getting a little dicey for me. And, you know, Dola was just looking for any sort of an opening. He did get that one, right? But, you know, thankfully for Pacific Macta, they do get the reposition done pretty quickly. So it will keep him in this game. Again, this is the map point right now. So still 3 more to go. We're going to talk about overtime. And you know from firsthand that Wolf Empire, they like overtimes. They like when their backs are on the board. Couldn't say the same for me. Too stressful.
Yeah. No, I don't think Wolf Empire really struggles too much under pressure, but last night gave me some PTSD. Couple of golden point wins, like that's crazy, man.
That's unheard of. Like losing 6 to 10 and then winning like a reverse sweep.
Yeah.
13-12s.
13-12, 13-12. Unreal.
When does that ever happen?
I think that might be the first time I've ever actually seen that in my history of casting CROSSFIRE.
Yeah, that was
There's been some pretty big reverse sweeps, though, in the grand final matches that we saw last year. Summer Championship and the grand finals.
Ooh. Okay.
Yeah, some surprising results.
I mean, it seems a lot different than last year, too, right? I mean,
Yeah.
you would know firsthand, but like we talked a lot about, like these groups, both A and B have just been, it's just spaghetti, man. It's just a mess. We don't know. Like everything's just really changed. Upset galore. Well, we'll see if it's going to be an upset. Good flash going to get thrown. Utility is just reigning supreme. A swing from Justin. Uh-oh, this might be too costly now, but NBA trying to be the anchor, but he can't get it done. Time is dwindling, though. It's 13 seconds remaining. They need to get the C4 down. They will. And now ZYK on a big clutch.
An impossible clutch, one might say. 4-on-1. He's got HP to play with. He's got a bit of time here as well, but not going to happen. Ice Cube locks it down, and that's the first map on the board pretty comfortably in the end for Wolf Empire.
Whew-wee. Yeah, honestly, it didn't look like they broke too much of a sweat. It was kind of a little bit of a slow start on the second half when they go on the blacklist side, but all things considered, they get the job done.
Couple of words between the coach and the captain of Wolf Empire right after that map. So maybe they didn't feel that was 100% locked down as cleanly as it could have been. But look, job done in the end. I would say it was a pretty clean win overall for Wolf Empire. And they've got to start to think now about what's going to have to happen on Black Widow. But I don't know, for Pacific Macta, there was moments. There was definitely moments. But
yeah.
It's sort of a metaphor, I think, for me, not only just how they played that game, but that is representative of how I see their entire tournaments going. You know, there'll be good moments, there'll be good maps, there'll be good series, but you don't really have that consistency to make it out into playoffs, make it deep into a tournament at this point for Pacific Macta, and that's kind of what it felt like for that map. They didn't really have the consistency to put rounds on the board, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in a row sort of thing, and actually threaten a victory in that map. There was, you know, maybe streaks, bursts of like 2 rounds in a row, and then it was like, oh, straight back to Wolf Empire dominance.
Yeah, it just kind of fizzled, right? I mean, this is the thing. I've been kind of waiting to see Pacific Macta really kind of, you know, ignite a bit more. Like I said, the only win they had was against, you know, LCK. So, and I'm trying to take that with a lot of respect, because I was thinking this might be a very unique test for them, because I thought BaiSha was kind of a really unfortunate draw. I was like, well, yeah, you got to play a Chinese team to start things off, and then you get LCK, so you bounce back. You have Wolf Empire, which is a strong Vietnamese team, but yeah, I really wasn't too impressed with them. They kind of felt like they were just, I don't know if the energy's low something might be off. It just didn't really seem it was vibrant as before.
Yeah, most definitely. Pacific Macta got to figure something out pretty quick, smart, but I think there is at least that saving grace that they're going to be going back onto Black Widow, and that is traditionally home ground territory for them. So
absolutely.
They'll be feeling at least a little bit more comfortable about that rather than the Ankara, which kind of leans the other way pretty substantially. So either way, you know, touching on Ankara there, obviously highlight moments were Dola, definitely. Ice Cube again with a really, really solid performance on that map, and that's really a recipe for success for Wolf Empire. I feel like at the moment the performances that we're getting out from them have largely been led by the sniper of Ice Cube, and if he's got 1 or 2 or like 1.5 players even kind of behind him, you know, in this case it was Dola, and then you had some decent cameos in there from the rest of the lads, that's actually enough to get a victory for Wolf Empire. It's more so a problem when you've only got one guy that's kind of showing up, and that does occasionally happen, but at least at this event so far, it's looking pretty decent for Wolf Empire, and that is the beauty of a roster like this, where there are so many talented members that could theoretically put a game on their back and just carry it to victory, and that's kind of what Dola and Ice Cube did.
Yeah, it's a well-balanced, solid machine here from Wolf Empire. Like, I think there's a lot of the players that really can pick up the slack when they need to, where I kind of think for me, like Pacific Macta, like I always kind of said, like, Revenge is one piece and then Origin was the other, but you need them both to be playing as best as they can to making sure they can get themselves a contender, making sure that they are making these games competitive, and that wasn't the case here. Like, I mean, we have Revenge putting some double digits, but really it was nothing. Like, he was just kind of finding these, like, exit kills at times, maybe like a clutch, like to get a 1 kill out of a 1v3. So nothing really too much for me, but I gotta say, like, Dola, you know, I was thinking a lot about him and Ice Cube together as like the, you know, the jab cross, and these guys just, you can see it right here, both of them putting at a 2.0 KD. I mean, it's obvious, and it was an easy win for them.
Yeah, Justin Aldrin gone a little bit missing in that one. Even ZYK probably not putting up the numbers that he would want to. Revenge had a couple of good moments, but the numbers, yeah, just kind of missing really for Pacific Macta. Honestly, when you look at that, just on the numbers, you'd probably be surprised actually to even see Pacific Macta get 6.
Yeah.
Like, that looks like a really dominant performance from Wolf Empire. 2.0 KD from Dola and Ice Cube, Lucas in there, Shady in there. Like, no one really going missing either. And then you've got guys that are just like, yeah, 0.5, 0.38. That does not look good. So, you know, maybe Pacific Macta even playing above their station a little bit in that map to get it to 6. But end of the day, it doesn't really matter how you're kind of getting those rounds on the board. If you get 10, great. If you don't get 10, bad. And unfortunately for Pacific Macta, that's where they are, right? Like, at this point for Pacific Macta, it's like, well, it might have been 6 or it might have been 0. Like, the result's the same. It's a 1-0 lead for Wolf Empire at this point, and we're going into Black Widow and then Port potentially now having to reverse sweep this series. So job remains the same, obviously, for Pacific Macta. There are some intricacies, obviously, when it comes down to tiebreakers and stuff like that for the group standings if it gets to that point. But if Wolf Empire wins this series, they're 3-0. The only team they have yet to play is it? Let me have a look at the screen. BaiSha. No. Yes, BaiSha. They haven't played BaiSha. I'm trying to figure it out.
That's okay. It's been a long couple days.
But,
it's okay.
But basically, what I'm saying is they're 3-0. They have yet to play BaiSha. If they lose that, they're 3-1. You go through in second at a point. Yeah. No one else can really go 3-1, would be my thinking, the way things are going with this group. So, yeah, that would be great. That would be basically fantastic, obviously, because we're here in Vietnam and we want to see the Vietnamese fans turning up and watching and being excited about this event. And hey, you put a Vietnamese team in the playoffs, that's probably going to help in that respect. So
well, exactly, because I mean, we just saw the previous game happening before a ranking. Like you know, I think there was a lot of hype around them. They're a very loud, explosive team, and they got upset. Like, let's just call it what it is. So now, I mean, I think to have a Vietnamese team of Wolf Empire to be here, to be at the playoff, you know, to have the fans really excited. I mean, they are kind of that big hope. I think there could be a world where ranking can do it. I'm not going to say they're out, but I'm going to say Wolf Empire being currently at 2-0. If they can get this done, that puts them guaranteed 3-0. And then despite how these other games go, like you were talking about, it really does give them a good chance for, you know, the Vietnamese crowd to be able to have a home team and get that buff.
And I'm going to be honest, the way BaiSha looked today, maybe there's a world where Wolf Empire can beat BaiSha as well.
Yeah.
Go 4-0.
Yep.
And win the group. Have the higher seeding. That'd be fantastic. You know, you have the chance to dodge all gamers.
Maybe, and you know, I was kind of thinking about this a little bit too, because it's like, you know, EP I had as one of the Chinese teams where I was kind of putting my eyes on them as kind of that, you know, 3rd, 4th place team. I was wondering if they were going to do something. It feels like they're not really here right now. But I wonder for BaiSha, they're in a moment, they're at a crossroad where they had a loss here. Now they either have to just go Super Saiyan, they got to do something big, and they got to just come out with a bang, or they're going to just crumble. I don't know what that could be, but if we see Wolf Empire find this in a 2-0, there is definitely a world where they definitely can beat them. Because I don't know what happened here today for BaiSha, but that was nowhere near the performance that we would expect from a team like that.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Well, all comes down to this one for Pacific Macta. If they want to stay alive in the tournament and avoid losing 2 series, it will have to come from this matchup now. And Black Widow couldn't really think of a better place for them to find themselves, obviously, in a circumstance like this. But it is a pretty high-pressure game against a very, very good squad. So this could go wrong, that's for sure. Wolf Empire gunning for that 2-0, which is something that they have missed out on so far at this event. They have not been good at cleaning their games up 2-0. That's the one sort of takeaway for me.
Nope, they definitely haven't. So, I mean, and they're just, and that's the thing about Pacific Macta too, is like this team is just, they're so hungry. Like you were bringing up some really good stats earlier in map number 1, talking about, you know, domestically, yes, really good. Internationally, it's been lackluster. Like 5th and 8th, you know, it just like never really in a top 3 conversation. It's been many, many years. Obviously, different rosters, etc. But it is a big difference here. And for them, I think that pressure is going to add on a little bit here for these guys, just because I think we have seen some really good glimpses where they can go toe-to-toe. Like we said, on a map like this, they were able to go to overtime against a team like BaiSha, but they didn't even get the win. They fumbled having the lead. They got pushed to overtime, and then they weren't even able to get a second round after that. So, again, this is where, you know, that PTSD is going to have to be hopefully not a factor for them. But we'll find out. And, I mean, Shady now putting himself in some good control onto Catwalk. A little bit of a split. A little bit of a ruse, throwing some good smokes, good utility. Now they're just going to look like they want to go for the execute. My God, Lucas gets a beautiful little bit of a one-tap, but now Justin doesn't get more than one. Wolf Empire, they are still cooking with premium gas.
MVA, oh, he's trying to stand behind the box and do the dance of death, and he's going to get that one done nicely. I'm really surprised there's not more of a flood from Wolf Empire. MVA should not have survived for that long. It's a little bit of a mishap, but Rambo's getting his on towards the A side. Meanwhile, the push is happening on B. C4's now been dropped. Shady's going to have to try to recollect. This is just so messy from Wolf Empire. Rambo could still salvage, but I think there's a real miscommunication going on there for Wolf Empire. That could have been so much cleaner. ZYK, he's got the info, and he's got the round as well. I don't like what I saw there for Wolf Empire. Like, what's going on with the push on A happening at the same time as the push on B? But the push on B is one guy fighting MVA behind the box, no one else helping him, no one else assisting him. And then when he goes down, Wolf Empire like, oh, we've got to try and cross and push the put the bomb down. Why don't you now then pause and let the flank come through from Rambo as he's gotten some work done on A. So it's like all the pieces of the puzzle are happening to fall into place at the same time, or trying to, but they're not communicating with each other. And so the piece that was supposed to go in the top left has ended up in the bottom right, and vice versa, and it's all a bit of a mess because no one's talking. So it could have actually been a great round. It could have really looked awesome from Wolf Empire, but they just didn't execute on it the way that they should have. So something to improve on.
Yeah, very, very sloppy. And I mean, for Pacific Macta, I mean, they're going to take those, but okay, now Lucas is looking to redeem himself a little bit here. He gets the 2 openers, takes down Aldrin and ZYK, so IGL's gone. One of your star fraggers now is gone here for Pacific Macta, leaving it with Revenge, like we said. He is that other component here for these guys, the key of success. But is he going to be able to find that? This is a tough one now because they're down the man by 2. They need to do something differently here. They have a kind of a little bit of a line set up. Revenge will win an engagement, but now MBA, you can see he's toying with the idea of this. He wants to swing this. This is not really a favorable fight, but because as soon as he goes for this, he's dead. Someone else is just going to be a terrorist, and it doesn't even matter. Rambo's going to get the better of him.
They don't know about Justin. They do not know. And they're not going to check either. That's going to be the C4 drop. The problem is going to be, though, Dola behind should get the trade. In fact, he should have probably saved one of them at least. So Justin gets away with a bit of murder. Revenge watching the cross, but it's smoked off. So Dola is going to get a bomb plant down here, and this is going to be a very difficult retake for Revenge. He's got a very long rotate to make. And in that meanwhile, Dola could literally be anywhere. He's decided to stay on the site, making his cross a little bit late. Revenge, very nearly found the timing, but Dola not spotted, and so Revenge now going to give away his position with that piece of util tossed. Dola doesn't seem to know. He hasn't seemed to have picked up on that. What? Hello?
And those are the kind of things that, you know, Revenge can do, right? I mean, he can be a clutch factor. He's able to get some good kills. I mean, man, I don't know. Some things are just kind of lining up a little bit for these guys right now, but I really am thinking that, Wolf Empire, my apologies, I think this is sloppy. Like, I don't think this is really good teamwork that we were just talking and praising them for. Now it's just been sloppy joes.
Well, you've seen the best of Wolf Empire on Ankara, and now you're starting to get the worst of Wolf Empire here on Black Widow.
Yeah,
I don't know. They seem to have a map 2 curse. I don't know really what it is, but
well, and I mean, you would think for a team that, like, in their, you know, domestic league and sitting at 11-0, you would think it would be a little bit more impressive than this. I don't know if, like, they are trying to overcomplicate things right now, or if maybe the comms are just really just that disconnected. Because I think you made a really good point at the beginning of the first round. Like, it just felt like one person's doing an entirely different thing, and then you have somebody else fighting on another site by themselves, and it just seems like nobody knows what's happening. So it's just now we need the IGL to kind of step up. He has to be able to figure something out. Shady needs to make a better call on this. And Pacific Macta, they are kind of pulling these guys apart limb by limb right now. Ice Cube does at least get something moving with the Alm, but they're going to get this site for the plant, but they have to win an engagement to bring this back to an equal footing.
This will be a round where Ice Cube really needs to come online. He's got multiple angles to watch, and that's going to be quite problematic. So he's going to commit to the long hold and actually gets the win with the cold. He's going to hear Justin on the way through as well. Had a chance, but it's on to Shady. Hasn't actually been able to plant the C4 in all that meanwhile, so he's going to think about going for a bit of a rotate in here. Doesn't look like he's been heard by Aldrin.
Wow. He's got time. I mean, this is a good play from him. I actually do like this, because what he's going to do, he's just going to try to burn the clock a little bit here. He wants to catch one of these guys rotating. And for him, if he was able to find that, he would have got an easy free plant. Instead, he will just commit to it. But now, okay, we're in a position here. He's got one piece of utility. He doesn't have a smoke or a flash. He's got the grenade. What does he want to do with it? This nade is going to give his position away. Oh, no way. He's going to go all the way around.
I like it.
Oh, this is good. This is a good play. This is high IQ. This could be everything. This could be what they need. This could be the kickstart that Wolf Empire could use. You can see Pacific Macta have no idea.
No need to peek. There's no need to peek.
No, he doesn't need to. Oh, no, when he gets spotted. No! No, no, no! He had it. He had the best plan. And he just loses it. He gets too overzealous.
I don't understand. Did he think maybe there was someone on the defuse and he hadn't heard the defuse because he was still on the rotate? That's the only argument you could make for making that peak. But even then, I think that's a risk that you have to take. Like, if you make that play, if you make that rotate, you are basically saying, if there's someone on the defuse, I will lose. There's nothing I can do about that. And he's gambled wrong in this instance again. It's just this could so easily be 3-0 for Wolf Empire. But yet it's 3-0 for Pacific Macta, and I think, yeah, that pause very, very necessary for Wolf Empire, because they're getting so close to a lot of these rounds, and just something slipping through the cracks. Lost Dola early on in this round. Obviously, that's going to be a bit of a difficult one, and got to give some credit to Pacific Macta as well. They are playing a lot better on this map. Coming back into their own, it is their home ground territory, so that is to be expected. But yeah, Wolf Empire so far looking a little bit lost on Black Widow.
Yeah, and this is the thing, like, and I don't mean any like BM about this, but I don't think Pacific Macta are really playing a good game right now. I think it's actually Wolf Empire that are they're the problem. Like, they are creating these losses for themselves, and Pacific Macta is just kind of reacting to it. So this timeout is necessary. They have to. So now there's a flank of ZYK. He's already in the backlines. He might be able to find this. I don't think he was spotted.
I doubt it. Oh, Rambo's having a little bit of a look, but it's really going to be down to timing here if Rambo is looking at the right time or not. Spider Sense tingling. Doesn't win the duel though. And so one more down for Wolf Empire. Lucas, very difficult entry into the B side right now. Hoping that maybe Justin's going to pop his head up. Trade should be through there from Shady, and it's just not. It's gone a little bit of miss for Wolf Empire. They desperately need this timeout to do something.
That was the only round for me where I feel like Pacific Macta, you know, put matters into their own hands. So I will give it to them there. But like I said, I feel like Wolf Empire, it kind of feels like to me is that they're overthinking. They're putting so many thoughts in what they want to do, and it's just becoming a cluster of problems. And this can happen, right? Like when you're playing, like there's times where you just overthink, and then you kind of just lose how you play. Like you don't know how to drive, you don't know how to see, you don't know how to shoot anymore. Like it just, everything's a blur. So this is important. The coach right now in a very big moment where he has to just clear things up. He has to have a really good conversation with these guys for this last minute to say, clean it up. This is unacceptable. We know you can do better than this, but we'll see if that's even going to happen, because honestly, the way they're playing, this is just feeling like a third map is just kind of on the plate.
I would have to agree the way things are going. I mean,
there's just like I said, there's just nothing more frustrating when you know you can do better, and you just you're like the overthinking. It's just, I think that's got to be it. Yeah. I really do think so.
Pacific Macta did pretty well against BaiSha on Black Widow yesterday. Oh, sorry, on day one.
Yeah, on day one, yeah.
Also got to see LCK playing Wolf Empire on Black Widow, and Wolf Empire kind of dominated them on that map. So it's, you know, it's not a map that's out of the wheelhouse for Wolf Empire. They've seen good results at this event even. It's just that the wheels have kind of fallen off a little bit here. 4-0 deficit, obviously pretty bad. It's pretty bad. That's a pretty bad start.
Yep.
But it is still salvageable, though. I do like it from Pacific Macta to see them bringing another pretty aggressive round out here. ZYK just going to keep being proactive and keep putting that pressure on Wolf Empire. I do think that's the right move.
Yeah.
When you have a lead like this one.
I couldn't agree more, because I think for them, like right now, like again, they're in this spot where they're just going to keep, you know, putting pressure on this. They're going to make them feel a little uncomfortable, because if they do win this, it's just going to feel like that timeout's worth nothing. Like it didn't benefit anything for them. They're going to get in their heads even more. So we'll see. And look at Pacific Macta. They're just grouped up. Like they have literally 2 players in spawn, having the anchor of MVA and this B site just going to play behind green box. And they already know what's happening. Like this could just be a full anti-strat. So the flashes come in. Wolf Empire, they're trying to get something done with the execute, but look at ZYK. He can't get more than 1 though. That was a position, if he would have been able to find 2, this could have been a Pacific Macta round. Guaranteed. Now it's open. C4 going to get planted just in front of the truck.
Lucas watching and waiting for MVA to make his move from the window, but ultimately MVA is going to be more of a supportive element here. Has definitely given away his position now. He's been spotted out, but that's what I'm talking about. Ice Cube missing a critical shot. The spray through as well is just not going to be there. Wolf Empire in dire straits right here. Ice Cube can't save the day. Missed shots now starting to be a problem for Wolf Empire as well.
Wow.
I'm sorry, if they're not going to win those kinds of rounds, I'm not sure that they're going to be seeing too many.
This could be a wash, honestly. I don't know what's going on. It's like Houdini, man. They just disappeared. They don't even exist right now. Like Ice Cube missing shots. Normally he doesn't miss. That's uncharacteristic. So something is afoot here on the Wolf Empire and the Wolf Pack, and it ain't good. But for Pacific Macta fans, this is more than good. I mean, this is now guaranteed the first half. They got this in the bag, but boy, I mean, like, look at even Aldrin. He doesn't even have a kill yet. He's 0-3. Like, it's been Justin that's put himself at double digits. Everybody's just been able to find their, the moment to, really stunt these guys. And they can't even get the laces on their feet right now for Wolf Empire.
Yeah. Flash over the top. Kind of going back to basics a little bit here, grouping up and trying to bully their way onto a site. A split. Ye Old Faithful. But a good setup from Pacific Macta, ready and waiting for it. Revenge is poised there with the Orm in hand. Util's getting tossed over, everything getting thrown in here from Wolf Empire. They brought the kitchen sink into this round, and so far a 1-for-1. It's not too bad. But Lucas under the window may have a bit of a rude awakening if Aldrin decides he wants to take a peek. Plant's going to go down in the end. Safe plant, but open enough. Now it's onto Ice Cube to lock down long. Traditionally, such a solid sniper, but only 3 and 5 so far for this map.
Yeah, definitely not the same performance we normally see. Okay, gets himself a shot, makes the right connections. Okay, Wolf Empire now. Okay, out of hibernation or whatever. I mean, they're back. They're on the boards. They get around. They only lose one player. So, okay, things maybe could pick up here for them. But Pacific Macta fans and for them themselves, I mean, like I said, they got the half. Any more that they can add to this is just going to be the buffer. So it's still important. And ZYK, he did this so many times. Like, this is a classic play from him. Look at this. He's not even going to let off the gas. He's still going to keep pressing forward. He's going to catch goal off guard, and it's a free kill.
I'm surprised he gets away with that. Really, what is going on, man? C4's jumping out into middle. Aldrin's down there as well. Wolf Empire know that, but you got to be prepared for these kinds of things. Laz, if you're someone who is just on the commentary desk and you can say to me, they've done this before, we've seen this before plenty of times, why is Wolf Empire not prepared for that possibility as well?
Yeah, and that is going to beg the question, right? I mean, there has been some plays where ZYK, it wasn't maybe as aggressive. He does get up close in the middle. He plays by that box. This time, he just kept going forward, and I mean, that is a good point. Why is Wolf Empire not realizing what they've been able to see so far? There's not been so much time here where these teams can reinvent the strategies or kind of change their playbook. They're trying to, work with what they can, so I don't know what is going on here for Wolf Empire. They should have been ready for that any day.
What a nade!
And oh my god, a touchdown.
Just landed on the head of Lucas. Bopped him.
Just, man, a horseshoe here for Pacific Macta right now.
This is where they need a bit of a clutch. We talked about them being a pretty clutch team. They do need to sort of make some inroads back into this half, bring it back to 3, obviously ideally 4. 3v2 in this round.
They're split apart.
Be a good time to pull out one of those 3-on-2 wins. 40 seconds left on the clock. They don't really seem like they want to commit to anything. They're a bit tentative. I think they've lost their confidence a bit. And they're hoping that maybe Ice Cube's going to be given a free kill. Well, unlikely. You're going to have to challenge Revenge, who's been quite solid on this map so far. 20 seconds on that cross remaining. Gotta go.
You gotta go. This is the
take
time.
the fight. Like, come on.
Oh, and they just, okay, wow. And Revenge, I mean, the timing of a split second. So Shady does get a little bit of a drive-by, but Justin.
Man.
Almost finds the timing. Wolf Empire. Oh, count your lucky stars. They get back in there, but there is some hesitation. Like, I don't know why they were just waiting. I mean, the good thing is they probably realized that Revenge was playing Game Changer like that. They knew he should be posted up, but they did really nothing. They kind of just went for a dry swing, but nothing dry about this one. ZYK, he's going to get himself into Terrorist. Is he going to be able to win this, though? it's challenging. It's labor. This is not the prettiest thing I've ever seen. And now everybody's just trying to hunt for him. At least the trade comes back.
Messy.
Oh.
But Shady has decided to take matters into his own hands. He's got the Orm. And he's got some value out of it already. So back to a 4-on-3. And it's still looking really messy from Wolf Empire, I will say that. But the narrative is starting to shift. If they win this round, bring it to 3. If they get to 4, you know, 4 rounds in a row, starting to restore some confidence there. And Wolf Empire can move on to that GR side and say, we've got something to play with here. Whereas Pacific Macta will be going out of the half a bit disappointed. So still a lot to play for Wolf Empire here in a map that it felt like it was kind of doomed. But they are clawing it back from the brink, 1 round at a time.
And look at how posted up they are. I mean, it does pan out nicely for them. So that was Justin getting a little bit aggro. Aldrin now doing it as well. So Pacific Malta kind of doing what, you know, I talked about before. This is where they have gone deep in aggression in mid. But now they're so far in the deep end, like, he can't even get out of this. Like, so Aldrin is in the worst position. He's by himself. He has nothing to get a trade for. MVA is just going to post up an A site. So Aldrin either has to find some kind of a miracle of timing, which is right there, but can he get out of this? That is the other problem. 38 seconds remaining. Ice Cube will put him to sleep. Now it's down to MBA, but he's still got 3 members to go against. Given that Rambo is in the red, he is critically low.
Again, I'm looking at this round and I'm thinking, why are we splitting a 3rd player over to B? Like, what's the point, right? It's a 1v3. Surely you just all 3 group up and go to the same site, and they have isolated duels against MVA. Can you believe it? Like, what is that? Rambo now has to win the 1v1. He's got to get in there. He's got to get the kill in 2 seconds. He's got to push his way forward. How do you lose that round? I just don't understand. Wolf Empire, what are they doing?
I don't get it. I have no idea what they're doing.
All you need in a circumstance is like that is to put 3 players to stand next to each other and trade frag. Instead, they just overthink it, they overplay it, and give that minor, tiny window. Look, it doesn't look like a big mistake. People are going to be watching along at home and saying, well, why he was there to trade. Yeah, but the spacing, the half seconds matter in a game like this one against players like this. And for Wolf Empire to give an opportunity like that over to Pacific Macta, a Pacific Macta that are hitting their shots right now, is a seriously big mistake that is going to come back to bite them. Now, best case scenario, they can get 3. When they were really gunning for 4, like, that round was looking good.
Mm-hmm. It just feels like, yeah, Pacific Macta are kind of on the tip of the spear here. They're just, everything is going their way. It's just sloppiness here from Wolf Empire. This Blacklist side has been not convincing, to say the least. I mean, there has been nothing about this. I mean, it feels like just the teeth are out of them for the attack. So it's like, again, you're in a situation here. C4 is going to be in the A site. Now, okay, look, they got site control. And now it's a question of the post plan here. You have Justin and MBA still alive. And I think even Dola, he's going to push down into Terrace. So he has a decent position. So now these other 2 players, they can commit onto short. They can kind of remove one of the, you know, the barriers they have to worry about. Justin gets a free kill. They don't expect it. I don't get it. Ice Cube now getting overwhelmed. And they're just getting duels. And now Dola needs to do something big. He will, but God, oh God, it's a saving grace.
Oh my God.
You can just see his face. He's like shaking his head like, what the hell is going on here?
They are making life so difficult for themselves, aren't they? Like, Dola, luckily he's the king of the clutch at this event. But
you just can't rely on that. You know, it's not consistency.
Planting open. Ice Cube watching the window. He's not watching the bridge cross. Like, what's going on, man? Wolf Empire in all sorts right now. But 3 rounds, it is workable, and that's a nice kill from Dola. Like, the thing is, if Wolf Empire come in with a really strong GR side here and kick things off nicely, you know, win 1 or 2 rounds, they're right back in the contest. But it has just been fighting tooth and nails to even find a single round, and Pacific Macta are just being given so many illegal opportunities and rounds that it's hard to sort of imagine that Wolf Empire are bringing this one back at the moment. But decent start to the half, opening kill. And credit must go to Pacific Macta for a much, much better played game than what we saw on Ankara. The individuals are definitely showing up in a bigger way here on map 2. But even that may still not yet be enough. This is a solid start and a great shot from Rambo. Pacific Macta are not being allowed any inroads so far in toward B. Spoke too soon though, because Revenge and ZYK have found a kill apiece. One in mid, one over on B. That's prompting a bit of movement from Wolf Empire, and honestly that has me somewhat concerned. I don't like to see them moving around in the mid round. I think the mid round's really let them down on this map so far. And they might do so again. Ice Cube has just got to find an angle and post up on it and back himself. He seems to be out of sorts.
Yeah, I don't like the setup at all. I mean, you have the C4 carrier creeping on long. You have Revenge creeping onto short, but you already have Dola in a great position right now. And he has to win this fight. He's able to get some good damage. So now, okay, the C4 is going to be able to escape this, but Revenge is already kind of committed onto this. He's trying everything he can. Okay, now the reset's going to commence. This is where they're going to do it. But look at Lucas. It's a free one, and now
that's peeking.
It's just they keep peeking, and then they just swing it, and he gets it.
I mean, look, Lucas, he wins the round, okay? But when you get that kill onto Revenge, you don't need to re-peek again for the next kill.
No.
Your teammates are not there to back you up if you get traded. If you get traded, it's a 1 versus 2, which is just so much more winnable than a 1-on-3. Little moments for Wolf Empire that can still be cleaned up. But they get the round over the line. I guess at the end of the day, that's the important talking point.
It is. And I mean, look, I mean, this is where, you know, Pacific Macta, this is theoretically, I think, the better side for them to be on the blacklist side. This is also for Wolf Empire's best side. So you kind of have the two strengths that are going to go against each other. So right now we've seen that Wolf Empire are kind of getting slowly and surely something maybe in the works here. Some still very questionable plays that they're doing, but it's picking up rounds. And that, I mean, the old saying, a win is a win. I mean, maybe, I guess. But right now, Pacific Macta ready to go for the full execute into this B site. A full execution of the flashes. Everybody's blind. No on making this connection. Instead, it's Lucas.
Wow.
Lucas with a triple kill. Locks it down. And Wolf Empire finally strike back with something convincing.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about this for Pacific Macta is, like, they've had their chances, they've had their opportunities, but we've been sitting here on this cast, and honestly, this has probably been the most negative we've been about a team at this event so far.
It's true.
Because we know how much better Wolf Empire can be, and if Wolf Empire shows up to the way that we expect them to, which is now starting to happen on this second half, then Pacific Macta are going to be in real trouble, even though they had that lead. So, danger signs, panic stations, I think, actually, for Pacific Macta right here, if Wolf Empire start to wake up. And last couple of rounds have given me the opinion that the beast is starting to stir. 1 for 1, but Dola in a great position to line up a couple. Aldrin should be dead. Somehow he's alive. Somehow he's gotten away with a kill. No way. What just happened there? Wolf Empire might just be giving Pacific Macta a little bit more leeway into this game. A 7th round on offer. Whew. It's not done yet.
It's not done yet. No, it really isn't. Yeah, and you know, I'm glad you bring it up because, look, like, I think this has probably been the most negative we've been, but that's because Wolf Empire took down LCK. They took down Imperial, which now Imperial is showing to be
a good team. They're a damn good team.
A very good team. So it's just, when you see a team like this that has shown some decent promise, and they're just doing these mistakes that cannot happen at an event like this for a massive prize pool and guaranteeing a regulation spot, this is the thing that just is not acceptable at all. So that's where I think that frustration, you know, or the negativity kicks in a little bit.
Well, entry already there for Revenge, but Shady trading one back on in. He has to survive. He's relying on the backup from his teammates, and that's coming across quite nicely. Good quick rotation in from Wolf Empire. Prompt to 1-on-2. Revenge is going to have to push his way out. Shady using that cover of the smoke to wrap into a better position, and he catches him out.
Okay.
Wolf Empire close the distance back to 1 again.
And it's you know, Lucas has really just stepped things up. Really, really has. Tighten the laces. Bootstraps are good. Putting himself at a 16-9, top fragging the entire server. And, I mean, the next closest person is both Dola and Ice Cube with 10. But, I mean, he really has been the key to this. I mean,
he's kept them alive.
He really has. It's like the fox in the pen, right? Like, this guy is the guy to look out for.
Well, Rambo, oh, he's living up to his name. That's a bit over-eager from Wolf Empire. Feels a little bit unnecessary. Some trades do come back on in, but Ice Cube now tasked with what feels an impossible clutch. But isolated duels are on offer here. I mean, this could be Pacific Macta falling into the same trap that Wolf Empire did. Unfortunately for Ice Cube, he checks the wrong angle. And Pacific Macta go out to 8 again. 2-round gap is re-established. I believe the tag timeout is still available to Pacific Macta as well.
I was just wondering that in my head,
This ends up getting close.
Yeah, I was literally just thinking that. I was in deep thought. I'm like, I wonder if there's still that timeout, which I think it is available. Because I think it was Wolf Empire that called it quite early. When they didn't even have a round. Like, I think it was a 4-0 or 5-0, if I'm not mistaken. So, okay, Justin, a quick peek, a jiggle peek. He gets the opener, takes down Shady. So, IGL gone. The mastermind of Wolf Empire going to be gone for this round. No trade that has been brought back. Pacific Macta now using the 2 players down long maybe to get some control. It's a decent read from Wolf Empire, though. You can see that they're putting a bit more of a lean on this. But look at Lucas. Look at Lucas. Why? Why is he in this position? Oh my gosh, they're going to go right past each other. ZYK aware. No, he's not. Lucas might be able to do something. A rabbit out of the hat, possibly. I don't know how he hasn't been exposed yet. He's making some noise, and now Pacific Macta realizing, okay, we got to go. We can't mess around anymore.
He's got all the info, though, that they're going to be going A, and there's nobody actually on that site right now. Ice Cube looking to cut off those rotates, though, from long. Rambo there to help him out. C4 dropped in an awful position right now for Pacific Macta, and somehow, some way, Wolf Empire have grasped their hands on this round and just stolen it away from Pacific Macta. Revenge would have to pull off something of a miracle here. A collapse might be on offer there, but not enough. And so Wolf Empire keep themselves alive, keep the dream alive. I mean, Lucas in that situation, 4v5, you know, you kind of have to take a bit of a risk, I guess.
I guess so.
And it works out for him. You either throw the game away, but to be fair, when you're down 4-on-5, it's kind of leading in that direction anyway. Or you be the hero. And in this case, he was the hero, which keeps Wolf Empire in the conversation for another round.
Yeah, and let's not forget, too, I mean, that was one of the rounds that we saw the double OMS being into place here, too. So, and that is going to be still the case where Rambo did equip it. He was the one that was able to find the 2. So, and he is that guy that does play the secondary OM as an attacker. So, I like that he was like, you know what, Ice Cube, I'm going to help you out. I'm going to relieve a little bit of the stress, a little bit of this heavy lifting you normally do. So, it's good to see.
Expect to see the tag timeout through Pacific Macta if they lose this round.
Yeah, no doubt. If this round goes for Wolf Empire, there should be a timeout called. Should be. But
Ice Cube is in the perfect position to lock down this push, but his timing may well be off. He's going to drop the smoke. There was no swing on that timing, though, from Pacific Macta, so it's all good in the end for Wolf Empire, who, with a minute left on the clock, might start to get a little bit antsy that they haven't gotten any information, really, from Pacific Macta. They did spot them earlier on in the round, but a lot of that now is kind of irrelevant information. It's not so useful anymore. But Ice Cube on the line, up against Revenge. Big fight. And Ice Cube will fire a little bit too early. He'll lose his life to ZYK. It's these minor little intricacies that are bringing Wolf Empire undone. And Pacific Macta to hit the A bomb side. A big round ahead. MVA's got himself the entry. Ultra in another one. And Wolf Empire have to surely concede this round. Lucas unable to find the kill under Revenge. It's just a mess from Wolf Empire, and that is 9 up for Pacific Macta. And once again, a map 3 is threatening. If not that, then the second map overtime, which was secured every single game yesterday, would be the way back in here for Wolf Empire. And let's be real, Wolf Empire, they were able to pull Mexico back to a golden point victory against Imperial. So I'm not going to count them out just yet, but it really does feel like it kind of has to be off the back of Lucas to win these next 2 rounds in a row. Because even though Ice Cube's 13 and 11, he has really looked quite shaky on this map.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, you know, when Ice Cube's not really playing, you know, what he normally can. It really is a bit of a the crutches are out here right now for Wolf Empire, but that also means that, you know, for Pacific Macta, they're taking advantage of it. They're executing this well, capitalizing on the mistakes that have been made. And now 2 rounds needed to push overtime. I mean, Wolf Empire not scared of those. We learned that. So, I mean, that'll be something if they can push themselves into playoffs. We'll know that's also something in the back pocket. But right now, can they even get there? Good switch up now from Pacific Macta. Instead of going for this A hit that they've been doing, you know, quite a few times, now they're going to mix things up. Might even be a split onto this B side. They're going to have the 2 players swing into double doors. Yup, that's what they're going to do. Lucas here in connector. He's blind. Needs to get this timing right. Ice Cube at least will find something. That's going to be the C4 carry. Okay, now the OMS.
Oh my
Now
God.
they make something work. Some magic finally sparks a little bit here. And 1 round to go.
And here's where we can bring up that 1v3 that Wolf Empire lost on the A site and think about how important that round would be, right? Timeout at the 11th hour. We're a little bit critical about the timeout call from Pacific in that first map. Said it was a little bit too late. First half, last round. This is now second half, last round. So maybe it's just a strategic thing from Pacific Macta that they, I don't know, they like to keep it in the back pocket as long as possible. I mean, if you need to have a timeout, this is probably the time to do it. Like, this is the ultimate round. This is the 1 round where you are 1 and done. If you win this, it's all good. And they did win their round after the timeout on Ankara. So what are they going to pull out in this one? I got a feeling this is going to map 3. That's my gut feeling. That's the way this map sort of feels like it's going. The eye test says that Pacific Macta is slightly better, slightly more comfortable, is having more of it. So, especially with the timeout in mind, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt to push this through.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, you know, what we've heard and what we've seen is that this is a map that they are very comfortable on, so they've shown that. Couldn't get it done against a team like BaiSha, but they've been able to do it against others. But maybe here now, and then pushing things over to port to make things a little more interesting. But this timeout is, you know, and I just feel like some of the rounds that we see, like, it's either they're right down to the wire, or it just feels like, you know, Wolf Empire kind of just hound it and they get it pretty easily. Like, that's what's been kind of weird about this. So I wonder what adjustments Pacific Macta want to go for. Maybe a little bit more diligent thinking on this one. Oh boy. This is a fight.
Doesn't look like it in the end.
Yeah, they teased it.
Might be a good choice, honestly, from Wolf Empire, because there's a lot of Pacific Macta's members ready and set up for that. But it's a heavy A defense for Wolf Empire, which ultimately at the moment is looking like the correct call. CYK's over to B, just trying to tease a little. And has drawn an extra rotator across. Lucas is going to come across. A defense is a little bit weakened. Mid given up for a second there, but Lucas is going to float back now. Seems like Wolf Empire have the read that the push on B is not an actual commitment.
Lot of tension in this round. Good nades going to be thrown, so a smoke deep into mid. That's going to cross over. That's going to block off Lucas just a little bit. But he will actually go through it. He's going to just kind of sit back on GR spawn. And a 1-3-1 from Pacific Macta. Very, very interesting. So ZYK, he's kind of being like the lone little drone here. Maybe trying to see if he can catch these guys off guard, maybe in a little bit of a ruse, but look at it. Wolf Empire, they're not even biting on it. They are committed to this 4-player stack.
It's a good call. Right around the corner, Revenge is going to go down straight away. It's a great start to this final round of regulation for Wolf Empire. And it might not just be a great start, it might be a great end as well. Somehow they knew, somehow they made the call that that was going to be an A hit, and they stood so stoically with 4 players on that side of the map that they were rewarded for it. It is a massive gamble that has paid off. But for Wolf Empire now, yet another overtime. They won 2 yesterday against Imperial, 13-12. 100% win rate in the overtimes at this event so far. Can they do it again?
Can they keep it? Can they keep the undefeated overtime streak alive? Maybe so.
And also, in doing so, more or less book themselves a ticket to the playoffs.
Yeah, that's the most important piece here too, right? Is the fact that if they get this win, it really does open it up here where they really could be booking their spot in the playoffs. Like, it might not even be much of a question. So there's so much riding on them for this. But we shall see. Triple amount of damage against ZYK. I'm actually trying to wonder what happened to him, because it looks like he overextended a bit too much here.
Might have been leg shotted, wall banged, something like that.
Yeah,
by
maybe.
Ice Cube would be my guess.
Yeah, that would make the most sense, but
Dola maybe at the bottom along there, but didn't catch it, so.
Ooh, this nade. Oh, this could be... Oh, it's a bit too premature from Alden. I liked it. It was the right idea. A 3-2 split. Okay, so now we know at least the players are going to the right side here. Elfish, this is good. We don't have a lurk happening at B for some random reason. Oh no, hands are showing. Look at Revenge.
Oh!
Yeah, he's going to get the 2. It's a field day for him.
Quick scope indeed, but round's not over. Dola's still alive, and Dola, the clutch minister right now, is finding himself all 3. But still, Pacific Macta are in with a chance. MVA wants to take the fight to Rambo. Needs to duck his head down. He needs assistance. He needs some help. Somebody needs to give him some kind of assistance, and eventually that extra kill goes through that gives the confidence to Wolf Empire, who for the first time it feels like this map actually have the lead. What does that lean us towards now?
But man, I can't wait to see that highlight later on. That is a magnificent work from Dola.
Another opener from Revenge. Job is not being done easily by Wolf Empire.
Definitely making it hard for themselves. They have to go down the player. So, okay. Single arm right now for the defensive side. Pacific Macta. Not having to double this time. And just the 1M42, so they actually put a lot of AKs here for themselves. And Wolf Empire now being down the player. very hesitant on what move they want to make. They're just finally making their way out of mid. Bomb's going to get picked up as well. But what is the play? Because, I mean, look at this defensive setup. I really like this from Pacific Macta. You have essentially 3 people that are ready in GR spawn. Oh, no, this is just a bear trap. Oh, they're walking right into it. Oh, man. Lucas gets away with another fight in this mid position once again.
What you forget about the Bears is the Bears can bite back, apparently. Although it might have been a better analogy to use the wolf trap.
That is true.
The wolves are hunting, though.
They are. They're low, though. Look at how wounded they are. 3 of them.
Well, a wounded wolf might be a desperate wolf. Prone to bouts of aggression, perhaps.
Very possible.
Don't really like the map control that Wolf Empire have got right here. It's looking pretty damn good here for Pacific Macta. ZYK is going to catch the push into short. And Dola around the corner here, unlikely to get too much done. The round is falling apart, and that's just purely down to map control. Wolf Empire can't go anywhere without having to fight for territory, and they're fighting awkward battles that they're not expecting. So round has been more or less given up unless Lucas can pull off a miracle. I mean, he is the guy to do it, but 18 seconds is impossible. So equalizing round out from Pacific Macta. We continue to go tit for tat.
Yeah, you know, I couldn't agree with you more. I think that was a really, really good point you bring up. Like, it just feels like the map control has been lackluster right now for Wolf Empire, and you're right. I mean, I think Pacific Macta are taking a lot of advantage of this right now, and they're just kind of, you know, going for fights like this. They just try to keep doing what they can do, and man, oh man. Okay, Aldrin, he's been a little quiet, finally gets himself something, and now Pacific Macta, oh boy, it's just multi-kill supreme now. Ice Cube by himself. He hasn't really been an ice cube. He's been more like just water. He's just been melted. Now he just has to be refrozen. Maybe now, I don't know. He's got still 3 more to go against.
Bro, he's only got 18 HP. I don't see it happening. C4 is in a really, really difficult position for him to retrieve as well. Although Pacific Macta aren't actually going to look to hold on to that C4. So, you know, maybe case of timing here for Ice Cube. If he pushes his way into short and doesn't slow down, he could swindle him. They've all decided to push along together. See, this is what Wolf Empire needed to do in their 3-on-1 round, right? It makes it almost impossible for Ice Cube to win from here because he can kill one guy, but then the next 2 are just going to swing him.
Yeah, play together as a unit, or a wolf pack, if you will. See what I did there?
I see.
Thank you.
Well, C4's been retrieved from Ice Cube, but not liking his chances. And there you go. Firing squad on the other side of that peak is going to give Pacific Macta their second for the OT. So they go into the second half with a lead.
Yeah, side switch going to happen now, and this will be... This is where, again, there's no timeouts. There's nothing they can do, so they have to just kind of realize in the motion of the game, they have to figure out what they got to make the adjustments with. Looks like Pacific Macta, they're actually going to try to fight for this long A control, but even right now, Wolf Empire, they want to do it as well. They won't be successful in the opener. Shady does make it across. The costs of Dola and his life, too. Okay. Now 2 players have tried this. This is clearly not what you were looking for. Now Pacific Macta, they can sit pretty a little bit here. They got some map control. They've been able to cause a lot of damage. And now Wolf Empire, they got to do something big. This is where somebody has to make a play.
Yeah.
Somebody has to be able to be the...
It's going to be Lucas. It's going to be Lucas again.
It is. Look at him. He's already pushed up mid.
But is this something that Pacific Macta read into? I mean, they've seen Lucas push out the mid doors a couple of times. They haven't necessarily seen push up short. Where this could go wrong for Pacific Macta is if they decide to send a couple of players up short into the catwalk and just fail to clear that corner, which happens every now and then, but with 1 minute and 20 left on the clock, I cannot imagine they're going to be making a mistake like that. They've got to be clearing their corners. Oh, CYK spotted him.
Yep. Yo, get out, Lucas.
Don't think that's happening at this point anymore. Oh, he wants to stick around and take this fight because
they're down.
They're down 3v5. He knows he has to take a little bit of a risk, but he's not going to be rewarded for it.
Yeah, good composure from Pacific Macta though. Like again, being very hesitant. They're not over peaking this, so they haven't given up anything yet.
Still looking for fights.
Oh, Lucas. Okay. Maybe this is where you say, okay, I don't want short anymore.
I mean, I think honestly you got to keep pressing for it, and that's exactly why he's gotten himself one and Rambo another, and all of a sudden we're back to 3-on-3. Rambo doesn't know. I don't think he knows that MVA's crossed to the box, but now he's maybe got a bit of coverage from his teammate. He can start to have a look in the other direction. Somehow still alive. I don't know how he's dodging those bullets. The C4 has not yet crossed onto the site. Rambo and Lucas are holding the fort. The 3v5, it's on offer for Wolf Empire, but it comes down to Rambo, and this is impossible. With an Orm in hand, you don't win that fight. They had the hope for a second, but Pacific Macta are now on map point. They've got 2 of them. So Wolf Empire are going to have to do what they do best, and that's win in Golden Point.
Yeah, they like going to Golden Point apparently. So they got to do it now, otherwise this thing's over and we're going to port. So not bad for how like shaky that was. You know, I was a bit critical about Lucas's position, but it did work out. They were down. He did have to make a play. I was just thinking that wasn't the right one. I thought it was kind of done and dusted, but clearly it wasn't. But it's just now down with the last 2 minutes. A bit of a switch up here. Pacific Macta now putting the 4-1 split. Now it is just going to have the lurk of, I believe that's ZYK. Once again, he does like to be that one guy by himself. So for him, he should be throwing the utility. He should be making the noise. He should be drawing attention. And this might be a given already. Like Wolf Empire get this opening engagement. They might realize that it is going to be a full B exec.
They're pushing out on A at the moment as well, so getting information there that there's nothing a whole lot going on. Lucas gets another pick. This round has, just disappeared in the blink of an eye. I mean, Wolf Empire, they seem to pull these rounds out every now and then, right? Throughout this map, we've kind of seen where the round just goes like that, exactly, and it's like flawless. It's like, well, why do you make it look so easy there, but you don't make it look so easy in a couple of other rounds? Like, why make it so difficult in some of these other rounds where it's just gone really, really messy for them. So, I don't know, it builds up some kind of hope that you think, okay, Wolf Empire, they're looking pretty good, but then the next round just goes completely awry. So, it's really hard to get a read on how this match is actually playing out. Wolf Empire are going to go for the fight on A short by the looks of things, and here comes the push from Pacific Macta. Shady 1-for-1, but Dola's going to go down as well. The push in from Lucas going to be a little too late, and I think that's map 3, Pacific Macta. That's now the second time we've actually seen that exact fight from Wolf Empire, and it's gone the exact same way. So it's on to Lucas, and he's whiffing like crazy. So Revenge will be the one to push it through to a map number 3, and he's pumped up about it.
Yeah, and they got to be, right? I mean, Pacific Macta, it was more of a grind. They got to get themselves here. But it ain't over yet now. We're going to the distance. Very quiet on the side here for Wolf Empire.
Yeah, Wolf Empire, the map 3 curse strikes again. This team just cannot get games done cleanly, and I'll be honest with you, I'm incredibly disappointed with that from Wolf Empire. I know we've been harping on about it a lot, but like that was a very, very messy game.
Yeah.
And you've been hearing me talk about the Vietnamese rosters and how they play the game, and how I'm not a huge fan of how they actually choose to set up their matches strategically, the rounds that they like to employ, the way that they try to play, that they rely very much on the individuals to kind of close things out. That is exactly what I'm talking about. That game is exactly what I'm talking about. I think if you put someone in there that just says, guys, like, let's just chill out, let's take a step back, let's play the fundamentals, let's play the game to the percentages rather than just trying to have these random swings, these random peaks, these weird, like, 3v1, like that 3v1 clutch that they threw away was just not good. I think they could really benefit from some of those kinds of conversations, and it's astonishing to me that they haven't had that, and it continues to be an issue for Vietnamese rosters. I've seen it enough times now. I keep harping on about it, and it keeps happening, and it could potentially lose them this series still.
Yeah, I really could. And I mean, that definitely was not the best showing. And I think the frustration for me a little bit and the disappointment of this is where we see Wolf Empire, what they did yesterday. I really do think that was a remarkable game, a remarkable series. Losing the first map, coming back with a reverse sweep, 13-12, 13-12. Against Imperial, where they looked unstoppable today. They were a freight train. I'm not convinced. I don't even know what to take of this now, because this game alone just made me realize, like, is it a fluke? Maybe it was, maybe it wasn't, I don't know. But that was not their performance. That is not the way that they've been playing. So there's a lot of polishing they need to do.
I don't know that it's necessarily a fluke, but you inherently get inconsistency with the style that Wolf Empire plays. When they play the way that they are, you are relying on people to hit their shots. You are relying on people to win their clutches. You are relying on rounds to go favorably, even though you're not making the correct percentage play. This one, egregious, absolutely egregious.
Yep.
And when you do that, when you don't play the fundamentals, when you don't play the trade game, when you don't play the spacing, when you don't play smart, all you're really doing is basically saying, my individuals need to pop off. And that's it. If that doesn't happen, and that's never going to happen 100% of the time, like, people are going to miss shots. That's human nature. That's just how it is. When that occurs, that inconsistency starts to shine through, and that's why you get these kinds of results when it comes to Wolf Empire, because, again, they're a very talented team. We've talked about that plenty of times. They have some really talented players, but, you know, you think about how many, maybe shots that Ice Cube missed, for example, on this map, that he wouldn't maybe have been missing on Ankara, and instead of it being a clean 10-6 win because Ice Cube hits every single one of his shots, instead, he's maybe hitting 50% of his shots, and now you're losing rounds because of it, and stuff like that. So it's just, I really feel like I wish I could speak Vietnamese, you know what I mean? And go in and really just have a chat with these guys and saying, like, what makes you play this way? Why do you play the way that you play? What is the thought process behind this? And then not even necessarily say this is how you should play, but ask them, what is the reason that you play this 3v1 in this way? And see if they maybe come to the same conclusions that I come to. And they might say something like, oh, well, we think having another player on a different angle will help us because they won't be expecting a player from this angle. And then you would sort of say, well, maybe that doesn't necessarily matter if you've got all three players playing together and they just trade down instead, right? There's a lot of conversations I think that could be had that maybe aren't being had for Wolf Empire. And I just hope that it doesn't cost them this series, you know what I mean? Because we want to see a Vietnamese team go through the playoffs. Like, this is an event in Vietnam. I'm not biased. Like, I don't honestly, at the end of the day, I don't really care who goes through as long as the games are good.
Exactly.
But for the storyline, for the sake of the fans, for the sake of this event, I would like a Vietnamese team actually in the playoffs, right? I think that's the best case scenario. And Wolf Empire is that team. They're going to have to be that team because ranking are already down 2 matches, right? And Wolf Empire are so far up 2-0. They could have been up 3-0. But they've let that map slip. So I think, you know, you have to be a little bit critical in a circumstance like this.
You do, and I mean that's kind of why I made the comment about, and again I mean that as best as I can, saying fluke, and I just mean because I do think that individual prowess was definitely something we saw yesterday, and I just think for a team that's 2-0 in a contention for playoffs, we need to see better teamwork. So we weren't getting it, and I mean, look, Pacific Macta clearly like this Black Widow map. I get it. That is their playground. That is something, you know, the sandbox they like to play in. I get it, but it just also felt like there were so many decisions that were being made that shouldn't have happened. And that one clip we saw with I think it was, you know, NBA was able to find that the double kill behind the truck, you know, and the one player lurking in B. It just there was all these choices that they just don't make any sense. They're just too many mistakes at this high of a level where it shouldn't happen. So you see the stats here. We see why. I mean, it just, you know, even for Pacific Macta, like, Justin really was a player that was kind of finding a lot of good openings and a lot of big moments. And I think there was some good, impressive things that I liked. I love that they pushed down mid. I love that they were, you know, really mixing it up. Even though we know they do it, the way they did it and how late in the game they did it, I think that was the element of surprise for Wolf Empire. But I mean, that's where we were saying is in the group stage, it's really difficult to be able to counter strat and to watch a lot of the VODs and to kind of get yourself in preparation from what's happened on previous games. So now we're on the third map. It is going to be Port. And, I mean, this is kind of a full reset for both these teams. But, I mean, Pacific Macta are definitely going to be riding on a high right now because they were able to make a comeback that realistically, I don't know if they could have had it.
Yeah. That's the Vietnamese analysts.
Yeah. Good-looking guys.
So they're up to some shenanigans over there on their broadcast by the looks of things.
They look a lot happier than me, that's for sure. But in all seriousness, though, like I think for a map like this with Port, like it is Wolf Empire. I think the GR side will be really, really important for them. It is more the earner for them. But I think for Pacific Macta, we'll have to see again in the sense for this about. I don't think their blacklist side has really been. I don't want to say overly impressive. I don't think it's been something that I've been too thrilled about compared to some of these other teams. Like I think Imperial, like in my opinion, was a stellar blacklist team so far. So we'll have to see who's going to be able to start on which side on the beginning of this map. But I think if we do see Pacific Macta on the defensive side, that actually might be a really good buffer for them.
Yeah, indeed. We see the set summary again. So,
did we miss something?
I'm not sure. Have I missed something?
I don't know, man. I feel like we were really just, really, really hammering it down here. So,
yeah. Well, yeah, Lucas. I mean, he tried his best. You can see there from the numbers. That's where it's sitting. But not sure what to say about it at this point, unfortunately. For Pacific Macta, they've done pretty well. For Wolf Empire, they've got to work hard again for map 3. So we'll see how that goes when we come back from this break. All right, here we go into a map 3 between Pacific Macta and Wolf Empire. I don't really know what it is about Wolf Empire, but they do seem incapable of winning a series 2-0, even though they look at times really good. Like, they look brilliant sometimes. But at other times, you just have to look at that and go, what is going on for this team? So, yeah, that inconsistency, it's always been a pain point for me when I've been watching the Vietnamese teams. And I will say, by the way, you know, it is a negative most of the time, but there are times where it actually works out amazingly for those squads. I'm looking at ranking at the CFS Grand Finals 2023. They managed to top 4, okay? That was not within the expectation levels. They played above their level. They were all hitting their shots. They were playing this crazy style. Teams didn't know how to deal with it. It can work, for sure. Yeah. But there are times like this where that could have quite easily, I think, been a clean map win for Wolf Empire. In the end, they lose at 13-11, and now we're through to map 3. Port, and the way Revenge was sniping actually at the back end there of Black Widow, if he starts getting rolling on Port here, I could see Pacific Macta winning this series, honestly.
Yeah, no doubt. I think if he's going to play a little bit better than what he did there, or even maybe the same, it definitely makes this for them to get themselves at the 2-1, where, you know, Wolf Empire might be having the first loss in the group stage. But, you know, I think the other piece that, you know, after that little break and kind of digesting a little bit, the thing for Wolf Empire is, like you said, they get these rounds. They look good, they look clean, they look easy. Nobody gets killed. It's a flawless round maybe, or whatever, or like maybe one casualty. But then you just have this difficulty of where they just lose these rounds they shouldn't. They make it way harder for themselves, and it just seems like these are things that you can avoid, but it just seems to be really attracting to them. I don't know why, but we are in a 3-map series, something they've done throughout their entire group stage. And let's not forget, it was a 2-1 with LCK, a 2-1 with Imperial, and now we'll see what happens with this one.
He's going to go over the top. That's a really nicely timed one. Gets a bit of a tickle onto ZYK. But first frags of the map are going to go the way of Wolf Empire. They are on the GR side, so a little bit favored because of the bias of the map. But honestly, this round's definitely still winnable for Pacific Macta, especially if they go B right now. They could have isolated that duel, the 1-on-2, but elect to slow things down, and I think that's going to cost them because Shady's been given time for a big long rat through a BL spawn. Justin did win his duel, but C4's lost.
Yeah, he's got to refight for it. So, I mean, this is a really strong position right now for Wolf Empire. I mean, there's still a minute remaining on the clock here, but again, these guys are going to be grouped up. Oh, actually, a bit of an overextension. I don't know what the point of that was here, but nice capitalization here from Justin. But once again, look at him. He's just posted up in the back here. Shady just kind of realizing that, okay, could he be here? Could he not? He does have the intel that the C4 is still there. So he knows that he has control of this, but now he's starting to get a little bit nervous. Okay, it's Apparino. He's going to be able to find it. But again, right down to these tight situations.
Yep.
That just seems unnecessary.
100%. It's the same problem popping up immediately for Wolf Empire. In this case, they don't get punished for it. They do still win the round. But you have to highlight it. Okay, first player going down in the 1v3. Fair enough. You know. But second guy just overextending. Raises some eyebrows for sure. Still, a win to win.
Win's a win.
Pacific Macta back to the drawing board, but they've got Justin in a pretty advanced position. Does have to be careful about Shady kind of keeping an eye on things there, but for now, so far so good.
Yeah, Rambo just playing the position here, just kind of bridge again, just trying to do what he can. This is not bad at all. I mean, really, really slow pace. Revenge trying to find the shot through the smoke. Not as easy as some people should be aware that there was that update about, you know, you can't just see the name tag through the smoke anymore. So that does change things. I think that's gonna, you know, make teams better, make teams worse. I think that's a great change. I know a few of us have probably talked about that in different games in the group stage, but it is important to talk about because that was such a big deal here in CROSSFIRE. So I think just a minute detail like that, well, not even minute, a detail like that being adjusted, it's gonna open up the variety here for the game. Will there be variety on this one? NBA goes down. Ooh, nice little bit of a flank from ZYK. Lucas.
Justin doesn't seem prepared at all for Lucas to be coming back through from behind him. I don't know what the comms were like there for Pacific Macta, but either way, this is getting a little bit messy. Shady, that's a great spray down.
Great.
Wolf Empire will take their second round, rather. That's a lot more decisive from them.
Yeah. It's already looking better, honestly. Like, I think the difference in what we saw for the first round, I mean, I like the positioning that we saw from that first round with the flank and getting the C4 down. That was really big. Now, you know, a little bit more like going for fights that they probably can win. Like, we know they can pack a punch. That's the other thing, too. It's not like they're a less firepower team. Like, we just talked about. This is the Vietnamese, like, you know, super team that we talked about. This is the biggest buffer they can have. So, for them to get a 2-0, it's important because they are on that GR side. But Pacific Macta, are they going to be able to get out of the sand? Are they going to be able to find themselves some kind of a little bit of an egg? Get rid of that that 0.
Get off the donut.
Get off the donut. As delicious they are, you got to get off them sometimes.
That's true. Wise words for life and video games. Not a whole lot happening in this round so far. Pacific Macta just trying to posture in mid. See if they're going to be given anything by Wolf Empire. And I think that's a reasonable strategy given Wolf Empire have been quite aggressive on this GR side so far. You've seen Shady with a wrap around from A-Long twice already. So it makes sense for Pacific Macta to be taking this default setup. But in saying that, Wolf Empire, I would hope, are a team that will recognize that they're not going to get away with that kind of over-aggression 3 rounds in a row. And it seems like they have at least you know, got that wherewithal.
Yeah, really just burning the candle here. I mean, down to the last under minute, NBA will actually find the first engagement. That's going to be the player that was just on the outskirts of mid. So that was Rambo. I mean, he's been playing that position so far. So him being removed does kind of open up something. But Lucas, again, just really putting up the hero boots. And now Dola once again being a menace. Finds himself the double. Almost taking down Revenge. 37 HP now. The 1-on-2. He's going to have the C4 in his hand. He's going to go for the plant behind double block. So this is good. But now this is not a good position for him. And he just gets overwhelmed. And okay. We still have some rounds going in favor for the Wolf Empire. And I'm thinking there it's looking a bit more clean.
Right.
So it's good. Like, there was that 5-minute break, which you can say in itself is kind of its own way of like not a timeout, obviously, but it is a time for the team to just polish what they need to. So
it's a reset point.
It is a reset point. Thank you. That is a way better word to use. Clearly, my brain is fried.
Yeah, well, I don't blame you at this point.
Yeah.
This whole event is kind of frying my brain because of the way that the results are playing out. I found it impossible to really predict. And usually, don't mean to brag, but I find myself generally being pretty good at predicting CROSSFIRE events.
Yeah. I've heard that.
Had a pretty decent run in the grand finals as well. Not the greatest,
but not the worst.
I can't remember exactly what the percentages were, but it was something like 70-80%.
Okay, but I gotta know, did you beat Kyle?
I think everyone beat Kyle, actually.
Oh, damn, Kyle.
I'm pretty sure he was trolling.
that does seem like a Kyle thing to do. Yeah, you know, he's like, yeah, I'm gonna troll. I'm gonna go for some, yeah.
I know I wasn't the, I definitely wasn't the best at the predictions at that event. 7 topped the lot at that one, but I was pretty happy with my prediction of ranking to make it into the playoffs. I actually called that one after watching them play the first couple of their group stage matches. I think it was in the wild card that they really started to kind of pop off a little bit. And I looked at them, I thought, eye test wise, you know what, these guys actually have the chops. If they bring their peak level, I think they can actually make this happen. And obviously they did in the end. Right now, it's looking pretty good for Vietnam again. Wolf Empire on their way to a victory here in map 3 to somewhat make amends for what Ranking had to deal with in the previous matchup.
Yeah, because I think your prediction was for Wolf Empire on this one, was it not?
Correct.
Yeah, okay.
And I'll stand by that.
Yeah.
I think they probably should have won map 2, personally.
Yeah, I think they should have too. Well, we'll see if it's no harm, no foul, maybe. I don't know, but it seems like there's been quite a few fouls, and harm to some of us. But either way, Revenge with a very deep position onto Long. Oh, this is interesting. I haven't seen a player play in that position forever. I feel like that's just never utilized. Simple yet so effective, but already using NBA, and now Revenge here with a nice little bit of a trade back. Takes down Ice Cube, so okay, look, again, that's a nice pickup, but Shady does have the arm in his hand. Normally you see Rambo kind of equipping it, but I mean, just I think given the position, I mean, Shady has to do something here, and he's in a power position.
Look, Shady in the past known to not be too shabby with the Orm as well, so it's the benefit of this roster that you have a few players that are capable of sort of chucking that one around if necessary. Doesn't seem like it's going to come into play though, because Pacific Macta are on their way to B. If it ends up having to be a retake situation, I'd expect Shady to grab the rifle on his way back over to B, rather than choose to retake with the Orm. That would be the conventional wisdom. May not come down to that though. Relies on Pacific Macta to actually get into this B site. You still getting tossed over the top. And here is the hole. Dola attempting it, but not doing a great job of it. Aldrin, alongside Justin, finding an opener apiece. And, well, indeed I'll be proven correct, because Shady has gone for the AK for this retake, but I don't know if he's going to get much chance to use it.
Ooh, and yeah, they're going to go back into the warehouse too, so they have the 2-and-2 split on this, and this is a really nice setup. That nade, oh my, that actually does land. I was unsure if that was going to do the amount of full damage here, but now Rambo was trying to get a little bit cheeky, trying to find the defuse, and Shady does win that engagement. How are they winning these fights? Now the Ninja defuse is going to commence. Revenge has to get something done, but how does that happen? How does Pacific Macta drop that? They had it. It was in the glimpse. It was on the plate. They just needed to take a scoop. And somehow these guys steal the meal away.
Seems only fair, I guess, at the end of the day, right? Wolf Empire, they threw away an absolutely bonkers 1v3 on Black Widow. And now Pacific Macta get their comeuppance on the third map. 4-0 for Wolf Empire. Both teams going to have a couple of things to shake their heads at after this series, but it may be Pacific Macta that come away worse for it in the end. He who laughs last. My goodness, I'll try that again. He who laughs last laughs loudest.
Wow, that's a very big tongue twister.
It is.
I'm not even going to try. So,
but it would be Wolf Empire right now that are laughing last.
Yeah, I'm honestly astonished. I mean, that was good post-plan positioning. They had the two behind the right-hand side box. They had two in the warehouse. I was thinking, okay, look, not bad. Good positioning. And then Shady was able to get so much control, and he was able to just find these fights that he shouldn't have. So you can even see Revenge's face. Like, he was just like, eyes are rolling, head shaking. He's like, what the hell is going on? Like, how did we lose a round like that? But, I mean, the same thing could be said here for Wolf Empire on that second map too, but we'll see. And Pacific Macta desperately looking for that first round. Still just really poking and prodding in mid here, just kind of, shooting shots. Lucas only the one taking some damage on that, really, but already down to the last minute.
Yeah, not really too many inroads being made. I mean, there's some damage, obviously, onto a couple of those Wolf Empire members, but no kills just yet. I speak too soon. Cast the curse if I ever seen it. Dola's going to try to equalize the numbers, and he's done a good job of that. Revenge has been spotted out there as well, for sure. C4 dropped. Wolf Empire may actually be in control of this round now, though they are going to need the rotation to come across. And Dola looking for Revenge. How's he alive? I don't know, but he is. And Revenge may be dead as a result. That is a rough loss. ZYK coming up with the goods alongside Justin. Ice Cube to try to clutch this one out. M4 in hand. It's not his signature weapon. Justin looking to give him the 1v1, but it won't matter. Pacific Macta finally have their first round on the board.
Huh. Okay. Well, we get it done. And that's, you know, it just feels like digging deep a lot for both these teams, what they've had to do, but we'll see if they can convert this into another. But it is going to be just a singular for Wolf Empire. I was wondering if maybe Rambo wanted to try to play with it. He likes to play in this bridge control normally, so I thought maybe he might try to do something there. Maybe find a quick, you know, a little bit of an opening duel. Maybe just fall back, reposition it. And actually, even Justin, he was getting himself a little adventurous on his own. Almost found the timing of Rambo, but it just comes down to the last, you know, second of a difference. Justin on the short now. So map control slowly and surely being up for grabs here from Pacific Macta, but not a whole lot though here, Elfish.
Nice nade. Good damage onto MVA and Justin. It's been a pretty reserved approach, I've got to be honest, from Pacific Macta on this Blacklist side. Haven't really felt like they've had anything too out of the ordinary, no unorthodox strategies, nothing in the ways of pace changes just yet. It's been quite run-of-the-mill, and Wolf Empire seem to be, for the most part, handling that okay.
Oh, this is a good read, though. Oh, man, they're ahead. They are so ahead right now. Actually, no, just kidding. I'm a liar. Now they're going to pull back. They're going to be able to have a free sight. I mean, they win a fight, though. So now they got the man advantage.
Yeah, they haven't actually got into the site for free, though. Lucas has actually been able to rotate back on in, and if he can even just get one here, that is good enough as far as he's concerned, but he will not, and now it's problems. CYK in middle as well will catch Ice Cube. A few things just falling by the wayside for Wolf Empire. Very messy round in the end. Over rotation. Always want to be leaving one player as an anchor. And they didn't.
Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, well. And I mean, now 2 in a row built for Pacific Macta, and then even Revenge now, an opener for him with the Snipe. Snipe Daddy. Showing himself the true colors here to get something done. Takes down Shady, so a decent pickup. Ice Cube again, you know, I don't think if they find this win, I don't think he's going to be MVP. Like, if this is going to be a close fight for Lucas or Dola, those two guys alone have really just been menaces in the server. And I really don't even know who I put it on for Pacific Macta right now. Like, I don't know if there's someone that I've been like, they really have been that player. I think it's been a little bit of everybody.
Yeah.
Not a bad thing. I'm just...
Yeah, it's been a bit of an across-the-board performance. Revenge ended up sort of being the pick of the bunch so far for me. And that'll be quite pivotal heading into the second half of this map as well. Long way away from that, it feels like at the moment, though, because Pacific Macta are definitely taking their time about this first half. And with the way that this matchup has played out, I'd imagine it's going to end up being a pretty close map again. Rambo. He's done that a couple times. Or Shady has done that a couple times. And so, you know, Rambo was expected by default. And what was a decent start to the round for Wolf Empire is again starting to slip away a little bit off the back of some interesting calls. Big spam from Ice Cube, no real connections. Dola has to be the difference maker. This time not in the clutch just yet. Lucas can't win his duel at the bottom of long, and the problems continue to crop up for Wolf Empire. Dola he's trying his darndest to win this round, and he's getting helped out a little bit by Ice Cube, but now a 1v2, and here is indeed where Dola does his best work. He is maybe going to get it done again. He's spotted out MVA. He's survived. He's got the Colt in hand, but the shots this time will go the way of Pacific Macta.
Yeah, that's really weird. Like, I don't know. Maybe that was the wrong player cam, but like it looked like Dola was like looking on the right-hand side. It's almost like he wasn't even looking at his own monitor. So I don't know if something happened or maybe not. Or either way, it doesn't matter. It doesn't look like there's any technical issue. So I'll let my eyes deceive me. That's okay. But since then, we've seen that timeout. 3 rounds in a row have been built up for Pacific Macta. Still the lead going to be up for Wolf Empire, but now I was kind of hoping to see maybe more of an aggression, maybe something where these guys do like to you know, put a little bit more oomph into this. They haven't done it really yet. They have the double player here in B main, but I was kind of hoping to see if they could find a little bit of that opening duel, because they've actually lost that a couple times now. And Pacific Macta just posted up once again. And this is always the biggest thing is, I mean, a lot of teams do kind of just sit around and wait for that first minute. It really does feel like it's just a lot of waiting around, but I would like to see some kind of a pop from the defensive side momentarily. I think this could be that opener maybe. I mean, it is Aldrin that is waiting out here for B main, and then you just kind of have some players on the very passive end of long A, but they got a chance. We've seen them done it before.
Tell you what, though.
Tell me.
Don't really need to say anything at the moment, do we? Pacific Macta. It's 50 seconds left on the clock. Don't worry about it. We'll slow it down a bit. Only now starting to try and take warehouse control, which this is very late in the round to be making this move. If they don't get these entries clean, then things go wrong quickly. But they do get the entries clean, so it doesn't matter. And if you back yourself in that capacity, well, can't really fault Pacific Macta at the moment. They are kind of still getting through these rounds, even though they're really leaving it late. Maybe they have that inherent confidence in themselves.
Yeah, an Ice Cube. Oh, okay. He's getting a lot of ground, and they're giving up bodies. They're going for one-on-one fights. So this 1-on-5 is turned to a 1v2 now. So they got to be careful. Player's still in single box. Okay, Revenge. He's very, very, very good with the Colt. He does get it done. The nail to the coffin, but man, these man advantages, they dwindle quickly. I mean, it's just like caught into a flame.
This felt like a pretty explosive matchup, right? There's just been those kinds of rounds where 4 or 5 players die just like that, and then the round is done. On both sides, right? Wolf Empire have done the same to Pacific Macta, particularly what we saw towards the end of Black Widow. They would pull 1 or 2 of those rounds out every now and then.
Mm-hmm.
But this is 4 rounds on the Blacklist side of Port from Pacific Macta. It's actually quite a respectable total. And for the first time in this series, especially with that shot from Revenge, I'm low-key starting to believe that Pacific Macta might win this match.
Yeah, it's it really is up for grabs here. Like I was thinking this was going to be a good side for Wolf Empire, but I think that might not be the case here. It feels like Pacific Macta, you know, since this timeout, they clawed back into this game with 4 rounds in a row, a tie situation as we lead into the second half after this one. But it just feels like whatever they're doing at these timeouts, it's working for them.
Well, this could really be a quintessential moment of the highs and lows of CrossFire Esports if we go from day 2, both Vietnamese teams picking up a huge win, to day 3, both Vietnamese teams picking up a very, very bad loss. Like, this would be a bad loss for Wolf Empire because it stops them from being guaranteed into the playoffs. Shady. Fully flashed, can't see anything. Rambo misses an absolute sitter, and he is hugely punished for that by Aldrin. This is falling apart at the seams right now for Wolf Empire. They're getting decimated round after round. Blacklist side for Pacific Macta is looking phenomenal, and that is 5 rounds. You don't often see a team coming out of the Blacklist side with a lead.
Yeah, in a row too.
True.
So, side switch now. Wolf Empire are going to go on the blacklist side. And Pacific Macta will be on the defense. So, for Wolf Empire, this is not normally a good side for them. Like, from what I know and what I've been able to watch and review of these guys. Whereas it's a little bit different here for Pacific Macta, but I feel like the stats really aren't really a factor anymore, because I just think from what we've seen the last 2 maps, it's just been wish-wash. It's just been all over. Poppycock. You know, just a gigantic mess, a flaming mess.
Shambolic.
Shambolic.
You know what I like to call it? A cluster of fun. Is the politically correct way to describe it on a broadcast.
I like it.
Might have some other words for it if I wasn't on a broadcast, but that'd be a huge start to the half here if Pacific Macta would win this round and go up 6-4. And I think that's where Wolf Empire are going to even start to doubt themselves maybe. And we know they're a tenacious team. We know that they deal with the pressure pretty well. That was evident based on the match against Imperial yesterday, but that didn't help them on Black Widow. And Pacific Macta seem to like slowly but surely be powering up into this match.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's kind of like Dragon Ball Z, right? Like just going into Super Saiyan mode or something here. Yeah, just, you know, a couple episodes is just, I'm just ready to go.
Couple of episodes, man. And we'll cut to a break. Find out on the next episode of Wolf Empire versus Pacific Macta. What does the scouter say about his power level?
It's over 9,000.
I don't know if it's over 9,000 for either of these teams at the moment. I'm not quite there yet.
It could be.
What?
Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Okay, Justin. Hello, Justin. He's got a couple fights.
Rambo's around the back. I mean, what's going on here? This is just such a wild round. He can get the C4 down. I think he's got it.
Yeah, he's going to have it. No. Right down to the wire. My god. Okay. Oh, he throws the arm away. Well, I mean, oh, wait. Just pick it up again? Okay, there we go. Paul's going to be...
Oh, look at this revenge. Ah! He's so smart. He's got such a large brain.
Look at him.
His brain is huge.
He is just screaming. Man, he was just sitting around waiting. Like, he just knew. This is what we've talked about throughout the entire group stage, is what Revenge can do and what he can bring to the table. It's things like this. He's just individually such a phenomenal player. And it is going to be Wolf Empire. Enough's enough, they said. They can't buy rounds anymore. They can't figure out what to do. They cannot figure out the puzzle. So they need to have their coach go, all right, guys, 2 + 2 is 4.
All right,
Get
quick
it
maths.
done.
Quick maths.
Quick maths.
What's your day job?
I work in healthcare.
Oh, do you need quick maths?
I do not need quick maths.
Oh, damn it.
I know. It's good.
Actually feeling math teacher vibes from you right now.
Oh, really? Oh.
For the people at home that are not playing along with the attire of the English broadcast commentators, right now, my friend Laz is wearing a very nice shirt, button-up shirt.
Thank you.
And shorts. And sneakers.
Yeah. Well, they're dress shoes.
Well, they're dress shoes,
They're
yeah.
dress
They're
shoes.
sort of halfway.
Yeah.
They're like casual shoes,
Yeah,
casual dress.
Business cap.
Fair enough, but, you know, you could be a math teacher, is what I'm saying. With the
I
shorts.
actually do kind of look like
It's the shorts. It's
It is
really the shorts.
I feel like...
Like, they're nice shorts, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I appreciate it, yeah.
They're the kind of shorts you'd expect to see a private school teacher in.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, quick maths. 2 + 2 = 4. We're all learning something today on the broadcast. It's great to see. And I don't know if maybe Wolf Empire are learning anything. Like, did they learn anything from their match yesterday against Imperial? Did they learn anything from Black Widow? I mean, we were super critical about their Black Widow.
Yeah.
And it seems like they're kind of trying to too many cooks it at the moment here on Port as well. Like, we're seeing some pretty wild rounds out from them. That last round, it was all over the place. 4 to 6, I mean, they've had their time to reset now, their tack time out, and it's got to turn around now, otherwise it's going to be too late. Like, you're on the BL side, and making a comeback happen on the BL side of Port, I wouldn't want to be in their shoes.
Nope, I definitely wouldn't either. Those would be some uncomfortable shoes. And that's coming from the guy that's wearing a dress shirt with shorts. Okay, and I once again, Pacific Macta now finds again a good entry. Nice work of the M4, just again trying to find some spam through this wall, and whoo-wee, okay. Wolf Empire, this timeout ain't working. I think the coach now just sulking. I can see him molding here, just he's just moving around like, oh, okay, guys.
He's mad.
Yeah, he is real mad.
I've got the feeling that there's a lot of teams at this event that are pretty unhappy, like, in terms of their performances.
Oh.
Right? Like, I don't know that any team right now can walk away really, really happy with how they played in the server so far. Except maybe 3BL. Like, 3BL's over the moon. But apart from that, pretty much everyone has dropped a series which they should not have dropped.
Yeah.
Or would not have expected to drop.
Yeah.
BaiSha, earlier on today, I mean, they're going to be turbo mad.
Uh-huh.
So I think the only other team beyond 3BL that can potentially be 2-0 at this point would be All Gamers, right? Like, if All Gamers win their next game, they go 2-0 as well.
But if the group stage has gone any way that it has already, like, EP to just upset them?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Oh,
it's just,
yeah.
it's wide open is what I'm trying to say right now. Like, it is just, I can't even say, like,
I'm here for it.
I could never, you know, that's why I would never be a gambling man, because it's just the way this group stage has gone. It's like,
Bro.
it's just, you have no idea.
You could lose so much money on this
You're
event.
just throwing your money in the air and you're just hoping it's going to land.
I think I have like a 20% prediction rate at this event so far. Like, it's actually dead set that bad.
Yeah.
I hope they're not tracking it. I know they did for the grand finals. And they told us at the end, or they had a graphic at the end that showed like how much you got right. Because I might be the worst out of everybody at this point.
Okay.
It's been terrible. Anyway, Revenge. Looking for another round right here. The flash is such a good one. Round the corner. Rambo ran out of bullets. He ran out of bullets. The flash was perfect. Revenge couldn't see anything, but Pacific Macta have been gifted around. They've been touched by an angel, maybe. Shady, he's got other ideas. Over the top, he gets the third. Shady steps up in a big way for Wolf Empire. It's now Justin, who's been the man of the moment for Pacific Macta. But he knows Shady is low, and he knows how close he is on this site as well. He's just going to cut those rotations off. Timing for Shady won't work out, and Pacific Macta will breathe a sigh of relief.
Oh man, that would have been. That could have been one of the highlights so far of the group stage. Really could have if that would have went the other way. I like that. Those shots were crisp. Everything was just locking in, and the HP was low. But okay, Ice Cube, the boogeyman, does give himself a little bit of an awareness, gives himself a bit of a peek. Finally takes down somebody that he should have, Aldrin. So we have never been in this spot yet on Port. Like, we haven't really seen Pacific Macta being in the deficit like this. Honestly, I feel like for 6 rounds. Like, I feel like it's been a long, long time now.
Well, we haven't seen, I mean, Wolf Empire have that chance to play a 5-on-4 on the Blacklist side, definitely. So if I'm going to continue with the math analogy, I want to know how the math is mathing on this one.
Well,
math teacher.
Math and math.
Mr. Laz. What would be your theme song if you were a math teacher? L to the AZ.
I can't even think right now of what I would want to use. Like, math's my worst subject. So like this.
Laz in the house.
It's Laz. Here to solve the crimes with your math problems. Da-da-da-da.
CYK. Bit of a smoke criminal right now.
How's he alive? I
don't know, but he does eventually get chased down by Dola. Justin's going to tuck himself in the corner. This is a real gamble. MVA trying to take the fight over bridge. It's a bit of a mess for Pacific Macta at this point in time. They've got some tough duels to win, but honestly, Wolf Empire are kind of giving them their chances. Like, the duels are on offer, it's just that the shots aren't quite connecting. And so, at least in this round, Pacific Macta are going to have to go back to school. That was a D-.
Yeah, that really was. That was a D-. I mean, they lose their first player, and then it just... Yeah, they couldn't get some simple addition. They couldn't figure it out. Or subtraction, I should say. It's not even addition, it's subtraction. They're trying to subtract the players from the other side. Well, okay. Wolf Empire, it was a bit quiet on their front, and they haven't been able to find a round. Some good aggression coming in from NBA. There we go. That's more like it. There we go. We see them finally pressing forward, put matters into their own hands. They want to get onto the map at series point. What a way to do it. Now they find two. They pull back, reset. They can just be like a turtle. They can just hang out. They can coast. Wait things over.
Has this gone from a math lesson to a biology lesson at this point?
We're going to hit all the subjects.
Talking about turtles.
We're going to do a lot of different subjects.
I can't wait for the English literature.
Oh, God, I'll leave that to you.
Poetry.
Big poet guy?
No.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I can dabble, but...
Okay.
I'm not that refined. Wolf Empire are not looking too refined here on Port either. This has gone... quite disappointingly for them so far. There is one kill in there for Lucas, but you haven't got yourself back into this round just yet. That kill from Shady, though, might swing things back in a different direction. A lot of pressure now on Justin, and Revenge is going to be picked up on the rotate as well. Wolf Empire there on for a 3-on-5 victory in this round. The one caveat is Aldrin on the flank. He seems to have been spotted out, but he does get that initial kill on the Ice Cube. He's going to try and isolate duels, but he can't. And Wolf Empire save themselves a little bit with that round. It would have been done so, almost.
Yeah, it would have been.
They pull a rabbit out the hat.
Yeah, they do. They really do. I think that round is, you know, kind of back to your first point about they are the team where individually they can kind of, you know, just do what they need to. They just found fights. They found one-on-one fights. They just bullied it. They were just like, okay, I'm going to fight you in mid. Okay, I'm going to take you out over here in B. I'm going to be able to... They just picked them apart. So, again, it wasn't anything like with tactics, I feel like. It was more just sheer raw aim that was able to get them some success. But you know what? They'll take it. They'll do anything now. They got a long road ahead of them still. Even about a tie game here, Delfish.
Look, until it goes to 9 for Pacific Macta, I'm still giving Wolf Empire a chance.
Well, it wasn't your prediction, so...
Yeah. Look, it hasn't been the cleanest game from them, and it hasn't filled me with a lot of confidence at all going into those playoffs for Wolf Empire, but I have to be honest, I don't think any team at this event has really looked at their best. You know, and that may just be a group stage thing. That typically is what you get. Like, sometimes teams just power up in the playoffs. I know particularly All Gamers is quite known for that. I want to be seeing more from everybody, to be honest with you.
Oh, a knife! Oh, never mind.
That's his teammate.
That's his teammate. I'm like, why are you knifing your teammate? But it doesn't even matter. I got a little scared there.
It's tense, but it's only a 1-for-1, so it's not really enough to get Wolf Empire too excited about their chances of an entry into either site just yet. 1 minute left on the clock. Trying to figure things out. They're going to go toward A by the looks of things, and Revenge is a dish best served cold, as they say. And on the third map, in a round like this one, it would be the time for Revenge to do something magical. Orm in hand. He's having a look. He's not landing his shots, though, and that is going to give Wolf Empire the space to take the fight. Revenge, you've got multiple angles now to watch, but he's doing a damn good job of it. Oh! Doesn't hit the quick scope. But he's held on long enough to at least give it a 2-on-2 for Pacific Macta. The retake here is going to be tough, but it is doable.
Yeah, it is doable. I mean, it is going to be rifles in the hands, too. So, look, the AK and the M4 are going to be for both Justin and MVA. a little bit of utility still available for Wolf Empire. And it is split. So the defensive players right now, they are just going to try to go to this together in different areas. Now Rambo, he's going to have to do something big. He's going to have to just handle this rifle. He's running out of bullets, and Pacific Macta now have put themselves onto the map and series point with a pretty interesting retake, not losing a single person in it.
Well, they've done, or they're about to do, what 3BL was able to do earlier as well. Come back from a deficit, push it to the map 3, and get that victory. 1 round required now for Pacific Macta. And tension is raised here for Wolf Empire, because it means that going forward in the group stages, it's not going to be smooth sailing. It's actually going to be a battle to make it into those playoffs. Assuming they do lose it here, but Pacific Macta, I mean, this is for all the marbles, really, right? Like, they go to 2-1 as well. That would be equalizing things with Wolf Empire at that point. Blows the group wide open. And it could be Pacific Macta that might be the team to take a spot in the playoffs. Been a long time between drinks for the Philippines region. But to see them back at their best would be a very welcome sight.
Yeah, it really would be. The only Filipino team here, right? So that... You know, Sneaky Frog is going to be, as he would say, hanging out with the boys, celebrating with the boys. So, but the job ain't done yet. Still a little bit more to go here. Nothing has been exchanged in terms of damage. There's been so much, you know, of just like, what do we want to do? Some head scratching. And now Wolf Empire. Oh boy, they want to go for a 3-2, a nice nade. Does actually some big damage, pretty chunky. Double C's. And now Revenge back into a moment here for Glory. A moment for him to be able to find something with the Alm, to do something big for the Filipino community. And now look at them, it's just becoming a massacre. Doing everything they can here, Elfish. And it looks like they might be successful, and they have done it. They have taken down the undefeated team of Wolf Empire, and now things are getting even more interesting.
You can see what it means to Pacific Macta. I mean, these guys have been playing this game for like 20 years, 30 years, 40 years at this point. Like, they are ancient as far as CrossFire Esports is concerned. There's not many players in this event that have the tenure of players like Revenge, CYK, Uldra, and these kinds of guys. But yet that is still a very big win for them. They jump out of their seats, they're hyped up, they're ready to go. And they're looking forward to maybe making it into the playoffs. That's still going to be a conversation going forward in the groups. We've still got 2 more days of the group stages. Yeah. But at this point, I got to be looking at that and saying, well, Wolf Empire, they have really missed a trick, because Black Widow, 13-11 lost there. Very, very messy game from them. I think they'll be super disappointed by how that played out. Port didn't really look as competitive. I got to be honest. I feel like the spirit was kind of sapped.
Yeah.
Maybe the mind was willing, but the flesh was soft and squishy at that point for Wolf Empire after being battered a little bit on Black Widow, and they just sort of fell apart there, and Port ended up being a pretty comfortable win for Pacific Macta, who take that series 2-1.
Yeah, a lot of resilience, honestly, and that nothing but you know, an amazing storyline here for the Filipino team of Pacific Macta. The pure passion, like we talked about in the beginning of the day, where we said this is a team that has really struggled internationally for a long time. They've been in top of their league for so long. They're using these opportunities to get better and better and better, and they take down the team that was 2-0. And I mean, this is where we were saying so much of the group stage has just been, it's just been a whirlwind. It's just been a carousel. It's been everything. It's so unpredictable now, but I really am happy for them, because I think you could just see how much that really meant to them. And I think you made a good point. I think we saw a lot of deflation here from Wolf Empire, it kind of felt like they were just checked out. Like there was just nothing left in there. Like their souls were just depleted. Everybody was just like, hey, I don't know. Somebody's got to do something, and it just wasn't meant to be.
I guess the thing is, at the end of the day, if you're Wolf Empire and you keep letting these series go close, like eventually you're going to lose one, right? I mean, it was a very, very real possibility that they could have lost yesterday against Imperial, either 2-0 or 2-1. They just so happened to win that one critical golden round point on both maps. But with that now in the context, and having now lost to Pacific Macta, it's a very different discussion around Wolf Empire than what it would have been had they won this series. It would have been like, yeah, they're 3-0. They're actually looking great in the event so far. Clean. Yeah, there was some tough maps and whatever, but they've got the tenacity to get through those, and there'd be that storyline kind of building up for Wolf Empire. But with the loss of Pacific Macta now, you have to go, well, there is definitely some elements of shakiness for Wolf Empire. And I was kind of like prepared to get on that hype train. You know, I was really prepared. I was really ready to jump on board with everybody else where they were saying, yeah, this is the Vietnamese super team, and they're really, really good, and this is the best team ever established from Vietnam. And that all may be true. But I think inherently when you throw in that kind of a discussion, people are then starting to get a little bit biased in their thinking that this team's going to be able to make something magic happen, and they're going to be able to push it through, and they're going to do better than any other team has from the Vietnamese region recently. And that may not actually necessarily be the case. Like, one can be true alongside the other, in that this may yet still be, or may prove to be, on paper, the best Vietnamese roster, but it may also be true that the Vietnamese region is just very, very messy. All the things that I've been saying, obviously, about the how they play the game, their style being a little bit messy, their style being a little bit too individualistic. Those two statements can still be true, and I think maybe after the first 2 days and after those 2 wins that we saw from Wolf Empire, did we get a little bit ahead of ourselves and start to think, okay, they've started to do it, they're putting this stream together. Do we have to sort of check ourselves? I mean, maybe it's not even about us, maybe it's about them too. Like, did they get ahead of themselves, right? And now they've been defeated by Pacific Macta. They're going to come crashing back down to earth, knowing they've got some big matches yet to play.
Yeah, they really do have a lot of big matches to play. That's the thing. Like, I think reality is about to sink in here. That, I mean, yeah, they would have. They had that 2-0. They took down LCK from CFWL. They took down Imperial, but now they're going to be kind of in this little bit of a mesh here where they still have the playoffs are not guaranteed. They have to still be able to do what they can and claw themselves back into this. But I just, again, I think deflation was probably the best way to describe this, because I don't really think I was overly impressed with like Ice Cube, where I think he really is the guy. He's him. He is him. Like, he is the guy that gets a lot of the momentum. I said that about Revenge. Clearly, the snipers on both these teams mean a lot. They bring a lot of the emotion, a lot of the raw energy, and we didn't see that there. I mean, but again, I'm not going to take that away from some of these other players, because I think that Lucas played so well. I think Dola played so well. It just wasn't enough. But I think what we got to see from a team like Pacific Macta is the fact that a team that clearly has individual strengths, now they got to show a little bit of that teamwork, and I think some of that decision making was getting a little bit better and a little bit better.
Yeah, Shady, the only guy on Wolf Empire to really show up on that map. I think you're right in highlighting Ice Cube. Port is a very sniper-centric map, and for him to be bottom of the scoreboard there is especially telling for Wolf Empire, when actually throughout this event he's actually easily been their best performer. He's been super, super solid. But maybe just, I don't know, like, can you really expect one guy to kind of be shouldering all of that responsibility every single game, right? Like, he is going to have off games. Like, that. There's no...
Yeah, he's human.
You know, there's no way about it. So somebody else has to kind of step up in those kinds of moments. And I was talking about it on Ankara, where it's like Ice Cube +1, that's a recipe for success. Well, what happens when Ice Cube falls off there? Okay, so it needs to now be Shady +1, and there was no +1 there. It was just Shady. So unfortunate result for Wolf Empire. But 13-11-10-6 for Pacific Macta on map 2 and map 3. And they keep themselves in the conversation now. You're right in saying right at the end there that things get really interesting now in this group. I mean, I'm not sure which way I'm really going to lean for it, honestly. It'll be MVA that takes away the MVP. For me personally, I felt like Revenge had a lot of impact, but stats don't lie. 1.1 KD from MVA, solid stuff. And I think really across the board, you do have to sort of give a bit of a pat on the back to all the Pacific Macta members, because we even highlighted it when we were casting that game that it was a solid performance from all 5 individuals. No one really went missing for the most part. And particularly in the wins, it felt like everyone was kind of coming online when they needed to. So that's a good time for Pacific Macta going forward, but
this is huge.
Well, this was the big clutch, wasn't it? This was kind of the catalyst for it all that started to lock it in for Pacific Macta.
Yeah, and I kind of felt like, you know, I don't use the term very much, but like a silent MVP, like that round was very clear. Like when we were on that map, we knew on Black Widow, like that was something he got in a silver platter, and man, he ate that up quickly. But I never really felt like we got to see him like kind of loading up a lot of big kills. I know later in this map, he did push down into B main on the GR side. It was just things like that where you got to see him playing really, really well. So it is good to see someone like MBA. I talked about this, I think it was on day 1, and I'm pretty sure that was with Sneaky, but I was saying, like, look, like, he was somebody that I kind of wanted a little bit more out of. So I think for him to get an MVP in a grueling game like that, and the way it was, that's going to feel even better.
Got to head down to the stage for an interview now and see how Pacific Macta is feeling about that one.
Sau trận đấu và bên cạnh tôi đây là MVA, MVP của các thành viên bên phía Pacific Macta trong trận chiến đấu vừa rồi. Và lần đầu tiên thì tôi muốn chúc mừng bạn cũng như là các thành viên bên phía Pacific Macta. First, I want to say congratulations to you and your team for have a wonderful winning with Empire. So câu hỏi đầu tiên tôi muốn hỏi thì cảm xúc của các bạn như thế nào khi mà tôi có thể thấy là các bạn ăn mừng rất là cuồng nhiệt sau khi có được cái chiến thắng đó của mình. So I want to ask you how you guys feel, because I saw you guys celebrating very powerful after have your winning, and can you explain that?
Masaya kami kasi nanalo kami sa kanila. Isa sa mga importanteng laban namin yung para makapasok kami sa playoffs.
We felt happy because we treat this as one of the most important matches in the group stage, and we're happy that we were able to win over them.
Các bên phía của MVA nghĩ rằng là đây là một trận đấu rất là quan trọng, và với việc chiến thắng được các thành viên bên phía Empire, một đối thủ phải nói là truyền kiếp trong thời gian vừa qua, thì họ cũng cảm thấy khá là vui mừng. Vậy thì câu hỏi tiếp theo tôi muốn hỏi là bạn đánh giá như thế nào về cái khuôn khổ của bảng A, khi mà rõ ràng bảng A là một bảng có rất là nhiều những đội tuyển mạnh. So how do you think about the group A? This group has many strong opponents.
Tapos kami sa mahirap, isang mahirap na lang.
We have gone past many good opponents. There is only one more remaining, Imperial.
Và bên phía của EVA nói rằng là đã vượt qua được một vài đối thủ mạnh và chỉ còn đúng một cái tên nữa thôi, đó là bên phía của Imperial. Vậy câu hỏi cuối cùng dành cho bạn trong cái trận đấu, trong cái màn phỏng vấn này, đó là các bạn đánh giá như thế nào về đâu sẽ là một cái đội tuyển tiềm năng nhất sau 2 ngày thi đấu vừa qua. So which team you think have the most potential after 3 days? Which team show you the most potential? Surprise you guys the most?
I think BaiSha.
BaiSha Gaming.
BaiSha, như vậy là bên phía của em về nghĩ rằng là BaiSha thì đang là đội tuyển làm cho họ cảm thấy bất ngờ nhất. Có lẽ là bởi vì là các thành viên bên phía BaiSha vừa có được một thất bại trước các thành viên của bên phía Imperial. Và thực sự rất là cảm ơn những cái chia sẻ cũng như là những cái cảm nghĩ của bạn cũng như là các thành viên của bên phía Macta đã cùng hiến. Thank you for sharing and thank you for the very good game you guys play. Và có lẽ thời điểm bây giờ thì chúng ta cũng đã kết thúc trận thi đấu thứ 3 rồi. Hơi đáng buồn một chút khi ngày hôm nay cả hai đại diện tới từ khu vực Việt Nam là Ranking cùng với đó là bên phía World Empire đều nhận thất bại. Nhưng quý vị và các bạn cũng đừng rời mắt khỏi màn hình quá lâu khi chúng ta vẫn còn một cặp trận đấu nữa đang chờ đón. Đó là cuộc đối đầu giữa hai đại diện tới từ khu vực Trung Quốc và chúng tôi sẽ quay trở lại khi trận đấu đó có tín hiệu được bắt đầu.
Summer 2024, the story begins. More than just a game, a celebration of surpassing limits. Who will become the next legend? In a place filled with passion and intensity, the story continues.
Lát đi luôn. David đây tôi đã nói rồi, có lát ở kia không ai chết cả. Không ai chết, còn đó là cái double kill dành cho David. Và Gucci bắn kẹp cùng với con Tomai K3. Bên phía bên này IceQ. Đẳng cấp hoàn toàn có thể quay xe về A được nha. Nhảy vào trong một điều kiện double kill cho Footboy và sẽ là cái triple kill. Còn bên cái IceQ đang vẫn đang cố gắng loay hoay. IceQ bị phong vào. IceQ phải chết bằng triple kill cho Footboy. Em có biết hay không, đây và có vẻ như là Hiếu Mèo anh ta nghe được một cái điều gì đó rồi, sẽ là ra nhưng không biết vẫn double kill cho mày. Việt Nam bây giờ quay trở về khu vực bom CB từ A thì nó sẽ là hơi khó khăn khi nhảy lên từ UC. Và vẫn còn có được mạng, toàn bộ nhân sự cho kho bên của Islanders đã bị quét sạch, chỉ còn đúng một mình Mai thôi và Mai cũng không sành cỏ rồi. Chứ còn là IQ thì tôi không nghĩ là sẽ chiến thắng đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Valor Tàu. Một bạn cho IQ và cái double kill nó có hay không đây? Khi Mai đối đầu với cả một trong những đối thủ cũng và chạy rất dẻo đến từ IQ. Vị trí của Mai phải đi tìm, nhưng IQ anh ta có một cái tốc độ là 10 giây. Khi mấy công 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4 không được rồi. Trời đất ơi, không kịp đến từ bên phía của đội tuyển Team Valor. Bị mù rồi. Cover TGM anh ta bắn côn kìa. Trời ơi, người cover không sai thì là đồ đà không, đó là Kim Boom với cái triple kill. Kim Boom không thể đối thêm, đội đã về tới nơi rồi. Đến phía bên kia có vẻ như Small và cả vị trí ta không muốn quay xe và cái double kill. Hai người cờ B cần phải có đồ nhưng mà hết đồ mất rồi. Nào một bại đô la đứng cương luôn cái double kill đô la và double bắt thêm được cái mạng của Trap nữa. Lát TGM bắn hay quá, đúng chết được một người. Sẽ có sự cover lỗ double kill cho TGM. Đoán quân Crown chào Lát ra các thành viên của bên phía đội tuyển Last Legend họ bị móc tới 2 người. Lucas có làm được cái mạng thứ ba hay không? Được câu trả lời là có. Họ vẫn chưa muốn lên A, mình sẽ muốn được quất ở nhà. Small anh ta khá bất ngờ, Đô La đang ở đây và chắp làm cái gì đây? Bông Kiều bật lôi, chỉ đi không dám lao ra đấu. Bông Kiều mình phải máu lại chết với cái double kill cho Bông Kiều. Đô La 1m4 trước có đỉnh, sau cũng có đỉnh, double kill cho Đô La. Và TGM thì ta vẫn đang quản cục pin này. Đô La muốn bắt TGM. Đô La anh ta cũng không thể thoát được TGM. Một pha kéo tâm là hay. Và Kim Bùm người cuối cùng. Wow, cùng với Đô La tạo ra thế gọng kìm. Nhưng Small có một Small rút K98 ra. Và Đô La thì lại là một khẩu rival, nên nhớ Small có tốc độ cực kỳ là nhanh nha. Và double kill cho Small. Chuẩn bị đánh TGM có cái double kill, chui từ dưới công rút ra cái triple kill, ultra kill và có quẩy để cho nó A và A dành cho TGM. Muốn đục lắm ấy nhưng mà không đục được. Bây giờ thì sợ lộ ra và chạy được thành công 14 giây, không kịp BA. Phải đặt ở trong khu vực không TB thì đối thủ không có đó là vị trí của double làm hay. Xiên lên mà đúng vậy, đỏ lại vào sớm thế nhưng Lucas bây giờ quay trở lại thì anh đã có cái miệng mạng ở cục mang tên TGM. Đạt chip, ui rồi ôi, đạt chip hơi non. Đầu tiên bắn côn hay đến từ anh trưởng. Đây đi còn 2 mét côn thôi. 2 mét mà. Đây là một cơ hội dành cho đội Carao. Lên tiếng một bên tay KT15 là người cuối cùng. KT15 có thể hạ quả sân này xuống. Để chiến thắng thì cần phải hỏi ý kiến của Carao. Dần dần tiếp cận vào rồi. KT15 hiện tại quá yếu và chiến thắng thuộc về Carao Esports. Họ sẽ là nhà vô địch.
Bringing out the second arm, able to find one on MKZ. Beck goes down as well. And finally, there's a response, and it's a huge one. Unknights, thanks to HCZ, are right back in the fight here. 4 kills on the table, all headshots as well.
HCZ came around the corner, gets a freebie, he's completely blindsided
from it, but Snox just eats the flashes, has to back off the Creeds. He's gonna hold the line for all 3.
Caught by a flash though, he's gonna double back. Doesn't want to stick around too long, Min. Gonna find one, we're gonna make that 2 as well. Looks for a 3rd as well, and he'll find it. What a round coming out from Min.
Very low on HP, so Unknights, if they can play their cards right, there's a chance to win this back. In fact, he might have just found that opportunity, already finding himself 2 kills. You can see Snock wants to go for the trade. He's a little bit late, and he's not gonna be able to find anything. Beck able to get 3 kills, and Creeds and Austin, they know they've got to try and find something, but Beck able to find 4 before finally.
Alucard taking a hell of a lot of damage early. Swing on the corner. Dezane going to get two. Oh, made that three. Brilliant from Dezane.
But Flex is already quick on their flank as well. They're going to have to be ready to deal with this, and I just don't think they have the positioning to be aware of it, but it may not matter. Raffin gets the quad kill spray down, gets the ace on top of it.
25 seconds, not under a lot of pressure in terms of time just yet, but now that he's known, absolutely is. Missed shot. Pistol pulled out. Raffin will fall. 1v1. Now it's doable. Absolutely doable. Trying to find this last guy. Spox, he's lost him though, and he finds him on the drive-by. Oh, Alucard. Spray is good. A hell of a lot of damage. Spoxy, Raffin, and Lionclaw all taking significant damage here. HZ for one. Spray on the corner. Going to fight both. Oh no, it's crumbling. LCK. Let that one fall apart.
Disrupting on that position, but Pietro, he's trying to get some work done himself here from the back of the A window. Put that pressure on them. HCZ able to sneak in and find one. MKZ finds another. Thompson and Snare, they're still hanging on to this one. 2 kills going the way of Snare. Alucard would be good for a first here. Gets all 4 kills. Insanity.
Close. Gonna get tested here off the back of the information. MKZ for 2. HGZ for 2 as well. Oh, what a way to close it.
Fully swinging into this as well. He's going to find himself a second kill. Pietro spotted as well. This flash is going to be huge for their chance to break through. Pietro able to find Snare. Horus and the 1v2. Good for the first, good for the second. Horus, what a retake. Knights have clearly done their homework here. They know exactly what they want to do on the approach. 3BL, they're just kind of left to try and pick up the pieces and find a way to just frag out. Bomb is going to be dropped here. Slayer on that wrap, though, is huge because Snare is left alone, flashed out of position, looking for a potential clutch here. He gets the spray down. Horus and Snake is going to be massive. Snake able to find two, but through the wall. MKZ takes down Totson and Horus. Making a third kill. What is that third shot? And now it's just Snare, but the wallbang of the M4 proving to be so massive in this round. But MKZ, it's not over just yet. The 1v1 situation. Can he take it all the way to the finish line? No, he can't. Starts to come through from Snake. Totson able to find one as well. Snare is not going to be able to hold on to it. Totson, though, still able to find that impact from the bridge position. Gets a second kill onto HCZ. MKZ and Beck are also very, very low. Horus has to be able to respond here from the GR spawn. He's been spotted out. Here comes the double swing. Totson, he needs the ace in order to close this one out. He spotted MKZ on the shoulder, be good for a third in this round. Can he do any more? The time is already ticking away from him. They know exactly where he is, but he catches Alucard as well. Surely not the ace. The one-on-one opportunity to win it all for Totson. Beck just definitely going to dance this one around and try and run down the clock, but the backstop, Totson! You've got to be kidding. Ace clutch for the win here. Gets it done for 3BL.
His way forward, try and open the door up and find that space for HCZ, and he's done just that and then some. Double kill.
Seven has got some utility to try and work with here. He's going to try to hop his way in. It's a lovely shot on HCZ. It's now down to Alucard. You'd always want to rely on him in a clutch. There are 3 players in this position. That's going to get the plot down in the meantime, but they should just be able to swarm. Creeds finds his kill, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough until Awesome steps up.
Knights stand up to the pressure. Well, it's going to be a big fight in mid. There's 4 3BL members here, and that might actually work out for Untitled. That's a lot of players to kill.
Tot is in position, listening for everything, sees that his teammate has already delivered, and now he chooses to pounce. And perfect timing! Goodness gracious. Alucard's still playing with these angles. Beck gets his one, but unfortunately it's only one now. Alucard, so he's very stuck. One, comes up for the second, and there's an opportunity. He's just wasting the clock. He's tagged down Slayer even lower, and Alucard takes it. So maybe they've got the bit between their teeth, as you can see here with some of these entries and the way they're playing. Look at Beck, he's on the high ground. He has no idea he's on the high ground. Sayed's going to try and take an advanced angle. Stake does trade it at least. 2 versus 2, headshot angle being taken up by Kiko. It's a good reaction.
They've play a push out the warehouse. Unlights have 3 to defend. Initially, that's not a bad setup. Numbers still favourable for 3BL, and the trades are as well for the moment until Kiko strikes. He's got a double and a triple onto Snake. Unlights are not going down without a fight. Kiko gets 4. His timing not so favourable. He didn't actually spot anything out, nor did Snare. This is going to allow Unlights to push their way forward. Snake might as well clean it up himself. He gets all 3, and that is that 3BL.
On LCK right now. They're going to be stuck in what seems like a sandwich, you'd think. It's absolutely going to work out that way. Slayer finds his top 5.
It's going to take a real mental battle actually to come back into it now. I'm not necessarily suggesting we're at that point yet for BL, but it might actually continue to go by the wayside, right?
It's final game of the evening, time to jump into it, but that's not to say that things are going to be wrapping up anytime soon. If yesterday night was anything to go by, we're going to have a pretty long one here for our last game of the day. And the previous couple of matches have been quite the distance runners as well. We've gone to 3 maps in the last couple. So I don't know whether or not we're going to get that here in our final game of the day. Evolution Power and All Gamers, our first Chinese derby.
Yep. I'm kind of scared for EP, man, not gonna lie.
I think so too.
I think EP, it's not the best showing from what I've seen from their side. I think, I don't know, they really just got blindsided maybe in the first 2 days. YZK not being here, Emzin playing in his place. And yeah, I was sorely disappointed, but at the same time, I did kind of, I wouldn't say I expected it to be this week, but I did say that the level between AG and BaiSha and the rest of the CFPL is so far from each other. And I think EP is kind of like the evidence for that claim.
Yeah, it's weird though, isn't it? Like, you talk about Emzin and this sort of substitution factor and whatnot, but like, these guys are still legends of the game, right?
For sure.
You still are expecting them to be putting up solid performances, and I don't know if yesterday against Ranking really was a solid performance from Evolution Power. Certainly not a great one. And now they're going up against one of the Titans, All Gamers. And look, to be fair, All Gamers have been a little bit more up and down this year. Like the roster changes that they had towards the end of 2023 have taken their time to kind of come into play. But even still, this is All Gamers, right? So we've got quite
the wild ride.
A hope for them, or at least an idea of where they should be sitting, and they are maybe reaching that or maybe not reaching that. We'll wait and see, obviously, at this event, whether or not it's going to be another AG BaiSha final, which has pretty much been the course of history over the last couple of years globally. But maybe Evolution Power can play some sort of spoiler for them at this event, and that would have to happen right now, right here, and in this matchup. Let's welcome Evolution Power. Right, well, Evolution Power, I don't know that they've necessarily been up to scratch at this event so far, as has been kind of the case for most teams. Actually, Laz and I were talking about this while we were casting that last match, and I gotta be honest, I don't think any team really, exception maybe right now being 3BL, will be super happy with their results at this event so far. Every single team has either lost a game or had a close game, whatnot. Obviously, All Gamers haven't played their second match. They're about to play it, so they can join 3BL. But every other team, I think, has actually lost a match which they would have thought maybe would be winnable, or they at least got close in. And so Evolution Power joins that unfortunate rank, and maybe they're even actually a little bit further down the list. They've had some very, very rough games.
Yeah, and they're currently last place in their group with a 2 and a 4 map score. Obviously, losing to Vasco in a 3-game series, but then they went up against Ranking, and of course, we were there for the whatever happened yesterday.
Yeah, lost in a 3-game series there as well, and it was a very close series as well. I mean, they only just managed to get over the line on sub base, went to 13-11, but then they lost 10-8 on the final map in the pool. So, yeah, hasn't exactly been fantastic from these guys at this event so far. But that's not to say that it's not salvageable, I guess, as long as they don't go 0-3. But the issue is they're playing against All Gamers, and All Gamers is historically one of the best organizations in CrossFire. So, once again, a fair amount of roster changes for All Gamers coming into 2024. You do still have the core 3 roster of the members that did manage to take second place at the CFS Grand Final last year. They won the Summer Champs. They won this event last year over BaiSha. It was a pretty crazy best of 5. That Grand Final went the distance. So, Jue, ZY, and Du are maintained in this team, but couple of change-ups, and look, I got to be honest, I think the players that they lose, ZQ and Even, are very difficult players to replace.
For sure. I think Jabo has done a really good job of just having more options as a player compared to what Even had. Like, don't get me wrong, Even is a really freaking good player. They got second place last year. They were inches away from a fully first place 2023. But then I think it was already time for Even to hang the mouse up, because he's getting a bit old. He's on the older side of things, and as well as ZQ. I think ZQ has kind of lost motivation a bit. So I think it is now time to go a bit young for this squad. And especially, I think it was a bit awkward for the side of AG, because you have players like Jue and you have players like Du who are super young players, and you have ZQ and Even who are kind of at the twilight of their career. So I think it was bound to happen for the side of AG.
Yeah, but in saying that, like, I'm usually a bit of a fan actually of that kind of a roster where you have that nice blend of experience and youth. Now, as you say, it's even leaning quite dramatically toward the youth, right? We've still got ZY in there, and he's obviously been around for a very, very long time, but this is actually quite a young roster, and I was looking at some of their results immediately after those changes, and it didn't quite come together straight off the bat. And I think we kind of have to keep that in the back of our minds, that when we're talking about All Gamers, maybe we're not really talking about the same All Gamers as we were this time last year. So it will be interesting to see sort of how this, maybe not this matchup necessarily plays out. I've still got quite a lot of faith in All Gamers here for this one, but especially in those games against BaiSha, I always feel like All Gamers actually, in a lot of cases, actually had BaiSha's number. But that may not be the case anymore. I mean, again, I was always a bit more of a fan of BaiSha, just personally. Like, I thought that they had stronger peaks than All Gamers. I felt that the individuals could have more impact. It just didn't necessarily shine through all the time. But now, I think that's swung even further in the direction of BaiSha. For me personally, you've got 9 there, and he's just such an incredible player. And for sure, Xiao, in my opinion, the most effective sniper coming out of the Chinese region over the last 12 months. And those two just seem to lead from the front. And nice mix of sort of experience and youth on that team, where now it's not necessarily the case for All Gamers. But sometimes those younger rosters coming together at the right time, peaking at the right time as well, if they've had, the 12 months from at the end of last year through to the Grand Finals this year to kind of put it together. Maybe there's something on offer there for All Gamers that, again, they can use to make amends for their loss in 2023.
For sure. I mean, look at 3BL, right? I mean, that's a pretty young roster. It's a pretty... I think the roster has only had 1 year, and some of the other players are been there for 2 or 3, but mostly it is pretty much new. And, yeah, we're going to have a bit of history as well between AG and Evolution Power. So a bit of action between Season 22, 23.
Right. But this is what I'm talking about, though. Like, Season 24, All Gamers have sort of made those changes, right? And
yeah,
they all of a sudden start to struggle a little bit against Evolution Power 2-0, 2-1. Sure, again, you can give them the benefit of the doubt that it takes some time to get the changes integrated properly, the team back on track. But for an organization such as All Gamers, like, losing is not an option for this team.
Yeah, losing is not an option for AG, considering I think they're kind of like the beacon of hope for the side of China after what happened earlier with BaiSha Gaming getting swept by Imperial. I think no one expected that to happen at all. And if anyone's expecting it, they're probably lying. So yeah, I would say AG, the standards are at an all-time high for this squad to perform. I mean, EP, I don't know what to call this run by them at this point, the vacation. Maybe they're on vacation at this very moment and they're just trying to have fun for the rest of the tournament, because I think qualifying in Group B has gotten harder and harder, especially with 3BL kind of winning it out. So here comes the predictions.
Yeah, I'm honestly kind of surprised that Evolution Power have got as many predictions as they have here.
Yeah, Laz. Yeah, Neo.
But let's be fair, Laz and Neo have got no idea what they're talking about, so that's all good. But yeah, I mean, all gamers very much the favorites, and I think in particular what you have to kind of look at here is the Chinese predictions all going the way of all gamers. If anyone's going to be familiar with these teams, it will be those guys, and they've unanimously predicted for all gamers. That makes me feel pretty confident in the direction that I've gone with this one. But in saying that, you know, I think there's a lot to still play for Evolution Power, because like this year has actually been quite a good year for this team. And yeah, there's issues at this event, obviously, in terms of the substitution factor. But, you know, we're talking about 3 potential slots at the 2024 Grand Finals, maybe even 4 for the Chinese teams, if a Chinese team were to win here at the Summer Invitational, or the Summer Championship, I should say. Which, if you're Evolution Power, you're kind of looking at that and going, well, we've been one of the better Chinese teams this year, domestically and even internationally. Like, they had success at the Invitational. They did make it to the Grand Final there, where they did lose to BaiSha, to be fair, but look, still a pretty good result. So I think even if things aren't kind of on track right now for Evolution Power, you've got to be taking every opportunity here as, you know, a big one to go forward, get some experience on LAN, on not even LAN, like obviously LAN's something that they're going to be pretty familiar with, but international stages for some of these players is not something that they're going to be too familiar with. And anything going into the Grand Finals later on this year, that obviously can pay off in a big way when it comes crunch time in December.
Yeah, especially there's a lot of surprises here. I don't think EP is just in the clear just yet, just because they did get a good placing for the past two seasons, and I think there is still plenty of Chinese teams that can definitely beat them. I mean, Q9, they did get 3rd place in that last season, so I think they're pretty much in great contention to go for maybe that 4th slot.
Sure.
If ever they do go through. I believe KZ can do it as well. I think I'm a How believer, so hopefully it's going to be a spicy one. I'm going to keep tabs with Season 25 when it does start. But we are going to start the veto as well. Ankara Compound already out of the picture. Map 1 is probably going to be Black Widow, because AG loves that map. Is it?
I think it's Evolution Power getting the first pick here, so it will be sub-base.
All right.
But for map 2...
Black Widow. We already know what it is.
Yeah, you know what it is. You called it. Black Widow. And straight on into it. So, good prediction.
What is Ankara going to ban? They're probably going to ban... I don't know what's Ankara going to ban, but EP is probably going to ban Mexico, yeah. I'm surprised Mexico and Eagle Eye still actually open.
Right.
And is AG going to respect the Eagle Eye of EP? No. They want to play it, actually, if ever it does go into map 3. So, this is actually very unique towards the side of Evolution, or Evolution Power, where of all the maps that they have to pick, I'm actually disappointed that they picked sub-base first. I think you just play it safe here if you want to go the distance in this best of 3. And I would have wanted like sub-base for map 3 and Eagle Eye for map 1, because no offense to EP, that's the only map that they can play very effective against the Chinese teams. I mean, yeah, I'm just disappointed Eagle Eye's not first.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I mean, are we likely to get Eagle Eye? Like, what's the feeling as far as 3 maps is concerned?
Let's say...
Didn't actually get to cast the AG match the other day, so I'll defer to your wisdom on this one.
Ranking was pretty close, but at the same time, you have to think that it is just like AG. They just landed. They're fresh out of the hotel. They're just set up. So, you know, maybe they're kind of cold in the beginning of the stage about how to do some bit of carrying for his teammates. But when it comes to day 2 here for AG, I think it's probably going to be more of them being awake, and especially knowing that ZY, he's finally a bit warm compared to what we saw in day 1. He probably is going to try to see if he can get some get back here.
Well, the big thing for me is going to be, I feel like the X factor is still there for all gamers in the hands of Do. I've seen this guy do some pretty nasty stuff and wasn't entirely convinced by first. Nor Emson with the Orm in hand yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, if both of your snipers aren't working and you're going up against Do, That's going to be painful. And you do have a point when it comes to first especially. I think this has got to be his worst event in his entire career. And, I mean, you can just see the stats, man. He was like 4-11, 3-11 at one point. And especially with the caliber of sniper that we saw from first in China, I just expected a lot more from the man. But it feels like he might have spent a little too much time on the JTAC, my friend.
Yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable. But he's still got the opportunity to make amends for that. Today would be a big win for Evolution Power if they could get that done against All Gamers. And I suspect, as Do, there you go, does start well against Minnow. I suspect that 3BL is probably watching along to this matchup quite intently, because if Evolution Power were to get the upset win over All Gamers, 3BL having already gone 2-0 would really love to see that, because All Gamers is like their big competition in this group now. And having seen them already sort of falter there, then that may be a big day for 3BL. Nice double from Zay, but a good trade in there from Shui, and Du has spotted one out, but wasn't expecting YH so close by Wood. And it leaves Shui, Xiaobao down as a duo, and already Evolution Power are kind of stamping their mark on this matchup.
Yeah, Xiaobao happy to go right back around. To be fair, I think one of the more consistent players on towards the side of Evolution Power is actually Zay. I feel so bad for Zay for the past few days, because he's been really trying to carry his team into victory, and I think at most there's only going to be 1 or 2 players who are going to help him do exactly that. Xiaobao going to try to cross into sight, and the backup finally goes down. All right, Evolution Power, they get the first round. Might be a sign for good times here. Beating AG would be pretty unprecedented there, and it will be very funny because it makes the group stage a whole lot more confusing.
Yeah. I mean, look, at this point, expect the unexpected. You know, like, I really wouldn't be surprised the way that this event has gone so far.
Honestly, if Evolution Power actually wins this series, they might have a chance of get second.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Ranking's already 1-2, Vasco's already 1-1. If they put 2 teams into 1-1.
I mean, it would be a Herculean effort to come back from a 0-2 deficit. Yeah. But, yeah, like, the thing is, like, when we're talking about these groups, we're sort of saying, oh, well, this team's probably already out. But that's only assuming everything continues to go the way we expect it to. But it's not mathematically over for Evolution Power. And Emzen's gone down pretty early on in the piece. So, first 2 rounds. Opening kill comes from Du.
Yep.
Wasn't capitalized on in the previous by All Gamers, but
I like how Emzen took a turn. He's like, yeah, let me get a try. And both of them unsuccessfully trying to see if they can get Du out of the picture at the start of the round. But here comes the rest of AG trying to file into the A site. ZY coming in from the middle, and 1-2-2-2 has been pretty impressive so far in this game. And ZY immediately goes into control room and absolutely annihilates that defense on the A site. Then the only one left alive is going to be first, and unfortunately, he's going to be the last one.
It's a bit more All Gamers-esque, that one.
Yep.
Well drilled, this team typically has been. Ooh. It's a good shot from first.
First kill.
I think that's a little more like what you're maybe expecting from this guy, and see him kind of come online for day 3 of the Summer Championship would be what Evolution Power needs to maybe galvanize things. But look, a 1v5 there was always going to be ambitious and extremely unlikely, so that one will go by the wayside. It'll be first round on the board for All Gamers in the final match of the day.
There we go. And just like how we said it, this is more of the pace of AG here when it comes to sub-base. We already saw ZY kind of filing in towards that vent side. And just like how I said in the past game of sub-base, I think vent has got to be one of the most important places to be inside of, considering the amount of information you can get from. And I think once that Jue kind of inches forward in towards Woodside, you can kind of safely just assume that you can just kind of pass through it as long as there's no sniper on the other side of the vent. And yeah, you can just stay there the entire time, and you can hear all the footsteps from both A and B. So, gonna be interesting to see if they use that a lot more. But it seems like AG, they're taking the slow route actually here in sub-base. Nothing too crazy just yet.
Yep. Just trying to give Du a bit of time, it seems like, to work the map. It's been successful, obviously, in the last couple of rounds, so I think definitely a viable strategy. But it hasn't worked this time around. Evolution Power have made some change-ups, and this time AG going to default back over to the A bomb site. See if they can bust their way in again. YH will go down. It's a clean kill. Information is definitely there for Evolution Power, and so they do have Emsen ready to try and hold on with that Orm in hand, but he's going to have to go absolutely nuclear here. One shot, one kill, but he needs more than that. All gamers are not interested.
Yeah, good discipline there. And in the site, Zay cannot get a 2K right then and there. But, oh, they're actually going to go face-to-face with First here. They're going to try to see if they can just overwhelm him, but First gets away from Gardner just in time. And I didn't even notice the other guy dying.
Yeah, and you can really see, you know, it's immediately obvious when you start to watch one of the top teams in the game, in the world, how they move through the map, how they space and how they trade is just so much better. And I'm talking about all gamers, obviously, in this case.
Yeah.
Compared to how maybe Wolf Empire played that last match.
That was painful.
It's just a completely different look from all gamers who, it feels like they have a great understanding of where one another are, when to swing, when to peek, how to fight together. And it's a good look from AG. First round didn't go too well, but next couple have been really, really clean.
Yeah, and this is very similar to what 3BL did earlier, actually. Just getting woods control, face-to-face, especially with the smoke changes. You know, you're not looking for the names anymore, you're looking for the muzzle fire through the smoke. But Jue is getting a bit frisky. Oh. Nah, they're just gonna inch towards each other. 1-2-2-2 has a flash out, so I think they're gonna try to go for the clear, and that is just a classic Dway move.
Yeah.
Wide swing into headshot. 1-2-2-2. The IGL trying to see if he can take down Zay.
Oh!
It's not gonna happen.
Zay just holding on for dear life, and kills all over the place here. First has just gone on a bit of a killing spree. Didn't really get to see much of it, so hard to say what actually ended up happening in that round, but Evolution Power reminding all gamers that they're not done just yet.
That's true.
It's early days, obviously. Still got a big best of 3 ahead here.
Yeah, I'm surprised they're actually fighting back in this one, considering, you know, what happened the past few days. But, you know, tomorrow is a new day. Today is a new day, in all honesty. 6 kills for Zay so far, just as consistent as we saw from the past few times. But Mino has yet to get a frag in. But EP, I think it's still pretty early to call to say that this one is theirs just yet, especially considering AG is right next to EP in terms of the score on the BL side. And I think consensus, can you say that this map is GR-sided? I would say so.
I think that would very much depend who you ask, actually.
That's true. I think if AG plays, it's slightly BL-sided. I don't know how they pull off the BL side on this map, but they make it look BL-sided.
Yeah, it'd be nice if we had the map stats at this event that we have at previous events.
That's true.
Because oftentimes, you know, there's a graphic that will show, okay, EP a little bit better on the BL side or the GR side or what have you. Something that would be pretty insightful at a time like this one.
Yeah. There's no baseline, too. There's no baseline team that you can go to, because if we're talking about BaiSha on sub-base, they're going to be so good
Different
on
story,
BR.
obviously.
If it's AG right, they're going to be good on BL. There's so many teams, so many styles. But here we go. Speaking of style, Mino trying to get his first kill, and he finally gets his first kill in the entire game. But what direction is AG going to go? Are they going to go control room, or are they going to go jail? Nate is going to fly through. YH going to get tagged up a bit, but do right around the corner. Zay is waiting. Quickscope not going to hit. Jabao trying to get the trade, but he doesn't hit the shot. Not even one. He was on 100 HP, so Jabao missing a bit. So AG having a hard time just trying to get into the A side. Really good sandwich play so far from the side of AG, or rather EP. YH getting the kill. 1-2-2-2 and Jabao left. The 2 new players from the side of AG. One down for
It's round
EP.
over.
Yeah, I think it is round over, yeah.
C4 dropped. Just no chance. Evolution Power get that one done. It was looking like a pretty good setup from AG, but just didn't hit their shots on the entry into A, and no trade either. So just as I was sort of praising them after a couple of rounds, saying, yeah, their spacing and trading was looking really, really good and really, really clean. Maybe not quite as squeaky clean as you would hope in that round at least. And Evolution Power will take the lead, take the advantage back. It's a back and forth game at the moment. This is Evolution Power's map pick, though. We do have to remember that.
Pretty fast-paced push in towards this B side, and instantly 3 players gone for the side of AG and Du.
They don't expect Zay in the locker room, do they? They do!
Oh my god, Du! Doing what he can, but he has the sniper. Emzin versus Du, young versus old. Let's see what he can try and gain some space on the site. C4 is miles away from Du at the moment, so it's all up to this shot. Colt is running out of bullets. He only has 2 to work with, and with the last bullet, Emzin smiling after that. He knows what he did.
It's not often you get to see Emzin smiling, so he's happy with it. I mean, honestly, it was a good shout from AG to even make it as close as they did.
Oh, Dono's not happy.
No. Bro, you know what I do miss, though, is I miss Even, because, dude, he looked grumpy.
Yeah.
He was one grumpy man all the time. And I loved seeing him in the TAC timeouts just having a yarn.
Yeah, because his default face is, he looks pissed off.
Yeah, he did. And there was definitely times for all gamers where that was warranted last year. When they were down, I think were they down 0-2? I'm pretty sure they were down 0-2 in the Summer Championship final against BaiSha, which they ended up coming back, reverse sweeping and winning.
Yeah.
I just remember watching him on the stage after they won, and he was like, he wasn't even happy about it. He was like, that should have been better.
Yeah.
And then obviously in the grand finals as well, they did go on to lose that series. So there was a lot of moments where he had reason to be a little bit displeased with the proceedings.
Yeah, I can't really blame him, right? Because if I was Even as well, I would be disappointed, because we got first place in 2 seasons. We got first place in Summer Championship. That would have been one for the history books, where AG just dominated the entire year, but they kind of tripped at the very tail end of the event.
Yeah.
So I think he was looking to see if he can write a legacy for 2023. He wanted 2023 to be AG's year.
Well, I mean, it was his last year as a professional player as well. You know, so to retire on a high, on a victory.
It's just tragic, man. It is tragic. But that's how esports works, man. Some people win, some people lose. And you just have to deal with it, in all honesty. So I think the timeout is just about done here. And I think that was AG. Dono not looking too happy. So EP still has a timeout in the chamber. So I think they should save it for the second half. I mean, no problem for EP at the moment.
No, for sure, for sure. What's the change-up going to be, though, for AG? I mean, it's been generally pretty slow starts to a lot of these rounds. Let Do try to work those picks in through wood. Seems like that is continuing to be the case. Maybe a little bit more presence over on the B side of the map in control room from AG, but they're not going to push off the back of it. They're not going to try and use that presence.
Not much action for the side of EP. Locker room occupied by 2 players. Zay in the perfect position. He's not going to be the first contact in this swing. And Emzin having to do the job of being the control room guy, being the vents checker for his team. So it's just a good old 3-2, in all honesty. And I think EP has the mindset, because especially on sub base, at 5v5, I would say it is slightly GR-sided, but when it turns to a 4v5, that's BL-sided, because the defense is now split on both sides. And no one's budging though on EP. I like this. This is how you should play sub base, but to be fair, AG has not tried anything yet.
Just trying to fake out maybe that A-bomb site and draw a rotation in. I think that's a little bit of conditioning actually from AG that might pay off here. They have hit A couple of times, and this time dumping that util and now pushing their way in through second mid. A holding strong, and Minnow now chiming in as well as Emzin. This is not looking very good for all gamers at all. They are finding Evolution Power a tough nut to crack. It's going to be a 5-2 lead by the looks of things, unless Xiaobao does something really special. That's a difficult task. So 5-2 now. Evolution Power, have they powered up from day 2 to day 3? And all gamers, I mean, no team bar 3BL has gone 2-0 in the event so far. Is all gamers going to fall into that trap as well?
Yeah, I mean, are they gonna go with the trend of BaiSha Gaming of falling in August 27? There's something about this day that just went all topsy-turvy for most of the top teams. And EP could be up that alley as well. But at the moment, everyone is just sitting put. I think at the same time, right? I think EP has just went up against AG so much times at this point that they kind of have experience with both. So do. All right, just going to check if anyone is pushing that wood side. Vino has been doing it for the past few times, but I think EP, once again, they want to go more passive more than anything. And it's another A take. I kind of don't like how AG sets up their takes here on sub base. It's a bit too simple.
That's a great grenade. Holy moly. What a time for YH to pop one in. Flashes around the corner. He's dodged them pretty effectively, but he's been pushed off the line. Now he's calling for assistance. Emson is there. YH going to drop some delaying util, but not swinging off the back of that. I like it. I prefer that. In the meanwhile, though, ZY has been able to creep in behind, but it's going to be maybe a little bit too little too late. YH tucked in the corner eventually does get found out. Maybe the comms were cluttered, I don't know, but he did not turn around. ZY, the big difference maker in that round, the backstab pays off in a huge way.
Yeah. That late vent lurk.
Oh,
right?
Nate.
Oh my god, someone just went flying on site. Just like how I said it, that late vent lurk. Especially when you're taking A, everyone is just having their attention on the A site, and no one's gonna probably look up at the same time. But here comes EP attempting a retake. You need to hit this first shot on first, and there we go. First is down. Zay, the only one left alive, but if it's anyone to clutch on EP, it's gonna be him.
Time's a factor, and I think it's too big of a factor. He can't find Du until it's too late, and obviously Jiabao is still there as well. So that'll be another one on the board for AG. It's been a bit of a drought, but maybe the rains are coming.
Now it's time. Maybe he just took a bit of the warm-up here for the first half. But AG, honestly, in a map like Subbase, I don't think 6-3 is too bad of a score if you can have a really good defense on this map. After what happened earlier, that could be a possibility. I'm not sure how AG adjusts though, since the smoke changes did happen. So I think how Imperial solved the smoke changes is they just started playing retake every single time, and it worked. Worked against BaiSha.
No 6th round just yet for Evolution Power. AG got one more bite at the cherry here on the Blacklist side. And they're going to change things up. It's control room at the moment. B side hit more than likely with the position of ZY in middle. Maybe Jue wrapping in through wood. I mean, it could have been a nice setup for AG, but they decide not to go B. They've barely hit. They barely touched B.
Yep. Maybe it's a bit of conditioning, but at the same time, this is the last round of the half.
AG stands for A goers.
Yep. Exactly that. CHENGDU, A goers. Is this going to be the A take though? Good turnaround, dodging the flash, jab out. And 1-2-2-2 going to take down Zay at the same time. But can they enter this A site? That is the problem at the moment. Oh, a bit too slow for Emson there. Getting his number, but here comes Vino coming in from the control room side. Jabao is going to get one. YH and Emson still pretty far from the mark at the moment. And at least they do have locker rooms controlled temporarily, but if anyone is going to re-clear it, YH catching 2 players. Oh, not looking in his direction. Dayway going to save it though. Emson the only one left alive, but the problem is Jue doesn't really have to peek realistically.
He's going to peek anyway though.
Yeah, classic Jue.
And he's going to go for another one. No, man, what is going on? This is madness. He's trying to find information. He doesn't want Emson to sort of sneak up on him, and that's fair, but Jue giving Emson every opportunity. Gets it done in the end, and that is a 4th for AG. They kind of save the half. Timeout, a big factor in that.
Yep. It is going to be a side switch. What happened in that last round? Emzin maybe missing the mark. I really thought that Jue should have died like 2 or 3 times in that last round. All right. First blood already with the sniper rifle. And it's an important pickoff as well. Zay is already out of the picture. Emzin gonna try to go for the peek. He takes out ZY2. Gonna go down as well. Uncle Emzin is doing it. He's gotten 3 on the B site. Problem is, Jue and Jabao is in A, and they are stuck. Mino and Emzin, the IGLs, have just won them that round. That is unprecedented.
Yeah, Evolution Power put that lead back out to 2 just when AG look like the sharks circling in the water. They are reminded that they're, in fact, not BaiSha.
EP, though. Where did this dragon come from? That's come from within. Emzin's got 13, damn, okay. He's trying to make up for yesterday, I think.
Mm-hmm. I mean, he definitely had his moments, but few and far between. Still not sold on either team, actually, in this matchup just yet. It's kind of feeling like it is anybody's game at the moment still. Who's holding the tight line into the locker room. Pretty standard stuff on the defensive setup from AG. Maybe some extra presence on the B side of the map might not be a bad call given where Evolution Power have set their troops up, but with 1.5 minutes on the clock, there's definitely enough time to go any which way.
I'm actually surprised that AG is actually struggling in this one, considering their win rate is pretty high on this map. Pretty equal on both sides. 1-2-2-2. Doesn't have to count his lucky stars to get that kill. Emzin is already out of the picture. There's still 4 people left alive for the side of EP, but since there's more silence on that B site, you're going to start to see ZY kind of shift more in towards Jib to try and see if he can help with that second mid control. Nades are going to start to fly, and they're really denying that control room space, and they're just going to focus fully on that site. But Zay could be the one that could open things up on the top side of the map. Jabao, the one who can defend it on his own. YH, what a shot on Jabao. An absolute heater of a headshot. But can he keep going? It seems like no is the answer. YH getting a double kill, and it's a 1-for-1 so far, and it's 1-2-2-2-2. Not gonna get his 2. First, the only one left alive, but look at who's on the side. That's an easy shot, but Du does the honors. And it's a 6-5. Is this gonna be AG back in the game?
Love a good 1-for-1.
That's true.
It's kind of feeling like how the rounds are going at the moment as well. Bit of a tit-for-tat type situation.
ZY is not in his explosive form just yet. 5-9. I don't expect this from him, man.
No.
That's the best rifler in China. And it's currently struggling. Or at least in the notes, it says one of the best, but in my opinion, he is the best.
Okay. I'm a bit of a 9 fanboy, personally.
To be fair, that guy's my GOAT.
Yeah.
He's my personal GOAT. There's still argument that, 70k can still be in the conversation, considering how crazy his career is. Like, you could see his Wikipedia, it's all the other.
Yeah, but I mean, the game has developed a lot.
Yeah.
The competition is, I would dare say, stronger now.
New generation as well, just like EP.
Mm-hmm. It's good for the health of the esport in the future, and it's going to be a nice grenade. He's going to eat the majority of that, but still having some kind of an impact. He's a thorn in the side of AG at the moment, and they're losing forces all over the place. Trade comes in from ZY. Here would be a time for him to step up. He takes him down, so what's the difference between the two players? It's just one little letter A, but it is indeed the A site that's held by Evolution Power.
There it is. Actually insane that Zay is holding that front missile angle, especially considering who they're going up against.
A ballsy angle, isn't it?
I think he's really trying to match Zway here. He's trying to match Zway's energy in this game. And 7-5 Evolution Power. I think the expectations are at an all-time low, so I think AG might have been caught off guard by the onslaught for the past few rounds. Zay 14, Emzen 14. YH is getting back up there. The problem back then, or in their prior games, I think Mino just disappears, YH just disappears, First is gone. But now it's kind of the team slowly working their way into this map, and I like it. Everyone's online.
Not really the case for AG. ZY 1-2.
ZY, we need you, brother.
Yeah, I mean, even Zway, like, it's not been a crazy out there performance from him. Jiabao not doing a whole lot to light up the scoreboard either. Really only feeling like Du is the one that's being particularly effective at the moment.
Nades are going to start to fly. Good thing ZY has already rotated himself in towards that jail side. But EP, I mean, they got step one of the equation of whether or not you're going A or B, getting that woods control. But problem is, I don't think AG minds that if they do get that position, Jiabao playing that information angle, and he already spotted first. I think first is AWM might have poked out through the entrance, actually.
First. In fact, not going to be the first man in, but he will certainly be the second, and that's going to work out really nicely for EP. Good trade.
Oh, look at Mino.
ZY does not know there's a player right behind him. He'll get the first kill. And Mino gave him a chance for a second there. I'm going to be honest, for a second I thought that he might turn around and get it, but C4 now dropped. Emzen on the flank in behind could be a really big difference maker, but Du strikes first. Emzen will be spotted out, and AG, I don't know how they get through that round. Emzen doesn't either. He's a bit confused.
Yeah. First was maybe a bit too confident, trying to cross in towards woods and not knowing that Du is alive, and that is a sniper that is very, very fast in terms of the reaction. And First even had this hold down. Granted, if he does hit the headshot, that is the sniper down, and 1-2-2-2 stuck on control room, but unfortunately didn't work out in their favor. First gonna be taken. The joust in mid does result in a draw for now. But yeah, it's just a good old standard defense for the side of AG. More of a focus on the B site. They've been doing this a lot. Actually, EP, we already saw this the type of defense from EP where Zay was actually playing Cola, and there's another guy on side. I think it was Mino who was playing right at the sidelines of Locker Room. So going to be interesting to see what kind of reaction they're going to do for that one. But yeah, I mean, EP taking their sweet time. There's plenty of it.
Emzen working top of stairs. He's stuck behind a couple of smokes. Honestly, can't do too much at the moment. Exchange of util, but no real damage. Definitely a much slower round out here from Evolution Power. AG on the precipice of equalizing the numbers. 7-7 would be what they'd be looking for. Jiabao could think about pushing the stairs. The timing would be good if he did it now. It'll be the B hit though from Evolution Power, and 1-2-2. He's not sure which way to look. He's given himself too many options, and even though Zway and Du find themselves a killer piece, it's not really enough to settle the score. And that is Evolution Power that have the plant down on B.
Yeah, and I think that's on 1-2-2-2, not gonna lie. I mean, if you are in Rafters, your job is to just block the passage as much as possible. Jiabao is gonna go down as well. First is gonna end things early for the side of AG, but man, looking at that round, I think that's all on 1-2-2-2, not gonna lie, just letting people pass in towards passage and he turned around just in time. I think he was trying to adjust his position.
Yeah.
So it is going to be harder to hit for him, at least from the locker room side. But I think it's a bit too late to do it. The smokes and flashes were already flying on site, and there's already 2 players in.
Well, the surprises keep coming at the CFS Summer Championship. You cannot really look away because you're going to miss something if you do. And the next thing you might miss is an Evolution Power map win over All Gamers to start off this series. Where does that lead us? I mean, I'm just going to stop predicting at this point because I've got no idea what's going on, apparently.
And you kind of riled up the Filipino crowd, not going to lie.
Did I?
Yeah.
They were not happy?
They were not happy. To be fair, they were not happy to me as well.
Right.
Because I predicted Wolf Empire to win.
Yep.
But I was playing 4D chess.
Okay.
So I used my
You cast a curse. You used your cast a curse card. You won cast the curse card.
The main expansion. I cast a curse the entire Wolf Empire. And the trade-off is my voice almost being rent. Because I was the only one screaming.
I could see you. Every time it would cut to the cameras, you were just sitting in the background. It was pretty funny. Yeah, I have some opinions on Pacific Macta that I don't think the Philippines fans would be hugely fans of, but I'm prepared to have those proven wrong at this event.
Yeah, I mean, anything can happen. I mean, if BaiSha can lose, if AG is in this position.
Exactly.
Could be in for a hell of a tournament. It's going to look like when Brazil was dominating at one point. And anyone can win, but here comes EY standing in front of the smoke. Just check for a second. Wait, why did you jump, my friend? I think it's going to be fine. And ZY finally spots one through the smoke, and look at him flying in with the AK-47, and Xiaobao and Du are going to clean up the rest of it.
AG won't go down without a fight, will they? They are going down slowly but surely, but they're not going down without a fight, that's for sure. Yeah, I mean, my take is, like, it kind of feels like at this event, anyone can really do anything. Like, doors wide open. The Chinese teams are looking incredibly susceptible.
Even the Brazilian teams are now starting
Brazilian
to slip.
teams too.
I mean, it would be quite the top 4 if it is like 2 CFBL teams and like maybe the Philippines.
Yeah, I mean, 3BL is kind of looking like at the moment.
Too. I'm kind of cheering for 3BL, man. I want CFWL to at least have someone in the playoffs.
Exactly.
It's been a while.
As wild as it is to say, it seems like a West team is the most likely to be locked in at the playoffs.
That's true.
In a couple of days' time at this current point of the tournament. Now, that doesn't necessarily translate, but it's where we're sitting at the moment.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, AG 2-0s. And then they'd probably be in that position.
First place, yeah. It's taken a while, though, for the side of AG here. They're taking their sweet time in this game, but they do have, I think their defense is pretty robust at the moment. The setup is pretty good. So, unless they miss really, really easy shots here, and they're probably just going to try and see if they can sweep it. But Zay, he's been a menace for the past few times. 15-12, 14-9, and I think EP has actually caught AG time and time again with the timings. So if they can do that again, they can get match point, and it's going to be an interesting time.
AG looking pretty well set up for this, though, if it is in the end an A hit. Xiaobao close by the stairs. He'll be able to get early information. There's a fast rotate available. CY watching second middle. But Xiaobao needs to get one. He needs to get at least one. There's no flashes. It's a contact play. He does do well for that first. And the trades are coming through pretty nicely. Emzen is being an annoyance, it has to be said, up there in the vent. But Shui down into that one-on-one. Emzen trades out the AK for another AK. Doesn't have to borrow, though, with the reload headshots. That's what they're both looking for. Neither connecting. Shui does tag a couple more shots onto Emzen, who's going to recontest the angle, and Shui...
Oh, he's not seen?
Yeah, tucked himself in the corner, but hits the head, and AG will survive another. 8-8 is the score.
This is why Jouet is one of my favorite players, like, in the entirety of CFBL, because he's like, I'm not going to plan. I'm going to fight. I'm just going to fight, and I'm just going to be face-to-face with you, because I don't know, man. If I have that good of a name, honestly, I would do the exact same. But Jouet, man, one of the more interesting players coming in from AG. The man plays with the absolute ego. Doesn't even need the C4 down. He just goes at you. So there we go. 8-8. Trying to think. I mean, Is the effort wasted from the side of EP? I mean, they made it interesting for at least 16 rounds, but if AG, they're going to benefit from this timeout as well. If they really get their strats and everything together for their side, I think they could just maybe finish this one, but it is a timeout from the side of Evolution Power, so maybe they can cook something up, but all signs are pointing to AG at the moment.
I don't know, man. Been in this position before.
Yeah.
I've watched a lot of incredibly close matches at this event. I think I've cast every single 3-map best of 3 bar 1, which was the second game of the day today that I didn't cover. Most of those, in fact, have all of those. No, not all of them, but most of those have involved a overtime map, if not 2. Yesterday night we had 2 for the Wolf Empire Imperial game. A lot of 10-8s as well at this event. So it's been super, super tight and super, super unpredictable. So to say one team or the other at this point, I'm not going to do it.
That's true.
I don't care. I'm not doing it. No predictions from me.
Oh, whoa, Mr. Do. Almost slipping up.
Mr. Do. Scooby's here?
Yes, sir.
Scoob.
Do no Scoob. That's scary, though, by Do. I mean, I think he misstepped. Maybe he went down on the box, but that angle you can spot the entirety of which side. 1-2-2-2 falling down. He needs to get right back up. Yep. One of the better positions here on towards that B side is that rafters. But can he catch anyone? Mino's going to go first. I like this. Oh my god, now's the time you crouch, man. Yeah, EP's taking this slow. They're really trying to mess with the minds of AG at the moment.
Yeah, don't hate the setup, though, from AG. That is exactly why Emson makes the mistake. Dudo will drop, but it's a decent trade from ZY, and 1-2-2-2 is having a bit of a round. He's having one of the rounds of all time. There you go. Nicely done. First, takes his head off. C4, though, is in a very awkward spot. He has to cross jail, but no one from AG pushing in there just yet. He's got the time.
Dre's on the leash at the moment, but you can tell that he wants to go for the bite. C4 is down on passage, but still plenty of room to work with. I think, yeah, AG's going to play this safe. They're just going to play a 1v2. Retake, and considering this man does have the AWM, I mean, you can only shoot it once every 2 seconds, but you do have that backup Colt just in case, and knowing how good the snipers are with this particular pistol could result in a very easy 1v2. But first things first, of course, he's gonna get the plant down, and he's gonna climb right up into the second floor. Oh, really?
Oh, no.
He decides to stay. That's cheeky.
I don't mind him getting aggressive here, honestly. Oh, this is really going to come down to the spacing of AG, but First has made the mistake. He's allowed them out. He's allowed them close, and he does not know they're right behind him. Oh, one from the Colt, but not two. So it'll be AG that will have their opportunity to close this out 10-8 and start off with a map victory under their belt. Unless, of course, there's another overtime on the cards today.
Yeah, and look at Dre. He's like, I don't want to play another OT. To be fair, they haven't played an OT yet. So, yeah, AG 9-8 EP looked really good up until they didn't. And let's see, are you gonna get brave in this one? No, he's actually gonna play it safe, so he's not gonna peek all the way. Instead, he is gonna respect first for now. I think they really value numbers right now on this GR side. He'd rather just fight on the side with the better angles on sub-base specifically. What's the setup here, man? All right, Emzin's favorite spot.
I love it. I love it. love the boost. You know, this is the perfect round to pull it out in as well. There you go. Second time 1-2-2-2 has gotten the benefit of a cheeky high ground position with a position to watch lockers from, and it might just be enough to get AG the victory. Emzen taking matters into his own hands, though. Brings it back to 3-on-4. Cutting the map in half is Evolution Power. So is it 2v3 on whichever site entry they decide to go for? Which could still spell disaster for AG.
Still is mind-boggling that a 34-year-old Emzen is just outplaying ZY right now. But there's still a whole lot of crossfire to be played. Double nade on the side. Jabao. Bam.
No way. All three of those grenades just absolutely bop him on the head. We're back to 3-on-3, and Shui needs to come up with the goods. Oh, great shots. Fantastic shots from Shui. He stepped up in a big way in a big moment.
That second thing was crazy.
And it's enough to get the victory for all gamers. Shui does it alone. Can you believe it? That final round had it all.
There we go. Bit of luck on the side of Shui there. And I think he was trying to make a spray transfer happen, but I think the M4 was going a bit wild. But as soon as he puts it to the other player, instant dink. And the amount of damage that he can do from that singular flash, from that wide peak, I mean, that's just classic Shui right there. Amazing, man. That's so amazing from Shui. He played so well.
Well, that's a pretty narrow escape from all gamers, it has to be said, on sub-base 10-8, but I don't know, like, in a way, I'm not like super surprised by that. I've watched a lot of AG in group stages, and they're not typically the kind of team that really stomps the group stages. They don't destroy it, especially with this new iteration of this roster. You know, bit of fluctuation for the team as well, so they get pushed by Evolution Power, who, look, have been pretty up and down in this event as well. But 10-8, you know, we probably get the expected victor out of that one. Doesn't really tell us a lot necessarily about how the rest of this series is going to go, though. It's a close scoreline. It's two Chinese teams. Evolution Power have had some success against AG this year, so I don't think it necessarily locks anything in at this point in time.
Yeah, I think it's still no guarantee for the side of AG, especially with how close subbase was. But it is going to be Black Widow. I mean, if first heats up, I think there is a shot for side of EP to get the map number 2, despite it being an AG pick. But it's an AG staple, man. We've seen them time and time again perform on this map, especially Shui, one of the hardest entries to deal with. I think they might just have the handle for map number 2. But, you know, if the correct pieces from the side of EP actually heat up, maybe we can do something. I mean, Zay, once again, being that consistent player, he's really trying his best to drag his team out of this rut. And even YH was coming alive in some parts of this sub-base side. But it seems like Shui, even 1-2-2-2 actually, from time to time, despite ZY kind of tapering off a bit, he still got the finish.
Yeah, again though, looking at that, can you say there was really one big standout for all gamers? I don't feel necessarily that there was. There was definitely moments from Du toward the start of the map, Shui towards the back end of the map, 1-2-2-2 as well, had a couple of crucial kills. ZY, bit up and down, I would say, from him. Xiaobao maybe didn't necessarily pop off either, but it felt like a bit more of an across-the-board performance from them. Whereas for Evolution Power, actually I kind of felt Emzen again was coming up with a couple of impact frags.
Emzen actually really surprised me in this sub-base, in all honesty. He was outplaying like a prime, I wouldn't say prime ZY, because he's kind of...
Sure.
I don't know what's happening with ZY at the moment, man. I feel like even if they do win this series, I feel like ZY needs to do something, because he cannot play like this, especially when it comes to playoffs and everyone's prepared for AG. And yeah, if he's not his normal self by the time Black Widow comes around, then that's going to be maybe a tough time for the side of AG. But I mean, Black Widow is one of the maps where he does really shine, especially he gets to use the AK-47, wide spaces, familiar sites, you know, familiar spots in the map. And if he's just a bit more aggressive, maybe they might want to swap roles with Shui. But I think if you just want to guarantee a win, just let Shui do his thing. And hopefully we see more from the man himself, because last year he was an absolute menace, man, despite the second place.
Yeah, yeah. Still, you know, what I'm seeing at this event so far is not, like, it's not locking anything in my mind. That's the most confusing part about this, that we're 3 days into the event. You would normally expect to have a bit of a anticipation over how some of the results are going to play out, or who's going to do well, who's going to make it to playoffs. And at this point, I'm really just willing to throw my hands up in the air and say, like, I've got no idea. I think this time at the Summer Championships last year, we'd be seeing BaiSha kind of doing fantastic and AG doing really well, and be saying, okay, those two teams are pretty much guaranteed. Felt like the Brazilian teams were like almost obviously going to be the second teams through to the playoffs as well from each respective group. But even still, even now looking at like, we're just looking for the best team in the group, and that feels like it's a bit of a struggle to even find. Like, AG are now only just getting a map over the line against Evolution Power, who are at the bottom of this group. So I don't know what to say, man. This has been a very competitive event so far, and it does not seem to be changing at all. Going into day 4, maybe some teams are going to be able to rest up and recuperate and change things up, but man, I honestly at this point would not be surprised to see Evolution Power win map 2 in this series as well. Why not?
This is a brutal schedule actually for Evolution Power. They're going to be playing 4 games straight, and their break is on the 29th.
Right.
So it's not helping them at all. They're going to have to go up against a really strong 3BL tomorrow. And it's kind of the same for BaiSha. I wouldn't say it's the same for BaiSha. They actually got a break in the 26th. So they got to enjoy Vietnam for a bit, and then it's back to work. I would say some of these teams definitely need a rest. I think especially 3BL, actually. They've been playing for a while now. But hopefully, after this one, AG maybe is just going to finish it off, call it a day, and try and see if, they get an early rest. Because I feel like I'm so surprised, actually, that Imperial, despite what we mentioned yesterday, right, them kind of lacking sleep because we finished so late yesterday, they still pull out the 2-0. Maybe that just activated something in them. Maybe the lack of sleep might just give you better aim. Don't quote me on that, though.
Yeah, big day tomorrow as well for AG. Like, you talk about Evolution Power having to go up against 3BL. Vasco versus AG, and depending on
that one's going to be fire.
How this matchup plays out, that could be a really important one, obviously, as well. If AG win here and then 3BL win tomorrow, AG then basically have to beat Vasco to be able to top the group, and we would be set up for a really awesome... I think this is the best case scenario.
Yeah, Vasco.
AG wins here, 3BL beats EP, AG beats Vasco, then both those teams are 3-0.
Yep.
Confirmed for playoffs at that point, but they play off for the first seed in the group in the final day. AG versus 3BL would be a bit of a banger.
Yep. And fortunately for some of the teams here, actually, the earlier you go up against this team, and I heard this from Pacific Macta, actually.
Right.
Since they were the first opponents of BaiSha Gaming, so what happens is BaiSha Gaming, they don't scrim you before the game, and then after group stage, it's like, hey, you can scrim us now, guys. And it kind of helps for the other teams as well. Maybe Vasco's unlocked. Oh no, Vasco's maybe not unlocked on it. But I mean, AG, they have so many options available. They have 3BL, now they have ranking in the picture. So yeah, I mean, there's plenty of options as well to try and see if they can gain some momentum from these scrims. But yeah.
So wait, what you're saying is BaiSha would not scrim Pacific Macta, for example, until they play their match.
Yeah.
But after having now played their match, BaiSha's happy to scrim against Macta.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like that's a good thing to play against BaiSha first, right?
Yeah, it's a huge thing
to get those extra reps in, but that may change up potentially depending on if they end up playing against each other in playoffs. It would be impossible for BaiSha and Pacific Macta to match up against each other in the first round of the playoffs. Because obviously they're from the same group, and that's just how it works. But they may at some point run into one another. So double-edged sword. Obviously, you can only crack against so many teams when you're at an event like this, and so
yeah,
you do kind of just need to be getting the best scrims you possibly can, regardless of will we verse this team or that team. Like, come on.
Yeah. I think 3BL needs to maybe thank Pacific Macta for some of their scrims as well, because I heard they had like a 4-banger yesterday.
Right.
Practice some compound and practice of sub-base, especially that compound, man. That was really impressive from their side. But, of course, we go back into the story of Evolution Power versus AG. Evolution Power now down the map after a very close affair here on sub-base. And we are going to go into good old Black Widow, AG staple. Obviously, they have 1, most of their matches in this particular map. To be fair, it's a pretty basic map, but it feels like with the mechanical prowess of AG here, they really just feel comfortable here.
Yep. Lots to be said before this map. AG want to get this one wrapped up nice and quickly. Again, it's getting pretty late here in Hanoi, 20 minutes to midnight local time.
Hey, it's better than yesterday, man. We were peaking 2 a.m.
True, and you know, not the end of the world for the teams coming from China. The time zone pretty close.
It's like an hour for AG.
Yeah, it would be 1 hour.
CHENGDU.
Well, all of China's on the same time zone, so
that is true. That is true.
So these guys will be fine.
Yeah, and
Emson's got his Beyblade out.
That's a very expensive Beyblade. That's an 8K Hertz Beyblade.
Yeah.
Actually, just 4K. Only 4,000 for the LAN client. Look at J-Way, man. He's already giddy, man. He's already so giddy. He's trying to move around. That man is not even in game, but he just wants to keep moving 24/7. Very reflective of his playstyle within the match, and it is actually perfectly. It's a perfect fit for Black Widow, especially, right? Because you're in the back of your mind, especially on EP. You're gonna have to worry that someone's just gonna send it on you.
Well, speaking of sending it, here comes YH. ZY not landing those shots just yet.
That's his favorite angle too in this map.
Bit of chip damage though. I guess you can consider that a win for AG. And oh, look at that timing. That's insane timing. That first fell off that line right at the second that AG pushed their way up. And Emson's going to be mad.
C4?
He is not happy about that.
I feel like Emson and the rest of the squad were like doing two different things at once. Like, yeah, you're going to be watching through frame, maybe trying to see and spot some rotations, but knowing ZY, he hasn't seen anyone for a while now in towards long side, so he's going to start investigating, and Emson gets running for it, and YH in first. Look at the health bars already, so it's not good news for the side of EP, especially to start things off here in Blacklist side. No nades too. Look, no nades on YH. Maybe a smoke on Zay. Mino still has everything. So I assume, yeah, it is most likely a B take. You can only smoke B, doors, and window. Rest is pretty much free game.
Patient from both teams.
Dre has a flash out. You can see it.
It's a perfect setup though for AG. Nicely timed flash as well. Just gonna put Evolution Power back a step.
Jabao. Human landmine. Oh, yep, it's just a shredder, man. I mean, what do you expect? You went out the window, and there's a crossfire from the underside of window, from B doors. 3 dudes shooting at you at once. It's not really the way to go.
Yeah, that was a pretty solid hold from AG. Apparently, there's an in-game issue.
Yeah.
Not sure what exactly it is. Trying to have a bit of a look down on the stage. See if I can suss it out. There's a bit of conversation happening on the Evolution Power side. So maybe the coach has noticed something.
What's going on?
Can't really say.
We got our boy Alex investigating already.
Yeah. Man on a mission. Try to figure it out. See what's up.
Yeah, I think it's over. I mean, EP is just moving now.
Still turning around, looking and talking to the officials.
Oh, so maybe they're just gonna probably reset the round. Mino looking pissed off. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's an API thing. All right. All right, this is just a quick reset.
Okay.
Quick reset for the boys. Mino getting a bit angry. He's staring right at his coach right now, actually.
Yeah, a lot of moving and shaking happening right now. But things are getting sorted as we speak, and
Mino's not breaking eye contact. Yo, Mino, chill, bro. Mino, chill, man.
He'll be all right. Life can't be that difficult as a CrossFire pro player. I think anyone would be pretty happy to be able to fly around the world playing video games for a living.
Yep, on this stage especially.
There's a lot of money involved, man. $300,000 for this event.
$1 million on December, most likely. Could be more.
Yeah.
I actually don't know the prize, but that was a prize last year, actually, right?
Right.
Quick milli.
Yep. Life-changing money for a lot of the players.
Yep, $1 million. That's a whole lot of dongs.
And it's not even like, you know, not even necessarily if you win. Like you don't need to necessarily win that event and get the lion's share.
That's true.
You know, depending on where you're from and how well you place, you can definitely go a long way.
Yeah, I think when Macta placed 5th to 8th last year, they were like sad.
Right.
But then after the event, I saw NBA has like a new mouse and he's happy about that. Like
a new mouse?
Yeah.
Right.
New mouse, and it's a expensive one too. I think it was I'm not sure if the V3, when the V3 came out for the Death Adder.
Right. I'm a super light man myself.
Yeah, that's the meta in China, honestly.
Yeah.
Everyone's rocking specifically the pink super light for some reason. I don't know what's up with the pink super light.
Or the red one.
Or the red one.
I think is the red one a Tyloo special super light? Tyloo, not an organization in CrossFire, but a very big Chinese organization.
Especially on the FPS side.
On the FPS side.
That sounds fire, man. Tyloo mouse, Tyloo mouse pad.
It's like bright red. I don't know. I know there is a bright red super light. I just don't know if it's a Tyloo specifically or not. Look it up.
I mean, we can investigate when we get to Hangzhou.
True. Yeah. When you look up Tyloo Superlight, it's the red one.
Oh my god, that looks sleek.
It's bright red.
That looks really sleek, honestly. Ooh. Imagine if it had the dragon graphics, man. It would be sick. There it is. We're just yapping about because we are waiting for both of the teams to get back into the swing of things.
Apparently there's a Tyloo version of the EC2 as well, the Zowie mouse.
Just the problem with Zowie, Zowie mice is like once you entered the super light meta,
right,
and then you go back to the EC2,
it's a bit heavier.
It's so heavy.
Yeah, I think it's like, I can't remember because I had an EC2 wireless, and it felt a bit heavier, but like I think it was only like
60 grams.
Yeah, like 60 grams, and the super light's like 40, 38 or something. So it's like 20 grams difference, which is really nothing.
There's a conspiracy with Big Mouse.
Yeah.
Making the mice lighter to make our fingers weaker.
Possible.
Could be possible.
I didn't think that I would like a light mouse, but when I started using the super light, I was like, oh, yeah.
That was me too, because I had Dubstep's old EC2B.
Okay.
And I was like, yeah, this is the best mouse ever. I go around on lands with it.
Right.
And then I went to the super light, and I'm like, oh my god. I've been lying to myself the entire time. Light mice is the way to go.
Okay, but what about this? Have you ever used custom mouse skates? Like, have you ever replaced the skates on your mouse?
Nah, not yet, but I'm planning to though. I want to go a bit speedy.
Yeah.
I rock a speed mousepad.
Yep.
Because I run high sense on any game.
Okay.
So kind of want to make it a bit sleepy, but I don't want to go glass pad.
Really?
I'm a bit of a rager.
Glass pad, I could say I wouldn't necessarily go for that either. But glass mouse feet, mouse skates, I've actually got super glides, and I like them a lot.
My cop. That might be a cop, not gonna lie.
Because I've had my super light for a very long time, and it got to a point where I had used it so much that the feet or the skates that it came with were like wearing away. Obviously just from the friction of using it.
Bouncing around.
And then I replaced them with glass feet because I was like, well, they're glass feet. They're not going to fade away necessarily. And yeah, would recommend. They're not cheap.
Yeah, but I think it's like a more long-term investment.
For sure, for sure. I mean, let's be real. Like, how long do you have your mouse for? Normally, I don't know, for me, like, I probably replace my mouse like once every 5 years.
Yeah, me too. But I have to replace mine because I'm going to confess something on the stream. I kind of threw it.
Don't throw it, man.
Sorry, it was the heat of the moment.
How do you expect to play the rest of the rounds out if you break your mouse?
That's true. That's why I was panicking. I was trying to put it together back again, and then it did go back together.
Right.
But now my mouse 3 isn't working.
Yeah.
But it doesn't really matter in Crossfire, but it would be nice to have mouse 3, especially if you're just browsing around.
It's kind of a noob move.
Yeah, but that's kind of my fault. My fault, gang. Didn't really, gonna try to control my temper this time. But back in the game, and finally, we go. A bit of aggression from the side of ZY, and he's tired of waiting, and he's gonna go face-to-face with the opponent. And 1-2-2-2. Gonna be there for the backup.
That's the perfect round to pull that out in, isn't it? You know, everyone's a little bit sleepy. You're just like, oh, we're back into the game. And all of a sudden, there's like dudes just in your face.
Yeah, I think ZY was just mad that the pause took so long. There we go. AG, this is more of the pace that we expect coming in from their side, honestly.
Yeah, respect actually for pulling that out. This round is a big one for AG to sort of just set the tempo, jumping back into it.
Yeah.
2-0.
Gonna be good for the rest of the team as well. Xiaobao got the handle. There we go. AG, second round on the board for their GR side. AP is a bit desperate here in this game. I mean, if you're desperate, you might want to go into that long side. Really great flick from Emzin.
Yeah, fast play toward the B side of the map, though. This could still go wrong. Even though they've got that opener on A, there's still a couple of defenders here on B. The grenade, YH is ducking his head down. He's a dead man, though. That nade lands on his head. First is doing real damage with the Orm, but
it's a muzzle
C4.
Fire. Muzzle fire.
It's over toward the box room, and, you know, he needs to get out here. Looks like Emzin's been spotted on the A side of the map as well by Xiaobao, so it's a lot of minor skirmishes happening all over the place. But normalcy has now returned to the round.
That's true. And it's actually cheeky how much the smokes, or how much smokes have actually changed in this game, just like how I'm beating the dead horse at this point. You can't see the name anymore through the smoke. So I think teams are now throwing the smoke a bit different this time. I think there's a lot of teams kind of hiding within it. And I think they're kind of having the same idea for the side of AG here, just to try and catch this EP squad off guard. And Emzin, there's a guy right under you, but Xiaobao is going to draw first blood. That's a C4 down, but first is going to get the kill. 2 snipers against 2 rifles. I mean, if they get the plant on the A side, maybe try and see if they can get it on that small pillar by the train, and they can run all the way in towards that long hut. But it seems like Xiaobao is going to get the handle of things, and 1-2-2-2 is just going to end it. 0-3. And yeah, it's not looking good.
No, not for Evolution Power at the moment. AG progressing nicely. What point do you start to think about attack timeout here if you're Evolution Power? Maybe 0-4. If it goes 0-4, it's time for that timeout. They have just had a big tech pause, obviously, so probably don't want to be taking another pause anytime soon, but also want to find a way to stop the flow of rounds going the way of AG, and best way to do that will be a timeout. ZY on that angle you spoke of earlier. Not having any real success there. Evolution Power quite happy to sort of take outside of B.
Yeah.
But they haven't had any success pushing it yet.
I think they were hoping that one of the members of AG is there, but it seems like AG, they just pumped the brakes on pushing here, and instead they want to be the catcher actually in the B site. There we go. Flashes come through. Nades come through as well. Way waiting around the corner. YH wanting to be the first one in. And this man has been hit with the exact same nade as he did in that last round, but he survives this time. Really good heads up on the side of Zay, but look at Xiaobao and 1-2-2-2. It only takes 2 to defend this entire site and to do has got his friends back. And first...
No peeks, please, Jabal. Don't need to be doing that at this point in time. C4, it's in the sight, man. You don't need a peek. Just wait for him to come to you, but it's all good. AG, get it done in the end.
They got it.
So the answer is not 4-0, by the way, for the pause to come through. So Evolution Power going to give it another round, give it another crack.
Oh, bit of a quick scope. Not going to catch ZY, though. ZY is in his favorite spot.
Fast
this
middle.
Is gonna be bad.
Jab out.
Oh, wow. Almost getting 3 there. Jab out. First trying to get some trades back. It seems like every time that I think that EP is about to win a round, someone from the side of AG gets like an almost 3K and an immediate backup from one of the members.
Yeah, you were talking about it in the pre-match that AG's just so comfortable, and there's our answer. No doubt that pause is being called by Evolution Power.
Can't blame him.
Yeah, AG are looking super solid on this second map.
I actually just realized that they actually turned off the Vietnamese broadcast when Vietnamese teams are playing.
Yeah, yeah.
So that way it was eerily quiet earlier. And I could only hear the occasional claps of the Vietnamese crowd and me screaming in the background.
Yep.
But first, Emzin. How are they the only 2 left alive here? I mean, both of them are on snipers. I wonder when is Emzin going to concede having the sniper in his hands? Never.
I don't think he... I mean, at this point, you're 3 matches in out of 4 in the group stage. If he's not shelved it by now, then there's no point in stopping.
I guess that's his comfort. But even YZK is not like this, man. Like, he just doesn't... Like, he gets to give it up.
Was Emzin always a sniper? He wasn't a sniper back in the day, was he?
I think he's more of a secondary sniper. Maybe he's like, haven't played in a while, but I'm really good with the sniper, though. First is going to go, or speaking of the devil, Emzin's going to go down first. Dead already, and AG, I feel like it's going to be one of those games. One of those games that feels like a formality.
Like maybe I'm capping, and I just don't remember the team that he played on that well. I'm going to go
It's been a while on.
have a look.
2017.
Yeah.
There we go. Yep. Windows 11 doing its magic.
9WQ Emzin Anka 18. Wasn't 18 a sniper as well?
I think he was.
I really can't remember, man.
Alright.
I know that that 9WQ were definitely riflers.
Let's try to look for it in the CrossFire Stars website. That's where all the information's at. Check it out, guys, if you want to know more about the teams, especially if you don't have much knowledge on CFPL, CFBL, CFVL, and if you want to know, certain details, just check out the CrossFire Stars website, guys. They worked hard to put that up. So, during this timeout, Evolution Power is just waiting, probably, for this one to be over. Nino is smiling. I feel like he knows what is about to occur. That's CFS 2017, right? You're looking at.
Yeah.
There you go. Super Valiant Gaming.
That's right.
So, there you go. Thank you. You get a bit of time. Oh, he was the sniper.
He was. Was 18 a rifler?
Oh my god, he looks so young here.
Yeah. I mean,
oh, look at
9 as well.
9.
Yeah.
Oh, Anki. Where did that guy go?
Yeah, I mean, I guess if that's the case, Emzin has been a sniper his whole career. So maybe I'm rewriting history a little bit.
Yeah.
It's been a long time, man.
It's been a long time, but kind of a weird fit, right? If you're EP here, 2 snipers first. To be fair, first has been missing, so I think Emzin is trying to see if he can help him with that, but seems like both of them are struggling. But I feel like in this tournament, actually, I feel like Emzin's hit more really good shots compared to first, so I think he's not really at fault in that situation. Pacific Macta was in this tournament too. They got top 4.
Yep, I do really like going back and looking at the history of some of these events.
They were so thin back then.
Yeah.
You know, there's a curse with Pacific Macta that if you join Pacific Macta, and this curse does not affect Justin. I don't know why. You just get slightly fatter. And it's already affected Buku.
Okay.
It's affected Revenge. It's affected Zeke. I think they're enjoying the food a bit too much.
Maybe.
And yeah, I mean, I have no idea. The only person immune to it is Justin, man. I feel like he's cracked the code.
It'll come with age, maybe. I'll tell you who's aging at the moment is Evolution Power, probably. So that was a tack timeout into a tech timeout.
Oh my god, ZY just sent it. See him hopping all the way in long side. Oh, they're going to try to respond with a very quick, short play. Usually you do react with mid. Jabao has to be careful. No one dropping down on towards the side just yet. Nino shooting him in the face. And ZY is still on the long side, but he actually takes out first. So I think it's fine for the side of AG at the moment. They have long control. Problem is, how is Jayway going to get into the site?
Well, just has to find a timing. Mino looks like he's going to give one up. Oh, there was a second there. If Jayway looked it to the right instead of to the left. That said, 1 kill, good one from ZY. It's not really quite enough. He's being flanked from behind as well. That position given away. Emzin spotted him and he's called to his teammates. Just don't peek. Time's on our side. So it's pretty much impossible to win for ZY, and it'll be cleaned up by Emzin in the end, and that'll be the first one on the board for EP. But it is only the first step on a very long journey that they're going to be having to take if they would like to win this map and push us through to a map 3.
Yep. Only 1 round, and I think AG, they're basically at the limit of what the 5-4 should look like. First, he's going to punish ZY for crossing in towards that long side. And finally, actually, EP has not gotten long control for this entire game, but after punishing ZY, who's, you know, gotten a better start compared to his last few games, I think this could be the start of something for the side of EP.
How crazy is it that we're 6 rounds into Black Widow and Du's got 1 kill only?
Oh. I didn't lie, I kind of forgot that...
Forgot he existed.
He existed for a second.
It's been Jabao and 1-2-2.
It's the new kids on the block, man.
Here is where Du may yet come into play, though. If the push happens on A.
That train position so good.
It's the Smash Bros, though, that are going to contest. It's actually not worked out very well there for all gamers. Run right into Evolution Power. Jouet is having a look through the mid doors, but he's not spotting too much out. Du's going to have a little bit of an exploration, maybe change his position up. But Zay losing his life to Jouet. Not quite the spanner in the works just yet for Evolution Power, but all eyes on Du at the moment. Push is headed in his direction. He's going to have to double down.
Oh. All right, that's 1. But can he get any other? Oh, his leg got shot all the way from long. Emzin, oh, he was trying to go for the collateral. That's so unfortunate. Jabao getting the kill anyways. 1 HP on Emzin. First is still alive, and he could be the difference maker in this round, but I think they are not going to pick, or they're not even going to peek long. They're instead just going to run into short. It's a better chance by them, but Luku has a nade. Jouet has an HE.
I'm not sure why Jouet's not gone there. But this actually could work out. Timing might have been a bit cheeky. First, though, covering it off nicely. Emzin doesn't even really come into play, which is great news, given that he was low on HP. And Evolution Power will sneak another one away from all gamers.
How does this happen? I keep thinking, like, some of these players, even though we're at the very maximum, I would say maximum level of CROSSFIRE. Sometimes they do forget that they have nades in their pockets. But Du, once again, now First is getting the better of him this time. And Du kind of disappearing here on Black Widow, which is a bit disappointing considering this is a map where a sniper can thrive.
Yeah, a couple of rounds in a row where Evolution Power have had the player advantage now, and what was once looking really dominant from AG is now kind of starting to swing back to a bit more of an even matchup. They are going to 3-man aggress out short, just to set Xiaobao up. I do love it. I do like a setup like this one, because you can usually catch 1 or 2 players, but in this case, just the one. Second one was the trade, but are they expecting a third player here? ZY is going to lock it down. Mino now spotted out as well. ZY will take that challenge. They're not hitting their shots. The taps are not there. Shui, messy spray in the end as well. C4's been recovered. It has to be now a 1-on-2 retake. Well, the bomb's not planted, so is it fair to say it's a retake? Maybe yes, given that Evolution Power definitely are in control of the site. That round could have really gone a bit more haywire for Evolution Power, but they hold on to it for the moment.
It's not to count out Shui just yet, though. You already know what this man is capable of. Smoke is going to go down. And like I'm at that, he just peeks out trying to get the kill on First, but this is the new meta angle for Mino. Shui cannot get to First in time. 3-5, all right. Bit of a fight more in towards the side of Evolution Power here.
Yep.
There is life, but at the same time, it's just so weird to see. I mean, ZY missing such an easy shot where he would just easily gotten a one-tap. But Du as well, 2 and 5. I mean, the players that we were hyping up earlier, they're nowhere to be found. Even Shui, actually, it's an epidemic here on the side of AG.
Wild, isn't it?
There you go. Don't know.
What?
That's 100% don't know. He's not liking what he's seeing. He's probably going to say, guys.
But it's half-time after this.
Oh, you are right. Maybe just to switch their mindset going into the second half. Or, I don't know, maybe...
Guess we'll see.
Need to slap in the face. Just try to stay awake.
Yeah.
Not so sure.
Get through this round first, and then we can figure out what that pause is all about. Not much doing, to be fair, in this round just yet, so not a huge amount to comment on. EP taking that mid control, but it's not really been contested at all by AG. Another opener.
What just happened there? Oh, it's the frame peak. Yikes. Yikes, yikes, yikes. And that's one of the players with 10 plus frags as well, already gone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the slow pace is working out for EP. They're waiting for AG to make the mistake, and they've been given it a few times now, which has kind of allowed them back into this map. This final round's still not over yet. It'll be the high-low box setup for all gamers, and I do like this one. It's a pretty tough nut to crack, particularly if you play contact, but if there's flashes thrown in, that's where things can go wrong, but the shots are so good, J-Way. And ZY locking it down. That is perfection. Oh, Evolution Power will be very disappointed by that. The trade should have come through, but there's only so much you can do when Shui and ZY are just kind of hitting everything.
Yeah, and that's more like it from ZY.
Yeah.
I think that timeout might have woke him up. Splash a bit of water in his face, make sure that it doesn't hit the headset. And 6 and 3, all gamers. Now we're going to see them attempt to go on the second half on the other side. And BL, I think BL is going to be way better for Shui specifically because he's the man that you just want to let loose. Especially long. Does he have the good spawn in long? I have to look at the order of the players. Because just like how I said earlier to Neo, the spawns, I think you know this, right? The spawns are dependent on the order of the players in the lobby.
Right.
So yeah. if Shui has the long spawn, so he can just send it every time, honestly. Technical pause again. Never mind.
Not sure.
All right, the stage is going a bit crazy.
Everyone's going crazy at this event so far. It's been wild. Let's just leave it at that.
It's been quite the day.
Quite the day. Quite the days. Plural.
Yeah, I think this one...
I think is fair to say.
This one's probably... This one's going to rank the highest with the craziest day, honestly. I mean, yesterday it was just Tyrant, but this one is more of like results-oriented.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely not going to be as late of a night as it was yesterday night, but like, honestly, the results are as wild.
Yeah.
Or maybe even... Well, I don't know. I don't think you can beat Wolf Empire versus Imperial last night. That's a tough one to beat. But
That one's a banger. But still, I really wish it was a bit earlier. Because I think that would have been nice if most of the Vietnamese crowd could actually watch it.
AG going to try and bust their way out. Oh, that's craziness from 122. Wow. It hasn't worked out too well. There's still going to be an attempt in here from AG. Trades are coming through, but not quickly enough. Du's done a pretty good job, though, of getting that third one in the books. And Emzen in first now. Again, the two snipers have to try to hold on to this one. That is Du back in action. Went missing a little bit in that first half, but now he's back.
Damn, Du is one of those rare snipers that can punish those types of angles. Because he's just that fast at reacting. Even if you're trying to do the crouch, crouch, crouch.
Yep.
He's going to shoot your head. But Jabao on the other side. I think Jabao is going to play a bit of bait here. Never mind, he just shoots the box. I think Du is probably like, he's right next to me. You have the M4. And you have a wooden box in front of you, and you already know what it is used for. And there we go. 5-7. AG looking to close out the game. Not going to get that bug that caught BaiSha earlier. It seems like they're just going to clean it up.
All right. AG really starting to stamp their mark on this map. It's been, I would say, a topsy-turvy day, but if AG were able to seal the deal 2-0 quite comfortably here, then we might just go back to some semblance of normalcy. Taking their time about it in this round as well, and it may just be another B hit set up outside that box room, but starting to move away from it. Actually, exploring middle a little bit. Du's going to be able to work his way up short. Emzen having a bit of a peek in here will be in a position to take a fight, but not going to happen this time around for him. Jumping back up over the top could net him a very cheeky angle right here, but shows his hand a little bit too soon.
Are they just gonna go for a timing here? Or are they just they're just gonna send it immediately? Why not? Emzen with the sniper is gonna get 1-2-2-2. Not gonna get ZY in return though. They're gonna look for first in towards the terrace side. No, Jabao's playing it safe. He's just like, I'm planting, guys. You guys do whatever you want to do. I'm gonna stay on site. What? What was that, J-Way? Stuck to the left side of the wall, and I think First was so laser focused on A side that he forgot that that could happen.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's a really unorthodox peak, but let's not call it over just yet. Evolution Power found a couple of quick kills back in onto the side. Du going to be jumping straight up, and that's such a fantastic round from Shui. All the way from long, he's hit some absolute banger headshots. And an 8th for all gamers. They're now stampeding their way toward a victory.
And let us see. Is this going to be the beginning of the end here for EP? And just like I said, is this going to be more of a formality here, Jordan? And the side of AG, not going to catch the same bug as BaiSha earlier. To be fair, Evolution Power is miles away from Imperial. I would even say, yeah, miles away. Miles away, man. EP just looks... I wouldn't say this team doesn't have structure, right? Because they have structure back home, but when stuff just breaks down on site, it seems like everyone's just confused on what do they need to take, who needs to do what, which kind of sucks, right? Because, you know, first had a really good season. YH had a really good season as well. First gonna miss his shot. Emzin in stage, both snipers spotted, so kind of got information what's about to happen. So I feel like J-Way, or rather Jue, is gonna attack this A site, fully knowing that Emzin is on the other side. So they're gonna go where the cold sniper is. AG's gonna fake too. They really want this A site.
I don't know what Emzin thinks he's seen, but he hasn't seen anything. Bit of a fake over towards B, but it actually hasn't drawn a rotate. In fact, if anything, it should draw a rotate from AG. Now, though, EP are starting to move away. The timing from AG is looking so perfect. They have to clear out first, though, and they're having a bit of difficulty doing so. Eventually, Jue is going to get that job done, and in the meanwhile, down in mid, things are going quite poorly for EP as well. This will be 9 for all gamers. Unless Minnow winds the clock back and throws up some kind of success, but that's ambitious to say the least. 10 on offer for all gamers right here. A clean 2-0 as well over Evolution Power. And alongside 3BL, a spot at the top of Group B, going into the 4th day of the group stage, and that is exactly where AG would be expecting themselves to be, if not maybe 3BL. AG definitely think they should be at the top of the group.
Yeah, just like how I said it, man, it could be a formality. And there we go. Jue is going to start it with the help of Jabao on the side. And I think first... That's so uncharacteristic. I feel like it's just them sending it at this point. We already know that First is one of the more passive snipers. But he wanted to go in towards the short side. Zay is fully blinded, and once Zay falls, this is gonna be bad news. Zay is gonna go down, but he does get one in return. Emzin trying to spray and pray that they can still stay in this game, but I feel like all that effort in the first map dashed in Black Widow. It was a Kota Bear at first, but then it seems like EP, just like a dragon, has gone extinct in this group stage. The 0-3 is staring right at them. It's a tough one, man. It's a tough pill to swallow, but I feel like if you're EP here, you might just want to accept it. It is what it is. Emzin gonna just let them have it at this point. AG, not really the best showing, honestly. Especially for ZY, the expectations are high for ZY. So maybe he's gonna try to fix it the next few days. And as one of those people would say, why are we not happy that AG won? Because even AG is not happy that they won in that fashion, especially in that first map.
Emzin, he's a funny character, I'll say that. But yeah. For AG, that is only the start of the job. You know, they're 2-0 in this group, fair enough. They've got to do some more work to make sure that they really lock it in to get into the playoffs, but they're doing pretty well. They're actually looking like one of the better teams at this event so far. Dare I say, at this point, maybe the best team at the event so far. The only team with a clean sheet. 2 2-0s, although the 2-0s... Wait, did Ranking take a map? They did?
They did, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, no, they didn't take a map, I think.
They did? Oh no, that was against EP. Never mind, I'm trolling. Yeah, they're okay. So 2 2-0s. Look, I mean, man, there's been lots of games. Okay, forgive me. There's been a lot of games, but so 2 2-0s from all gamers. They are definitely the only team with a clean sheet at the event because everyone else has either lost a series or at least in the case of 3BL, they've lost a couple of maps. So yeah, I think you have to say, in fairness, all gamers are looking like the best team at this event at the moment. But we've only seen 2 games from them, 2 games from everybody. I definitely don't think we've seen the best of BaiSha. There's no world where that is the case.
Yep.
And, you know, I think today maybe you could argue we saw the best of Imperial. They looked great today, but they also didn't look so fantastic yesterday against Cara House. Yeah. Vasco, they had one good series, one bad series, so it's a bit up and down at this point in time. But what we can kind of lock in now for Evolution Power is that they're done. They're not making it out of playoffs.
I feel like it's basically them just signing off at this point. Losing to AG was just a formality, just like how I said it. Kind of sucks for EP, man. Sucks for Zay especially, right? I feel like despite everything that's happened with the side of Evolution Power, I feel like Zay performed really well with the circumstances that they did have. So, I mean, if anyone wants to buy his contract or something back home, and he's gonna probably be a hot commodity because you don't really often see young players who are good off the jump in their first international tournament. So Zay, I mean, despite the loss, man, you should hang your head high because you were the best player in this entire team.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's sad for EP, obviously, but there's still a big year ahead, obviously, with CFPL still yet to come and Grand Finals, obviously CFS Grand Finals. You'd be expecting Evolution Power maybe to be there. So lots to still kind of look forward to. They can't let this really affect them. There's been some extra circumstances to kind of factor in here as well.
Because I'm just saying, man, if they get tilted from their result here in CFS Summer Championship, I mean, there's two other teams that's looking for that spot. And just like how I mentioned earlier, Q9,
right?
They're looking for that. Kingzone, they're looking for that. So, yeah, maybe if the momentum just goes out of whack here for the side of Evolution Power, that it goes into their season, maybe we might see some new teams here in the CFS Finals for 2024.
Yeah, I'm interested, quite intrigued really to see what this means going forward for Evolution Power. They've still got to play against 3BL in this group. Evolution Power now are basically done.
Yeah.
What kind of gameplay, what kind of level are they going to bring into that game against 3BL? A 3BL who really still have a lot to play for in this group, right? It would be... I can't remember the last time a Western team made it out of a group stage.
I think it was CV, if I'm not mistaken.
Which
I'm not so sure.
Would be a long time ago. Certainly for 3BL, this would be the first time that they make it into a playoffs at an international event. So that's big for them. And a win against Evolution Power, which I believe is their game tomorrow, they play Evolution Power tomorrow, I believe, would be the 3-0 that they needed in this group to make that basically a reality. But did 3BL play Evolution Power already? They beat Vasco.
Second, I'm checking.
And they beat Ranking. No, so 3BL have not played Evolution Power.
Yeah.
3BL beat Ranking and Vasco. And they have yet to play, they have yet to play the two Chinese teams.
Oh, that's the first series tomorrow, actually.
Yeah, so if they would beat Evolution Power tomorrow, and Evolution Power that's kind of like, whatever, man, like, we don't really care anymore, we're kind of done. You know, that you wouldn't blame Evolution Power for coming into that game with that mentality if they know that they can't make it into playoffs anymore.
Yeah. They're probably just... If I was Evolution Power, right? Which I wouldn't listen to me too. I think I would just stop practicing, stop scrimming entirely.
Okay.
Because I feel like you should just take this as like a, just a learning experience, like holiday. And I feel like they might actually play slightly better because I feel like the pressure has gotten to them because you already know that the standards, just like how you said it, right? The Chinese community is kind of on them right now.
Yeah, turn the
I
social
feel
medias
like,
off.
Turn the social medias off. You know, play some scrims for fun if you want to, but most likely you might want to leave the game alone for a bit. But yeah, I mean, just take this as like more of a chill pill here in Hanoi and try and see if you can just enjoy the rest of the event.
Yeah, maybe. Look, they've got one more game. I guess if things don't go their way, moot point, really. But they could potentially just get out of here. You know, they could just leave.
Just fly home.
Fly home if they need to. It's not a long flight, obviously, back to China. But I think enough for talk about Evolution Power. We're kind of really harping on about them, I think, because the result is a little bit more important for them with the way that it's played out. Touching on AG, standard, let's be real, like standard kind of day at the office. There's not too much to comment on there. Like, I think, really, I'll be honest, when I'm looking at these Chinese teams, usually, I'll say the caveat there for BaiSha is that they actually do have a bit to work to here in the group stages. For the Chinese teams, I really feel like the event actually starts in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Like, this is more of a formality than anything else. They just kind of go through the motions and get that dub under their belt. So that's really where we're at for AG right now.
Yeah, that's why we have accidents like earlier and last year as well when AG was also dropping some matches in the group stage. So, yeah, it's pretty sad for EP, but AG, I wouldn't say I was satisfied with what I saw with AG at the moment, especially when it came to that at the start for map number 2. You know, ZY kind of disappearing at the start. Do kind of disappearing at the start. Do did a great job on sub base, but that should have not been close at all. But yeah, I'm just saying, it's like it's the same pattern here for ZY, man. It's not the exact same explosive ZY that we saw from 2023. I'm expecting this man to be the support to Zhui, and the guy to, if Zhui dies, he's going to be the one actually leading the charge for the team and fragging on out. But we're not seeing the same magical ZY, the MVP ZY that we saw from CFPL in this current tournament. I don't know why.
Lots of conversations, I guess, but still early days, you know what I mean? Like, ZY, he can come online over the next few days. As long as he's here for the playoffs, as long as he's here for the big games, I think that's really kind of what matters. There was more flashes of brilliance, I thought, from Zhui actually in that matchup than from anyone else.
They're slowly activating one by one, so it's like 1-2-2-2 Xiaobao, and now Zhui. Maybe tomorrow it could be Du.
Yeah, Du had his moments as well. Like, he had a couple of okay little rounds in there, but yeah, it feels to me still a bit like a different team than, I mean, there's obviously, it is a different team when you lose even in ZQ. That's a massive, massive loss. But the team structure, the team feels a little bit, dare I say, weaker than that iteration.
Yeah, I feel like it's just the newness of some of the players, right? I feel like they're still trying to get used to 1-2-2-2 being the IGL or semi-IGL with ZY kind of leading the charge sometimes, and Xiaobao being in that second sniper role. I think this is actually really good for ZY in the future specifically, because now he gets to kind of focus on being more on the AK when compared to last year, he was also picking up the sniper as well. But I feel like if ZY can start to, you know, being that beast again on that AK-47, since he doesn't have to be on that second sniper, I feel like the ceiling is pretty high for the side of AG, but I feel like it just like kind of launched off the floor a bit after that finals.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I guess at the moment we're sort of just getting the stats all sorted on the back end. The interview getting set up on the stage as well. Not really too much more to comment on from our side.
MVP, guys?
Zhui?
Wait.
Would be my guess.
Wrong arm. I forgot it's mirrored. But yeah, it is Zhui, 100%. I'm not sure if they're gonna show the set summary at this point, because you know, a bit of yapping is going on in the background. You know, the Vietnamese analysts doing their due work. But yeah, we are just waiting for the set summary so we can kind of expound upon what just happened here in map number 2. But yeah, most likely it is just going to be same old schedule for tomorrow, though. There you go, finally the set summary. And all you have to know is EP lost.
Yep.
They tried.
I'm having a look at the groups, and unfortunately Evolution Power is the first team that's got the big red highlight, because they are the first team that's gone 0-3.
Oh.
A couple of other teams have played 3 matches. That would be Pacific Macta and Wolf Empire, but they've both gone 2-1. Man, in what world, by the way, would you have looked at Group A and said, team in first, Pacific Macta, team in second, Wolf Empire, team in third, Imperial, team in fourth, BaiSha?
I'm going to take a screenshot.
That's wild. Stop the count.
This doesn't happen a lot.
No.
And I already told 3BL yesterday, you guys should screenshot the Wikipedia page before the lead switches, because AG is going to be right up your alley.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great performance by Pacific Macta. I feel like BaiSha's gaming is just going to bounce out. I feel like BaiSha's downfall is overstated a bit.
For sure, for sure.
I feel like Imperial really just did a good veto in their series, especially Eagle Eye. I don't know what happened to BaiSha, man. They look so uncomfortable on Eagle Eye. I feel like
Imperial's not a bad Eagle Eye team, though, honestly.
One of the best in the region. So yeah, I don't know. 7-7 was a man possessed in that series. So what is gonna be the schedule for tomorrow? We are so first series is gonna be EP3BL, just like how we said earlier. LCK versus Imperial. So it's a back-to-back CFWL matchup. So you know, the European boys are gonna enjoy that one. 3BL and AG for the 4 p.m. matchup, or not 3BL, AG, Vasco and AG for the 4 p.m. matchup, and BaiSha versus Wolf Empire. And that's going to be the actual litmus test for BaiSha, actually, if their downfall is actually overstated, if Wolf Empire can still keep up with the competition. But we can see the match result 8-10 Subbase and 3-10 Black Widow. So you guys already saw that in that one. Okay, so the knockout stage, how is this going to work? So Group A winners
It'll be
up against Group B.
like, yeah. Winner versus second. Winner versus second.
So it could be AG.
If it were currently how it is, it would be AG, Wolf Empire, Pacific Macta 3BL.
Thank God there's a lower bracket.
But yeah, lower bracket as well. Best of 5 double elim is very extensive. That's one thing I think you can say when it comes to these CROSSFIRE events is that the format is extremely extensive. It really tests the teams, and if you're an underdog and you win one upset game, that's not necessarily enough to get you very far, right? If you do genuinely have to be the better team to go the distance in an event like this.
I'm just glad that we're not on the King of the Hill format anymore. I feel like that really just tires the team who is in quarterfinals. And yeah, they're just going to go into the series with not that much energy. So yeah, very nice playoff scenario. I reckon BaiSha Gaming is going to make the comeback happen since Macta already beat Wolf Empire. Their biggest, I think Macta's biggest enemy here for getting into second place potentially is going to be Imperial.
For sure.
They don't have the best history against Imperial, especially knowing the genius of the animals and what happened earlier.
So, Pacific Macta have one game to play there. It is basically coming down to that Imperial versus Macta match. Unless Wolf Empire beats BaiSha, but we should say BaiSha should beat LCK, should beat Wolf Empire.
LCK has the opportunity to do the funniest thing, honestly.
So, again, we're all assuming LCK is going to be done, yeah. So,
yeah.
Pacific Macta Imperial, that could be a really big game on the 29th, and actually 2 big games on the 29th. So, in theory, the way we're expecting things to play out would be Imperial Pacific Macta for second place in the group, maybe first place in the group, potentially. Who knows what happens with BaiSha. And then on the other side of coin, all Gamers versus 3BL on August 29th as well will be a pretty big one, assuming both teams continue to keep that clean record until that point, which seems pretty doable out of the matches tomorrow, though Vasco, I think Vasco's coming back with a bit of a vengeance potentially.
Especially against ranking. I feel like Vasco might have a chance to actually come back into this one. But I feel like the decider for Group B is whoever just loses the least, or loses the least hardest to AG in the next 2 days. So map score is going to be very important, guys, so make sure to keep that on tabs. And that's why I've been pretty curious, or I was actually mortified earlier when Imperial actually won against BaiSha, because that really messes up Group A and the map scores, because that makes it anyone's game at this point. But knowing BaiSha, they're just going to come back, but that makes it really complicated for at least 3 teams here. So I think it's going to be down to the stats, man.
Yeah, well, that's pretty much wrapping us up for tonight. We're just waiting for that interview to kick off. And
Joey's been standing there for a while now, man.
Yeah, I mean, it gives them the opportunity to go over their questions.
The monitors are gone. Just interview him, guys.
Yeah, where have the monitors gone? The monitors are not on the stage anymore. They put them away every night, maybe.
Should I just yell at on hair long specific? Yo, wrap it up.
Start the interview, man. No, I mean, like, there's a lot of complications involved when you've got multiple languages involved in the interview. So it's a Vietnamese interviewer who is doing the interview in English to a person who's translating English to Chinese, and then Chinese back to English, and then you get your answer. And so it's a lot of like languages kind of involved. So,
and then there's Macta, who just uses their coach as a translator, and he gets clowned on by the Filipino broadcast, unfortunately. The best, I think the joke was Buku has the best stats out of everyone on Macta. You know, five high fives, 20 fist bumps, maybe, let's say a hell yeah, maybe 1 hell yeah. That's pretty good stats. We can bring that up later on the Excel sheet. But yeah, Joey is still standing right behind us, guys, just ready and waiting for it to be sent in towards the other screen. Make sure to check out the games tomorrow on this exact same platform. Yeah, that is pretty much exhausted at this point. Who do you think is going to win tomorrow, man? Let's go to the
Sure.
predictions now.
What are the matches?
Let's say EP 3BL.
3BL.
Yep. Oh, we're going highlights? Oh, there you go. I think they were editing the highlights midway.
I don't know, man. Whatever. Let's keep going with this conversation. I think we've talked about EP AG enough. So, 3BL EP.
Score. I need to score, man.
Score. I think that's. Oh. You know what? Let's go. 3BL playing pretty well. I'll go 2-0 3BL. Screw it.
Me too.
How about
2-0.
it? Based.
Especially if they go compound. I feel like 3BL has a shot there. LCK Imperial. That's another 2-0, I think.
Yeah, that's a 2-0.
Yeah, as much as I love LCK, man, design played really well.
Imperial, I think they've sort of powered up a little bit, so.
I think they got pissed off after Wolf Empire stood up. I think Wolf Empire gave them a bit of their own medicine back in CFBL, where they're like, yeah, we beat you. And I like that, man. I like that competition. Vasco versus AG.
I mean, I'm leaning AG, definitely, and there's Shui, by the way, the MVP on your screen, but I think Vasco will be able to give them a bit of a run for their money. I think Vasco have shown some really good stuff at this event, but also some not so good stuff at this event, so
yeah,
I'd expect them to be doing a little better tomorrow.
I think they take a map.
Yes, I would say so.
I think they take at least a map. Final one, BaiSha Gaming versus Wolf Empire. As much as I love Wolf Empire, guys, yeah, I really feel like it is a 2-0.
I don't know that I'm necessarily going to lock in a 2-0. I would say I want it to probably be a 2-0, but I don't know. Wolf Empire are one of those teams that I think if they're at their peak, they can potentially beat a team like BaiSha. But either way, we've got the interview ready to go, so we'll jump down to the stage.
Đang theo dõi trên các kênh sóng của CROSSFIRE Việt Nam, và đứng cạnh tôi đây đó là anh chàng Ziwei, người đã giành được danh hiệu MVP trong cả cặp trận đấu vừa rồi khi bên phía All Gamer chạm trán với cả các thành viên bên phía của đội tuyển EP. Và lần đầu tiên thì xin chúc mừng bên phía của All Gamer cũng như là bên phía cá nhân của Ziwei. Không biết là cảm xúc của bạn ra sao sau khi kết thúc cặp trận đấu vừa rồi?
你现在有什么感受可以分享一下吗？
感受就是很开心来越南嘛，然后能来打比赛。然后今天的比赛的话，就是第一场的失误比较多吧，然后可能打的就是比较纠结。然后第二场的失误也有很多，所以我们回去会好好复盘，然后就认真备战接下来的每一场比赛。
Lời đầu tiên thì mình cảm thấy rất là vui khi mà được đến Việt Nam để tham gia trận đấu này. Thì trong cái trận ngày hôm nay thì ở hiệp 1 thì bọn mình có phần hơi do dự một chút, tức là cái tiết tấu hơi chậm một chút. Thì sang đến hiệp 2 thì bọn mình đã tăng tốc và đạt được kết quả tương đối là như ý.
Vậy thì trong từ đầu mùa giải đến giờ đi thì không biết được là có cái kết quả trận đấu nào mà khiến cho cá nhân của Ziwei cũng như là bên phía All Gamer cảm thấy là bất ngờ nhất không?
从开始到现在，哪一场比赛给你让你觉得是最想不到的？他的成绩让你觉得是最想不到的？
可能就是就我的成绩，对吧？就是刚刚打完的那个 CLPL， 就是刚刚打完的 CLPL S24，带了2个新人拿冠军，就是没有想到吧。
Chính là cái trận vừa rồi mà bọn mình đánh với EP, là cái kết quả chính là kết quả mà mình không ngờ tới.
Vâng, một chiến thắng 2-0 cũng phải nói là khá dễ dàng từ bên phía của đội tuyển AG đúng không ạ? Và ngay cả đội ngũ của chúng tôi thì cũng không thể nào mà nghĩ ra được cặp trận đấu này lại kết thúc với tỷ số như vậy. Và câu hỏi cuối cùng thì cho bên phía của Ziwei là không biết được là ở trong giải đấu năm nay thì đâu là đối thủ mà bên phía của All Gamer muốn đánh bại nhất?
对成都 Gamers 来说，你们觉得哪个对手你们想，觉得是最强大的？
我觉得能来参加世锦赛的，我觉得每个队伍都挺强的吧。然后现在那个分组那个积分也很乱嘛，所以说都是一个势均力的一个实力，尤其是这个烟雾弹的改版。 然后差距就是越来越小了嘛，每个队伍都觉得很强。
Mình cảm thấy thì đội nào trong cái trận đấu lần này, trong cái cuộc thi lần này cũng rất là mạnh và họ đều có cái ưu thế riêng của mình. Thì thực sự là tham gia trận đấu lần này thì mình thấy đã học thêm được rất là nhiều điều. OKMers đã học thêm được rất là nhiều điều thú vị từ những đối thủ khác.
Vâng, và lời cuối cùng thì Ziwei có thể nói lời cảm ơn đến với tất cả những người hâm mộ đến từ Việt Nam cũng như là những người hâm mộ đến từ Trung Quốc khi mọi người đã thức đến giờ này để có thể theo dõi cặp trận đấu của đội tuyển các bạn được không?
你可以跟世界的观众朋友们表示一下你的。
很感谢，然后 Safer 们这么晚还一直在关注比赛吧，然后谢谢你们的支持，然后我们都会贡献非常精彩的比赛的。
Mình rất là cảm ơn và thực sự rất là biết ơn biết ơn cái tình cảm mà tất cả các fan hâm mộ từ trong nước cũng như là ngoài nước đã dành cho đội trường tụ OKMers của chúng mình.
Vâng, và một lần nữa thì xin cảm ơn Ziwei cũng như là xin cảm ơn bên phía đội tuyển OKM. Các bạn đã cùng với chúng ta một cặp trận đấu phải nói là cực kỳ hấp dẫn trong cái khoảng thời gian muộn như thế này của ngày thi đấu tại giải đấu CFS Summer Championship năm 2024. Còn với các bạn khán giả của CROSSFIRE Việt Nam cũng như là các bạn khán giả đang theo dõi trên các kênh sóng của đột kích thì ngày hôm nay chúng ta đã kết thúc với những kết quả phải nói là vô cùng bất ngờ. Tuy nhiên là ngày mai giải đấu chúng ta vẫn tiếp tục với giai đoạn vòng bảng và đừng quên chúng ta vẫn sẽ tiếp tục gặp nhau ở trên tất cả các kênh sóng của đột kích vào khung giờ đó là 14 giờ. Còn bây giờ thì xin chào và hẹn gặp lại quý vị và các bạn vào ngày mai.